Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Dana. Chapter 1, Dana. The world swam into focus as a swirl of blurry lights and shadows. A dull roar echoed around him, the sound of a dozen people cheering, yet it was distorted and distant. It felt as if his ears were plugged with a warm, thick liquid, muffling everything into a confusing buzz. What's going on? He thought in a panic. Am I losing my hearing and sight now, too? Fear gripped him. Lita had been bedridden for years, a rare form of spinal cancer arresting his life at the age of 25. In just 2 short years, he had withered from a healthy young man into a helpless invalid, a mummy with no sensation below his neck. He had been living on borrowed time, each day a struggle, but he never thought of giving up. His sight and hearing had remained sharp, his only windows to the world, the very anchors of his will to live. They allowed him to still see the world, to hear it. If he went blind and deaf, there would be no reason to hold on. As his mind raced, he felt himself being lifted. A sudden cold washed over his body, contrasted by the dry, warm hands that held him. It was then he realized his own body felt wrong. Small. His vision was still a blur, but miraculously, his hearing began to clear. He could finally make out the words being spoken around him. Congratulations, Lord A, it's another young master. Japanese? The realization struck him. So, I've been reincarnated. Thankfully, he understood a little. Does that mean my other self finally died back in that world? It wasn't surprising. He had been fading away, day by day. He'd signed up for hospice care, hopefully, they found his body in time. A wave of disorientation washed over him, quickly replaced by a surge of pure ecstasy. To be honest, this was a definite win. It was a small shame he wasn't reborn in his homeland, but the chance to live again was a piece of luck beyond compare. This time, Lita didn't ask for much. Good health was all he wanted. The final years of his illness had taught him the true depths of suffering. For him, this transmigration was a miracle greater than winning the lottery. It was a complete rebirth. I can be poor, I can struggle, I'll even accept being ugly and dumb, he thought, quickly steadying his emotions. In this life, please, just let me be healthy. He strained to look at the figure holding him. All he could make out was dark brown skin and a wild mane of pale yellow hair. Though his vision was fuzzy, he could still discern the man's powerful, sculpted muscles. A strange thought popped into his head. Quite the look. And he speaks Japanese? Is this some Japanese dubbed wuxia drama? The guy holding me wouldn't happen to be the Golden Lion King, would he? My father in this life is named A. What a weird name. It sounds like. Just then, his tiny body convulsed uncontrollably. Tiny arcs of blue electricity flickered to life around him, crackling softly before striking the large hand that held him. His new father didn't seem hurt at all. He just paused, his expression turning serious. Lita himself hadn't felt a thing. A sharp glint appeared in the giant's eyes as he muttered to himself, could it be a Kekkei Genkai? One belonging to the Yotsuki clan. 1, 2. The man inspected Lida's entire body. When he turned the baby over to look at his back, the excitement in his eyes slowly faded. There, on the infant's back, a small spinal column was outlined by a network of faint purple blood vessels. It stretched unervingly from his tailbone to the base of his skull. The sight was bizarre, clearly a sign of something unhealthy. The giant, who was almost certainly his father, spoke again, his tone strange. His words nearly made Lida's newborn mind shatter. A Kekkei Genkai disease. Or maybe something else. At that moment, the delivery room door opened. A beautiful woman with a pale face, supported by a maidservant, walked out. She must have overheard A, because her eyes filled with disbelief. Honey, how could it be a Kekkei Genkai disease? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Neither of them knew the child in the swaddling clothes could understand them, but Lita was terrified. Kekkei Genkai disease. This is the world of Naruto. Oh, for crying out loud. This world is dangerous enough, and I come with a built-in terminal illness. Is it really so hard to just live a healthy life? Lita had followed the Naruto series, though it had been a long time. He'd caught up on the later plot points through short videos and fanfiction. The moment Kekkei Genkai disease was mentioned, he immediately thought of Kimimaro, the kid Orochimaru brainwashed who died in his teens, 3, 4. Others with bloodline sicknesses had all met miserable ends. In the shinobi world, a Kekkei Genkai disease was practically a death sentence, with an extremely high mortality rate and an incredibly low chance of being cured. It meant you wouldn't live to see adulthood. 5. Damn it. Lee Da's heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. He frantically began to search his memories, trying to piece together every fragmented bit of Naruto lore he could recall, desperate to find a glimmer of hope for a healthy future. A look down at the infant in his arms, who had suddenly stopped crying. He was, in fact, busy recalling plot points, and sighed. He handed the child to a nearby servant woman, intending to comfort his wife. Suddenly, another crackle of electricity sparked from Lee Da's body. A small arc of lightning struck the servant holding him. Again, Lee Da felt nothing, but the woman cried out as if she'd been struck by a heavy blow and stumbled backward. Lee Da was tossed into the air. Fortunately, A's reflexes were lightning fast, and he caught his son just before he hit the ground. 6. Lee Da nearly had his life as a reincarnator end with a splat on the floor. The servant collapsed, a pained expression on her face. She struggled to get up, her limbs refusing to obey her commands. A rushed over to check on her. She wasn't in mortal danger, but he was all too familiar with the paralyzing effects of an electric shock. He can already injure an ordinary person right after birth. This child, is he a blessing or a curse? One was a bloodline limit, the other a bloodline disease. A world of difference lay in that single word. After consoling his wife, A turned and gave an order. Summon the clan elders. And keep this matter confidential. In an instant, several shinobi appeared before A, kneeling on one knee to receive their orders before vanishing as quickly as they came. Lee Da sat lost in thought on the steps of his home. A short distance away, a group of children were playing, but none of them dared to come near him. They would occasionally steal a glance in his direction, only to quickly look away. Geez, what an unlucky kid, Lee Da muttered to himself. Young Master Dada, it is time for dinner. A gentle-voiced maidservant in a kimono stopped a few feet behind him. Okay, you Aminichan, Lee Da replied, patting the dust off his pants. He stood up decisively and walked into the luxurious mansion behind him. A gentle smile touched the corners of the maid's lips, but she carefully maintained her distance as she watched 3-year-old Dana walk into the courtyard by himself. That's right. He had been reincarnated into the world of Naruto. He was now in Kumogakure, the village hidden by clouds, in the land of lightning. His name was Yotsuki Dana, the second son of the Third Raikage, 6, 7, and at present, he was your standard-issue toddler. The name Dana had a special meaning, but most people called him by his nickname, Dada. The moment he realized he was in the Naruto world, Lee Da thought, great, I know this place. I've got this. The only problem was, he hadn't landed in the familiar territory of Konoha, but in Kumogakure. Here, there were no characters he knew inside and out, whose personalities, strengths, and futures he could predict. There were no major plot events to help him establish a timeline, no opportunities to piggyback on the main story and pick up advantages. His initial edge had been severely blunted. Furthermore, he'd been born early in the timeline. The first great ninja war had ended only a decade or so ago. Besides his father, his older brother, and a retainer named Dodai, he didn't recognize a single soul in the entire village. Dana wasn't too broken up about not being born in Konoha. Getting a second life was already a massive win, let alone one in the world of Naruto where he had the chance to wield extraordinary power. Besides, Konoha was no charity. Peel back its smiling facade, and you'd find something rotten at the core. Through a few years of observation, Dana discovered that Kumogakure was different from what he'd imagined. Or rather, the original story had only shown the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 2, The Non-Existent Kekkei Genkai. Chapter 2, The Non-Existent Kekkei Genkai. In the original story, the Hidden Cloud Village was generally portrayed with a fight first, ask questions later mentality. Their strength was shown to be second only to Konoha, but other details were vague. The names of the Raikage were never revealed, only their shared title passed down through generations. Simply put, they were one-dimensional. This is a limitation of any story, it's impossible to describe every single element in perfect detail. But the reality was that Kumogakure was a complete and complex major ninja village. Although the current timeline was between the first and second great ninja wars, and many things would surely be different decades later, the Cloud had its own systems, its own style, and its own deep-rooted heritage. It wasn't the stereotypical force portrayed in the history books. What surprised Dana the most was the Cloud's system of governance. In his past life, many fans had speculated about it based on the different Raikage and the few tidbits of information available. The theory was that the Hidden Cloud was led by a single, powerful ruling family that united the smaller clans and civilian-born shinobi through immense strength and charisma. That was the very family Dana had been born into, the Yotsuki clan. They were a powerful ninja clan specializing in lightning-release chakra and masters of taijutsu and frontal assaults. And Dana was the second son of the Third Raikage, the younger brother of the future Fourth Raikage. It was an incredible starting point in life. If only he wasn't sick. He had a Kekkei Genkai disease. That was the unanimous conclusion reached by the village's top shinobi and the elders of his own clan. The evidence was the ceaseless, random electrical shocks that emanated from his body and the violet-colored spine visible through his skin. Compared to other children his age, Dana's body was frail. This was especially noticeable in the Yotsuki clan, where men often grew to be well over 6 feet tall. His skin was also much paler than everyone else's, which made him stand out in a village where most people had darker complexions. His unusual physical traits were all attributed to the bloodline sickness. After all, such diseases could manifest in countless ways. The only thing he seemed to have properly inherited from the Yotsuki was his pale yellow hair. But all of that was secondary to the fact that he was also a human Pikachu. He discharged electricity at random. There was no pattern, no reason. From the moment of his birth, electrical arcs would just appear on his body. It could happen 80 times on a good day or over 100 on a bad one. It was completely unpredictable, happening while he was eating, sleeping, or even using the toilet. At its strongest, the shock was powerful enough to knock a normal person unconscious for days. Even at its weakest, it could make an adult jump and yelp in pain. Fortunately, Dana himself was completely immune to it. If he wasn't, he would have been electrocuted to death by his own body long ago. The combined medical knowledge of the Cloud Village and the Yotsuki clan's secret arts had failed to find a cure, or even an explanation, for his strange condition. So, it was simply classified as a Kekkei Genkai disease. This was the shinobi world, after all. When something couldn't be explained by logic, blaming it on a bloodline was a reasonable conclusion. Even Dana himself had started to believe it. The purple spine, which had discolored the skin along his back, was even stranger. Its cause was unknown, its function a mystery, but it certainly didn't look like a good thing. Dana had wondered if it might be some kind of special ability, a cheat granted to him upon reincarnation. But aside from the electrical discharges, it showed no other miraculous properties. If anything, it terrified him. He had died from spinal cancer in his previous life, so his fear far outweighed his curiosity. For now, Dana accepted the clan's judgment. Through generations of training their secret lightning techniques, the Yotsuki clan's physiology was slowly evolving towards a true Kekkei Genkai. Dana was a key part of that evolution, but unfortunately, something had gone terribly wrong. As for the purple spine, Dana privately suspected it was linked to the disease from his past life. Although he hadn't been given much medicine due to his young age, the examinations had been relentless. A major checkup every 3 days, a minor one every 2. The diagnosis of a bloodline disease was an unspoken truth everyone accepted, and Dan had long since understood his situation. He was a person who shouldn't have existed in the original story, born into a family with no known Kekkei Genkai, suffering from a disease that shouldn't exist. Dana toddled into the inner hall and saw his mother already waiting at the dinner table. He was about to greet her when a pair of arms scooped him up from behind. Ambush successful, Dada. Hearing that goofy voice, Dana knew who it was without even looking. His older brother, Arashi Yotsuki, the man who would one day become the Fourth Raikage. Right now, though, he was just a 10-year-old boy, 7 years older than Dana. Put me down. I want to get down. Mother, he's bullying me. Dana reflexively tattled. A person's mind and personality are influenced by their body. In an aging body, ambition and desire fade. In the body of a child, thoughts are naturally constrained by hormones and physical development. He wasn't the stoic, all-knowing adult protagonist from so many novels. Especially when he couldn't win a fight against his brother. All right, Arashi, put Dada down. It's time to eat. Arashi tossed Dana into the air like a ball several times. It was hard to believe a 10-year-old could have such strength, but this was the ninja world. Dana squealed with a mix of anger and frustration until a bright arc of electricity suddenly flashed across his skin, striking Arashi's hand with a loud crack. Even though he had already begun training in the lightning release chakra mode, Arashi's hand went stiff. He managed to steady himself and catch Dana just before his brother face-planted on the floor. Whoa, Dada, you're getting stronger. Even I felt that, Arashi said, shaking his hand. In this household, only shinobi who had mastered the lightning release chakra mode dared to touch Dana freely. Other ninja, and especially the ordinary servants, kept their distance. There had been times when Dana had fallen, and they could only hover around him anxiously. Once, a maid had instinctively reached out to grab Dana's hand and ended up with a serious injury that took her a month to recover from. Dana had felt guilty about it for a long time, relieved that she suffered no permanent damage. Although Arashi had only just begun his training, the future Fourth Raikage talent was undeniable. The fact that he was still stunned by the electric arcs was a clear sign that Dana's sickness was getting worse with each passing year. Dana's mother, Satomi Yotsuki, watched with a worried glint in her eyes. When Arashi was Dana's age, he was already a stout and robust child, a perfect example of the strong physique passed down through the Yotsuki generations. In comparison, Dana was painfully thin. Of course, from Dana's perspective, his own development was normal. It was Arashi who was the freak of nature. A 10-year-old with a six-pack, is that even possible? Worse, as a non-shinobi, Satomi had barely been able to hold her youngest son since his birth. The pain and guilt of that were a constant weight on her heart. Dana's condition made him both a treasured prize and a terrible headache for the Yotsuki clan. He could be the key to their clan's future, the dawn of a new bloodline. But at the same time, no one could be sure if he would even live to adulthood. His mother, Satomi, was consumed with worry. After wriggling free from Arashi's grasp, Dana straightened his clothes and looked up at his brother with a smirk. Looks like your lightning chakra mode training isn't going so well. Father never gets shocked by me. You've still got a long way to go. Arashi just grinned. Dana was the light of the family, and after a hard day of training, Arashi always looked forward to teasing his little brother. Just then, the third Raikage, walked through the door. A soft smile appeared on his face as he watched his sons playing. After dinner, the third Raikage spoke briefly with Satomi before taking Dana to the Yotsuki clan shrine. The Yotsuki clan was one of the founding members of the Hidden Cloud village and its ruling family. Their compound was vast, with the shrine located at the very back. It was used for festivals and ceremonies, as well as for discussing important clan matters. The shrine was already filled with people, clan elders and elite shinobi. Dana, who had been feeling a bit sleepy after his meal, was now wide awake. Dana, his father said, his voice calm and steady. Today, you will learn to mold chakra. Finally, Dana thought. It had been 3 years since his reincarnation. To a real infant, 3 years might have been a forgotten blur, but for Dana, it had felt like a long time. He often saw his clansmen practicing their jutsu, unleashing lightning into the ground, spewing fireballs, and burrowing into the earth. How does that even work? Where's the resistance? How can lightning take on different shapes? How can they control it from a distance? He had seen things that defied all logic, things that would make the founders of physics turn in their graves. But he had never had the chance to try it himself. No one was going to seriously teach a 1 or 2-year-old about chakra. Was this finally his turn? But the scale of this was far bigger than he'd expected. He always imagined would teach him privately one day. He never thought his very first attempt at molding chakra would be such a major event. He even saw a few people holding paper and pens, ready to document every detail. It seemed the clan's interest in him was even greater than he had realized. Chapter 3, The Bloodline Anomaly. Chapter 3, The Bloodline Anomaly. An empty space had been cleared in the center of the shrine. A triangle with an intricate pattern was drawn on the floor, and a transparent wall of light enclosed the space, a barrier formed by 3 shinobi standing at each of its corners. This is a type of barrier ninjutsu. It will protect you from any outside chakra influence, explained, gently patting Dana's head. The other clan members offered encouraging smiles. A few of the elders even promised him candy if he tried his best. Dana nodded repeatedly, a knot of nervousness tightening in his stomach. As someone from another world, the concept of chakra was something he still couldn't fully grasp. At his core, it felt fundamentally impossible. Because of this, he worried he wouldn't be able to draw it out at all. He shot a resentful look at A. His father had thrown him into this without any warning, giving him no time to prepare. He hadn't even had a chance to perform some kind of purification ritual. At least let me wash my hands for good luck. Under the watchful eyes of the clan, some stern, some encouraging, Dana walked resolutely into the barrier and plopped down on the floor. Dana, A began to instruct, his voice echoing slightly within the barrier. Chakra is born from the fusion of physical and spiritual energy. Close your eyes, feel deep inside your body. A guided him personally, reciting the foundational theory of chakra molding. In his previous life, every single word of this explanation would have sounded more unbelievable than a scam text message. But in this world, those same words were the key to unlocking superhuman power. Working with the principle of, if it exists, it must be logical, Dana forced himself to believe in the method. He mentally brainwashed himself, pushing aside all doubt and focusing intently on the sensations within his body. As Dana closed his eyes, A finished explaining the basics. After confirming Dana understood, he fell silent, waiting patiently. Do you think it will be successful? A few of the elders whispered among themselves. As the pinnacle of the Yotsuki bloodline, he shouldn't fail at something as simple as molding chakra. But the boy has a Kekkei Genkai disease. No one can say for sure. Doesn't the disease itself prove he has the talent to be a shinobi? Otherwise, how could his body be so affected by chakra? Let's hope so. Perhaps after he becomes a ninja, his condition might improve. The clan elders murmured amongst themselves. The minutes ticked by. Dana remained inside the barrier with his eyes closed, and the clansmen outside slowly began to relax. We were too impatient. Even A took 3 hours to mold chakra for the first time. It's only been 10 minutes. Hey, it took me 3 days to succeed. The atmosphere in the shrine lightened. Just then, a sharp crackle of electricity erupted around Dana. Is it a symptom of the disease? Or something else? The crowd wondered aloud. The crackling grew more frequent. Tiny arcs of lightning flickered across Dana's body, appearing almost constantly. Everyone realized this was far more intense than his usual, sporadic discharges. Dana felt like he'd evolved from a Pikachu into a string of firecrackers. Dana. I called out urgently. How do you feel? Can you feel your chakra? With his eyes still closed, Dana considered the question for a moment before answering, his voice tinged with disappointment. I think so, but it feels really small. Just a tiny bit. He knew that the amount of chakra a ninja possessed largely determined their potential. Right now, what he felt inside him was next to nothing. Lacking any frame of reference, he couldn't be sure, but compared to the capacity of his body, the amount he'd produced was like a single soccer ball on a massive soccer field. His body was the field. The chakra he'd created was, at best, the ball. He almost wondered if he was feeling chakra at all, or if his leg had just fallen asleep. Keep trying, A instructed. If you feel like you can't produce any more, then stop. Dana nodded and continued his absurd task, trying to fill the entire soccer field with a single soccer ball. It was a frustrating feeling. He felt like he could sit here until next year and never get anywhere. He molded chakra for the first time in only 10 minutes. But why is the amount so small? I could also sense that something was wrong with Dana's chakra. It was far too little, barely a whisper of energy. In stark contrast, the electrical arcs enveloping his sun were growing more numerous and more powerful. They illuminated half of the shrine. Is the Kekkei Genkai disease causing his chakra to dissipate? I wondered. Although he was powerful, he wasn't a sensory-type ninja. He turned to several specialists he had summoned for this very occasion. They were all shinobi who were either exceptionally sensitive to chakra or possessed sensory ninjutsu. One of them, a man with bandages wrapped around his head, had kept his eyes closed and his brow furrowed. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. My sensory technique is telling me the young master's chakra is gathering in his back, and then it's being absorbed. His back. A's expression darkened. Dana, don't let it affect you. Focus on molding your chakra. With that, A strode forward. Braving the crackling arcs of lightning, he pulled off Dana's shirt. The thin, deep purple line of his spinal column was starkly visible against Dana's frail back. Normally a dull, bruise-like color, the spine was now emitting a faint glow. On closer inspection, tiny bolts of lightning could be seen coursing just beneath the skin. It looked like a violet dragon, or perhaps a great purple tree branching across his back. The strange phenomenon left everyone speechless. They all wanted to press their faces closer for a better look but didn't dare get too close for fear of disturbing Dana. It's appeared, the Kekkei Genkai of our Yotsuki clan. I wonder what it does. It was a known fact that a Kekkei Genkai disease was still a Kekkei Genkai. No matter how deadly or severe the sickness, the effects of the bloodline would still manifest. The Yotsuki had been practicing their secret arts for over a century. While their bodies had become increasingly attuned to their lightning techniques, they had never developed a true bloodline ability. That was why Dana was so precious. He represented a new generation that could change the clan's history. A decision had already been made in private. The moment Dana reached the absolute minimum age for reproduction, he was to produce heirs. As many as possible, as quickly as possible. Let's just underline minimum age for reproduction. And while we're at it, let's underline as many as possible. Don't think about it. Just don't think about it. An elder so old he barely had any teeth left stood up excitedly, eager to see the Yotsuki clan's brand new Kekkei Genkai in action. He wobbled and had to sit back down, by which time his prime viewing spot had been taken. Blocked by a wall of people, the old man could only glare and huff in frustration. Everyone, quiet. Only A remained calm. At this moment, he was not just the clan head in the Third Raikage, but a father. He was prepared to intervene at a moment's notice to protect his son from harm. Dana, do you feel any discomfort? No, father. Everything's fine. It actually feels kind of nice, Dana reported honestly. He was still trying to fill the soccer field, and though it felt like a futile effort, a pleasant warmth was spreading through his body. So this is chakra. It feels amazing. Dana continued to diligently mold his chakra, unaware that for a child his age, simply succeeding was a great achievement. Most would be completely exhausted after only a few minutes. For him to continue for nearly an hour was highly abnormal. Even more abnormal was the fact that he didn't feel full at all. This wasn't him being humble, it was the truth. The sensory ninja next to him could confirm it. Although Dana had been producing chakra for a long time, almost all of it was being channeled directly into his back and absorbed. Chapter 4, The Fire Thief Initiative and the Butterfly's Wings. Chapter 4, The Fire Thief Initiative and the Butterfly's Wings. Just as Dana was settling in for what he thought would be a long-haul session of chakra molding, A stopped him. "That's enough for now, Dana. Take a rest," he said, a hint of helplessness in his voice. In this era, dedicated medical nin were exceedingly rare. Most were just doctors who happened to know a few specialized secret jutsu. Tsunade, the future founder of a systematic medical ninja program, had yet to make her mark on the world. To be honest, despite the crowd of hidden cloud elites and clan experts gathered to watch, if Dana's bloodline sickness had taken a turn for the worse during his first chakra session, they would have all been completely useless. No one had any real emergency procedures for this situation. They were dealing with an undocumented bloodline disease and a completely new, unconfirmed Kekkei Genkai. Out of an abundance of caution, A decided to halt the session. Molding chakra was a daily practice for a shinobi. There was no need to rush into the unknown. For a 3-year-old to have molded chakra for so long was already highly unusual. A carefully inspected Dana's condition. As soon as Dana stopped molding chakra, the strange phenomenon on his spine subsided, returning to its faint, bruised purple state. The frantic electrical arcs also began to fade away. Even more strangely, the small amount of residual chakra left in Dana's body was quickly and completely absorbed by his spine, leaving not a single trace behind. After confirming that his son was otherwise unharmed, A handed Dana over to a maid to be taken home. He, however, remained behind to hold a meeting with the clan members. "Did you see anything? Is this truly a Kekkei Genkai, or just the disease?" A asked, rubbing his temples in frustration. Ever since his second son had been born, he had been a source of constant worry for him and the entire Yotsuki clan. A bloodline disease was difficult enough to handle, but Dana was potentially the very first member of the Yotsuki clan to ever manifest a Kekkei Genkai. There were no precedents, no historical records to consult. "Perhaps we are being too hasty," said an elder with a salt and pepper beard. "Whether it is a true Kekkei Genkai or merely a disease will become clear once Dana is old enough to begin training ninjutsu. That's only 4 or 5 years from now. We old-timers can afford to wait." Another, even older man, whose teeth were nearly all gone, shot him a fierce glare. A single glance confirmed he was not one of the patient ones. Your decision was correct," another elder chimed in. "Dana is too important to the Yotsuki clan. We cannot afford to be reckless. Things will be clearer in a few years." But one man frowned. "That's assuming Dana has a Kekkei Genkai without a debilitating illness. The boy's condition is precarious. If this disease truly has harmful side effects, it would be better to treat it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, it could become uncontrollable." A's brow furrowed, but he remained silent. This was his dilemma. As a father, he didn't want to leave his son's fate to chance. He wanted to identify the problem and find a solution as soon as possible. But the hard truth was that neither the Yotsuki clan nor the Hidden Cloud village possessed the advanced medical expertise required. The few medical nin in the village were decent at treating battlefield wounds, but researching a completely new bloodline disease was far beyond their capabilities. Ultimately, the village just wasn't advanced enough in that area. A sighed and summoned Dodai. "It's time. Begin the Fire Thief Initiative." Dodai nodded, unsurprised, and vanished in a flicker. The Fire Thief Initiative was a plan A had formulated in his capacity as Raikage shortly after Dana's birth. Its core objective was simple: steal fire from others. It was designed to compensate for the Hidden Cloud's deficiencies in certain areas. As a village of warriors, Kumogakure was somewhat specialized. The transition from the Warring States period of warring clans to the era of hidden villages meant that the system had become more complex and its needs more comprehensive. A village could no longer rely on a single clan's secret techniques to dominate. It had to be well-rounded. Beyond the 3 main categories of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, a village needed experts in interrogation, assassination, medical arts, and sensory techniques. They didn't have to be the strongest in every field, but they had to have a foundation, or the village would suffer from functional weaknesses. The Hidden Cloud didn't have the same blessed start as Konoha, which was founded with powerful clans filling every conceivable role. The leaf had no blind spots. For sensory abilities, they had the Hyuga, the Inuzuka, and the Aburame. For genjutsu, they had the Uchiha, the Kurama, and the Yui. For powerful physical techniques, they had the Akimichi and the Hataki. For interrogation, they had the Yamanaka, whose mind-reading techniques were nearly impossible to counter. And that wasn't even counting their countless other secret arts like the Nara's shadow manipulation or the Akimichi's expansion jutsu. Other villages could only look on in envy. Even without the 2 godlike figures of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, Konoha's fundamental strength far surpassed the other 4 great villages. Weaknesses or complete gaps in certain fields were common problems for every major village except Konoha. The hidden cloud had been slowly trying to fill these gaps, but before now, it had been more of a general policy than a concrete plan. Dana's condition, however, had thrown their biggest weakness into sharp relief. His illness was the primary catalyst for the Fire Thief initiative. From one perspective, you could accuse A of using his power for personal reasons. But A, like the Raikage before him, was not a public servant. He was a leader, a chieftain who ruled through charisma and martial prowess. Therefore, it was natural that some aspects of the initiative were skewed towards his personal interests. A's voice was low and commanding as he gave the first order. Dispatch an elite team to the ruins of the land of whirlpools. Search for any surviving records of their sealing jutsu. Furthermore, all shinobi on missions are to be on the lookout for survivors of the Uzumaki clan. If any are found, they are to be brought back to the hidden cloud immediately. The Uzumaki's Fuinjutsu is incredibly powerful and has many miraculous applications. There are also records suggesting some Uzumaki possess a unique, innate healing ability, though this is unconfirmed. The value of powerful sealing jutsu was self-evident. It was rumored that the Uzumaki possessed techniques for sealing tailed beasts that were far superior to the cloud's own iron armor seal. As one of the most versatile arts in the shinobi world, Fuinjutsu could solve many unconventional problems, and might even hold a key to helping Dana. Many powers had been eyeing the legacy of the land of whirlpools since its destruction, but its distance from the land of lightning had made it a low priority for the cloud. That was about to change. A waved his hand, and 3 ANBU appeared before him. He paused for a moment in thought before issuing his second command. Send agents disguised as a merchant caravan to make contact with the land of water. It is home to a large number of clans with Kekkei Genkai, some of whom have not yet joined the village hidden by mist. Approach them. If they're willing, recruit them. If not, report back, and we'll find a way. Kirigakure was a hotbed of bloodline clans. While many were not famous, they were still valuable assets. Their unique abilities and bloodlines were treasures in themselves, and some of the older clans may have made significant discoveries in their study of Kekkei Genkai. Many of these smaller clans were now on the verge of extinction, their numbers dwindling to a mere handful. Even forcibly relocating them to the cloud was better than letting them fade into history. Other villages might hesitate to use such aggressive tactics, fearing it would make their own clans wary. But the hidden cloud had no such concerns. The cloud was internally unified, its people speaking with one voice. In the original history, there wasn't a single named rogue ninja from their village. A powerhouse with such internal cohesion wouldn't be shaken by aggressive foreign policy. Besides, the cloud could guarantee that while their recruitment methods might be a bit impolite, once you were in, you were family. The third order followed. Put out a bounty in the underworld for any and all medical ninjutsu. When the time is right, I will establish our own specialized medical corps. The cloud had medics, of course, but they were mostly focused on treating external trauma. They could save a life on the battlefield, but they couldn't cure diseases. They lacked the ability to conduct research or handle special cases. This was a fundamental weakness, and they needed to absorb knowledge and techniques from the wider world. A envisioned a day when the cloud would have its own medical corps, or even a hospital, capable of not only treatment but also research. And hopefully, one that could figure out what was wrong with Dana. At the end of the day, A was a leader, not a civil servant. As long as his orders didn't harm the core interests of the village, commands that carried a degree of personal motivation were perfectly acceptable. Not only would the Yotsuki clan carry them out with total dedication, but every shinobi in the cloud would treat it as their own mission. Because it was an order from A, gentlemen, A's voice boomed. The ninja world is at peace for now, but the cloud must continue to build its strength. The Fire Thief initiative is a vital, long-term plan. Do not fail me. OSU. A thunderous roar of assent echoed through the Yotsuki shrine. Meanwhile, back at home, Yotsuki Dana was busy arguing with his brother, stomping his feet in frustration. He had no idea that the wings of his butterfly effect had begun to flap so early, and with such force. Utterly oblivious, he couldn't possibly know how much this Fire Thief initiative, born from the Third Raikage's private wish, would change the world. You big jerk, Arashi. Let me go. I'm telling Mom. For now, one can only hope his mind escapes the influence of his toddler body soon. Chapter 5, A Flash of Red Hair. Chapter 5, A Flash of Red Hair. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Yotsuki clan compound, in a small building that served as the family's library, Dana was reading a book. The library contained several hundred volumes, mostly collections of ninja world folklore, various novels, and cultural journals. Naturally, any texts related to ninjutsu or other confidential information weren't kept here. As such, the high-flying shinobi of the clan paid it little mind, and the building was almost always empty. For the past few years, it had become Dana's personal sanctuary. The reason was simple: he couldn't leave. Too young, too weak, and too important. These were the 3 pillars of Dana's life as a shut-in. He had never once stepped outside the main gates of the hidden cloud village. Worse, any time he so much as left the Yotsuki compound, he was tailed by an entourage of 4 servants and 4 shinobi. It made him feel like some spoiled young lord from a cheap story, parading through the streets to harass the village girls. It was no fun at all. Within the Yotsuki clan, his importance was second only to the Third Raikage himself. And since he was infinitely weaker than his father, the restrictions placed upon him were infinitely greater. If anything were to happen to him, the clan elders would probably have a collective heart attack. So, after a few tedious outings, he had given up on leaving the compound. He now spent his days holed up in the library, reading books and molding chakra. That's right. At 6 years old, he was still just molding chakra. More accurately, that's all he could do. He had been at it for 3 years straight, and he still hadn't filled the soccer field. By his own estimation, he was maybe a third of the way there. Perhaps even less. And the result was always the same. The moment he started molding, his body would discharge electricity and his spine would glow. Beyond that, absolutely nothing. Every drop of chakra he produced was immediately absorbed. His molding speed had increased significantly. It was already much faster than Arashi's had been at the same age, but he had nothing to show for it. By the age of 6, Arashi had already become a genin. Dana couldn't even perform a single jutsu. The situation had gotten to the point where the clan was considering having him give up training altogether. They wanted him to just live a quiet life until he reached adulthood, which, to them, meant the age he could start having children. Then, he would be tasked with producing as many heirs as possible, as quickly as possible. After all, they still had no idea what was really going on with his body. What if training was actually dangerous for him, like a ticking time bomb? From the clan's perspective, the most important thing was for him to survive to maturity and secure the bloodline with a large number of offspring. After much discussion, the elders decided that 14 was a fine age to start. They had already begun enthusiastically scouting for suitable wives and concubines for him. When Dana heard the news, he was half horrified and half elated. Yes, wives and concubines, plural. They wanted nothing more than for him to take 10 wives, have 10 children a year, and become the protagonist of some fantasy epic, single-handedly creating a powerful new bloodline clan in a decade. 30 years to unify the ninja world, and 100 years until everyone in it had Yotsuki blood. This was because they were now certain Dana truly possessed a brand new Kekkei Genkai. It was just unstable. With some minor issues. But that was a topic for another day. In short, within the Yotsuki clan and the Hidden Cloud, Dana was treated like a precious, fragile treasure. For a real child, this might have led to them being spoiled rotten. But for a soul from another world, it just felt constricting and incredibly inconvenient. This was how he had developed the habit of burying his head in a book. Dana was currently engrossed in a travelogue about the land of hot water. Tisk, TSK. The development of the ninja world is just bizarre, he mumbled to himself. The tech tree is a mess, and the culture is even weirder. It's unbelievable. Just a few decades ago, it was the Warring States period with low productivity, and now there are already signs of modernity. All sorts of electrical appliances are appearing. The tech is advancing at rocket speed, but the social atmosphere is like the Taisho era from my old world, a strange mix of the backward and the modern. And the craziest part is the Daimyo ninja village system. A country's entire military might is basically outsourced to a private organization. All I can say is, the original author barely understood his own world. It was up to the fans to fill in all the plot holes. His attendant, Uemi, stood respectfully nearby. She paid no mind to the young master's strange, self-directed ramblings. She had long since understood that he was different from others, in both body and mind. I'm so bored, Uemi-nichan, Dana sighed. Has anything interesting happened in the village lately? Uemi, still in a formal kneeling position, thought for a moment. Nothing major, my lord. The new orphanage has just been completed, and everyone is praising Lord A's generosity. Also, young Master Arashi was recently promoted to Chunin. He has completed several difficult missions and is earning quite a reputation. Damn it, Arashi's a Chunin already. Dana clenched his fist in frustration. No wonder I haven't seen him around much. A Chunin can already lead his own squad. Arashi's talent was exceptional. At 13, he had possessed the skills of a Chunin for a while, but in peacetime, there was no rush to promote him. As the Raikage son, he didn't need to worry about such rankings anyway. Still, Dana felt like he was being left far, far behind. It's so frustrating. I have this incredible power called chakra, but I can't even perform the 3 basic academy jutsu. I haven't experienced any of the cool parts of being a ninja. I'm no different from a common brawler, he grumbled internally, a habit Uemi was now completely used to. He jotted down his thoughts in a small notebook, concluding his reading for the day. It wasn't that he wanted to be a scholar in the ninja world, it was just that the more he learned, the more questions he had. The world was a hodgepodge of contradictions that he felt compelled to solve, like a complex math problem. Yuemi-nichan, I want to go for a walk. Yuemi nodded. I will make the arrangements. Going out on his own was impossible. It had to be officially requested, and he had to be accompanied by his usual crowd. Dana hated it, but there was nothing he could do. Half an hour later, Dana left the Yotsuki mansion, surrounded by his entourage. It was a strange phenomenon, but he found that when you had this many people following you, you naturally started to walk with a bit of a swagger. His first stop was a famous pastry shop in the village. He bought several boxes of sweets. Dana was a big fan of their daifuku, giving it his highest praise. It's actually not too sweet. Usually, a servant would buy it for him, but today he picked out a few boxes himself, one for him, and one for his mother. Of course, a servant paid for it. Not because Dana had become so spoiled that he wouldn't touch money, but because he was afraid of accidentally electrocuting the shopkeeper. Most common people weren't aware of his condition, however. From an outsider's perspective, it just looked like some arrogant young master from a rich family, too haughty to even handle his own money. As he handed the pastry box to Yuemi, a flash of bright crimson hair on the side of the street caught his eye. Red hair. It couldn't be. Dana hurried over and found a boy, a little older than himself, staring into a shop window, practically drooling over the snacks inside. His fiery red hair was impossible to miss. The boy was so mesmerized by the candies and treats in the display that he didn't even notice Dana's group approaching. Hello there, Dana said, trying to make his voice sound as friendly as possible. Huh? Oh, hi. Whoa. The boy turned and jumped in fright when he saw the large group of people standing behind Dana. This kid, who was a year or two younger than him, had a whole gang with him. He was clearly someone important. The red-haired boy, being poor and new in town, immediately felt intimidated. Don't worry, Dana said quickly. I was just curious about your hair. What's your name? The boy nervously touched his hair, looking both timid and embarrassed. It was a bit weird to be asked about his hair so directly, but he answered honestly. My name is Uzumaki Hiroto. The hair. I got it from my mom and dad. My whole family has red hair. Holy crap, he's really an Uzumaki. Dana was stunned. In the original timeline, the Hidden Cloud had never managed to get its hands on a single member of the legendary, overpowered Uzumaki clan. And yet, here one was, standing right in front of him. Chapter 6, The Uzumaki Survivors. Chapter 6, The Uzumaki Survivors. Although he had heard his father, the Third Raikage, mention that the Hidden Cloud was searching the ninja world for Uzumaki survivors, Dana hadn't paid it much attention these past few years. But today, he had actually seen one in the flesh. If the cloud managed to integrate an Uzumaki clan, wouldn't they become incredibly powerful? It would be like adding wings to a tiger. Could they finally go toe-to-toe with Konoha? Assuming they had any talent for being a shinobi, an Uzumaki could at least reach the level of Jonin, right? No, calm down, Dana told himself. The Uzumaki are strong, but Konoha's collection of overpowered clans is on another level. But still, this was an Uzumaki. As long as he wasn't completely useless, his potential was sky-high. It makes you wonder how the Land of Whirlpools was ever destroyed in the first place. As the son of the Third Raikage, Dana felt it was his duty to help the village secure this opportunity. He had to make a good impression. Are you from the legendary Uzumaki clan? Wow, I can't believe I'm meeting one in person. Dana exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. He put on a performance that was 3 parts cute, 3 parts curious, 3 parts innocent, and 1 final part of pure earnestness. Behind him, his attendant Yuemi rolled her eyes. The young master was up to his tricks again. He used the exact same act on the clan elders who doted on him. Sure enough, Dana's charm wasn't just effective on old people, it worked on his peers, too. Uzumaki Hiroto was completely taken in. He scratched the back of his head and said modestly, though his pleased expression gave him away, haha, legendary. I wouldn't go that far, haha. I'm actually pretty ordinary, haha, ha ha ha. Hiroto Nizan, Dana continued, do you live here in the Hidden Cloud? I've never seen you before. It doesn't matter if you live here or not, he thought. After today, you definitely will. Even if you were just passing through, you're not leaving. Probably because I just got here, Hiroto replied with a simple grin. My family just moved to the village, haha. If one had to describe him in a single phrase, Uzumaki Hiroto was an honest, simple kid. He gave off the vibe of a minor character in a shonen manga who was covered in foreshadowing flags. His whole family is here. That's great news. Dana pressed on. Welcome to the Hidden Cloud, Hiroto Nizan. I've read in books that when members of the Uzumaki clan become shinobi, they're always incredibly strong. Are you planning on becoming a ninja? Dana needed to know if this family had any shinobi potential. While even an ordinary Uzumaki was valuable, their descendants could surely become ninja. It would be best if this family was already capable. I just enrolled in the academy yesterday. Hiroto suddenly declared, as if pumped full of adrenaline. I'm going to become an amazing ninja, earn lots and lots of money, and buy a big house here in the village so my mom, dad, and little sister can have a good life. All he was missing was the line, "That's my ninja way." Dana chatted with Hiroto for a while longer. He learned that his family had come from the land of grass. Hiroto hadn't even been born when the land of whirlpools was destroyed, so he knew nothing about it. For as long as he could remember, he had been a refugee from a fallen nation. His family had been semi-nomadic, wandering the ninja world, never able to truly settle down. The Uzumaki signature red hair was too conspicuous, and they were a known commodity in the underworld. They never dared to stay in one place for long, and their lives were a constant struggle. In his short 8 years of life, Hiroto could remember living in 3 different countries and 5 different towns. A few months ago, they had been trying to settle in the land of grass, clearing some uncultivated land, fishing, and chopping wood just to scrape by. This was the only life Hiroto had ever known. Then, they were spotted by a squad of Cloud Ninja on a mission. Finding Uzumaki survivors was a key objective of the Fire Thief Initiative. After quickly finishing their C-rank mission, the shinobi approached Hiroto's family. The Cloud Ninja were a bit disappointed to find they were all civilians with no knowledge of any sealing jutsu. But they had 2 children, Hiroto and his sister, who might have the potential to become shinobi. At first, Hiroto's father was reluctant to move to the hidden cloud. But the cloud had gotten quite good at recruiting people over the past few years. Seeing that the family was so poor they didn't even have a spare pair of pants, the shinobi got straight to the point. They offered them basic living necessities and security. For Hiroto's parents, who had known nothing but hardship, it was an offer they couldn't refuse. After some hesitation, they agreed. And so, Hiroto, his parents, and his younger sister made the journey from the land of grass to the hidden cloud. It was worth noting that when the hidden grass village got wind of this, they adopted a "I don't want it, but I don't want you to have it" attitude and tried to stop the family from leaving. However, after a Cloud Jonin had a friendly chat with the leader of the grass village while stepping on his head, the grass leader announced that his village had always been understanding and reasonable. Knowing this nest of Uzumaki was secure, Dana felt relieved. After some more small talk, they exchanged addresses and officially became friends. Dana then left with a bounce in his step, but not before buying Hiroto a large bag of the candy he had been staring at in the window. Hiroto watched Dana's departing figure, the bag of sweets feeling heavy in his hands. If he rationed it, it would last a long time. He felt bad taking something so expensive, but his family had always been poor. He had never even seen such colorful candy before. Thinking of his parents and sister, who had never tasted such a wonderful thing, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. In his heart, Hiroto decided that Dana was a truly great person. Though he did feel a little sad when Dana dodged his attempt to touch him. After leaving Hiroto, Dana found a sushi restaurant for dinner. As he ate, he thought to himself, "I wonder if I'll ever get to try Ichiraku ramen in this life. Wait a minute, Ichiraku ramen might not even exist yet. Should I trademark the name? If I open an Ichiraku ramen here in the cloud, what would the one in Konoha be called? Maybe they'd have to call it Otsutsuki ramen." He chuckled at the thought. "Uemi-nichan, let's go check out the orphanage." "Of course, young master. This way, please." The orphanage is in the northern part of the village, near Training Ground 7. The large group set off, leaving a servant behind to pay the bill. The Hidden Clouds orphanage was a new establishment, but the building was old. It was a converted warehouse that had previously been used to store non-essential supplies. Now, it had been repurposed to house about 50 children. When Dana arrived, he saw an adult organizing the orphans into lines in an outdoor area. Numbers 1 through 15 line up on the left. Everyone after 15, on the right, a ninja who looked like a total scrub ordered, reading from a clipboard. Dozens of children silently and obediently formed lines. In his previous world, a group this size would have been pure chaos, but here in the world of Naruto, there was a chilling order. An oppressive and cautious atmosphere hung over the training ground. Dana looked at the children, most of whom were around his age. He saw no childlike innocence in their eyes, only caution and coldness. The scrub-level ninja continued, his voice flat. "Pair up for taijutsu practice. The last 10 will get no dinner tonight." Chapter 7, The Orphanage. Chapter 7, The Orphanage. The scrub-level ninja's voice was flat. "Pair up for taijutsu practice. The last 10 will get no dinner tonight." With emotionless faces, the 30 or so children formed 15 pairs. No one dared to partner with the bigger, stronger kids, while the smaller ones looked terrified. It was clear this wasn't their first taijutsu training session. Once they were in pairs, facing each other, the Chunin nodded and waved his hand. A clumsy yet vicious brawl erupted. None of the orphans wanted to go hungry, they all knew the gnawing pain of starvation. Before long, a dozen children were bruised and bleeding. One boy's eye was swollen completely shut, but he was still flailing wildly, trying to fight back. The supervising Chunin made no move to stop the violence. Uemi-nichin, Dana asked quietly, I thought the orphanage was established less than a week ago. Isn't taijutsu supposed to be taught at the ninja academy? From Uemi's explanation, Dana began to understand how the Hidden Clouds orphanage really worked. What was an orphanage? A place to house orphans. And how were orphans created? In the ninja world, only children with the potential to become shinobi were given a place in an orphanage. The countless thousands of ordinary orphans were left to fend for themselves. No hidden village would waste money and resources raising children who couldn't contribute to its military strength, unless they were the children of their own fallen shinobi. The ninja world was currently at peace, so most of these 30-odd children had been gathered by the cloud from across the land of lightning and its neighboring countries. Some were victims of famine, some had lost their families as collateral damage in a ninja mission, and others had simply been abandoned. In reality, they were the lucky ones. They no longer had to worry about starving to death. Their less fortunate peers were still fighting for scraps on the street, getting their heads bashed in over a piece of bread, only to die in some forgotten alleyway or cave. A small fraction of the children were the descendants of Hidden Cloud ninja. In peacetime, their numbers were few, and without exception, they were all from civilian-born shinobi families. When a ninja from a clan died, their children were raised by their own kin. No matter how bad things got, they would never be sent to an orphanage. The only ones who ended up here were the children of common shinobi who had no relatives willing to take them in. And the sole purpose of the village raising these children was to turn them into soldiers. While the Hidden Cloud wasn't as ruthless as Konoha, which was known to groom orphans as pure cannon fodder and even use them for human experiments, their methods were still highly militaristic. The orphanage itself was modeled after Konoha's. While it had earned the village some goodwill, it wasn't a high priority for the Cloud's leadership. The Chunin in charge was clearly a simple-minded man. To him, putting a group of children who had arrived less than a week ago through brutal military training was perfectly normal. But to Dana, something about it felt deeply wrong. Perhaps it was a sense of foreboding, or perhaps it was simple pity from watching children his age get beaten bloody in the mud. Whatever the reason, Dana felt that this was no way to run an orphanage. These kids had been in the village for less than a week. They had no sense of belonging and were undoubtedly scared and uncertain. And the village's response was to subject them to this. This wasn't how you nurtured the next generation of shinobi. This was how you cultivated rogue ninja and ticking time bombs. I know the Cloud's orphanage is probably better than most, Dana thought, but that's no excuse for doing a poor job. You can't just create a group of marginalized, unstable people, especially when you plan on giving them deadly powers. Dana pursed his lips and turned to leave. At this moment, he had neither the authority nor the ability to do anything about it. Dana walked back to the Yotsuki compound, gave the pastries to his mother, and sat with her for a while before returning to his small library to continue reading. To his surprise, someone was already there. Dana, the Third Raikage said. How has your training been? Same as always, Dana replied glumly. His father and the entire Yotsuki clan were deeply invested in his training, but for years, nothing had changed. As he got older, the speed and volume of the chakra he could mold increased, but the goal of filling his internal soccer field was still a distant dream. The soccer field, of course, was Dana's own metaphor. To everyone else, his chakra was simply being absorbed by his body. The Third Raikage asked a few more questions about his training, which Dana answered honestly. Then, he changed the subject. Is this notebook yours? Did you invent your own form of encrypted symbols? Dana looked at the notebook in A's hand, and his blood ran cold. My notes. He had been writing down his questions and observations in the notebook using Chinese characters. While the Naruto world used kanji, which were derived from Chinese characters, the usage was different, much like in modern Japanese. Dana had thought using his native written language was a foolproof method of keeping his thoughts private. He had clearly underestimated the skills of a ninja. Encryption and code breaking were mandatory subjects for them, though Dana had no idea just how advanced their methods were. He could only hope his father hadn't understood it. A part of him was annoyed with the Raikage. It was bad enough to read someone's diary without asking, but to bring it up to their face. He really didn't take a child's privacy seriously. He was bullying him because he was young. Yes, father, Dana forced himself to say, gritting his teeth. When I'm reading, sometimes I get an idea and write it down. The code is something I came up with myself. I looked surprised. He was a busy man and rarely paid attention to his son's daily lives outside of their training. He had come to the library on a whim and found the notebook. At first, the writing was incomprehensible. But by using his familiarity with some of the characters and applying standard ninja code-breaking techniques, he had managed to decipher about 70 or 80% of it. Though his understanding was still basic, he had seen some very interesting things. As for privacy, what privacy does a 6-year-old have? Not in his village. The Third Raikage glanced at Yumi, who gave a slight nod, confirming the notebook was Dana's. Whatever else it was, the code was impressive. It seemed like a comprehensive system, capable of conveying a vast amount of information, almost like a real, fully formed language. If Dana knew what his father was thinking, he might have banged his head against a wall. It was a complete and magnificent language. He had assumed he was perfectly safe. Ninja are something else, he thought. I was careless. In reality, if there are sufficient records of a written language, it can be deciphered and reconstructed even without a teacher, especially if its historical evolution is known. Completely unconcerned with the fact that he was violating his son's privacy, because children have no rights, apparently, the Third Raikage flipped open to a page and pointed. You wrote here. The village is periodic, economic source is singular, the risk is too high. What does that mean? It's nothing, father. Just random thoughts, Dana said, his face flushing with embarrassment. It's all right, Dana. Answer my question. Consider it a test. A shinobi needs a sharp mind as well as a strong body. Seeing that he couldn't bluff his way out, Dana hesitated. He had written a lot of important things in that notebook. And from the looks of it, even if he didn't explain, A would eventually decipher it all himself. If that was the case, he might as well use this as an opportunity to push some of his own ideas. Well, he thought to himself. In a world where 6-year-olds can be sent to war, being a little precocious is perfectly normal, right? Chapter 8, The Hidden Clouds Coffers. Chapter 8, The Hidden Clouds Coffers. Thinking back on what he had seen that day, Dana's plan shifted. He organized his thoughts and began to speak. Father, he said, the Hidden Cloud Village has only 2 sources of income, correct? Financial support from the Daimyo of the Land of Lightning, and a percentage cut from the fees for missions completed by our shinobi. That's right. It seems those books you read aren't entirely useless, A replied, pleased that his 6-year-old son could articulate his thoughts so clearly. He didn't, however, expect Dana to have any truly profound insights. But neither of those income streams is completely within the village's control, Dana continued. If there were a problem with just one of them, let alone both, it would be a disaster for the village. In the book Annals of Governance in the Land of Lightning, it says that a region's finances should be diversified. Otherwise, it cannot withstand disasters or unexpected calamities. If you only rely on farming, a drought will starve everyone. If you only rely on livestock, a plague will do the same. Only with multiple sources of income can you face an uncertain future. A stroked his chin, a little surprised by his son's answer. The boy had a point, and he was even quoting his sources. Look at the daimyo, Dana elaborated. He can collect taxes from the farmers in the Land of Lightning, from the merchants who travel here, and from the shops that operate within his domain. Even the hunters in the mountains have to give him a share of their game. Not to mention the vast properties he owns personally. That's why the daimyo is so wealthy and isn't easily toppled by a sudden crisis. But the Hidden Cloud has only 2 revenue streams. If one fails, our very survival is at stake. The village can't just levy taxes on everything like the daimyo can, not even within our own walls. The ninja clans would never agree to it. They don't believe their non-mission income has anything to do with the village. And on the flip side, the village has never actively participated in economic activities outside of missions. That's why, even though we have absolute control over this area, we can't collect the revenue we should. If A had started the conversation with the intention of testing his son, he was now completely dumbfounded. He was astonished that his 6-year-old could possess such insight. These were things A himself had only begun to sense after becoming Raikage. But where A saw only a vague threat, a nebulous sense of urgency, Dana had laid the problem bare. The village's development depended on its finances, and its finances depended on the daimyo and mission fees. This meant the village's growth would inevitably hit a ceiling. There was a finite number of missions in the Land of Lightning and its surrounding countries, and the daimyo's wealth and generosity also had their limits. No matter how high those limits were, they existed. Once a village reached that breaking point. This was the basic model for all 5 of the great hidden villages, with only minor differences in wealth. And considering the tense relationships between them, if one or more villages approached that breaking point, the result was inevitable. War. And it wasn't just about hitting the ceiling. An economic decline could also be a catalyst for war. Dana was still talking, giving a simple summary of the geopolitical situations he'd read about, all while carefully watching his father's expression. Feeling he had said enough, he began to wrap it up. This happens because the village has no way to solve these problems internally, so it's forced to look for external solutions. And given the nature of shinobi, the preferred solution is usually war. That's about it, father. It's all just stuff I read in books. Does it make sense to you? Dana put on his most innocent, charming expression. A, who was still processing his son's lecture, forced himself to snap out of it. To hide the fact that he was completely floored, he gave a slight cough. Ahem. Not bad. It seems you've been paying close attention to your reading. I tried to shift the conversation to small talk, but his mind was elsewhere, replaying everything Dana had said. He couldn't believe such valuable knowledge was hidden away in these miscellaneous books that no ninja ever bothered to read. Seeing that the time was right, Dana made his move. Father, I went to the orphanage today. It seemed a little overly strict. They're putting children my age through intense military-style management and high-intensity physical training. I worry that might create instability in the future. A thought for a moment. You have a point, he conceded. The children at the orphanage have only just arrived in the village. They should be given some time to adapt. I'll have someone look into it tomorrow. In truth, A's mind was still preoccupied with the village's financial situation. The orphanage was a minor issue in comparison. But after their talk, he was now willing to give Dana's opinion serious consideration, rather than dismissing them as childish fantasies. Who will you have handle it, father? Dana inquired. Dodai, I suppose. He's familiar with these matters, A said. Okay, father. I have some other ideas about the orphanage. Could I go talk to Uncle Dodai about them later? The Third Raikage considered it. He saw no harm in it. Dodai was no fool. Even if Dana's ideas were naive, Dodai wouldn't necessarily act on them. He agreed to let Dana get involved. Having achieved his goal, Dana was on his best behavior. After a final chat about his training, A left the library. Before he departed, he turned to Uemi. From now on, whatever books Dana wants for the library, do your best to find them for him. As you command, Lord A. The next morning, in the Raikage Tower, the Third Raikage, A, was in a meeting with several hidden cloud advisors and elite jonin involved in internal affairs. And that is the situation, A concluded. Our control over the village's financial lifeline is weak. The daimyo support and the volume of missions are not things we can control. Sitting in the village and waiting is too passive. Lord A is truly wise and forward-thinking, one of the advisors said with genuine admiration. I felt a blush creep up his neck, but his dark complexion hid it well. He didn't mention that the ideas had come from Dana. For one, no one would have taken it seriously. For another, it would be impossible to explain. He himself had only just discovered his son's intellect, how could he explain it to others? All he knew was that Dana liked to read all sorts of useless books. But isn't this how most of the hidden villages operate? Asked a white-bearded advisor. Where would we even begin to change things? This advisor was a veteran from the Warring States period. The hidden village system was only 33 years old, and many of the high-ranking leaders and clan heads were holdovers from that era. If the average ninja of the village era had an elementary school education in governance, the shinobi of the Warring States were entirely self-taught. It wasn't that they were stupid people didn't survive that era, let alone rise to positions of power. But shinobi were experts in combat and espionage, not economics and administration. They lacked the capacity for that kind of critical thought. Thinking back on the history he knew, Dana had often marveled at the questionable governance skills of the Hokage and their advisors, Danzo included. Only the second Hokage seemed to have any real sense of policy. The rest were just a mess. The leaders of the hidden cloud were no different. For the moment, none of them had any good ideas. But the seed had been planted. And eventually, something was bound to grow. The leaders of the village weren't truly fools. Chapter 9, The 9 Samurai and Orphanage Reform. Chapter 9, The 9 Samurai and Orphanage Reform. We don't have any good ideas for new sources of revenue at the moment, an elder began, but we should definitely strengthen our control over the ones we already have. Perhaps we can start with the daimyo. Try to secure more stable and substantial support. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck one of the advisors. We could station an elite unit of ninja permanently in the capital of the Land of Lightning, he exclaimed. Their long-term mission would be to protect the daimyo, which would also strengthen the bond between the village and his court. The idea was straightforward and very much in the spirit of a ninja. Another shinobi chimed in, that could work. We've only ever had a small squad protecting the daimyo personally. While that's sufficient in peacetime, it doesn't exactly show how much we value him. It weakens our presence and our connection. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning was a man who loved pomp and circumstance. Assigning more elite ninja to his personal guard would definitely appeal to his vanity. What if? Another suggested, we give them a cool-sounding name. The Daimyo loves impressive titles. Like the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. You're right. It needs a powerful name, and it would also be a good way to project the hidden cloud's strength to the rest of the world. A stroked his beard. As the man who had given ridiculously flashy names to nearly every taijutsu technique in the Yotsuki clan's arsenal, the Third Raikage's eyes lit up. If we're talking about names, then I'm wide awake. How about the Valiant Thunderstorm Armor of Roaring Justice Squad? Everyone stared at A as if they'd seen a ghost. What in the world was that nonsensical name? It's bad enough you give your own moves absurd names, but do you have to extend your demonic claws to the village's internal affairs? For example, an axe kick. He calls it, Righteous Thunder Axe of Sinking Fury. A jumping chop. That's, Horizontal Dance of 1,000 Thunderous Torments. A full-body charge followed by a powerful clothesline. Thunder Plow Hot Knife. And 2 people doing it together. Absolute Ox Thunder Plow Hot Knife. This is completely insane. The advisors looked as if they were prepared to commit seppuku to make their point. They couldn't imagine the cloud's elite forces walking the ninja world with a name like that. They'd be laughed to death. Dodai cleared his throat. Perhaps we could call them the 9 samurai of the thundercloud. It's exactly 3 squads. I second that. Agreed. The others quickly finalized the decision, terrified the Third Raikage might try to chime in again. Aside, a little disappointed, but ultimately nodded in agreement to the name he felt lacked sufficient flair. Dodai, it continued, I have another task for you. Go to the orphanage, assess the current situation, and see what needs to be changed. As you command, Lord Raikage. Dodai knelt on one knee, accepting the order despite his confusion. And stroked his yellowish beard, choosing his words carefully. Dana has taken an interest in the orphanage. He may come to you to get involved. Handle it as you see fit. Don't spoil him, but if he has useful suggestions, you should listen. Dodai was a seasoned and intelligent jonin. A trusted him to handle the situation. A's warning was mainly to prevent Dodai from being overly compliant simply because of Dana's status. As a retainer of the Yotsuki clan, Dodai was more susceptible to Dana's influence than a regular cloud ninja. At that moment, a jonin stepped forward to report. Lord Raikage, the 6 members of the Steel Release clan from the Land of Frost are scheduled to arrive today. In addition, the Red Eye clan we located in the Land of Birds has been persuaded and is on their way. Including the Uzumaki family that arrived last week, the village has officially added 3 new Kekkei Genkai to its ranks, even if their numbers are small for now. Smiles spread across the faces of everyone in the Raikage's office. In the 3 years since the Fire Thief initiative was launched, the Hidden Cloud had invested a massive amount of manpower and resources. Now, they were finally beginning to see the fruits of their labor. They could all imagine how the initiative would continue to strengthen the village in the years to come. Dana's butterfly wings had not stopped beating, in fact, they had only grown stronger. Lord Raikage's plan was truly visionary, one of the advisors exclaimed. We must continue with this initiative. One day, the Hidden Cloud will be like the mist and the leaf, filled with powerful bloodlines and teeming with geniuses. Indeed. Lord Raikage is truly brilliant. The praise flowed freely, but A remained impassive, though he was beaming with pride on the inside. He had started the Fire Thief initiative half because the cloud was genuinely lacking in bloodline abilities and research, and half because of Dana's illness. While they were no closer to finding a cure for his son, the village's foundation was undeniably growing stronger. Though these new additions were currently small and weak, the name of the plan said it all. The cloud wasn't just stealing present power, it was stealing future potential. The next day. Young Master Dana, isn't this plan a bit radical? Dodai said, looking down at the proposal Dana had handed him with a troubled expression. And the village hasn't allocated this kind of budget for the orphanage. To be honest, despite the Raikage's warning, Dodai had assumed Dana would just offer a few simple suggestions. He figured he would just have to humor the boy and be done with it. He never expected Dana to present him with a detailed, comprehensive plan. And a professional-looking one, at that. Dodai couldn't help but study the young boy before him. It seemed there was another side to this reclusive second young master that he had never known. Uncle Dodai, this is a long-term plan, Dana explained calmly. We can implement it one step at a time. The village won't approve a large, unsubstantiated budget increase, I know that. But if we can show phased results, they will be willing to invest more. Dana wasn't surprised by Dodai's hesitation. He knew it was impossible to launch a massive project from the get-go, especially when the proposal came from a 6-year-old. His reason for presenting the entire plan now was simply to get Dodai to take him seriously. Besides, this plan will need constant improvement. We can take it one step at a time, always looking 2 steps ahead. Dodai nodded. Framed that way, the proposal didn't seem quite so outlandish. Setting aside the fact that it was written by a 6-year-old, Dodai was actually intrigued by its contents. Then, young Master Dana, where do we begin? He asked. It's simple. Step 1, reform the orphanage's curriculum. Instead of throwing them directly into high-intensity military training, we give them a buffer period. This will allow the children to genuinely accept the village as their home. Step 2, to make them feel cared for, we need more staff. 1 or 2 chunin trying to manage everything, food, lodging, sanitation, and training, is impossible. Their exhaustion will lead to crude, authoritarian management. But we can't just ask the village for more manpower and resources right away. So, we create zero reward missions. Zero reward missions. The phrase sounded absurd to a ninja, but Dodai's mind quickly caught on. He flipped through the proposal to the relevant page. Or more accurately, micro-reward missions, Dana clarified. The reward is just enough to cover a child's meal for 1 day, about 200 ryo. The mission content is simple: take an orphan out into the village for a day. This mission. Dodai was starting to understand what Dana was getting at. Chapter 10, The Plan and the Questionnaire. Chapter 10, The Plan and the Questionnaire. Or more accurately, micro-reward missions, Dana clarified. The reward is just enough to cover a child's meal for 1 day, about 200 ryo. The mission content is simple: take an orphan out into the village for a day. This mission. Dodai was starting to understand what Dana was getting at. In reality, it's a way for the orphans to interact with the village's shinobi, and for the shinobi to interact with the orphans. It benefits both sides, Dana explained. For the orphans, having an adult companion and participating in the life of the village will greatly increase their sense of identity and belonging. It's also beneficial for a child's development. For the shinobi, missions often involve life and death situations, creating immense psychological pressure. An activity like this is a chance to show kindness and relieve stress. It also reassures them that if they have children of their own and happen to die in the line of duty, their children will be well cared for. Some of the children in the orphanage are the sons and daughters of fallen village shinobi. I imagine their parents' former teammates would be more than willing to be the first to accept these missions. Dodai was no longer merely surprised, he was deeply moved. He couldn't believe such a simple, low-reward mission could have so many positive effects. To be honest, he himself was tempted. He was a busy man who, at his age, had neither a wife nor children. He had faced death on countless missions, but when he returned to the village, there was no warm harbor to ease his stress. He just threw himself into more work, creating a vicious cycle. And there were countless shinobi just like him. As a man who loved his village more than himself, Dodai would gladly accept such a mission during his downtime. It would be a way to relax, to keep from getting lost in the killing and cold-bloodedness of his work, while also helping to raise the next generation and strengthen their bond with the village. And he knew he wasn't the only one who felt this way. Being a ninja was a high-stress, dangerous profession, even in times of peace. The plan seemed to start small, but its potential positive impact on the village was enormous. Seeing the growing fire in Dodai's eyes, Dana quickly added, of course, there will be restrictions on who can accept the mission. For example, they must guarantee the child's safety and return them on time. They are not allowed to leave the village. Shinobi with poor character records are ineligible. They can only accompany children of the same gender. Other than that, the mission can be structured like any other and posted at the mission assignment desk as a long-term, open assignment. As he listened to Dana's well-reasoned and comprehensive plan, Dodai realized that the second young master of the Yotsuki clan possessed a startling talent. It wasn't the talent of a warrior, but of a leader and administrator. Dana reminded him of the famously wise retainers who served the Daimyo, the ones who planned the nation's future with the same logic and foresight. And he was seeing this in a 6-year-old boy. Even if the second young master didn't have a Kekkei Genkai, even if he could never become a ninja, he would still be an invaluable asset to this village in the future, Dodai thought to himself. Let's start with these first 2 parts and see how it goes, Dana said, clapping his small hands together. The rest can be adjusted as needed. Seeing that he had won Dodai over was a good start. His biggest obstacle was his age. He needed the support of a respected adult ninja to put any of his plans into motion. Let's begin with step 1, Uncle Dodai. The orphanage is currently run by 2 male chunin, correct? That is correct, young Master Dana. Then let's replace one of them. The one who stays can help with the transition. The replacement must be a woman. It will be easier for her to bond with the children, and she can better attend to the needs of the girls. Do we have any suitable candidates in the village? Her rank doesn't matter, even a genin would be fine. Ideally, she should be married and have children of her own. Dodai pondered for a moment. Those conditions aren't too strict. There are a number of female shinobi in the village who would fit. More than one. That's excellent. It means we can be selective. Before the sun had even risen, Keiko Morita was up and making breakfast. Her daughter was still asleep, but she had to get the meal ready before she woke up if she wanted to be among the first at the mission assignment desk. Keiko was only 25 years old, a civilian-born genin of limited talent. She had once been a happy woman, married to her childhood sweetheart. But for a ninja, life was often a story written in tragedy. Her husband had been killed on a mission shortly after their daughter was born. Keiko had been forced to shoulder the burdens of life alone, raising her daughter while taking on missions to make ends meet. That was why she had to be at the mission assignment desk at the crack of dawn. It was her only chance of finding a mission suitable for her, D rank or C rank, completable in a single day, and within the village walls. She was weak, and she had a child to care for. After waking her groggy daughter and reminding her about breakfast, Keiko hurried out the door. As she left, she saw a letter in her mailbox stamped with the hidden cloud emblem. It was the type of correspondence the village used for general, non-urgent, non-confidential notices. Even so, a low-ranking ninja like Keiko rarely received them. She opened the envelope. Inside was a test. Or a questionnaire. Keiko wasn't sure. Please complete the following questions today and submit them to the mission assignment desk. Question 1. Assume that on a certain mission, you must steal a piece of vital intelligence. The location is heavily guarded, and the only opportunity is at a specific time within a sealed room. The only other person in the room is a child. What do you do? A. Kill the child and take the intelligence. B. Knock the child out and take the intelligence. The child will immediately raise the alarm upon waking, adding risk and difficulty to your escape. C. Take both the child and the intelligence with you. The child may not cooperate during the escape, adding risk and difficulty. D. Attempt to breach the location by force at another time to seize the intelligence. Danger and difficulty are drastically increased. Keiko was completely bewildered. The questions were open-ended, with no clear right answer. It seemed she was meant to answer based on her own judgment. But it was a questionnaire from the village, so she had to answer it seriously. Well, whatever the reason, killing a child is just too cruel. I'll choose B. Question 2. Assume you are a Chunin squad leader. Your squad consists of 3 fresh genin who have just graduated from the academy. During a certain mission. Keiko curiously flipped the paper over. On the back was only the hidden cloud emblem. There was no other explanation. So what exactly is this for? Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Intelligence and the Interview. Chapter 11. Intelligence and the Interview. Land of Fire, Hokage Tower. A report made its way through a thick haze of pipe smoke and was placed in the hands of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Konoha Council was still debating the previous topic, but Hiruzen's mind had already begun to drift. Now in the prime of his life, Hiruzen had been Hokage for several years. He had grown from fumbling uncertainty to masterful confidence, with a firm grip on the village's highest authority. The key advisory positions and other important posts were all filled by his own people. He had truly secured the position that the second Hokage had entrusted to him in a time of crisis. Coupled with the current era of peace, the village was flourishing in every aspect. The third Hokage's supporters grew more numerous by the day. Some had even begun to call him the strongest Hokage in history. Hiruzen found it amusing whenever he heard it. Putting aside the godlike power of the first Hokage, Hiruzen knew he wasn't even a match for his own teacher, the second. But he never did anything to stop the rumors from spreading. As a result, the newest generation of students, indoctrinated with the will of fire, now genuinely believed that the third Hokage was the most powerful leader Konoha had ever had. Hiruzen tapped his pipe against the desk, knocking the ash onto the floor, and casually opened the report. The Hidden Cloud Village. He murmured. Hiruzen, is there new intelligence? Asked his advisor, Koharu Yutane. The ANBU have received a report. The cloud has been unusually active in the land of birds. They appear to be making contact with a small clan that possesses a Kekkei Genkai. The land of birds, said Hamiramito Kato. Such a remote place. I don't recall there being any powerful bloodline clans there. It's likely not a very impressive Kekkei Genkai, or it wouldn't have remained unknown for so long. The question is, what is the Hidden Cloud's objective? This report alone doesn't tell us much, Hiruzen said, setting the document aside. On another matter, how has Lady Mito's health been lately? He was, of course, not referring to Hamiramito Kato. Lady Mito is getting on in years, replied Koharu, who oversaw the village's medical division. It's hard to say how much longer she has. We need to make preparations and select a candidate for the next Jinchuriki as soon as possible. Not to worry, Hiruzen said calmly. A suitable candidate has already been found. She will be brought to the village soon. Oh. Why haven't we heard about this? The other council members asked, a hint of displeasure in their voices. The matter of the Jinchuriki is of the utmost importance. I have been the only one privy to the details from the beginning. The candidate is a young girl from a surviving branch of the Uzumaki clan. An orphan. It said she even shares a distant blood relation with Lady Mito. She is an excellent choice. The council members nodded. The candidate was indeed a perfect fit. Danzo Shimura, also present, felt his mind begin to scheme, but he ultimately remained silent. Hiruzen would never allow him to get his hands on the Jinchuriki. As he spoke, Hiruzen's mind suddenly connected the dots. He picked up the report about the Hidden Cloud's activities in the Land of Birds. Come to think of it, he mused, during our search for the next Ninetales Jinchuriki, we also detected traces of the cloud. It seemed they were also searching for Uzumaki survivors. Could there be a connection? Hidden Cloud Village, Mission Assignment Desk. By now it was mid-morning, and the mission assignment desk was packed with shinobi. Keiko had been delayed by the questionnaire and had missed the first wave of assignments. There were no suitable missions left for her, and she felt a headache coming on. It wasn't that she would starve if she missed a day's work, but as a single mother, Keiko always felt a nagging sense of insecurity. She quietly resolved to take on extra missions in the coming days, even if the pay was low and the work was hard. Unfortunately, low-rank missions that were well-paid, easy, and close to home were a rarity. She could only hope for better luck tomorrow. With no missions to take, all that was left was to hand in the questionnaire. It was probably for the best. She could go home early and spend more time with her daughter. After asking a colleague for directions, Keiko was led to a small, private room inside the building. The moment she entered, Keiko recognized the man sitting before her. It was Lord Dodai, one of the village's most famous elite jonin and a trusted confidant of the Raikage. It was rumored he even possessed a special Kekkei Genkai, though the details were far beyond what a mere genin like her would ever know. Several other imposing figures stood behind Lord Dodai like bodyguards, each one of them radiating an aura of power far greater than her own. Okay, that's not exactly a high bar, she thought wryly. I'm only a genin. Keiko felt an instinctive nervousness. For a civilian-born genin who would have been nothing but cannon fodder in wartime, getting involved with an elite jonin was never a good thing. She had long since given up any ambition of climbing the ninja ranks. All she wanted was to raise her daughter in peace, taking on harmless fetch quests and cat-wrangling missions. She feared this was a prelude to being assigned a dangerous, confidential mission. Keiko made up her mind. If Lord Dodai tried to give her a dangerous assignment, she would refuse, even if it cost her everything. Her mind was a chaotic mess until, after a few seconds, she noticed a child sitting next to Lord Dodai. He looked to be only a couple of years older than her own daughter, barely tall enough to see over the table. He was waving at her. Please, have a seat, the boy said. You are Keiko Morita, correct? Please place your questionnaire here. Keiko's head was spinning. She mechanically handed over the questionnaire, only realizing how strange the situation was after the paper had left her hand. Why is there a child here? When she sat down in the chair in the middle of the room, she finally understood. This was an interview. She was the interviewee, and the interviewers were Lord Dodai and the little boy. What in the world is going on? Keiko Morita, is that right? The boy said, looking at a file. Let's see your record, here it is. D rank missions completed, 623. C rank, 72. B rank, 1, all others, 0. It seems you're a cautious type ninja. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Keiko's back. The boy had a way with words. Cautious type ninja. It was true. Her one and only B rank mission had been when she was young, alongside her husband, and she hadn't been much help then, either. She had mostly just cheered him on from the back, completely smitten. It says here your husband was killed in action, the boy continued, his tone serious. And you are currently raising your daughter alone. On behalf of the village, I would first like to thank you and your family for your service. Without your sacrifices, the village would not be what it is today. Suddenly, the boy went from sitting on his chair to standing on it. Then, he bowed deeply to Keiko. The sudden gesture surprised even Dodai. Keiko instinctively stood up, her eyes suddenly stinging with tears. No, she stammered, my skills are limited. I haven't made any real contribution to the village. Dana sighed internally. The bond between the shinobi of this world and their village was both extreme and simple. Most of them loved their village more than their own lives. Whether it was the result of years of indoctrination or not, it was still an astonishingly powerful sentiment. He thought back to the corruption he knew existed in Konoha, yet countless ninja were still willing to die for it without a second thought. It couldn't just be dismissed as will of fire, brainwashing. The emotions in this world were simply more extreme, more pure. The same was true for all those villains who wanted to make the world feel pain or create some new world order in their own image. Watching Dana bow, Dodai felt a stir of emotion. This second son of the Raikage was full of surprises. Ms. Keiko Morita, Dana said, his voice now gentle. I have a few questions for you. Please, tell me, as a single mother, do you find it difficult? Keiko froze. After such an emotional and formal gesture, he was asking such an ordinary, personal question. She had been bracing herself for a request to sacrifice her life for the village. Chapter 12, Hiroto's Gift. Chapter 12, Hiroto's Gift. Keiko was at a loss for words. After such an emotional build-up, he was asking her such an ordinary, domestic question. She had been bracing herself for a request to sacrifice her life for the village. Pulling herself together, Keiko replied, "It's been all right, actually. It was a bit of a struggle at first, but once I got used to it, it didn't feel so hard. And I really love children. My Aiko is such a good girl. Sometimes, I think I'm lucky to have her. Without her, I might have lost all hope." Dana continued to ask her questions while reviewing her questionnaire, including some bizarre ones about the proper diet and nutritional needs for children aged 1 to 7. In the end, Keiko left the room as confused as she had been when she arrived, with only the instruction to watch for a notice from the village in the coming days. After Keiko had gone, Dana wrote the word "excellent" on her file and turned to Dodai. "What do you think? So far, she seems to be the most suitable candidate." Dodai nodded. "I trust your judgment, young Master Dana." "Is it just me," Dana asked, "or has your attitude towards me changed in the last few days, Uncle Dodai? Did I do something wrong?" It felt like the way Dodai spoke to him was gradually becoming the way he spoke to his father, polite, formal, and distant. "Not at all, young Master Dana." "You must be mistaken," Dodai said with a smile, but the intense, almost reverent look in his eyes still made Dana uncomfortable. The other candidates they interviewed all had their own issues. Some were too fanatical about their own personal interpretation of the shinobi code, making them unsuitable as educators. Others still harbored ambitions of climbing the ninja ranks and wouldn't be willing to commit to a long-term position at the orphanage. All in all, Dana still favored Keiko Morita. One of the current staff members at the orphanage, who had only been working there for a week, would be transferred, and the other would likely follow after the handover was complete. Then, his plan for the orphanage could finally get on track. Sometimes, Dana wondered if he was overstepping. Wouldn't it be easier to just enjoy his life as the second young master of the Yotsuki clan? But as someone from another world, he couldn't suppress the urge to do something. He had been reborn as the son of the Raikage, he had the power and opportunity to make a difference, so he had to at least try. Besides, it wasn't like he was busy. He was still a kid with nothing but time on his hands. The reform of the orphanage had begun. His plan had received initial approval. With the backing of his father and Dodai, he was no longer an insignificant child in the village. It was a good start. We all have a bright future ahead of us. After finishing his work for the day, Dana returned to the Yotsuki compound, where he saw a familiar flash of red hair near the gate. Uzumaki Hiroto was standing at a corner, staring wide-eyed at the towering gate and the nameplate of the Yotsuki clan. Hiroto had come to play with Dana. He treasured his first friend in the hidden cloud. The large bag of candy Dana had given him had been a huge hit with his family. His little sister had been ecstatic all night. Although they didn't have much money, Hiroto felt it was important to return the gesture. He had pestered his mother into making a small gift, and then followed the address Dana had given him. But when he saw the sheer scale and opulence of the Yotsuki compound, his courage failed him. He didn't dare to go in, and could only stand there, frozen. Did I get the wrong address? There's no way Dana lives in a place like this. Hiroto's legs felt a little weak. For a boy who had spent his entire life on the brink of poverty, the sight of such a grand estate was overwhelming. He felt the crushing pressure of wealth itself, so intense it seemed to choke his very chakra. The gift he held in his hand, 2 fish-filled rice balls his mother had carefully prepared, now felt as heavy as stones. 2 little figures appeared in his mind. One said, "Why don't you just eat the rice balls and pretend you were never here?" The other chirped, "Yeah, good idea." Just as Hiroto was about to scurry home, he saw Dana returning with his entourage. "Hey, Uzumaki Hiroto, right? Did you come to play?" Dana called out cheerfully. The bright red hair was unmistakable. "Ah, I was just passing by," Hiroto said, scratching the back of his head with a fake laugh. Of course, Dana wasn't going to let him get away. He invited Hiroto to stay for dinner, not giving him a chance to refuse. The shy, tongue-tied Uzumaki boy was so flustered that he was practically herded into the Yotsuki compound before he could even think of an excuse. What? Why is there a mountain inside the house? What? Why is there a tree in the hallway? As they walked, Hiroto's shock slowly turned to numbness as he was bombarded with one spectacle of wealth after another. Dana led him deeper into the compound, occasionally pointing out various features, though Hiroto was too dazed to listen. At this point, if Dana had told him the toilets were made of solid gold, he would have believed it. When they had first entered, Dana had sent a servant to inform his mother that he had a guest. So, when they arrived at the dining room, his mother, Satomi, was already there. "Good evening, mother," Dana said politely. This is my new friend, Uzumaki Hiroto. He's here for a visit. Hiroto sprang forward like a jack-in-the-box, bowed a full 90 degrees, and shouted, "Gg, good evening, ma'am. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please take care of me." Dana covered his ears. Mother isn't deaf. You don't have to yell. My deepest apologies, ma'am. Hiroto shouted, even louder this time. Please, make yourself at home, Satomi said with a gentle smile. I wasn't expecting a guest, so I didn't have much time to prepare, but I had the kitchen make some extra dishes. I hope you like them. Dana didn't say much more. He knew the best way to make Hiroto feel comfortable was to act as normally as possible. Hiroto was already stunned into silence by the exquisite and plentiful spread on the table. Satomi was curious about her son's new friend. Dana had never had a friend his own age before. She asked a few simple questions, which Hiroto answered honestly, and then she simply watched them with a warm expression. Their strategy worked. Hiroto gradually relaxed and, drawn in by the delicious food, began to eat timidly. With every bite, his eyes grew wider and wider. Just as Hiroto was finally starting to feel at ease, the third Raikage, came home. When Hiroto saw the men in the Raikage hat, his eyes went wide. Even though he had only been in the village for a few days, he recognized that hat. That's, I. Dana ignored Hiroto's sputtering and hopped down from his chair. Welcome home, Dad. Dad. Dana, you're the Raikage's son. Hiroto stammered, his face a mask of disbelief. Dana just smiled. I never got around to telling you. It's not like I go around bragging that my father is the Raikage. I looked at the boy's red hair and understood. As Raikage, he was well aware of the Uzumaki family that had recently arrived in the village. His work was demanding, so the family never waited for him for dinner. He simply sat down at the table and began to eat. But A's presence was the final straw for Hiroto. His sanity had officially snapped. From the moment the Raikage sat down, Hiroto didn't eat another bite. Dana tried to encourage him, but after Hiroto managed to stick his chopsticks up his nose several times, he gave up. After finishing his meal, A wiped his mouth and said, Dana, meet me at the training grounds later. I want to test your progress. He paused, then added, you too, red-haired kid. Why yes, sir. Hiroto yelped. Dana just sighed. I knew I shouldn't have eaten so much. Chapter 13, a one-sided battle. Chapter 13, a one-sided battle. An hour later, Dana and Hiroto, now changed into training clothes provided by the servants, stood in the training grounds. A was already waiting for them. You too, A said, standing casually with his arms crossed, the very picture of a martial arts master. Come at me with everything you've got. You can use any ninjutsu you know, if you know any. If you ignored the fact that his opponents were two small children, Dana would give his form a solid 9 out of 10 for style. The comment about ninjutsu was obviously directed at Hiroto. A knew perfectly well that Dana couldn't use a single jutsu. The blunt opening left Hiroto at a complete loss. Dana, on the other hand, took a step back. Hiroto, you go first. We don't know each other's fighting styles, so attacking together would just be a mess. This is a good chance for my father to see what you can do. Hiroto was devastated by this betrayal. This whole situation was getting weirder by the second. Wasn't he just here to hang out with a friend? Why was he suddenly supposed to be attacking the Raikage? How was any of this reasonable? Dana just thought, go nuts. If you can actually break his defense, I'll let you be the main character. Seeing that there was no way out, and with A waiting in silence, the unspoken pressure mounted. Hiroto had no choice but to steel himself. He took a few deep breaths and then charged at the third Raikage. To Dana's eyes, the charge was clumsy but surprisingly powerful. It was strange to use the word powerful to describe a 6 or 7-year-old boy, but it was the truth. Hiroto let out a war cry, but it was a bit premature. He'd lost most of his momentum by the time he reached the Raikage. He leaped up and threw a kick at A. The move had plenty of force, but it also left him wide open. Obviously, A wasn't going to exploit the opening to take him out in one hit. He just stood there, unmoving. Thwack. Hiroto felt like he had just kicked a solid wall. His opponent hadn't budged an inch, while he himself stumbled back. He quickly recovered and circled around to attack from the side, unleashing a flurry of wild, ineffective punches. A remained motionless, but his brow furrowed. No form at all. It seems this child has had no prior training. Sensing A's disapproval, Hiroto grew anxious. He had only been in the village for a week and had just started at the academy, but he didn't want the leader of the village to look down on him. How was he supposed to earn a fortune and give his family a better life if the Raikage thought he was a scrub? Hiroto racked his brain. Besides the chakra basics, there was only one other thing his teacher had taught them. He quickly leaped back to create some distance and began to form hand seals. His fingers were clumsy, taking about 3 seconds for each seal. Luckily, the jutsu only required 3. Nearly 10 seconds later. Boar, ram, snake. Lightning release, earth runner. A few feeble strands of lightning crawled across the ground towards A, fizzling out about 10 feet in front of him. The field fell silent. Hiroto panicked for a second, then walked forward about 10 feet, repositioning himself so the Raikage was back in range. He then began the hand seals again. Boar, ram, snake. Lightning release, earth runner. Dana covered his face. This kid is a total goofball. The second jutsu made it a little farther, managing to reach A's feet. It dealt grievous damage to the Raikage's hair, causing a few strands to flutter up, one of which was nearly lost entirely. A C-rank lightning jutsu against the Raikage. Perfectly logical. At least the hidden cloud was better than the leaf in this regard. They didn't make their civilian-born ninja spend years learning only the 3 basic academy techniques, essentially marking them as future cannon fodder. Continue, A said coldly. What he meant was, show me what else you've got. But the simple-minded boy misunderstood. Yes, sir. Boar, ram, snake. Lightning release, earth runner. Crackle. A few more of A's hairs danced in the air. Boar, ram, snake. Lightning release, earth runner. Boar, ram, snake. Lightning release, earth runner. Boar, ram, snake. Lightning release, earth runner. By the time Hiroto had launched his 8th earth runner, Dana couldn't hold it in any longer. Even A's face showed a flicker of surprise. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Dana thought. I know the Uzumaki clan's name is practically synonymous with bottomless chakra, but this is ridiculous. Is this even fair? By his understanding, a kid this age should be able to manage 1 or 2 C-rank jutsu, tops. Even his prodigy of a brother, Arashi, could only manage 6 or 7 at this age. Boar, ram, snake. Lightning release, earth runner. Boar, ram, snake. Lightning release, earth runner. Boar, ram, snake. Lightning release, earth runner. Like a perpetual motion machine, Hiroto fired off a total of 17 earth runners, costing A 3 whole strands of hair, which might have just fallen out naturally, before he finally started to show signs of fatigue. Dana was numb. How is this a balanced part of the world building? Was the land of whirlpools destroyed by a divine punishment or something? Is that why there's no official explanation? Because the author couldn't write his way out of this mess. Suddenly, A moved. He flashed to Hiroto's side and threw a whip-like kick. Seeing that the boy's reaction was slow, he pulled back most of his strength, waiting until Hiroto managed to raise a defensive block before his leg made contact with the boy's arm. Bam. Hiroto was sent flying, crashing hard against the training ground wall. Can you still get up, red-haired kid? Hiroto's vision went black from the pain, but he gritted his teeth and pushed himself up. A had held back 99% of his strength, but it still hurt like hell. He wobbled to his feet, ready to charge in again. Just then, a flash of silver shot past the edge of his vision. A figure seemed to materialize out of nowhere behind him. Wham! Hiroto didn't have time to react, but certainly did. He raised an arm to block a powerful kick that came flying in low to the ground. Good timing, A said. Well, you did say to come at you together, Dana replied with a grin, his leg still pressed against his father's arm. So it's not technically a sneak attack. In midair, Dana twisted his body and lashed out with his other leg. As he put force into the kick, silver arcs of electricity crackled from the sole of his foot with a loud hum. The third Raikage blocked the impressive-looking kick with a deadpan expression, then chopped down at Dana with his hand, mercilessly turning his fingers into a blade. Dana reacted instantly, bringing his knee up to intercept the blow before A could put his full power into it. He used the force of the impact to push himself away, then quickly circled to the side and launched into a rapid-fire series of attacks. As he moved, arcs of lightning flashed and crackled around him, leaving Hiroto staring, dumbfounded. This was Dana's unique constitution. This condition, be it a cheat ability or a bloodline disease, had left him unable to use or store chakra. But it had also gifted him with unparalleled physical abilities and an electrical discharge he couldn't turn off. In the ninja world, even taijutsu required the use of chakra. The entire profession revolved around it. The only ones who fought using pure physical strength were the samurai, who were made obsolete centuries ago. A modern samurai would be no stronger than a common civilian, even they used chakra now. And yet, here was Dana, fighting with speed and power rivaling a trained ninja, using nothing but his own body. And with every punch and kick, there was the added force of lightning. This was why Dana was the treasured prize of the Yotsuki clan. This was why countless people were counting down the days until they could find him a wife. His abilities were a match made in heaven for the Yotsuki's secret lightning-style techniques. It was hard not to believe that this was the Kekkei Genkai the clan had been developing through generations of training. Many of the clan elders estimated that if Dana could ever be cured of his inability to store chakra, or if he could produce a healthy heir who inherited his abilities, then the baseline for this new bloodline would be an elite jonin, with a potential far exceeding even the Third Raikage, the so-called strongest Raikage. At this age, A had possessed nowhere near this level of monstrous physical talent. The thought of a future where every Yotsuki was an elite jonin and Raikage-level shinobi were commonplace made the old men of the clan practically drool. Every time they thought of it, they would get excited, wipe the drool from their chins, and continue their search for Dana's future formal wife, secondary wives, concubines, mistresses, handmaidens, and... If someone were to rip Dana's shirt off during a fight, they would see his purple spine glowing faintly through his skin with every movement. Back at the training ground, Dana and the Third Raikage exchanged a rapid series of blows. Well, to be more accurate, the Raikage effortlessly deflected Dana's ferocious assault. Dana then leaped high into the air and brought his hand down in a powerful chop, channeling all his strength into the blow. Lightning flickered around his body. Not bad. You've gotten good at the horizontal dance of 1,000 thunderous torments, A said, blocking the attack with one hand and nodding in satisfaction. No, it was just a regular jump chop, Dana protested. Please, do not use that ridiculous name. Dana's fighting style was naturally based on the Yotsuki clan's nin taijutsu, but since he had no chakra, it was just taijutsu. And considering that even taijutsu required chakra, what Dana did could only be described as a set of moves. He refused to use his father's flashy naming conventions for his own attacks. In fact, besides his brother Arashi, no one else in the clan was that cringy. I'd rather just call it Thunder Jump Chop. Hiroto, watching from the sidelines, was completely floored. His new friend was on a whole other level. Born into a noble clan, the son of the Raikage, and an absolute beast in a fight. Mom, he thought, my new friend is terrifying. Chapter 14, A Manly Friendship. Chapter 14, A Manly Friendship. With every punch and kick, the arcs of lightning around Dana grew denser. Normally, the electricity was uncontrollable, but in the heat of battle, the more focused he became, the more frequent and powerful the discharges were. However, this lightning was different from a lightning release ninjutsu. Without the infusion of chakra, it behaved more like natural lightning, albeit much weaker. Because of this, Dana couldn't control it the way a ninja controlled a jutsu. Lightning release techniques that could change direction or even take on different shapes were common, all thanks to the versatility of chakra. Dana's superhuman physique also granted him incredible stamina. He could fight at high intensity for an hour without tiring. But as it gradually shifted from pure defense to trading blows, the pressure on Dana increased dramatically. A knocked Dana back with a side kick, then began to form hand seals at a speed Dana's eyes couldn't follow. If you have to do hand seals, you've already lost, old man. Dana thought smugly. Real masters don't need them. His body, however, was much more honest. It was already scrambling to create distance. Without the ability to use chakra, his only options against ninjutsu were to dodge or to take it head-on. He had no way to counter it. Lightning release, lightning ball. A basketball-sized sphere of pure lightning shot from A's hand, swerving in midair as it flew towards Dana. This was the magic of chakra. It could even make lightning change direction and track a target. A wasn't known for his ninjutsu, so he was holding back considerably. At full power, the technique could create a sphere the size of a car. Dana dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Before he could even regain his footing, A was already forming more seals and pointing at him. Lightning release, lightning ball. Lightning release, lightning ball. Lightning release, lightning ball. In the end, A fired off 17 lightning balls, the exact same number of jutsu Hiroto had used. Some of them missed their mark, slamming into the ground as Dana dodged, but the barrage of homing projectiles still left him scrambling. You're going too far, Dad. A cold sweat broke out on Dana's forehead. But the nervous system of this body was truly exceptional. He twisted and weaved, executing a series of impossibly precise dodges against the dozen or so tracking spheres. Eventually, the jutsu timed out. Ninjutsu couldn't last forever. When the last lightning ball had dissipated, Dana collapsed onto the ground. He wasn't tired, but the adrenaline rush had been intense, requiring every ounce of his concentration. A stood with his arms crossed and nodded. Not bad. It seems you haven't been slacking in your training. You too, red-haired kid. Yes, sir. Hiroto shouted back. Though he had only been in the village for a week, he already understood the weight the Raikage title carried. To receive praise from him was a tremendous honor, and he was thrilled. Dana just offered a weak smile. He hadn't actually been training that hard. He spent most of his time reading. Since he couldn't use chakra, his training consisted of simple punches and kicks. While everyone else was flying through the air and using flashy ninjutsu, his routine was mind-numbingly boring, no different from the martial arts training in his previous life. He had zero motivation to train. His current skill level was purely a result of his body's natural abilities. But to Hiroto, Dana was a complete monster. "Dana, I had no idea you were so strong." "It's all right, I guess," Dana said with a wry smile. According to the clan's estimates, if the problem with his chakra was never solved, his physical abilities alone would still allow him to reach the level of a special jonin as an adult. A very, very specialized special jonin. It wasn't that he couldn't beat a regular jonin in a fight, but he had too many weaknesses, like being unable to break out of a genjutsu on his own. A jonin with no chakra. It was unheard of. Maybe he could just pretend to be the protagonist of a shonen manga. "Even without chakra, I will become a ninja. That is my ninja way." Just then, Hiroto's stomach let out a loud growl. Both A and Dana looked at him, and his face immediately turned bright red. He had been too nervous during dinner to eat much. It seemed the Uzumaki clan's constitution wasn't entirely unscientific, they still needed to refuel. "Hungry? I can have the kitchen make something," Dana offered. No, it's no trouble. I brought my own rice balls," Hiroto stammered, pulling 2 large rice balls from a bag he had left on the side of the training grounds. The rice balls were well preserved, perfectly round, and heavy in his hand. They were cold now. As Hiroto smiled, a wave of sadness washed over him. His mother had made them specially as a gift to thank Dana for the bag of candy. They were filled with all sorts of good things, more fillings than Hiroto himself had ever had in a rice ball before. But now, standing in the grand courtyard of the Yotsuki clan, he couldn't bring himself to say they were a gift from his mother. "What's this? You've been hiding snacks this whole time?" Dana teased. They looked delicious. Hiroto remembered the smile on his mother's face when she had carefully handed him the rice balls. A sudden impulse took over. Actually, my mom asked me to give these to you," he blurted out. "It's a thank you for the candy." "Dana, you." The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Every single dish on the dinner table tonight had been 100 times more delicious than the simple rice balls in his hand. "He'll never want my mom's rice balls. I'm so stupid. I should have just kept my mouth shut." Dana paused for a fraction of a second, but in that brief moment, the light in Hiroto's eyes began to fade. Then, Dana snatched the rice balls from his hand. "Well, why didn't you say so sooner? Were you planning on keeping my gift for yourself?" he said, unwrapping one without hesitation and taking a huge bite. "I'm starving after all that." Watching Dana devour the rice ball, the stone in Hiroto's stomach finally lifted, and a smile returned to his face. "Ahem. Well, you must be hungry too after all that exercise," Dana said, feigning reluctance as he grudgingly offered the other rice ball to Hiroto, as if he were parting with a priceless treasure. "I guess I can share one with you." "Yeah. Thanks. My mom's rice balls are the best." I watched them from the side, a smile in his eyes. He knew his son had eaten plenty at dinner. The boy was probably forcing himself to eat the rice ball now, and was likely uncomfortably full. He placed a large hand on each of the boys' heads and ruffled their hair. "Hey, red-haired kid," he said, "I'm a little hungry myself. Mind sharing half of that?" "Yes, sir." "Of course, Lord Raikage. Here, try it." "My mom put lots of good stuff in it," Hiroto said, beaming as he broke off half of his rice ball and offered it to A. Dana looked at his father out of the corner of his eye. The old man can be surprisingly charming sometimes, he thought. The leader of the hidden cloud, he really is a reassuring presence. The most unified of the great villages, the one that could truly act as one. The Raikage of every generation had been men of immense personal charisma, and the third was especially exceptional. And so, the 3 of them, 1 man and 2 boys, sat under the moonlight on the edge of the training grounds, eating rice balls and talking. The occasional passerby saw them but didn't dare to interrupt. That evening, the breeze was gentle and warm. After sending Hiroto home, Dana's expression immediately changed. He clutched his stomach weakly. He had just forced himself to eat a rice ball the size of a fist. The Raikage's fist. I looked at him sideways and chuckled. Molding chakra can speed up digestion. If you're feeling sick, go train. You saw what was happening, Dana complained. Why didn't you help me eat half of mine instead of his? I bet he was still hungry. Don't be silly, A said with a grin. That was a moment of manly friendship. How could I interfere? TCH. Always trying to look cool. Chapter 15, The Handover and Konoha's Suspicions. Chapter 15, The Handover and Konoha's Suspicions. The next morning, Dana and Dodai summoned Keiko Morita again. Now that the decision had been made, Dana explained parts of his plan to her. This is a very suitable position for you, he began. Consider it a long-term post provided by the village. As long as there's no dereliction of duty, the job is yours. The pay is stable and comparable to what you would earn from C and D rank missions. That alone was enough to win Kekkei over. This was a blessing from the heavens. And, if you don't mind, Dana added, you can bring your daughter to live at the orphanage with you. That will save you from having to run back and forth. You'll just need to cover her food and lodging expenses. Kekkei was deeply moved by the offer. Her daughter wasn't old enough for the academy yet, and Kekkei was so busy trying to make a living that her daughter often had to play by herself at home. It wasn't good for her development and had made her withdrawn and friendless. That's the general situation, Dana said, crossing his arms like a little adult. There will be a 3-month probationary period. The pay will be the same, but you will be evaluated. Your performance during these 3 months will determine if you pass. Next to him, Dodai just smiled and nodded, looking like a silent, supportive mascot. He had now fully accepted Dana's genius and had settled into the role of an assistant, which felt more appropriate for his position as a retainer to the Yotsuki clan. If there are no other questions, please sign here, and then we'll go take a look at the orphanage. A fire of determination had been lit in Kekkei. She decided she would secure this job, no matter what. She signed her name without hesitation. Then, with his entourage of bodyguards in tow, Dana, Dodai, and Kekkei headed to the orphanage. A few days prior, Dana had already instructed Dodai to put a stop to the premature physical training. But the scrub-level chunin who had been in charge clearly had no interest in the children's well-being. His philosophy was, if the village doesn't order it, I don't do it. For the past 2 days, he had done nothing but the bare minimum. When Dana arrived, the children were just loitering aimlessly in the courtyard. A few of the younger ones were squatting on the ground, digging in the dirt, but most were just staring into space, lost in their own thoughts. I'll leave the handover to you, Dana said to Kekkei and Dodai. I'm going to check out the backyard. Dana had no intention of interfering with the transition. This would be a small test for Kekkei. After all, managing 30 children required more than just a kind heart. When he entered the backyard, all the children immediately noticed him, or more accurately, the team of bodyguards behind him. Many of the younger kids scurried away to a safe distance. You guys, stay back. Don't stand so close. Dana ordered his guards. Young Master Dana, you know our orders are to not leave your side, one of the shinobi replied. But we're inside the village, and these are just a bunch of kids. You really think I'm in danger here? The bodyguard's silence was his answer. There was no room for negotiation. Fine, Dana sighed. Then use the transformation jutsu and turn into trees. And please, try to look natural. The bodyguards. When Dana approached the children again, he could feel they were much less wary. After all, he looked to be about their age, and their untrained eyes couldn't spot anything suspicious about the group of oddly shaped trees of varying heights and widths that had just appeared. Next, Dana unleashed his secret weapon, the sugar-coated offensive. Its last victim had been Uzumaki Hiroto. No child can resist colorful candy. None. Money can't buy a child's happiness, but sugar can. By the time Kekkei finished with the handover and came looking for Dana, he was already in the middle of a game with a group of the children. It was hard to believe that the clumsy figure running around was the same person who had been directing affairs of state and masterminding the orphanage's reform just a short while ago. Dana played a few rounds of a children's game native to the ninja world but couldn't seem to get the hang of it. He was quickly eliminated and trotted over to Keiko's side. You have 1 week to take over the orphanage and get to know each of the children, he said, instantly switching back to business mode. After that, the missions we discussed will be posted at the mission assignment desk. People may or may not come, but you need to be ready. I will not fail, young Master Dana. You're not a member of the Yotsuki clan. You don't have to call me young master. Just call me Dana, he said. No, young Master Dana, Kekkei replied with a smile. The title suits you. Whatever you like. Konoha, Hokage Tower. Hiruzen, the Uchiha are causing trouble again. What are you going to do? Danzo Shimura watched the third Hokage from the corner of his eye, studying his expression. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a long drag from his pipe and slowly exhaled the smoke. After a moment of silence, he said, tell them the body of Uchiha Sojin was too damaged to be recovered. If they want to find it, the village can give them the scroll detailing his last mission. They can go to the land of Earth and look for it themselves. Danzo got the answer he wanted and was satisfied. This is the right move, Hiruzen, Danzo thought. We must understand them to guard against them. The Uchiha are a threat. That was our teacher's will. Just as Danzo was about to leave to handle the matter, Hiruzen added, you can study it, Danzo. But you will never let those eyes see the light of day. Danzo considered this for a moment. I understand, he said. As Danzo left, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his attention back to the document in his hand. Unlike the usual intelligence reports, this was a formal request from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, in his capacity as the ruler of the nation. To put it simply, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning had recently been assigned a full-time protection detail by the Hidden Cloud, 9 elite jonin guarding him day and night. It was a huge status symbol, and the Thunder Daimyo had been showing it off to everyone. The Fire Daimyo had seen this and was now wondering why he, as the ruler of the most powerful nation, didn't have the same treatment. While the tone of the letter wasn't demanding, the implication was clear. Hiruzen was not being given the option to refuse. Konoha, whose finances were also at the mercy of the daimyo, didn't dare to say no. In truth, with their current strength, assigning a few jonin to the daimyo's long-term guard was not a major strain on their resources. As for the 9 elite jonin, Hiruzen didn't believe it for a second. It was most likely just propaganda spread by the cloud. This was actually a good opportunity. He had already discussed it with the council. Konoha's unit had to be bigger and better. After much consideration, they had decided on a team of 12. They would all be jonin, or be given emergency promotions to the rank, and, just like the cloud, they would be touted as 12 elite jonin. Since the cloud had named their unit the 9 Samurai of the Thundercloud, Konoha needed a catchy name as well. Hiruzen had ultimately decided on the 12 Guardian Ninja. Although it would divert some of their manpower, the move would strengthen their ties with the daimyo, which could only benefit the village. It was a small price to pay for a greater return. Hiruzen had agreed readily and was now drafting a cordial and effusive reply. But what truly occupied Hiruzen's thoughts were the Hidden Cloud's recent activities. Stationing a permanent guard with the daimyo was a brilliant political move. He had no doubt that the other major villages would soon follow suit. The daimyo of the great nations were all related and interacted frequently, unlike the hidden villages, which were often at each other's throats. What truly surprised Hiruzen was that the idea had come from the Cloud Village in the first place. He had accompanied the second Hokage to the Hidden Cloud once. In his eyes, the Cloud was a village of warriors, not politicians. They lacked the administrative talent that he, Koharu, and the others provided for Konoha. Their Raikage had always ruled through sheer force of personality. A clever political maneuver like the 9 Samurai of the Thundercloud was completely out of character for the warrior faction. Chapter 16, Dana's Weakness. Chapter 16, Dana's Weakness. The 9 Samurai of the Thundercloud was not a particularly subtle move, but it was undoubtedly effective. A report had come in earlier about the Hidden Cloud's frequent contact with a small bloodline clan in the Land of Birds. At the time, Konoha didn't know the reason, but they operated on a simple principle: if you want it, we'll make sure you don't get it. They had sent agents to interfere. Danzo had been in charge of that operation. His initial plan was a false flag: his agents would disguise themselves as Cloud Ninja and attack the clan. That way, even without knowing the Cloud's true objective, he could ruin their plans. As luck would have it, the fake Cloud Ninja ran smack into the real Cloud Ninja. When the imposters met the genuine article, a battle immediately broke out. The fight was a draw, but the very next day, the small bloodline clan packed up their entire clan and left with the Hidden Cloud. It was only after extensive investigation that Konoha's agents learned the truth. That small, previously unheard-of clan, which had never been on Konoha's radar, possessed a Kekkei Genkai that was rumored to be a perfect counter to the Byakugan. The locals called them the Red-Eye Clan. Although the clan's numbers had dwindled over the years and their ninja traditions were nearly lost, their bloodline was the real deal. The revelation was enough to make Hiruzen want to curse out loud. The Byakugan was the most valuable strategic Kekkei Genkai in the ninja world, its importance to Konoha was immeasurable. And now the Hidden Cloud had gotten their hands on a clan that could nullify it. How could he not be furious? If the Hyuga clan ever found out, several of the main family elders would probably die of apoplexy. The incident was taken with the utmost seriousness by Konoha's leadership. They immediately launched a full review. Following the breadcrumbs of various minor intelligence reports, the analysis division managed to piece together a disturbing picture. The Red-Eye clan was likely not the first bloodline the Cloud had absorbed in recent years. There were signs of other, earlier successes. The Cloud also appeared to be searching for Uzumaki survivors. In fact, Konoha's own future Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, had almost been found first and taken to the Hidden Cloud. Furthermore, the Cloud was secretly collecting various ninjutsu scrolls scattered across the ninja world and the underworld, with a particular emphasis on sealing jutsu and medical ninjutsu. While all the major villages engaged in this practice to some extent, the Cloud's efforts in recent years had been unusually focused and aggressive, adopting an almost obsessive, leave no stone unturned approach to these two fields. These weren't solid facts, some were more speculation than evidence. But when put together, they painted a picture Hiruzen could not afford to ignore. The most frustrating part was that while Konoha could copy the Cloud's 9 Samurai idea with their own 12 Guardian Ninja, they couldn't simply start absorbing outside bloodline clans. Their own clans would never allow it. It felt as though the cloud was quietly accumulating strength for a future burst of power, and Hiruzen was still struggling to understand the full scope of their ambitions. He took a long drag from his pipe. Under his leadership, Konoha was flourishing. In the first great ninja war, Konoha, the cloud, the stone, and the mist had all lost their kage. The devastating losses had forced a temporary peace. This was now a time for the villages to compete in terms of development and growth. Hiruzen knew he couldn't match the first or second Hokage in combat, but he was confident in his ability to govern. In this, he had no doubt. He believed that as long as there was peace, his skilled administration, supported by his trusted friends, would allow Konoha to grow and soon surpass all the other villages. But while focusing on his own growth, it was also wise to trip up your rivals. After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen tapped his desk. "Send for Torikaze." "Yes, Lord Hokage." For the past few days, Dana had been spending his time at the orphanage. With an intellect far beyond his years and a financial power that was simply overwhelming, he had quickly become the leader of the other children. Playing their simple, clumsy games with them had also filled a void in his own life, making up for a childhood devoid of friends his own age. According to unofficial reports, all the boys at the orphanage now wanted to be Dana's brother, and all the girls wanted to marry him. Dana was learning that being popular meant you could get away with anything. All of this was dutifully reported back to the clan elders and the Third Raikage by Ume. Keiko Morita was also performing exceptionally well, exceeding all of Dana's expectations. She had proven to be a natural headmistress, managing the orphanage with meticulous care while also providing the maternal warmth the children so desperately needed. They had accepted her completely. She had already moved her daughter into the orphanage, which saved her the daily commute and gave her daughter a host of new playmates. She was even able to rent out her old house for extra income. It was a win-win-win situation. The initial phase of the orphanage reform was a resounding success. The children were not only well cared for but were also beginning to genuinely see the hidden cloud as their home. Even if the plan stopped here, Dana could proudly say he had done a great thing. But this was only the beginning. There was still much more to do. Today, however, Dana went home early. His brother, Arashi, was back from a mission, and his mother had sent a message asking him to be home for dinner. Arashi was growing up fast, a perfect inheritor of the Third Raikage talent. He excelled in both ninjutsu and the clan's secret arts. At 13, he was already an elite chunin and had begun leading his own squad. Of course, as the Raikage's eldest son, his chunin squad had a jonin squire assigned to it for his protection, though the jonin was under orders to only display chunin-level abilities. The Third Raikage was going to great lengths to groom his heir. For Dana, the most important part of Arashi's return was the gifts. His brother always brought him something back from his missions, sometimes local specialties from other countries, sometimes strange trinkets he found along the way. Many of the books in Dana's library had been gifts from Arashi. Arashi's back. Where is he? Ambush. A figure lunged at Dana from behind, trying to hoist him into the air. But Dana was no longer a 3-year-old. His superhuman reflexes allowed him to dodge with ease. Too slow, Arashi. You'll have to be quicker than that too, Dana began to gloat. You fell for it. Double ambush, another Arashi appeared from behind him, this one successfully grabbing Dana and lifting him high into the air. At 12, Arashi was already well over 5.5 feet tall and built like a tank. He looked like a short but fully grown, muscular adult. The fact that he looked older than his years was also a major factor. The first Arashi disappeared in a puff of smoke and a crackle of lightning. It had been a lightning clone. Being held aloft, Dana's good mood instantly soured. The techniques of a ninja were truly formidable. Without chakra, he had no way of distinguishing the clone from the real thing. For all he knew, the real Arashi had been hiding nearby with a transformation jutsu the whole time, and he wouldn't have noticed. Even if his physical abilities became 10 times greater, he would still be blind to clones and transformations, and helpless against genjutsu. And that wasn't even mentioning higher-level arts like barriers and sealing jutsu. He could be completely outplayed. It was a long list of tearful realities. He wondered when he would ever fill his soccer field. Seeing Dana's pouting face, Arashi didn't tease him any further and set him back down. Did you bring me anything good this time? Dana asked, brushing off his clothes. Not this time, Arashi said, his expression turning serious. But I have something very important to tell you. It's about you. Instead of heading to dinner, Arashi created a sense of suspense. He told their mother they would be a little late and then led Dana towards the Raikage Tower. Chapter 17, A Skilled Physician. Chapter 17, A Skilled Physician. Upon arriving at the Raikage Tower, Arashi navigated the halls with practiced ease and led them to the Raikage's office. The Third Raikage was buried behind a mountain of paperwork. Looking at the towering stacks, Dana imagined that for every document his father finished, his secretary probably added 2 more, effectively trapping him in an infinite loop. "Dad, I've got something to report," Arashi announced casually. "I've told you, in the Raikage Tower, you're to address me as Lord Raikage." "Oh, never mind." "What is it?" Seeing a perfectly good excuse to escape his work, A pushed the documents aside, a look of relief in his eyes. Without Arashi's interruption, he would have been stuck here all night, breaking his promise to his wife to be home for dinner. "Dad, on my last mission, I met a really amazing doctor in the land of hot water," Arashi said, his voice filled with excitement. "No, actually, he was a medical nin. I told him a little about Dana's condition, and he said he's treated a similar case before." A's eyes widened in surprise. "Is this information reliable? What makes you think he can cure Dana?" Arashi explained that his squad had been ambushed on their mission. One of his Chunin teammates had his arm severed. Although they managed to retrieve the limb, they were too far from the village to get back in time for it to be reattached. The arm was a lost cause, but the wound still needed to be treated. Arashi's squad secretly searched for a local doctor and, by a stroke of luck, found a reclusive physician who was living in the area. The locals said he was a master of medicine with a kind heart and a variety of miraculous healing techniques. So, Arashi's team sought him out and met the old man, who looked like he was 1 foot in the grave. They had concealed their identities as ninja, and the old man didn't ask any questions. He took one look at the severed arm and asked if they still had it. When they said yes, he told them it could be reattached. Arashi's team hadn't thought it was possible, so they hadn't preserved the arm very well. The old man picked it up, gave it a sniff, and said it was a little smelly, but not too bad, and still usable. Then, he used medical ninjutsu to reattach it. Hearing this, Dana rolled his eyes so hard he nearly saw his own brain. An arm that had started to rot could be reattached. This sounded like the plot of a supernatural thriller. But then again, this was a world where chakra could control the shape of lightning, bring the dead back to life, and create clones with independent memories. In that context, reattaching a slightly smelly arm didn't seem so far-fetched. At least it sounded more plausible than the plug-and-play USB Sharingan. According to Arashi, his teammate's arm had healed without any complications. Even with the recent advancements in the cloud's medical ninjutsu thanks to the Fire Thief initiative, reattaching a severed limb, smelly or not, would have resulted in a significant loss of strength and dexterity. The shinobi's career would have been over. But this teammate's arm was back to normal in just a few days. Seeing this, and the old man's treatment of other patients, Arashi realized he was the real deal. In certain areas, his medical skills far surpassed anything the village currently possessed. Vastly surpassed. So, Arashi had fabricated a story and vaguely described his brother's condition. To his surprise, the old man was able to deduce the general situation from the few details he provided and claimed to have treated a similar illness long ago. At this point, A's recruit them all instinct, honed by years of the Fire Thief initiative, kicked in. "Then why didn't you invite him to the village?" he asked, raising an eyebrow at the word invite. Dana rolled his eyes again, this time so hard he thought the Hyuga clan might show up to claim him as one of their own. Arashi sighed. The Fire Thief initiative was a long-term, clandestine mission for all Cloud Ninja. Normally, they would have tried to bring such a person back to the village, and the Cloud would have offered generous terms. But the old man is just too old, Arashi explained. He's nimble enough when he's treating patients, but the rest of the time, he looks like he could drop dead at any moment. I asked him, but he refused. We didn't dare to try and force him. Besides, since this is for Dana, I felt we should be respectful. Even if we dragged him here, he might not do his best work. So, I was hoping we could follow his request and take Dana to him. The old man was eccentric and looked like he was about to crumble into dust. Arashi was worried that if they tried to abduct him, they'd end up carrying a corpse back to the village, which would defeat the purpose. A stroked his yellowish beard. The land of hot water, you say? That's not too far. The land of hot water was still within the land of lightning's sphere of influence. Suddenly, it dawned on Dana. Does this mean I get to leave the village? A wave of pure joy washed over him. In all his time in this new world, he had never once set foot outside the hidden cloud. He was going stir-crazy. He had been dying to see the outside world, and now he might even get to visit another country. He had to do everything he could to make this happen. But it's too soon to make a decision, A said, glancing at Dana before trailing off. The clan elders won't agree to it easily. Dana's face fell. I left a teammate behind with the old man, Arashi said urgently. If you're worried, we can send more people. But that old man looks like he could kick the bucket at any second. I think we need to move on this, fast. I considered. I'll speak with the elders tonight and we'll make a decision as soon as possible. By the way, I haven't had a chance to read your mission report yet. Is there anything else you need to report? It's all in the report. Nothing major. The only thing is, there's been some unusual activity near the border with the Land of Fire. We suspect enemy ninja have infiltrated the area, but we haven't found anyone. Even in peacetime, the espionage and friction between the great villages never ceased, though it was usually more covert. A's sharp mind immediately made a connection. During the recent relocation of the Red Eye clan from the Land of Birds, they had been attacked by assailants disguised as Cloud Ninja. The Cloud had won that skirmish, and the Red Eye clan was now safely within the Land of Lightning's borders. But A suspected that the other villages were starting to become aware of the Fire Thief initiative. It didn't matter. It was bound to happen eventually, and he already had countermeasures in place. But could a reclusive medical nin in the Land of Hot Water really cure Dana? It was worth a try, at the very least. The village's medical arts had improved by leaps and bounds in recent years, but they were still completely stumped by Dana's condition. Looks like I'll have to try and persuade those old geezers again, a thought. What a pain. At the same time, Dana was plotting how he could turn on the charm and convince the clan elders to let him go. Chapter 18, 12 and 3. Chapter 18, 12 and 3. That night, Dana pulled out all the stops. Through a combination of pleading and persistence, he finally managed to convince the clan elders to let him leave the village. After all, it was for a legitimate reason, and the Land of Hot Water was still within the Land of Lightning's sphere of influence. With a large enough escort, the risk would be minimal. The final decision was made jointly by the leading elders and the Third Raikage. It was settled, in addition to Arashi, a team of 3 jonin would be dispatched as a protective detail. One of them was Dana's trusted acquaintance, Dodai, a choice Dana was more than happy with. The other 2, Dana didn't know. One was named Mamoru Anze, a promising young medical nin who had volunteered for the assignment. Of course, in this era, there were no dedicated medical specialists, most were just combat ninja who happened to know a few medical jutsu and had an interest in the field. His combat skills were not to be underestimated, in fact, he was likely stronger than the average jonin. The other was Kyohei Kawanishi, handpicked by the Third Raikage. He was a master of taijutsu who wielded a chakra-infused short sword and had a reputation as a powerful and experienced bodyguard. In addition to the shinobi, there was a support team of 7 attendants, including Ume. These attendants, both male and female, were all trained members of the Yotsuki clan's private forces, many of them chunin or stronger. All told, the escort consisted of 3 jonin and 4 chunin, including an elite jonin with a Kekkei Genkai and a chunin of exceptional skill. Counting Dana himself, the party totaled 12 people. It was an entourage fit for a king. Within the Land of Lightning, no one besides the Daimyo himself had a more robust security detail. And since their entire journey was within their own sphere of influence, the mission was as safe as it could possibly be. They were in a hurry, so the very next morning, Arashi, Dana, and their retinue set out. The moment they left the village, Dana was like a country bumpkin visiting the big city for the first time. Everything was a novelty. He had to touch every flower and rub against every tree, a true bundle of curiosity. Unlike Konoha, which was surrounded by dense forests, or Suna, which was bordered by endless deserts, the Hidden Cloud had its own unique and breathtaking landscape. Jagged mountain peaks rose in succession, their altitude gradually decreasing as they traveled south. Strange rock formations and ancient trees dotted the terrain, and many areas were shrouded in mist, creating a sense of natural, untamed beauty that left Dana in awe. While the village itself was nestled among mountains, the confined space could feel oppressive after a while. Out here, it was magnificent. Arashi watched his brother's wide-eyed wonder with a pang of sympathy. He understood how Dana felt. His brother had never set foot outside the village in his entire life. His entire perception of the world had been shaped by the books in their library. With the tacit approval of Arashi and Dodai, the group slowed its pace, giving Dana more time to experience the world outside the village. That first night, they rested in a small town. Since they were still within the Land of Lightning and their group was large, they made no effort to hide their identities as Hidden Cloud Ninja. Dana was fascinated by the lives of the common people. From his reading, he knew that the technological development of the ninja world was incredibly strange. The current year was 33 KE, the Hidden Cloud, of course, didn't use Konoha's calendar, but the 2 villages had been founded in the same year. About 50 years ago, at the end of the Warring States period, the overall technology level of the world was still pre-industrial, similar to the Sengoku period of his previous life. But in the last few decades, technology had leaped forward. Basic industrial products like steel, concrete, glass, and kerosene had become widespread in a remarkably short period. In recent years, even electrical appliances had begun to appear. The Hidden Cloud, for instance, had a clunky wireless radio that was the size of a small house. And from what Dana remembered of the main story, which took place about 30 years from now, the ninja world would have already reached a modern level of technology, with computers, movies, televisions, and walkie-talkies. How was that possible? And then there was that unwatchable, unburnable garbage sequel he'd only heard about, where the technology had supposedly advanced to the 21st century and beyond. If this were his old world, he could just blame it on the author. But now that he was in this world, the question was like an itch he couldn't scratch. Think about it, in the future, the great ninja villages would be locked in a vicious cycle of development and war, beating each other's brains out. They had no involvement in the technological revolution of civilian society. So who, then, was pushing the world's rapid scientific advancement? Was it possible that, right now, somewhere in a corner of the world the ninja didn't care about, a group of people was researching diodes and microchips? How did that make any sense? Dana's curiosity about the development of civilian society burned hotter than any fire. When he saw a kerosene lamp hanging by a doorway, he ran over and grilled the owner about everything from its origin to its price. Then, when he discovered that therein used electric lights, he immediately cornered the owner and peppered him with questions. He didn't just ask, he took out his little notebook and meticulously recorded everything. Everyone in the group, except for Dodai, found the Raikage's second son to be a bit odd. But Dodai was perhaps the only one who no longer saw Dana as just a child. He not only helped him gather information but also actively answered his questions. After all, he now considered Dana's mind to be one of the Hidden Cloud's greatest treasures. And so, the group's progress slowed even further. Meanwhile, on the border of the land of hot water and the land of fire, a small squad of ninja was observing a town nestled at the foot of a mountain. Their leader was a stout man, his body a pie chart of 30% muscle, 60% fat, and 10% carefree swagger. Behind him stood three vibrant young shinobi, all of them appearing to be in their early 20s, a beautiful blonde, a pale-faced man with a deadpan expression, and a greasy-haired youth with prematurely white hair. Choza Akimichi patted his large belly. "We're finally in the land of hot water," he declared. "You kids might not know this, but this country has some amazing food. The hot spring inns are the best, and they have all kinds of entertainment districts." He swallowed audibly, and it was unclear if he was thinking of the food or the entertainment. "Uncle Choza," the blonde woman said, "we're all jonin. We've been to the land of hot water before." "I've been here twice before," said the white-haired youth, "but it was always for missions. I've never had a chance to really have fun." "You idiot," the pale-faced man sneered. "You're here on a mission this time, too. Did you really think Sensei sent us here for a spa vacation?" Chapter 19, The Three Disciples and the Test. Chapter 19, The Three Disciples and the Test. Jiraiya and Orochimaru's daily bickering aside, Choza Akimichi had a plan. As an old teammate of the Third Hokage, he had a deeper understanding of their current mission. On the surface, their overqualified squad was tasked with protecting a merchant caravan traveling from the land of fire to the land of hot water. But the real mission, one layer deeper, was to investigate the reason for the Hidden Cloud's recent and frequent contact with various bloodline clans. They had already secretly broken away from the real caravan escort and slipped into the land of hot water. Even in peacetime, the dance of espionage between the great villages never stopped. But until a decisive move was made, everything had to be done under a veil of secrecy. You couldn't just march in openly. The land of hot water bordered both the land of fire and the land of lightning, and its coastline wasn't far from the land of water. It was a nation blessed by nature, boasting 1,000 natural hot springs, earning it the nickname, the Land of 1,000 Springs. As a result, its commerce and tourism industries were booming. It was a crossroads of people and information. Therefore, with Konoha still in the dark about the cloud's specific movements and unwilling to launch a large-scale investigation, coming to the land of hot water to gather intelligence was the best option. Of course, this mission had another, even more important layer. It was a test for the Hokage's three disciples. As the students of the strongest Hokage, the natural talent of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru was beyond question. Even Jiraiya, the late bloomer of the group, was now a full-fledged jonin. All three of them were stronger than the average jonin. However, because their direct mentor was the Hokage himself, they hadn't had as many opportunities for real-world missions. The Hokage couldn't exactly take them along on D-rank errands, they were usually assigned to other shinobi for routine tasks. Now, as they had grown in both age and strength, it was time for them to stand on their own. This mission was their final exam. Because it involved the political maneuvering of two great hidden villages, the mission was designated A rank, with the potential to escalate to S rank at any moment, even if combat wasn't guaranteed. Furthermore, due to the lack of concrete intelligence, the mission was highly autonomous. They would have to assess the situation and decide on a course of action themselves, a true test of their comprehensive abilities. And Choza Akimichi, a veteran elite jonin and the Hokage's former teammate, was here as their chaperone and, unofficially, their proctor. His job was to evaluate the three disciples on Hiruzen's behalf. He had already made up his mind. He would find the best hot spring inn in town, hole up inside, and let the three youngsters handle the rest. Hiruzen had given him a generous expense account, after all. He was going to enjoy the sights and sounds of the land of hot water. No, wait. He was going to give them an opportunity to fully display their capabilities. After all, he couldn't help them too much, could he? This was a test. As for their safety, Choza wasn't worried. In peacetime, a veteran elite Jonin and 3 prodigy-level new generation Jonin were a force to be reckoned with. They could probably steamroll a minor hidden village on their own. The mission was as safe as it could possibly be. This mission is complex and will likely take some time to complete, Choza announced. First, we'll head to the capital of the land of hot water, find a place to stay, and set up a base of operations. Then, we can start gathering intelligence. Understood, the 3 replied in unison. He was their teacher's former teammate, a grand senior. They had no objections. Several hours later. All right, here's the situation, Choza said, shoving an entire row of sushi into his mouth. The land of hot water is a major hub of commerce and travel. We're bound to find some clues here. You 3 discuss your next move. I have a secret mission of my own to attend to, so I won't be able to join you. Chewing. The Akimichi clan had not fallen so low. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru narrowed their eyes, their faces a mask of disbelief. Perhaps sensing his excuse was a bit thin, Choza wiped his mouth and added, of course, I'll be here most of the time. Waitress, 3 more orders of eel rice. Ahem. If you run into any trouble, you can contact me via your summoning animals. Remember, your primary objective is intelligence gathering. This is peacetime, so try not to reveal your intentions. But if you have to get your hands dirty, make it clean. Choza's eyes narrowed, and for a fleeting moment, a hint of the killing intent of a man who had survived the first great ninja war leaked out. Then, his attention was immediately captured by the bowl of miso soup next to him, and he slurped it down with a cheerful grin. Ha! This place really is one of the top 3 gourmet hot spring inns in the country. Sir, another 10 orders of sushi. Happiness was practically radiating from his face. Orochimaru had to physically restrain Jiraiya and Tsunade from lunging across the table at Choza. After leaving the room, Jiraiya was still grumbling. You idiot, Orochimaru hissed. Don't you see? This mission is a test. For the 3 of us. Choza-senpai is intentionally leaving us to our own devices. A test. Why? Jiraiya asked, still confused. We're all Jonin now. We can't stay in the same squad forever. According to village regulations, we should have been assigned to lead our own teams long ago. It was only delayed because of our special status. Sensei is likely using this mission to evaluate us. Of course, the mission itself is real, it wasn't just fabricated for our sake. So what do we do now? Tsunade asked. As the brains of the group, Orochimaru naturally took the lead. Although the land of hot water borders both our countries, it has leaned more towards the land of lightning since the last war. This is essentially their territory. According to the intelligence from Sensei, the Cloud is making contact with bloodline clans all over the ninja world, likely with the intention of relocating them to their village. That means they would be traveling with their entire families. It's highly probable that they would stop in the land of hot water to rest or resupply. Even for the clans that have already reached the Cloud, there might be traces of their passage left here. Since this is a test, I suggest we split up to gather information and meet up periodically to share what we've found, Orochimaru proposed. A freelance approach. I like it. Jiraiya said excitedly. In that case, I'll go check out the Kabuki district. Then I'll go check out the casinos. Ha ha ha. Tsunade cackled, a wicked glint in her eyes. Orochimaru sighed. And these 2 had the nerve to get angry at Choza-senpai. How embarrassing. Dana, it's just an ordinary blacksmith shop. Why are you so interested? Arashi asked, crouching by the entrance and watching his brother with a perplexed expression. Dana was furiously scribbling in his notebook. The best blacksmiths in the land of hot water are in the capital. This place has no history and has never produced a famous blade. No, you don't understand, Dana said without looking up, still drawing a structural diagram. This shop is not what it seems. What's not to understand? It's a second-rate forge that can only produce rough sword blanks. They don't even have a single named sword to their name. Dana had no time to argue with Arashi. He was too busy taking notes. Because this wasn't a blacksmith shop. It was a factory. Yo, it's Sagai's here, trying something new. If this fanfic gets 5 reviews, I'll drop 2 extra chapters. If we hit 67 power stones in the next 24 hours, I'll release 1 bonus chapter on top of that. And going forward, every 5 new reviews equals 2 extra chapters. Every 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 20, shocking. A blacksmith shop secretly hides. Chapter 20, Shocking. A blacksmith's shop secretly hides. Upon entering the land of hot water, Dana's group came across a blacksmith shop in a border town. The place was so large that they initially thought it must be the workshop of a famous master smith. The shinobi in the group were even planning to restock their ninja tools, only to be told that the shop only produced semi-finished goods. There were no finished swords, only the rough steel blanks used to forge them. No kunai, only the unprocessed iron bars. The ninja were sorely disappointed. A forge more than twice the size of a normal blacksmith shop, and all it made were half-finished parts. But Dana's interest was piqued. Being curious about everything, he naturally went to investigate and struck gold. It turned out the shop had once belonged to a renowned swordsmith. The master had left behind many famous works and had died a successful man. But his son, Kitanuji, was a man of mediocre talent. Though he made no major mistakes, in the years after he inherited the forge, not a single famous blade was produced. His father's reputation gradually faded, and the shop became just another ordinary smithy. But Kitanuji, upon realizing his own limitations, didn't despair. Instead, he chose a different path. Kitanuji discovered that the initial stages of making any sword, good or bad, even a legendary one, were largely the same. The process always began with melting and hammering the iron into a basic sword blank. He also realized that even for the most skilled smith, there was always an element of luck involved. There was a high probability that a perfectly forged blank could be ruined in the later stages of the process. Kitanuji saw a business opportunity. He stopped trying to forge finished swords and instead began to specialize in producing high-quality blanks to supply to other smiths. His father had been a master, so the Kitanuji family still possessed a deep understanding of the fundamentals. The blanks they produced were of a higher quality than most. And the other smiths were more than happy to be freed from the laborious initial forging process, allowing them to focus on the more prestigious finishing work. After all, the blanks they forged themselves weren't necessarily better than what the Kitanuji shop could produce. From that day on, the Kitanuji blacksmith shop never produced another finished sword. Its name faded from public memory, but its sword blanks, iron bars, and other semi-finished products became bestsellers in the surrounding regions, earning a fortune. Kitanuji also realized that 90% of the work in making blanks was pure physical labor. So, he hired a team of young men to do the heavy lifting while he simply supervised. He even spent a large sum of money to bring in craftsmen from the land of waves to build a water-powered trip hammer, which dramatically increased both the quantity and quality of his output. Initially, Kitanuji had been reluctant to speak with Dana. But Dana had simply revealed his identity, stating that he was from the hidden cloud and wanted to establish a long-term partnership. Kitanuji was skeptical of the 6-year-old boy, but the large group of adult shinobi, including Dodai, tacitly endorsed his actions. With so many powerful jonin backing him up, Arashi, who looked older than his years, was also assumed to be an adult. Kitanuji eventually believed him. In this era, the great hidden villages were the true powers. While they might lack the soft power of the daimyo, their hard power and ruthless methods were far more fearsome. The opportunity to form a long-term partnership with one of the 5 great villages was something Kitanuji couldn't pass up. Only then was he willing to speak with Dana seriously. Dana expressed his desire to understand the forge's operations in detail. Kitanuji gave him a thorough tour, and Dana was very pleased with what he saw. This is the prototype of a factory, Dana thought, very pleased indeed. The primary mode of production in the ninja world was still a holdover from the Warring States period, the workshop model. Production was centered around families or villages, with everyone working together to create a specific product. The difference between a factory and a workshop could be broken down into 3 key points. Workshops generally focus on creating a final product. A factory can specialize in producing intermediate goods. Factories are highly specialized. No single worker is involved in the entire production process. A small number of technical supervisors oversee the whole operation. A factory is not dependent on any single individual. New workers are trained, and once trained, they can be plugged into the standardized workflow. And Dana knew that this blacksmith shop was far from reaching its full potential. If production was increased, wouldn't that give them greater bargaining power over the price of iron and coal? Wouldn't it be easier to upgrade their technology? If the cost of raw materials went down, the price of their products could also go down, while the quality improved. This would fundamentally destroy the desire and motivation for smaller, workshop-level blacksmiths to forge their own blanks. Once everyone stopped forging their own blanks, the skills, tools, and even the will to produce them within those workshops would gradually disappear. Then, the other blacksmith's dependence on the factory would increase dramatically. And then, couldn't the factory control the entire industry by simply adjusting its prices? In an extreme scenario, if they cut off someone's supply chain, that person wouldn't be able to forge swords at all. Or if they tried, the quality would be inferior and the cost higher than their competitors, potentially driving them out of business. Of course, this would only be possible once the factory reached a certain scale. In the ninja world, the forging of swords and ninja tools was a core industry. And now, a golden opportunity was laid out before Dana. It wasn't that seeing this shop was what gave him the idea of a factory. It was that this was the first time he had been outside the village, the first time he had seen the world with his own eyes. Only now did he understand what could be done, what should be done. If he could control the ninja tool industry of this world, or even just the industry in the surrounding few countries, the possibilities were unimaginable. Just thinking about it made his head spin. Dana wiped the drool from his chin. He assured Kitanuji that the hidden cloud would have big business for him in the future. Kitanuji just thought he was talking about a large order, he had no idea of the deep, comprehensive partnership Dana envisioned. Back at the inn, Dana summoned Arashi and Dodai to his room. He had Uemi stand guard outside and then had Dodai cast a soundproofing barrier jutsu. As someone who often accompanied the Raikage on confidential matters, Dodai was proficient in such simple barriers. What's with all the secrecy? Arashi asked, confused. Dodai was also curious. He hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary at the blacksmith shop, but he knew Dana must have made a significant discovery. What I am about to say is of the utmost importance, Dana began. It concerns a matter of great significance. Arashi just smirked, waiting to see what his little brother would come up with. Dodai, on the other hand, had already taken out a pen and paper. He had learned from experience that when Dana talked about a big plan, he meant big, and it was best to take notes. That blacksmith shop today, Dana began, did you notice? As Dana explained, the expressions on Arashi's and Dodai's faces gradually shifted from, oh, I see, to, it can do that, and finally to shocking. That blacksmith shop secretly hides the power to subvert the entire ninja world. In the process of explaining, Dana also organized his own thoughts. In the main storyline, 30 years from now, the production of ninja tools was still at the workshop level. But outside the world of ninja, given the existence of computers, movies, and televisions, it was logical to assume that factories had appeared. The disconnect was likely due to the separation between ninja and civilian society. But in any case, the opportunity was huge. He was only 6, and his situation was unique. He didn't have the time or energy to dedicate himself to this project full-time. The correct path for him was to provide high-level planning and advice from behind the scenes, using his knowledge from his previous life, in other words, to be an armchair general. He couldn't just go and be a factory foreman at his age. This was the ninja world, after all. He hadn't been reincarnated with the wrong script, had he? Therefore, this plan had to be carried out with the help of a collective. And he, the humble son of the Raikage, the precious jewel of the Yotsuki clan, was in the perfect position to make it happen. Of course, Dana had his own selfish motives. That was why he had summoned Arashi and Dodai, and not Kawanishi and Anze. Dodai was a retainer of the Yotsuki clan, and Arashi was his brother. If this plan was to be realized, it would be much easier to manage if it was under the name of the Yotsuki clan, rather than the Hidden Cloud Village. Chapter 21, Yoshitoki. Chapter 21, Yoshitoki. Arashi quickly recovered from his shock. He immediately grasped the immense benefits this plan could bring to the Yotsuki clan and understood why Dana had only included the two of them. He began to seriously consider the chain of events it would set in motion. The future Fourth Raikage was no brainless brute. Dodai, on the other hand, was now triple-checking the soundproofing barrier. He took the scroll with the detailed plan from Dana, and it felt as heavy as an S-rank mission scroll. This scroll was far more important than any S-rank mission. I've written down all the other details in the scroll, Dana said. Show it to Dad later. I've already put Kitanuji on hold with the promise of a big order. His experience and skills are indispensable, so there's no need to cut him out completely. The business network he's built up over the years is very valuable. If this works out, just give him the shares he deserves. Given the dominant position of the 5 great villages, Kitanuji would be lucky to keep even 10%. But that 10% could be worth far more than the single blacksmith shop he currently owned. But the sooner we move, the better, Dana concluded. It's possible someone else has already noticed the potential. The faster we act, the fewer variables we'll have to deal with. Young Master Dana, Dodai said, his voice urgent, may I have your permission to return to the village immediately and report this to Lord Raikage? This is a matter of great importance to the village. Of course, Dana replied. He had no reason to disagree. But if I leave, your protective detail will be short-handed, Dodai hesitated. He was the strongest of the 3 jonin, his departure would significantly weaken the team. It's fine, Dana said, waving his hand dismissively. We're so close to the land of lightning, what could possibly happen? Besides, even without you, we still have 2 jonin, several chunin, and Arashi is nearly jonin level himself. We'll be perfectly fine. Dodai considered it. He was right. And if he traveled at top speed, he could be back in 3 or 4 days. Then I shall depart tonight. Go on, go on. The day after Dodai left with the scroll, Dana's group finally arrived at their destination, a small village near the capital of the Land of Hot Water, where the old physician lived. The village was small and dilapidated, with only a few dozen residents. It was clear the doctor hadn't been living here for long, otherwise, he'd have a hard time finding any patients. Dana had prepared himself for what he might find, but when he finally saw the old man, he was still taken aback. Arashi had been conservative in his description. The man didn't just look like he could die at any moment, he looked like a corpse that had just clawed its way out of a coffin. His face was covered in what might have been age spots, and every wrinkle looked deep enough to hold a handful of coins. His skin was stretched thin over his bones. When Dana saw him, the old man was trimming a bonsai tree, moving at a glacial pace of about one movement every 10 seconds. "Oh, it's you, young man," the old man said, his voice trembling. "Your companion has been here for a while. Are you here to take him home?" In the time it took him to say one sentence, it sounded like a glob of ancient phlegm had made a round trip up and down his throat several times. To ensure the old man didn't wander off, and also to keep an eye on him in case he did suddenly drop dead, Arashi had left one of the chunin from his squad behind. "Grandfather," Arashi said politely, "I told you before about my little brother's condition. I've brought him with me this time." He gently pushed Dana forward. The old man looked Dana up and down. "Wait a moment," he rasped. "Let me finish with this flower." They waited for over 2 hours. "Bro," Dana whispered, "you think he's gonna die mid-snip?" It's a definite possibility," Arashi replied with a perfectly straight face. Just as Dana was about to lose his mind, the old doctor finally finished with the bonsai, though Dana couldn't see any discernible difference. The old man then led them into his courtyard and began to wander around aimlessly. The entire group stood in a line, watching in bewilderment as the old man shuffled back and forth. Sometimes he'd go left, sometimes right. Sometimes he'd disappear into his house for a few minutes before reappearing. His eyes were unfocused, and he was muttering to himself, as if performing some kind of ritual. One by one, the shinobi tilted their heads, their expressions slowly going blank. "What is he doing?" "I have no idea." "You don't think he's just going to wander himself to death, do you?" one of the jonin wondered aloud. The others seriously contemplated the likelihood of this happening. Just then, the old man stopped. He pulled a chair out from behind a broken door panel. "I knew it was around here somewhere." He had been looking for a chair. Just as they thought he was about to sit down, the old man placed the chair in front of them. "Wait here. I'll go borrow a few more chairs from the neighbors." There was no way they were going to let him go on that quest, he might not make it back by sunrise. One of the shinobi immediately used an earth-release jutsu to create a few simple stools and pulled the old man back. The others had gotten the message, it was best to just do things for him. They got the old man settled, brought him tea and water, and fetched whatever he needed. They even tidied up his small courtyard. The efficiency of the group shot up dramatically. "Thank you, young people," the old man said cheerfully. "You've done so much for me. If you're slow enough, someone will eventually get fed up and do the work for you." While they waited, Dana started to chat with the old man, his curiosity getting the better of him. "Sir, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?" Let me think." The old man trailed off and fell silent. Dana discreetly glanced at him, but it was impossible to read anything from his overly ancient face. But Dana would bet Uzumaki Hiroto's life that this man had been born in the distant Warring States period, and was far older than anyone he knew of, including Hashirama Senju. "Are you planning on living here permanently?" I've traveled to many places. I don't feel like moving anymore." "This place is nice," the old man said with a grin. "What should I call you?" "You can call me Grandpa Yoshitoki." Ha ha ha. Finally, the attendants had everything ready, and it was time for Dana's examination. Old man Yoshitoki had Dana take off his shirt. He then reached out with an arm that was barely thicker than a broomstick and took Dana's hand. He didn't check his pulse, as Dana had expected. Instead, he began to feel his way up Dana's arm, occasionally squeezing. Dana then remembered that pulse diagnosis was a part of traditional Chinese medicine. This was the ninja world. "Be careful, sir," Dana warned. "My condition is a bit special. I sometimes discharge electricity uncontrollably, and it can be quite powerful." After a general examination of Dana's body, the old man made a gesture in front of his chest, and a faint white light appeared at his fingertips. It took Dana a moment to realize what had just happened. The old man had formed a hand seal. His movements were just so slow that no one had even considered the possibility. A one-handed seal. Was he a ninja? Chapter 22, What is a Kekkei Genkai? Chapter 22, What is a Kekkei Genkai? Old man Yoshitoki pointed the white light at his fingertips toward the center of Dana's chest. Something miraculous happened. Dana could suddenly see his own ribs, and inside them, the squirming of his internal organs. His ribcage had become translucent. He could see his organs shifting slightly with the beat of his heart, looking wet and slick. Caught completely off guard, the hair on Dana's arm stood on end. He panicked. The others, who had been on high alert, also saw the strange phenomenon and instantly drew their kunai, ready to strike. The order was to ensure Dana's safety above all else. Arashi's face turned cold as ice. The sight of one's own internal organs is not a pleasant one. The intense mental shock immediately affected Dana's body. A crackle of electricity erupted from his skin and struck the old man's hand. Yoshitoki hadn't anticipated this either. His hand trembled and he stumbled back, nearly falling. Fortunately, the shock wasn't very powerful, and the frail old man seemed unharmed. As his finger left Dana's body, the translucent effect on his chest vanished. The entire incident had happened in just a few seconds. Only now did everyone realize that what they had just witnessed was likely a unique form of ninjutsu. "Sir, what was that?" "Ah, that's a little jutsu I developed myself," Yoshitoki rasped, rubbing his sore hand. "A medical jutsu, I suppose. It's not much use for anything else, just convenient for diagnoses. Did I scare you? In my old age, I forgot to warn you beforehand. Not much use." That was ridiculously cool. Dana pushed the thought aside. For now, the diagnosis was the most important thing. After calming Dana down, the old man continued his examination. Now that he was prepared, Dana simply closed his eyes. Staring at his own guts was seriously unnerving. Some of the female attendants had to turn their heads away as well. This time, thankfully, there were no more electrical discharges. The old man spent an especially long time examining Dana's spine, but since it was on his back, Dana couldn't see what was happening. A very strong body," Yoshitoki murmured after a while, a smile playing on his lips. "So small, yet so powerful. Young man, your condition is most peculiar. Why would you think this is caused by a Kekkei Genkai disease?" "Because I can't store or use chakra," Dana said hesitantly. "And I discharge electricity sometimes. And, my physical abilities aren't normal." "Then, try molding chakra for me. Let me see." At his word, Dana closed his eyes and began to earnestly mold chakra. It was a futile effort, but he held on to the hope that one day he would fill his soccer field, so he had never stopped his daily practice. Old man Yoshitoki continued to observe the inside of Dana's body with his miraculous jutsu. After a long time, he told Dana to stop. "Do you know," he asked, "what a Kekkei Genkai truly is?" "I came here for a checkup, not a lecture," Dana thought. But he answered based on his own understanding. "An inheritable, special ability. Related to chakra." "Not wrong, but that's a very general description," Yoshitoki said. Kekkei Genkai. The Kekkei part means it can be passed down to your descendants. The Genkai part means it is a limit that others cannot achieve, no matter how hard they try. And both of these are the result of the human body being modified by chakra. Some are also created by mixing two chakra natures, but in my view, most of those are just special elemental releases. If they can't be passed down, they aren't true Kekkei Genkai. Dana remained silent, listening intently. "There are many jutsu in this world," the old man continued slowly. "Some are powerful, some have unique effects, some are difficult to counter. These were often favored by certain ninja during the Warring States period. It was a known fact that Kekkei Genkai had existed in the ninja world long before the village system. These bloodline clans could miraculously and reliably, or semi-reliably, pass down certain traits to the next generation. Some of these traits were external physical changes, like the famous Byakugan and Sharingan. Others were internal, not affecting the body's appearance, like the ability to deprive someone of their 5 senses. A portion of these were inherited from the Sage of 6 Paths or the progenitors of the ninja world. These bloodlines were a fast track to the pinnacle of power. But another portion of them had a completely different origin. They were born from the influence of specific secret jutsu and chakra on the body itself. In the current era, where the Otsutsuki clan was all but forgotten, this was the common understanding of how a Kekkei Genkai was formed. Throughout history, countless geniuses and clans had developed a wide variety of powerful and strange jutsu. Some were lost to time, some shone brilliantly, and some were useless. A small fraction of these jutsu, however, could be systematically studied and passed down. In the dog-eat-dog world of the Warring States, these became the foundation of a clan's power and heritage. The clan would continuously refine these jutsu over generations. They would grow stronger, more stable. Many of these secret jutsu, or Haiden, were actually just optimized versions of conventional ninjutsu. At this point, the clan would forbid outsiders from learning them, maintaining the jutsu's transmission in a black box. This is how a jutsu became a secret jutsu. The Nara clan's shadow jutsu was a perfect example. Their techniques were jealously guarded. It wasn't that only a Nara could learn them, but generations of practice had given the clan more effective training methods, more comprehensive knowledge, and a better internal support system. And because the techniques were kept secret, outsiders had no way of learning them. Most importantly, the constant use of the shadow jutsu was slowly modifying the bodies of the Nara clan members, making them inherently more suited to its practice. Generation after generation, they refined their secret arts, and their descendants would continue to do the same. In addition to accumulating experience, their bodies were gradually adapting to the specific chakra patterns of the shadow jutsu. They were being remolded by their own chakra. Perhaps, after a few hundred years, this gradual modification and accumulation would finally fuse the Nara clan and their shadow jutsu into a true Kekkei Genkai. This process was unpredictable. With luck, a single genius could create a new bloodline. Without it, a clan could go extinct before ever awakening one. The Yotsuki clan's lightning release chakra mode was the same. As the ruling family of the cloud, their signature technique was this unstoppable fusion of offense and defense, a jutsu that remained a powerful force throughout history. Like the shadow jutsu, it wasn't exclusively usable by the Yotsuki. Dana knew that Dodai, a trusted retainer, had mastered it to some degree, though he had his own Haiden and didn't rely on it. Generations of accumulated practice had been slowly changing the bodies of the Yotsuki, but a true Kekkei Genkai had never formed. This was why Dana was so important. But even for clans that already possessed a Kekkei Genkai, life wasn't without its worries. A bloodline didn't guarantee invincibility. And sometimes, errors occurred in the genetic lottery. The most common was a descendant being born without the ability at all. Just as people varied in height and weight, talent was not a given. Many clans had simply faded into history because their bloodlines thinned and no new users were born for several generations. Another possibility was an incomplete inheritance, a flawed version of the Kekkei Genkai, one that came with defects or caused physical harm. This was a Kekkei Genkai disease. And you, Yoshitoki said, looking straight at Dana, you don't have a Kekkei Genkai disease. You're just too weak. Dana, what? Guys, we crossed the 100 power stone goal, and as promised, here the bonus chapter. Next goal, 200 power stone. Come on guys, you can do it, good luck. Every 5 new reviews equals 2 extra chapters. Every 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 23, Hunger and Intelligence. Chapter 23, Hunger and Intelligence. You're not sick. You're just not eating enough, old man Yoshitoki explained, using an analogy. When a person is starving, they grow thin, their mind becomes clouded, and they have no extra energy. It's the same principle. Your body has never been properly fed, so naturally, it has no surplus chakra for you to use. To be precise, it's starving. And your unconscious electrical discharges are a result of this weakness, an inability to control your body's functions, similar to how a person shivers from hunger. Dana's expression grew serious. His physical abilities were so immense that he had never associated the word weakness with himself. Was it possible he wasn't lacking conventional nutrients, but chakra itself? Had he been making things worse this whole time? Because they didn't understand his condition, the Yotsuki clan, and Dana himself, had been intentionally limiting the frequency of his chakra molding, fearing that overexertion would trigger some dangerous change in his body. They thought it would be safer to wait until he was a little older. And now he was being told it was because he had too little chakra. It was like having a stomachache, not eating for days out of fear of making it worse, and then going to the doctor only to be told there was nothing wrong with him, he was just having hunger pangs. He was completely dumbfounded. He swallowed hard. Could I have starved myself into having a real problem? Of course, old man Yoshitoki added with a dramatic pause, all of this is just a guess. You talk for 10 minutes and then tell me it's a guess. Dana nearly leaped to his feet. Now, don't be hasty, Yoshitoki said calmly. This is how medicine works. First, we form a hypothesis. Then, we slowly confirm it. Finally, we find a solution. This is especially true for a condition I've never seen before. The description your brother gave me was inaccurate, but that's a minor issue. However, an old man like me can't use any more ninjutsu today. If you're not in a hurry, you can stay for a few days. There are some empty rooms in the back. I'll get them ready for you. Several of the attendants immediately stood up to help. There was no way they were letting him do it. The old man would probably be shuffling around until sunrise and still not have a single bed made. Throughout the entire process, Yoshitoki never mentioned a fee, nor did he ask about their identities. Arashi's squad had experienced the same thing. In the end, they had just left a reasonable payment. Perhaps this was just how reclusive masters operated. Thank you, Grandpa Yoshitoki, Dana said politely. He was always respectful to his elders, especially one who was probably older than both of his lives combined, times 3. Meanwhile, in the bustling capital of the land of hot water. A weary-looking young man, seemingly just off work, sighed and rubbed his back as he walked towards his humble, unknown home. A small boy ran past and bumped into him. The boy quickly bowed his head in apology and then scurried away. The boy ducked into a dark, deserted alleyway, a triumphant grin on his face. He opened the coin purse he had just lifted, but before he could even see the money inside, the cold steel of a kunai was pressed against his neck. "Good hands," said the weary young man from before. But bad luck. Seeing the kunai, the street-smart boy immediately knew he was dealing with a ninja. His heart sank. A kunai was not a practical weapon for a civilian. Without special training, a simple kitchen knife was far more effective and intimidating. Only ninja used kunai. And ninja were not to be trifled with. They were ruthless. "Sir, I didn't know you were a ninja. Please, spare me. I'll give you back your purse," the boy begged, holding out the coin purse with a trembling hand. The young man took the purse, but he didn't lower the kunai. He just stared at the boy with a blank expression, as if contemplating something. The boy had a terrible premonition, especially when he looked into the man's vacant eyes. He was looking at him as if he were an object, no different from a rock on the ground or a bug in a hole. A deep chill ran through him, and he was frozen with fear. "He's going to kill me. This ninja is going to kill me." A voice screamed in his head. Just as the boy was about to give in to despair, a figure rushed into the alley like a whirlwind. "Orochimaru. Lend me some money. I'm so mad. I've been losing all day," a blonde girl cried out, latching onto the leg of the disguised Orochimaru. She then seemed to notice the boy for the first time. "What's a filthy little thief like you doing here?" she snarled, waving her hand dismissively. "Get lost before I beat you up." The boy glanced at the weary young man. Seeing no objection, he scrambled to his feet and stumbled out of the alley. Orochimaru sighed and released his transformation, looking down at the pouting Tsunade. "If I recall correctly, you brought quite a bit of money with you." "Oh, it wasn't that much," Tsunade said awkwardly. "And if my luck hadn't been so bad today, I wouldn't have lost it all." As the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade was notoriously wealthy. Orochimaru had no doubt that the amount of money she could lose in a single day was enough to give him a heart attack. He, on the other hand, was an orphan who, as the Hokage's student, hadn't had many opportunities to earn money on missions. Saving up was a slow and difficult process. Lending her money was out of the question. "Why don't you go ask Jiraiya?" Tsunade's face twisted in disgust. "I saw that idiot getting thrown out of the Kabuki district yesterday for not paying his tab. He's a broke loser. No way. We're still on a mission," Orochimaru said coldly. "You should try to show a little restraint. If you keep slacking off like this, I won't cover for you when Sensei asks." Tsunade was completely unfazed. She wasn't afraid of the third Hokage. "Hee, don't worry," she said with a grin. "The casino is full of shady characters, but it's also a great place to gather information. I wasn't just gambling. I found something out. A week ago, a Cloud Ninja escort brought a large family through here. They stayed for 2 days. 3 old people, 6 adults, and 2 children. Their movements match the intel we have on the Red Eye clan. They left for the Land of Lightning 4 days ago. From the size of the group, it was a full clan relocation." Just then, a tall figure appeared on the rooftop above them, silhouetted against the setting sun. It was Jiraiya. He would have looked quite dashing, if not for the lipstick marks on his face and the black eye. "I've also gathered some important intel," he announced proudly. Even earlier, about a month ago, another group, suspected to be a bloodline clan, arrived in the capital with a Cloud escort. It seems the Cloud is intentionally routing them through here. Perhaps to impress the relocating families with the prosperity of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Hot Water, to win them over. According to my source, Aiko-san from the Kabuki district, that clan was likely the Steel Release clan. And when did the women of the Kabuki district become experts on Kekkei Genkai? Orochimaru sneered. "Is your source reliable?" "Of course," Jiraiya said confidently. Aiko-san said one of the men from that clan was a regular customer. He had the ability to make various parts of his body hard. Very, very hard. Not normal person hard. It matches the village's description of Steel Release. Tsunade shot him a look of pure disgust, as if he were a cockroach that had just crawled out of a sewer. Jiraiya, however, was completely oblivious, puffing out his chest with pride. Tsunade ignored him and turned back to Orochimaru. "Come on, Orochimaru, lend me some money. Just 100,000 Ryo. No, 500,000. I can win it all back, with interest. I have a feeling. My luck is about to turn. I'm going to clean them out." Orochimaru felt a wave of despair wash over him. How had he ended up with these two as teammates? One was a gambling addict who was constantly losing a fortune. The other got himself thrown out of the entertainment district in less than a day. Though, considering how broke Jiraiya usually was, that wasn't too surprising. The real question was how he'd managed to last that long. Orochimaru forced his thoughts back to the mission. The ninja world was currently in a state of peaceful espionage. It was best to keep things quiet, especially for Konoha, which was often the target of the other nations. Based on the intelligence they had gathered so far, they could probably submit a perfunctory report and be done with it. But as a test for the Hokage's disciples, that clearly wasn't enough. For every 100 power stone equals 1 bounds chapter. For every 5 review equals 2 bounds chapter. Note, this offer is only for the first week. After that, it'll be 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter, but the review reward will stay the same for the next 30 reviews. Chapter 24, The Encounter. Chapter 24, The Encounter. Based on the intelligence they had gathered, they could have submitted a perfunctory, half-finished report and been done with it. But Orochimaru knew that as a test for the Hokage's disciples, that would be a failing grade. As he'd said before, their mutual espionage was something that happened in the shadows. They couldn't just march into the land of lightning or take more drastic actions based on flimsy evidence. Choza-senpai would never approve, and neither would their teacher. It wasn't that they couldn't, but that it wasn't worth the risk. At least, not yet. The Red Eye clan and the suspected Steel Release clan were likely already inside the hidden cloud. Chasing them into the land of lightning would be pointless and would only risk escalating the situation. Therefore, Orochimaru concluded, they should wait. If the cloud was actively recruiting bloodline clans and intentionally routing them through the land of hot water, then there would be another time, another team. Perhaps next month, a new migrating clan would arrive. As the most prosperous nation on the way to the land of lightning, it was the logical route for the cloud to take. We'll stay in the land of hot water, Orochimaru decided. Choza-senpai didn't give us a time limit. It's highly likely another group will pass through here. Lying in wait, remaining hidden until the time was right, was the most logical choice. Besides, Choza-senpai didn't seem to be in any hurry. In fact, he would probably love nothing more than to stay here for half a year. However, Tsunade and Jiraiya were too restless. He needed to find something to keep them occupied. By the way, Tsunade, he said, we have plenty of time. I've heard rumors that a skilled physician, possibly a medical nin, has recently come to the land of hot water. Care to go check it out? We might learn something. As expected, Tsunade's interest was piqued. A medical nin who doesn't belong to a village, she mused. That is interesting. Hey. Jiraiya interjected. You're not trying to create an opportunity to be alone with Tsunade, are you? Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya as if he were an idiot. This fool didn't even know who he should be worried about. No wonder he'll never win her over. He had no problem leaving her to go to the Kabuki district, so why was he acting so jealous now? Someone has to stay in the capital, Orochimaru said calmly. All 3 of us have summoning animals. If there's trouble, we can use the reverse summoning jutsu to support each other. You keep an eye out for any large groups traveling with elderly members and children, entire families on the move. That should keep things in order, Orochimaru thought. But Tsunade? ? Tsunade looked at him. Your timing earlier, when you interrupted me with that thief, Orochimaru said, his voice a low hiss. It was quite a coincidence, wasn't it? The next morning, the Cloud entourage was up early, preparing breakfast. To ensure old man Yoshitoki could focus all his energy on the diagnosis, they did every conceivable chore for him. Someone even suggested adding a soldier pill to his breakfast to replenish his chakra and speed things up, but they ultimately decided against it, fearing the soldier pill would send the old soldier straight to the afterlife. Old man Yoshitoki himself was eager to help, trying to lend a hand with every task he saw. But no one would let him, as that was more torturous than just doing the work themselves. In the end, Yoshitoki and Dana were left to sit and chat in the courtyard. Grandpa Yoshitoki, Dana asked with his signature, charm offensive for the elderly, smile, what's the name of that jutsu you used yesterday? This was the very face that could pacify the entire council of Yotsuki elders. That jutsu. Let me think, it's called the life peep jutsu. It's an amazing technique. Can it really see inside a person's body? Not just people. It works on most things. Like this. Yoshitoki formed a one-handed seal, and his fingertip began to glow. He picked up a dry twig from the ground. The twig became translucent, its internal grain and fibers clearly visible. But there's not much point in looking inside a rock or other things, is there? I usually just use it for medical diagnoses, so I called it the life peep jutsu. Unbelievably cool. It can see through other things too. Dana glanced at their team's medical nin, Mamoru Anze, who looked just as shocked. So, what's on the agenda for today? Dana asked curiously. Today, let's try this. Dana watched as Yoshitoki slowly formed 3 hand seals. The dry twig in his hand began to grow plump and moist, and then, a tiny green shoot sprouted from its tip. This one is called the life return jutsu. It converts chakra into life force and infuses it into another's body. Of course, it works on non-humans too, but you need to understand their structure. It seems similar to the mystical palm technique, Dana thought. No, that's not right. Mystical palm stimulates the patient's own healing ability. If this jutsu really infuses life force, then the principle is completely different. Is that yang release chakra? Dana asked. No. The life return jutsu must use non-elemental chakra, Yoshitoki said, slowly planting the sprouted twig in a nearby pot. Your body has likely accumulated some damage from its long-term starvation. In addition to molding more chakra, you also need treatment. Just like when you've been starving, you can't just gorge yourself on food. You need to nurse your body back to health. Dana felt a wave of relief. Well now, Yoshitoki said, his voice trembling slightly. I'm an old man, and I don't have much chakra left. That little demonstration just now used up all of it. Let's eat first. We can talk more tonight. He slowly stood up and shuffled towards the table where the attendants had prepared a lavish breakfast. Dana nearly faceplanted. That's it. He's out of chakra already. You're already spent right after waking up, and now I have to wait until tonight. Why didn't you just demonstrate on me? But looking at the old man, who seemed to be on the verge of collapsing at any moment, everyone was both anxious and afraid to rush him. We have to find a way to bring this man back to the village. And if they couldn't, then these 2 jutsu and his medical knowledge had to be passed on. Dana suspected that in the original timeline, Yoshitoki had probably died in obscurity in this small village, taking these 2 incredibly valuable techniques with him to the grave. Thinking about it, how many other amazing jutsu had been lost to time? The ninja world was in constant turmoil, but it also produced countless geniuses. Who knows how many masterpieces of ninjutsu had vanished into the river of history? In his youth, Yoshitoki must have been a remarkable genius himself. For such a person to choose to live out his final years in a small village in a minor country, treating unknown patients without reservation, was it because he had seen through the vanities of the world, or for some other reason? Old man Yoshitoki didn't seem to care. He slowly patted the dust off his pants and headed for the breakfast table. Seeing that there was porridge, he smiled happily and called out to everyone, "Come, come. You've all worked so hard. Let's eat together." The attendants, led by Ume, were hesitant. They had been trained since childhood by the Yotsuki clan and felt it would be improper. It wasn't until Dana also insisted that they all eat together that they finally relented and sat down. Ume secretly gave Dana a thumbs up, and he returned her smile. Just as the group was enjoying a peaceful and happy breakfast, a young man and woman appeared at the gate of Yoshitoki's courtyard. "Excuse me," the men called out, "is there a doctor here? My wife is sick." The atmosphere suddenly went quiet, the only sound being the slurping of old man Yoshitoki's porridge. Dana looked up from his food, confused. The ninja around him were already on their feet. The newcomers seemed startled by their unified and intimidating presence, and their words trailed off. Several of the cloud ninja already had their hands on their weapon pouches. Dana was completely baffled. Why was everyone so tense? "They're ninja," Arashi said, his voice low and serious. "Their appearances are just a transformation jutsu. Dash for every 100 power stone equals 1 bounds chapter. Dash for every 5 review equals 2 bounds chapter. Note, this offer is only for the first week, after that, it'll be 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter, but the review reward will stay the same for the next 30 reviews. Chapter 25, Surprise Attack. Chapter 25, Surprise Attack. Dana looked at the 2 newcomers again. Without chakra, he couldn't see through their transformation jutsu. Orochimaru and Tsunade, however, were internally reeling, though their faces remained impassive. What is this? Why are there so many ninja having breakfast together? Kyohei Kawanishi, who had been on watch, appeared behind them, blocking their escape. "How embarrassing," he said, his tone unfriendly. "I look away for a second, and you 2 slip right through. It makes me look incompetent." Orochimaru's mind raced. Their transformations weren't weak, yet they had been seen through in an instant. There had to be at least one jonin among them. Who were these people, and why were they all gathered here for breakfast? Wait a minute. There's a child, Orochimaru noted, glancing at Dana out of the corner of his eye. And a young man, he added, looking at the tall and sturdy Arashi. Men and women. His gaze shifted to the wary group of attendants. And an old man. He finally looked at Yoshitoki, who was still determinedly slurping his porridge. And hidden cloud ninja. He concluded, noticing their dark skin and bulging muscles. This had to be it. This was one of the bloodline clans, migrating to the hidden cloud. He couldn't believe their luck. They had stumbled right into it. The only question now was, could they win a fight? The atmosphere in the courtyard was thick with tension. The cloud contingent had subtly surrounded Orochimaru and Tsunade, ready to strike at any moment. There was no trust between ninja from different villages. Orochimaru and Tsunade appeared calm, but their minds were working furiously. From their chakra signatures, there was more than one Jonin present, and there could be others hiding. We can't win by force, Orochimaru concluded. Or rather, there was no need to. He hadn't come here expecting a fight. Although their opponents' complexions and physiques gave them away as Cloud Ninja, Orochimaru and Tsunade hadn't revealed anything about themselves. They were still new faces in the ninja world, no one should recognize them or know their objective. There was a lot of room to maneuver. With that in mind, Orochimaru gave Tsunade a subtle signal and then spoke. "We are ninja from the village hidden in hot water," he said, his voice calm. "We were unaware that other esteemed shinobi were present. My wife has a strange illness, and we heard there was a skilled physician here, so we came to try our luck. We have no desire for conflict. If it is inconvenient, we can leave now." The land of hot water did have its own hidden village, though it was more of a merchant guild that benefited from the country's prosperity. It was known as the peaceful, hidden village. To add to his credibility, Orochimaru adopted an inquisitive tone. "However, I don't recognize you. You are certainly not from our village. If you are ninja from another country, it would be best to report your presence to us, to avoid any misunderstandings." He injected a hint of apprehension into his voice, perfectly capturing the mindset of a ninja from a minor village. But the Cloud Ninja weren't easily fooled. Kyohei Kawanishi tossed a kunai in his hand. "Your wife doesn't look sick to me." Orochimaru looked at Tsunade with an expression of deep affection. He hesitated for a moment, then said, his voice a mixture of shame and sorrow, "My wife has a delicate, female problem." Tsunade. A moment later, her face turned beet red. She was about to explode, but Orochimaru held her back. "We should go," he said. "We can come back another time." Under the table, Tsunade was squeezing Orochimaru's hand so hard she was about to crush the bones. He gritted his teeth against the pain and began to slowly back away. Kyohei Kawanishi watched them with cold eyes, not moving to stop them. "Wait," a voice called out, stopping them in their tracks. It was the youngest child. "Dispel your transformations. And then, if you dare, come in and let the doctor see you." Dana felt it was wrong to just chase them away like that. It would only create bad blood. Were all Cloud Ninja this aggressive? Or were all ninja this domineering? Old man Yoshitoki put down his porridge bowl and nodded. Come. I'll take a look at you. I've seen my fair share of those kinds of problems." A light bulb went off in Dana's head. "Wait, does this mean he's going to use the life peep jutsu?" No, what am I thinking? I'm only 6. Kyohei and Mamoru, the two Jonin, exchanged a look. "Very well," Kyohei said finally. "But you will submit to a search." This was the most they were willing to concede. Yoshitoki's attitude was important, they didn't want him to think the Cloud Ninja were a bunch of thugs. They were still hoping to bring this miracle worker back to their village. Hearing this, Orochimaru stopped. Leaving now would be even more suspicious. This group was almost certainly a bloodline clan on their way to the cloud. He just didn't understand why they were listening to a child. Looking closer, he realized many of the adults were dressed like attendants. A story began to form in Orochimaru's mind, the last young master of a fallen bloodline clan, discovered and now being lured to the hidden cloud. In that case, he might as well play along and try to gather more intelligence. As for the illness, he was confident that Tsunade, a skilled medical nin herself, could fake some symptoms. They were still unknown in the ninja world, even without their transformations, it was unlikely they would be recognized. The two of them exchanged a look and dispelled their jutsu. Dana blinked. Perhaps it was because of the vast difference between 2D and 3D, or perhaps because it had been so many years since he'd seen any familiar faces, but he didn't recognize them at first. All he noticed was that their ordinary appearances had been replaced by two surprisingly attractive people. A few fragmented memories began to surface, but he couldn't quite place them. He'd been disconnected from the internet for a long time, and the transition from anime to reality was jarring. Orochimaru gave Tsunade a look. "Suppress your chakra flow. Submit to the search. Gather more intel. Fake an illness. You're a medical nin, it shouldn't be difficult." Tsunade gave him a look back. "Got it. I'll look for an opening and make a move. Surprise attack. You take the left, I'll take the right. I'll go first." Orochimaru nodded slightly, pleased with their plan. "Stand still," Mamoru Anze said. "We need to search you." Kyohei and Mamoru stepped forward. Ninja didn't bother with courtesies between men and women. Kyohei moved towards Orochimaru, while Mamoru approached Tsunade. The moment Mamoru's hand was about to touch her. Boom. Tsunade exploded into action. She unleashed her full power, slamming a monstrously strong punch into Mamoru's stomach. He barely had time to form a hasty defense before he was sent flying. The force of the blow was so great that it cracked the ground around her. Her surprise attack a success, Tsunade turned her head, only to see Orochimaru standing there, meekly submitting to a search, and Kyohei, who was diligently searching him. Both of them were staring at her, dumbfounded. "What are you waiting for?" Tsunade roared. "Attack!" Orochimaru snapped out of his stupor. He spat a hidden kunai from his mouth and lunged at Kyohei. But his opponent was already on alert, and he failed to achieve the same stunning success as Tsunade. As they clashed, Orochimaru couldn't help but scream, "Why did you attack? There was no need for this." Dash for every 100 power stone equals 1 bounds chapter. Dash for every 5 review equals 2 bounds chapter. Note, this offer is only for the first week, after that, it'll be 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter, but the review reward will stay the same for the next 30 reviews. Chapter 26, The Clash. Chapter 26, The Clash. "You're the one who told me to attack." Tsunade roared as she was quickly surrounded by Arashi and the attendants. #%. Ugh, never mind. Just focus on the fight. Orochimaru cursed under his breath as he engaged Kyohei Kawanishi. The only good news was that Tsunade's surprise attack had been a success. Her monstrous strength was a rare fighting style in the ninja world, and without prior intelligence, it was easy to fall victim to a sneak attack. Orochimaru knew better than anyone how devastating her punches were. Taking a full power blow from Tsunade at point-blank range meant that the Jonin was definitely seriously injured. The advantage in combat strength was now on their side. The sudden attack had left Dana completely stunned. Was the ninja world really this messed up? Was there no basic trust between people? He had kindly offered them a medical consultation, and they just attacked. Kyohei was tied up with the other intruder, and it didn't look like their fight would end anytime soon. Mamoru Anzei had been sent flying and was likely out of commission. That left Arashi and the attendants to deal with Tsunade. Even Uemi had produced a dagger from somewhere, though she didn't join the fray, instead staying by Dana's side. Dana noticed that her hand was trembling slightly. He knew she wasn't a ninja, just an ordinary person. After her successful sneak attack, Tsunade didn't lose focus. A powerful figure, crackling with blue light, instantly appeared before her. A fist shot towards her stomach. It was Arashi, and his punch was merciless, aimed at the same spot she had struck Mamoru. But just before it made contact, a pair of slender, pale hands blocked the blow. The ground beneath Tsunade's feet cracked again. The attack was powerful, but it had failed to connect. "That was a strong punch," Tsunade said with a grin, a vein throbbing on her forehead. "Though still a bit weaker than mine." Arashi quickly disengaged. "Don't get cocky, old woman." Tsunade froze. "This kid can't be much older than me. Why is he calling me an old woman? I'm only 20. What kind of weird verbal tic is that?" Heavy stream of violence. The blue light around Arashi intensified as he pushed his lightning-release chakra mode to its limit. He had felt it in their brief exchange, this old woman's strength was greater than his own. Her taijutsu was likely superior. But he was a cloud ninja, the son of the Raikage. Retreat was not an option. Whoever they were, they had struck first, and the cloud would make them pay. Tsunade sidestepped Arashi's elbow strike and countered with a punch to his chest. But the Arashi in front of her dissipated into a cloud of smoke and crackling lightning, leaving Tsunade momentarily paralyzed. A lightning clone. When did he? Too slow. Righteous thunder acts of sinking fury. Arashi suddenly appeared above Tsunade and, taking advantage of her brief paralysis, brought his leg down in a powerful axe kick. Tsunade raised her arms to block. The massive impact sent cracks spreading across the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust and rock. "I told you, you're a little bit weaker." "And a little bit is all it takes," Tsunade sneered. Meanwhile, the fight between Orochimaru and Kyohei Kawanishi was much less spectacular. They weren't trading blows like Tsunade and Arashi, but were fighting in a more conventional ninja style. Kyohei had intentionally drawn the fight away from Dana to avoid any collateral damage. As the bodyguard assigned to this mission, Kyohei was no weakling, but he was feeling the pressure. His opponent's jutsu were completely unknown to him, and he was at a severe intelligence disadvantage. Most importantly, he couldn't focus all his attention on the fight. Unsure if his opponent had any backup, he had to keep a part of his mind on Dana, ready to defend him at a moment's notice. Ninja art, striking shadow snakes. Several thick, venomous snakes shot out from Orochimaru's sleeves, their strength and intelligence far exceeding that of normal animals. Kyohei didn't retreat. These weren't ordinary summons, they were intelligent. Dodging would only allow his opponent to summon more, which would be a problem if they hid in the surrounding forest. Lightning release, thundering dance. An indiscriminate burst of electricity shot out from Kyohei's body, electrocuting all the snakes around him. Is summoning jutsu all you've got? Kyohei taunted, cracking his neck. Fighting you like this is making me look bad. Orochimaru watched him with cold, silent eyes. Unseen by his opponent, a small, palm-sized slug had crawled onto his shoulder and was secretly relaying a message. Orochimaru. What's the plan? Tsunade's voice echoed in his mind. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. Why didn't you think about that before you attacked? He mentally screamed back. A ninja thinks before they act. All right. We can talk about that later. What do we do now? Forcing down his anger, Orochimaru replied, since we're already fighting, we have no choice. This must be the migrating bloodline clan. But these ninja are strong. I've already sent a summons to Jiraiya. The kid who was talking earlier seems to be important. Create an opening. We'll grab him. Got it. Their silent exchange concluded, and their battle plan was set. Tsunade, relying on her superior strength, began to feign being overwhelmed, leading Arashi and the Chunin to believe they had her on the ropes. Meanwhile, Orochimaru subtly began to steer his fight closer to where Dana was standing. Dana, completely unaware that he had become their target, was busy trying to calm the nervous Yuemi. He took her trembling hand. Yuemi-nichan, he said gently, you can't help them by joining the fight. Feeling the warmth of his small hand, Yuemi's anxiety eased slightly. Young master, she said hesitantly, before we left, Lord Raikage gave me an emergency summoning scroll to contact the village. Should I use it? Dana hesitated. Lacking experience, he couldn't accurately read the flow of the battle. It seemed like both sides were evenly matched, and they had the advantage in numbers. It looked like they were fine. If he used the scroll, it would blow the situation out of proportion. If something like this happened on his very first trip outside the village, he'd probably be grounded for life. Besides, by the time reinforcements arrived, it would be too late. He considered joining the fight himself. He wasn't a ninja, but putting his weaknesses aside, he believed he could fight at a Chunin level, stronger, even. He could probably help. Seeing the look in his eyes, Yuemi began to plead with him. Young master, please don't be reckless. Leave the fighting to young master Arashi and the others. Dana sighed in frustration and looked back at the battle. Arashi's lightning release chakra mode was pushed to its absolute limit, and he was moving at incredible speeds. But with Dana's enhanced vision, he could follow every movement clearly. He noticed that the male ninja had drawn Kyohei far away, so he couldn't see his fighting style. But the female ninja had been using pure hand-to-hand combat from the very beginning, her blows powerful enough to shatter stone. That fighting style, it sparked a memory. Wait a minute, he thought. Could that woman be Tsunade? And if so, is the pale-faced man Orochimaru? He had finally broken through the dimensional wall and recognized them. Why are two of the legendary Sannin attacking us? Does that mean Jiraiya is nearby too? Damn it. If it's the Sannin, then we're in deep trouble. The reputation of the legendary Sannin in the original story was immense, Dana knew better than to underestimate them. And Tsunade looked to be in her early 20s, while the future Fourth Raikage was only 13. Yuemi-nichan, he shouted, his voice filled with urgency. That scroll. Use it. Contact the village. Now. Dash for every 100 power stone equals 1 bounds chapter. Dash for every 5 review equals 2 bounds chapter. Note, this offer is only for the first week, after that, it'll be 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter, but the review reward will stay the same for the next 30 reviews. Chapter 27, Attack and Counterattack. Chapter 27, Attack and Counterattack. At first, Dana had thought his side had the advantage. But after recognizing Tsunade and Orochimaru, a wave of anxiety washed over him. What if Jiraiya was here too? He turned to Yuemi. Use the scroll and contact the village immediately, he said urgently. The enemy is likely from Konoha. Dana nervously stood in front of Yuemi, trying to shield the scroll from view. Using an unknown scroll in front of the enemy was a huge risk, they might try to kill her on the spot. He didn't want to draw their attention, but he had no idea that he was already their primary target. Orochimaru and Tsunade exchanged a look. Suddenly, Tsunade, who had been feigning a desperate defense, unleashed a burst of power, forcing back the Chunin surrounding her. In a flash, she was rushing towards Dana. Seeing that he couldn't dodge in time, Dana braced himself for the impact. But a figure appeared in front of him. It was Mamoru Anzai. He had reappeared in an instant and slashed at Tsunade from the side, leaving a deep, bone-exposing wound on her arm. A sneak attack for a sneak attack, Mamoru said with a cold smile. I didn't want to show my hand so early. So, he had already returned to the battlefield, but had been hiding, waiting for the right moment. A wound like that would have crippled an ordinary ninja. But Tsunade didn't even glance at her arm. That was a nasty punch, wasn't it, she said. You recovered quickly. Mamoru's eyes narrowed. I'm a medical nin. A little injury like that is nothing. Tsunade's smile widened. What a coincidence. So am I. A faint green light glowed in her palm. She gently passed her hand over the wound, and it healed before their very eyes. Dana was stunned by the brilliant, high-speed exchange. The unpredictable nature of a real ninja battle, the sheer variety of their techniques and tactics, filled him with a newfound respect for their profession. It was a career born for combat. So Mamoru had been lying in wait the whole time. With Mamoru providing cover, Yuemi quickly used the scroll. Though she wasn't a trained ninja, as a servant of the Yotsuki clan, she possessed a small amount of chakra, enough to activate it. Fearing he would draw the enemy's attention, Dana didn't look back. He just heard a faint poof, and then Yuemi's quiet voice behind him, "It's done." Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although it would take a long time for reinforcements to arrive, with Mamoru back in the fight, joining Kyohei, Arashi, and the others, they should be fine. Dana had no clear memory of the three Sannin fighting together, but it was safe to assume they were much stronger as a team than individually. Be careful, Jonin Anzei. Dana shouted. They might have another partner. They're very strong. He couldn't reveal their names or origins without exposing his own knowledge, but he had to warn them. If Jiraiya suddenly appeared, they had no one left to stop him. Dana decided he couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. Even without Jiraiya, if this dragged on, things could get ugly. They needed to concentrate their forces and take one of them down. Chakra or no chakra, I'm at least as strong as a Chunin, right? Just then, a kunai flew out from nowhere, aimed straight at Yuemi's back. As a civilian, she had no time to react. At the last second, Dana's reflexes kicked in. He yanked Yuemi out of the way. She fell to the ground with a thud, and the kunai missed. Instinctively, Dana's eyes followed the trajectory of the kunai. Just as his gaze landed on it, the kunai disappeared in a puff of white smoke, replaced by a small, arm-thick snake. The snake reared up, its glowing red eyes fixed on Dana. Ninja art, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. When Dana saw the snake's eyes glow, his heart sank. He was helpless. Damn it, you really can't underestimate a ninja. The world went black. The last thing he heard before losing consciousness was Yuemi's scream. That was so cheap, it makes my head spin. Meanwhile, in the capital of the land of hot water, Jiraiya was perched on a rooftop, completely oblivious to the small white snake hissing at him from the side. He, the ladies in the land of hot water really are bold. Open front yukatas are the best. He. The little white snake, fed up with being ignored, bit him on the butt. Ow. Who attacked me? The snake hissed in annoyance, then threw the scroll wrapped around its tail at Jiraiya's face before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya opened the scroll, and his expression immediately turned serious. He leaped to his feet and sprinted towards the hot spring in where Chosa Kimichi was staying. Hundreds of miles away, in the hidden cloud village. In the Raikage tower, Dodai was holding a scroll, his face nearly pressed against it. The third Raikage, A, was wearing a pair of comically small glasses and scribbling on a piece of paper. You see, according to young Master Dana's plan, Dodai was saying, once our production of semi-finished goods like sword blanks and kunai bars covers 40% of a given region, we will have the power to influence prices in that region. Once we exceed 70%, we can. You can what? A asked, leaning in. We can control the entire supply chain, from the iron ore to the finished weapons. A's breathing grew heavy. Oh. Of course, there's one condition. The remaining market share must be fragmented. Any major competitors must be dealt with early on. A took off his ridiculously small glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. How feasible do you think this plan is? Dodai rubbed his own eyes. I believe it's highly feasible. Young Master Dana may be young, but he has a terrifying talent. The reform of the orphanage is the best proof of that. And in the worst-case scenario, even if it fails, our losses wouldn't be too great. We need a large supply of weapons anyway, we can just use them ourselves. I still find it hard to believe. Dana is so precocious. Arashi inherited my physique, and Dana inherited my mind. I am truly fortunate. Dodai unconsciously tightened his grip on the scroll. Resist the urge. Resist. Assaulting the Raikage is a capital offense. But both Dana and Arashi will become pillars of this village in the future. Ha ha ha, you're right. This is worth a try. But it would be improper for the Yotsuki clan to handle this alone. Dodai swallowed hard. The conversation was entering sensitive territory. If we do it in the name of the village, it's not impossible, but... smiled. Dana's perspective is still a bit small. This can start as a Yotsuki clan project, but in the end, it will belong to the village. My lord, what do you mean? Dodai asked, confused. Just as I was about to explain, an elder so old he had barely any beard left burst into the office, ignoring the guard's attempts to stop him. He shoved his cane practically into A's face. A. It's a disaster. The emergency summoning scroll we prepared for Dana has been triggered. Dana has been kidnapped. What? We've hit 200 Power Stones goal as promised this week. Here's the bonus chapter. Thank you for your support, please keep it coming. Chapter 28, Over-the-Shoulder Throwing Tsunade. Chapter 28, Over-the-Shoulder Throwing Tsunade. Rocking, tumbling. When Dana opened his eyes again, he felt a profound sense of exhaustion. He'd had a long and terrible nightmare. He was back on Earth, bedridden and alone, slowly starving to death. His body wasn't discovered until it had already started to rot. A genjutsu that makes you face your greatest fears, the hell viewing technique. It was a simple, unremarkable illusion, but it had left him feeling as if he had lived and died a whole other life. Now fully awake, Dana realized he was being carried by one hand, moving at a dizzying speed. He was facing down, watching the grass and rocks blur past beneath him. Orochimaru, the kid's awake. They're still on our tail. Knock him out. Are these cloud ninja insane? Tsunade grumbled, then, controlling her strength, she chopped Dana on the back of the neck. As a medical nin, she was confident the blow would knock him out for at least 3 hours without causing any serious injury. Dana felt a sharp pain in his neck, but no dizziness. His resistance to genjutsu might be 0, but his superhuman physique gave him an extremely high tolerance for physical impact. A simple chop to the neck wasn't enough to knock him out. But he didn't let on. He went limp, pretending to have passed out again. This wasn't the right time. If he resisted now, they'd just hit him with another genjutsu, and he had no way to break it. This kid is heavy, Tsunade said as they ran. A lot heavier than a normal kid his age, even though he looks so thin. It's probably because of his Kekkei Genkai, Orochimaru mused. He was curious, but this wasn't the time to investigate. Behind them, 3 cloud ninja were in hot pursuit. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Mamoru Anze's face was contorted with rage, blue veins bulging on his forehead. Dana had been snatched right from under his nose. When Dana had fallen under the genjutsu, Tsunade had made a grab for him. Mamoru had desperately tried to stop her, but she had taken a deep cut to her arm, trading the injury for the opportunity to abduct the boy. To him, it was a colossal failure. Kyohei Kawanishi's face was still a mask of indifference, but his eyes were filled with a murderous rage. This is so infuriating. Everyone's going to think I'm a complete amateur. They had the advantage in numbers, and still, they had failed. Kyohei glanced back. Arashi was gritting his teeth, pushing himself to keep up, but he was clearly struggling. He had already expended a huge amount of chakra fighting Tsunade, who was stronger than him. Now, being the youngest, he was starting to fall behind. His performance today had been nothing short of brilliant for a 13-year-old, but there were limits. Young Master Arashi, if you can't keep up. Shut up. Arashi snapped. That's my little brother. I'm going to get him back. Don't slow down for me. If you have any strength left, use it. A grim look crossed Mamoru's face. I'll go on ahead and cut them off, he declared. He quickly formed a series of hand seals. Ninja art, burning ache appointment technique. His face instantly flushed crimson. He felt a surge of blood in his throat but forced it back down. His speed increased dramatically, and he shot forward, leaving Kyohei and Arashi behind. He had clearly used some kind of secret art to stimulate his body's potential. Whatever it took, he had to stop them. The two groups weren't far apart, the Cloud Ninja had been on their heels the whole time. A few moments later, Mamoru caught sight of Orochimaru and Tsunade, and the limp form of Dana being carried in one hand. Mamoru threw a volley of kunai, trying to slow them down. He's fast. Orochimaru turned and easily deflected the kunai, but then he saw that the last one had an explosive tag attached to it. It embedded itself in a large tree behind them. Boom. The tree crashed down, blocking their path and forcing Orochimaru to slow. In that instant, Mamoru was on him, his sword a blur. He sliced Orochimaru in two, but he didn't let his guard down. The feel of the strike was wrong. Sure enough, the two halves of Orochimaru's body turned into a dead snake. The real Orochimaru reappeared on a large boulder nearby, a single drop of cold sweat on his forehead. If he had been a second later, he would have been cut in two for real. He couldn't believe it. A simple escort team for a minor bloodline clan had two jonin of this caliber. They were no weaker than he and Tsunade. They hadn't had an easy time of it, not for a moment. They had been lucky to grab the kid at all. Through the slug hidden on his body, Orochimaru secretly communicated with Tsunade. Don't wait for me. Jiraiya will be here with support soon. Dana, still feigning unconsciousness, cursed his luck. If Mamoru had intercepted Tsunade instead, he could have worked with him to escape. But with Orochimaru, he had lost his chance. He had to keep pretending. A sudden counterattack might cause Tsunade some trouble, but it wouldn't be fatal, not to a medical nin of her skill. And it would reveal that he was faking, earning him another genjutsu. He was helpless. Mamoru often called himself a medical nin, but his combat skills were formidable. In this era, medical specialists were rare. His fighting ability was far greater than his medical expertise, otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to protect Dana. With his chakra-infused short sword, he pressed his attack, giving Orochimaru no quarter. Especially after using his secret art, his speed and strength were on another level. But from his heavy breathing and flushed face, it was clear he couldn't maintain this state for long. Orochimaru felt the pressure mounting, but he didn't panic. He knew Jiraiya could arrive at any moment via reverse summoning. Once the three of them were together, they would be unstoppable. For now, he just had to fight a delaying action. Seeing that Orochimaru was pinned down, Tsunade didn't follow his order to keep going. She slowed down, worried about his situation. Finally, she found a concealed, high vantage point and stopped to observe the battle. Are you going to keep pretending, kid? No response. It was impossible to fool a medical nin, but Dana didn't react. I knew you were faking a long time ago. But as long as you don't struggle, it makes no difference to me whether you're awake or not. Dana remained silent. Tsunade dismissed him. What could a kid with no chakra do anyway? Though it was a little strange that she hadn't managed to knock him out with one blow. Mamoru's attacks grew faster and faster. He stayed in close, giving Orochimaru no opportunity to use ninjutsu. Ninja art, sly mind effect technique. Orochimaru finally found an opening and cast a genjutsu. But the illusion, meant to buy him some time, had no effect. It was broken almost instantly. And in that moment, the chakra blade sliced across his chest, leaving a deep gash. Why didn't you use that disgusting replacement jutsu of yours? Mamoru snarled. Just then, Kyohei and Arashi arrived on the scene. From her vantage point, Tsunade saw that Orochimaru was injured and surrounded. She was about to go to his aid when she suddenly felt a jolt of paralysis. A powerful electric current shot up her arm. The random electrical discharge. Not even Dana knew when it would happen. This was the chance he had been waiting for. Now. Dana exploded into action. He grabbed the arm that was holding him and, using the momentary paralysis, twisted his body and threw all his strength into the movement. Ha! A perfect over-the-shoulder throw. As Tsunade was flung into the air, head over heels, her expression was one of pure shock. She had never imagined that a child with no chakra could possess such explosive power and agility. Chapter 29, Choza Akimichi. Chapter 29, Choza Akimichi. A perfect over-the-shoulder throw. As Tsunade was flung into the air, head over heels, her expression was one of pure shock. She had never imagined that a child with no chakra could possess such explosive power and agility. His attack a success, Dana didn't even look back. He sprinted towards Arashi and the others. He knew a throw like that wouldn't be enough to take Tsunade out of the fight. A kunai shot towards him. It was from Orochimaru, who had found a moment to spare. The kunai embedded itself in the ground in front of Dana and, just like before, disappeared in a puff of smoke. Damn it, not again. Dana immediately shut his eyes, covered his head with his arms, and kept running blindly forward. Although he had excellent coordination, he had never run with his eyes closed before. His steps were clumsy and uneven, and he couldn't get up to speed. After a moment of disorientation, Tsunade quickly righted herself and, with a look of pure fury, charged after him. The savage expression on her face and her clenched fists made it clear that she was putting all her strength into this attack. It was a race against time. The world seemed to slow down. In front, Dana was stumbling forward, his eyes squeezed shut. Behind, Tsunade was closing in, a whirlwind of raw power. Don't look back. Don't open your eyes. If I do, the genjutsu will get me. What do I do? What do I do? The sound of her footsteps grew closer and closer. Your body isn't sick. It's starving. Yashitoki's words echoed in his mind. Starving. My body is starving. If he was starving, then he had to dig deep, find that last ounce of strength. If he was starving, he had to fight, to claw, to struggle for a chance at survival. A flicker of lightning seemed to spark in Dana's eyes. If this body truly possesses some kind of miraculous power. Tsunade lunged, her fist a blur of destructive energy aimed at Dana's back. The slow motion ended. Dana vanished from before her eyes. So fast. I didn't even see him move. A loud crackle of lightning erupted behind her, so intense it felt like it would burn her ears. Tsunade spun around. Dana was standing there, his eyes still closed, his body wreathed in a corona of electricity, like a blazing torch. No chakra signature. Tsunade gasped, a look of horrified disbelief on her face. How is that possible? Dana's fist shot out like an arrow from a drawn bow, all the strength of his body concentrated into a single punch. This punch was different. Blue arcs of lightning coiled around his arm like controlled serpents, spiraling all the way up to his shoulder. Tsunade hastily raised her arms to block. She felt a powerful impact, strong but not overwhelming for someone of her skill. But then, a massive jolt of electricity surged through her, a torrent of lightning that bypassed her guard and shot straight through her chest. A large electrical burn appeared on her torso, her clothes turning to ash. Thankfully, her armor saved her from complete exposure. Crackle. Crackle. It was as if someone had ignited a blue flame in the darkness. In his mind's eye, Dana could see the world around him. Pulsating blue waves emanated from his body, outlining everything in his vicinity in a pale blue light, revealing every detail. The world in his mind was colorless, but it was clearer and more precise than what his eyes could see. The lightning had seared through her chest, but Tsunade gritted her teeth and threw another punch. But it was no use. If she couldn't hit him before, she certainly couldn't hit him now. Dana dodged with impossible speed, instantly appearing behind her and throwing another punch. Tsunade blocked again, but the dazzling current of electricity shot through her once more. Her body temperature spiked. A thin wisp of smoke rose from her hair. She wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth. The repeated blows had finally forced her to calm down and assess the situation. The electrical shocks had damaged her internal organs. While not life-threatening for her, the fact that she couldn't even touch this kid was infuriating. I've been played. His speed and reflexes are far superior to mine. I can't be reckless. I underestimated you, she said, her voice strained. How are you able to completely conceal your chakra signature? It was easier for her to believe that Dana was somehow hiding his chakra than that he didn't have any at all. Dana didn't answer. His eyes remained closed. Just then, Arashi and Kyohei finally caught up. Dana. Are you all right? What's happening to you? Arashi had seen his brother's exchange with the woman. He was fighting on a level far beyond his usual abilities. And what was with the crackling lightning and the closed eyes? Dana shook his head. I don't know, he said, but I can't keep this up for long. We have to attack together. Take her down. Arashi and Kyohei nodded. This wasn't the time for questions. The three of them, large, medium, and small, swarmed Tsunade in a merciless assault. Tsunade's fighting style could be described in 2 words, tough and reckless. She could heal from most injuries in an instant, but her punches could cause devastating damage. But now, she was evenly matched with Kyohei, with Arashi and Dana providing support. Dana's punches, in particular, were a huge problem. They bypassed her defenses and sent a debilitating jolt of electricity through her every time. Before long, Tsunade was on the defensive. Dana was attacking with everything he had. He could feel his own body starting to fail. Jiraiya hadn't shown up yet. They had to take Tsunade down before he lost consciousness. So far, Tsunade and Orochimaru's identities had not been revealed. Only Dana knew who they were. As the Hokage's disciples, their deaths would have major repercussions. But Dana had no intention of showing mercy. They had attacked him first, when he had offered them help. He had no reason to hold back now. The plot, Konoha's reaction, none of it mattered. When had the hidden cloud ever been afraid of such things? Just do it. With Dana and Arashi's support, Kyohei, the strongest of the 3, was now overwhelming Tsunade. She was barely able to parry his attacks. The moment she showed an opening, he would take her head. There was no room for chivalry in combat, only allies and enemies. Suddenly, after blocking a chop from Arashi, Tsunade lost her balance, creating an opening. Now. Kyohei appeared in front of her in a flash. No matter how strong your healing is, you'll die if I cut off your head, he snarled, his kunai slashing towards her neck. A cold glint appeared in Tsunade's eyes. There was no way to block it. Just then, a massive scroll was thrown by Orochimaru, tumbling through the air and landing between Tsunade and Kyohei. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and a tall, white-haired young man appeared, blocking Kyohei's fatal blow. Yo! The white demon of Mount Myaboku has arrived. Jiraiya flashed a grin at Tsunade, his white teeth sparkling. Heroically saving the damsel in distress, check. A ninja who introduces himself. Are you an idiot? Instead of the heartfelt thanks he had expected, Jiraiya was met with a torrent of abuse from Tsunade. Orochimaru, having shaken off Mamoru, rejoined them. You idiot. What took you so long? Well, it's a complicated story. The three young Sannin stood back to back in a defensive formation. With Jiraiya's arrival, Orochimaru and Tsunade visibly relaxed. Together, the three of them were ready to face any challenge. This was the confidence of the future legendary Sannin. Dana looked at the assembled trio, his face grim. His own condition was rapidly deteriorating, he wouldn't be able to fight for much longer. And Mamoru, who had used his secret art, was in a similar state. As Dana was trying to figure out what to do, a massive, impossibly stout man walked onto the battlefield with heavy steps. He wore a slightly comical horned helmet and an old-fashioned set of warring state-style armor, a perfect fusion of fat and muscle. Dana didn't recognize him, but Kyohei and Mamoru's faces turned pale. As a long-standing and famous ninja of Konoha, Chozo Akimichi's portrait was well known in all the hidden villages. Chozo Akimichi, Kyohei growled. So you are Konoha ninja? Are you trying to start a war? Chapter 30, Counterattacking the Sannin Squad. Chapter 30, Counterattacking the Sannin Squad. As a long-standing and famous ninja of Konoha, Chozo Akimichi's portrait was well known in all the hidden villages. Chozo looked at the cloud ninja before him with a sense of resignation. The situation had escalated far beyond his expectations. They had been in the land of hot water for less than a week, and they had already caused a major incident. It looked like his pleasant vacation was about to end prematurely. These three kids are still too young. Now that you know who we are, he said, his voice a low rumble, I can't let any of you leave. Despite his frustration with the youngsters' impulsiveness, now that things had come to this, Chozo had no intention of letting any of the cloud ninja escape. He had already gotten the gist of the situation from Jiraiya. He was here to make sure no one got away. Dana's face fell. He recognized the name Chozo Akimichi. A member of the second Hokage's personal guard, and one of the third Hokage's teammates. He had to be an elite jonin, at the very least. How are we supposed to fight this? To make matters worse, his body had finally reached its limit. He had been running on pure willpower, forcing his already malnourished body to perform miracles. Now, he was completely spent. He couldn't even stand. Dana collapsed to the ground. The lightning around his body flickered and died. The pulsating image in his mind vanished. Worst of all, his once chubby cheeks were now sunken, his cheekbones prominent, his eyes hollow. He looked like he was starving. Kyohei Kawanishi's eyes were locked on Chozo Akimichi. The moment he appeared, Kyohei had already started thinking about an escape route. Mamoru was in bad shape. That meant he would have to be the one to cover their retreat. Mamoru, he said, his voice grim, take young Master Dana and young Master Arashi and get out of here. I'll hold them off. Mamoru raised his short sword with a trembling hand, a side effect of his secret jutsu. You can't hold them for long on your own, he said. Young Master Arashi and young Master Dana will retreat. We'll hold them off together. They'll have to step over my dead body to get past. Kyohei tacitly agreed. He knew he couldn't hold off 4 jonin by himself, especially with a famous ninja like Chozo Akimichi among them. Their situation was precarious. Arashi's fists were clenched so tight his knuckles were white. Dana grabbed his brother's hand to steady himself. Arashi, he whispered, if we reveal our identities, do you think we have a chance? Their opponents likely didn't know that 2 of them were the sons of the Third Raikage. Perhaps the threat of all-out war would make them hesitate. Arashi gritted his teeth. We can't, he said. If we fail, they might capture us and use us as leverage against the village. The losses would be catastrophic. Dana's mouth fell open. He still didn't think like a cloud ninja. He hadn't considered that possibility. Arashi stepped forward. I am the son of the Raikage, he declared, his voice ringing with a newfound authority. The man who will one day inherit the name of A and A sacrifices himself for his comrades, he does not sacrifice his comrades to save himself. I will not let you die for me. Mamoru, Kyohei. We split up and run. Kyohei, you're in the best shape. Please, take Dana with you. There was an unspoken part to his command. Kyohei had a much better chance of escaping with Dana than he did. If the worst happened, they had to save Dana. Not because he possessed the bloodline the Yotsuki clan had dreamed of for generations, but because he was his little brother. At that moment, Arashi didn't look like a 13-year-old boy. He looked like the Third Raikage. You're going to be a great Kage one day, Dana thought, looking at his brother with pride. Kyohei and Mamoru were visibly moved. They tightened their grips on their weapons. On the other side, Choza Akimichi was done waiting. No mercy, he ordered. Take them all down. No one gets away. He formed a series of hand seals. Super multi-size technique. His body began to grow at an alarming rate, towering over 10 meters in a matter of seconds. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya leaped onto his shoulders. The sight was awe-inspiring. Confident smiles spread across their faces. At that moment, they were ready to face any enemy. Choza was a true veteran. Despite his massive size, he moved with an unnatural speed, closing the distance in just a few steps. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru began to form hand seals in unison. Ninja art, toad oil bullet. Fire release, great flame bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. The three of them, full of youthful vigor, unleashed a massive combination ninjutsu taught to them by the Third Hokage. Their target wasn't the four-cloud ninja, but the area behind them, cutting off their escape route. In an instant, the surrounding several hundred meters were engulfed in a sea of fire, the toad oil ensuring the flames would burn for a long time. Earth release, double earth flow wall. Kyohei and Mamoru had no choice but to combine their efforts to erect a defensive wall, shielding them from the inferno. Before they could even catch their breath, Choza's massive fist slammed into the wall. A visible depression appeared, spreading across its surface. Choza was slightly surprised that his first punch hadn't broken through. He gave a slight nod of respect. His opponents were not to be underestimated. No wonder they had given Tsunade and Orochimaru such a hard time. Then, he threw another punch. Boom. The wall shattered. The moment it crumbled, a figure shot out from the dust and smoke. It was Arashi, his body wreathed in his lightning release chakra mode. As the son of the Raikage, he charged to the front. Heavy stream of violence. He threw all his strength into a charge against the colossal Choza. Choza easily blocked the blow with one massive hand. The impact was deafening. His hand alone was bigger than Arashi's entire body. Too weak. Choza grunted, grabbing Arashi and clenching his fist. He was about to crush him, but Arashi unleashed an unexpected burst of strength. Choza changed his grip and, instead of crushing him, slammed him into the ground. The earth cracked, and Arashi's eyes rolled back in his head as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Earth release, Earth prison dome of magnificent nothingness. Earth release, Earth prison dome of magnificent nothingness. Faced with the giant Choza, Mamoru and Kyohei chose their moment perfectly. They once again combined their jutsu, creating a prison of rock and earth far larger than normal. The cage shot up from the ground, attempting to trap Choza and the three on his shoulders. It was about to succeed when Choza, in a desperate move, used his super multi-size technique again, growing even larger. The prison wasn't big enough to completely enclose him, leaving his head sticking out. But Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, who were on his shoulders, were now trapped inside. Arashi's heroic sacrifice had bought them a sliver of a chance to escape. Chapter 31, What is the Will of Thunder? Chapter 31, What is the Will of Thunder? Arashi's heroic sacrifice had bought them a sliver of a chance to escape. Kyohei appeared in front of Dana in a flash. Young Master Dana, he said urgently, we have to go, now. But Dana didn't move. He looked past Kyohei, at the bleeding figure of his brother, struggling to his feet at Choza Akimichi's feet. He looked at Mamoru, his face pale from the strain of his secret jutsu. He looked at the anxious face of Kyohei. Their voices echoed in his mind. Take young Master Dana and young Master Arashi and get out of here. I'll hold them off. You can't hold them for long on your own. We'll hold them off together. They'll have to step over my dead body to get past. And sacrifices himself for his comrades, he does not sacrifice his comrades to save himself. In that moment, he finally understood this world. And he accepted it. Are you kidding me? He said calmly, his eyes fixed on the enemy in front of them. Hey, Jonin Kyohei, you have some soldier pills, right? Young Master Dana. You are all my comrades, willing to risk your lives to protect me. My brother is lying over there. Do you really think I would run? Dana held out his hand to Kyohei and smiled. I never planned on inheriting the name of A, but I was born with a strong backbone. Maybe it's a sickness. Kyohei hesitated for a moment, then a smile spread across his own face. He gently placed 3 soldier pills in Dana's hand. The pills were a bit big for him, so he had to eat them one by one. Tell me, Jonin Kyohei, he said as he chewed, do we in the hidden cloud have something like a will of thunder? Kyohei shook his head. I've never heard of it. Dana swallowed the last pill. He felt a surge of chakra, a feeling of fullness he had never experienced before. Well, he said, maybe we will now. The lightning around his body reignited, brighter and more dazzling than ever before, far surpassing the glow of the Yotsuki clan's lightning release chakra mode. His small body seemed to exude the aura of a thunder god. The unknown pulsating image in his mind returned, clearly outlining everything within a 100-meter radius. But this time, he didn't close his eyes. He understood now. In this state, he would no longer be affected by Genjutsu. Oh. And what do you think the will of thunder is, young master? Kyohei asked, his eyes blazing with a renewed fighting spirit. It means, charge with me. Before the words had even left his mouth, Dana shot forward like a bolt of lightning. With pleasure. Kyohei gripped his short sword and followed close behind. A cloud ninja never backs down. Mamoru roared, forcing himself forward, a flush of color returning to his pale face. Dana moved faster than he ever had in his life. In his memory, only his father was faster. Even Arashi was a distant second. He wasn't yet familiar with the miraculous changes in his body, so he let his instincts take over. He flew low to the ground, the grass and trees bending in his wake. He circled the earth prison that held Choza Akimichi, his hands a blur as he slapped its surface again and again. Arcs of penetrating lightning shot through the earthen walls and struck Choza's body. His massive size offered no protection. A wave of pain and paralysis washed over him. Arashi, struggling to his feet, saw Dana, and a savage grin spread across his face. He wiped the blood from his mouth and, with a final burst of energy, charged towards the top of the earth prison, where Choza's head was exposed. He and Dana crisscrossed, one from the left, one from the right. Dana spiraled up the side of the prison, his hands a blur, striking it dozens of times in an instant. Then, while Choza was still stunned, he reached his massive head. Thunder jump chop. Dana roared, bringing his leg down in a heavy axe kick. Righteous thunder axe of sinking fury. Arashi, high in the air, unleashed the same technique. The two brothers, in perfect sync. Trapped in the earth prison, Choza took the full force of the two heavy blows. His massive head actually dented slightly. Dana's kick, in particular, seemed to detonate some kind of energy within him. Despite his immense toughness, his mind went blank for a second, and his eyes rolled back in his head. Super multi-size technique, release. Choza quickly dispelled the jutsu, shrinking to his normal size to escape the prison. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru leaped out from the hole he left behind. But Jiraiya and Orochimaru were immediately engaged by Kyohei and Mamoru. Tsunade went straight for Dana and Arashi, clearly intent on getting her revenge. Freed from the prison, Choza felt a throbbing pain in his head. A strange energy was rampaging through his body, disrupting his chakra flow. He quickly took a yellow pill from his ninja pouch and swallowed it, and the feeling began to subside. Who is that kid? He thought. He doesn't seem like a member of a migrating bloodline clan. Such a unique constitution. And that speed, is that even possible for someone his age? What kind of Kekkei Genkai is that? He replayed Dana's performance in his mind. The strange lightning that had bypassed his defenses and disrupted his chakra was powerful, but the damage was minimal. But that speed, it was completely illogical. It defied all understanding. It was so fast. Choza's experienced eyes were reminded of the second Hokage's flying thunder god technique. He wasn't a speed-type ninja, but he knew what he was seeing. It wasn't a space-time ninjutsu like the flying thunder god. It was just pure, unadulterated speed. So fast he couldn't even react. This kid, Choza thought grimly, whoever he is, if we can't capture him, we can't let him live. But the battle, he realized, was already over. On the battlefield, Mamoru was gasping for breath, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. The after-effects of his secret jutsu could no longer be suppressed. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was only slightly winded. When the Cloud Ninja had chosen to charge instead of flee, their fate had been sealed. The ninja world was a place where strength was absolute. Willpower alone was not enough. Not that he thought they would have survived if they had run. Kyohei's chakra blade was a whirlwind of steel, but Orochimaru was simply toying with him, biding his time. Victory was already assured. His opponent was just a cornered animal, fighting a desperate, futile battle. Just Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru alone were more than enough to overwhelm them. His old teammates' disciples were all very talented. Though, after this incident, their test scores probably wouldn't be very good. Dana and Arashi were fighting Tsunade together, but her injuries were healing almost instantly, while the two brothers were clearly reaching their limits. But they were still young. They had plenty of time to grow. Thud. 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 A series of dull, heavy impacts from the distance broke Choza's train of thought. Thunder. But the sky is clear. Thud. Thud. A meteor fell from the sky and crashed into the center of the battlefield. The earth cracked, and trees were uprooted. Boom. Everyone was thrown back by the shockwave. The three separate battles were brought to an abrupt halt. That's. Choza's pupils dilated in shock. At the center of the crater, a figure slowly rose. Its imposing silhouette cast a shadow of absolute, overwhelming pressure. Chapter 32, What is the Will of Fire? Chapter 32, What is the Will of Fire? At the center of the crater, a figure slowly rose. Its imposing silhouette cast a shadow of absolute, overwhelming pressure. It was the Third Raikage, Father. Dad. Lord Raikage. Dana forced himself to stay conscious, his eyelids as heavy as lead. But in that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of safety. Ugh, ha. Before the Third Raikage could even speak, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and began gasping for air. Dana. Arashi. Did he just show up with 1 HP left? The Third Raikage wiped his mouth. The heavenly transfer jutsu is still incomplete, he grumbled. To think I'd get injured. Now then, let's see which bastards decided to mess with my sons. His composure regained, turned his gaze to the 4 Konoha ninja, who had now gathered together. A single drop of cold sweat trickled down Tsunade's back. Isn't that the Raikage, she said, her voice stiff. What is he doing here? That aura is insane, Jiraiya's eye twitched. Shouldn't we be getting out of here, Choza-senpai? The so-called strongest Raikage. Orochimaru's expression was grim. I wonder how he compares to Sensei. Before the words had even left his mouth, a fist filled his vision. The Third Raikage moved with a speed no one could react to and smashed Orochimaru's head into a pulp. Splat. Orochimaru's brains were scattered across a 10-meter radius. His headless body slowly crumpled to the ground. That didn't feel right, the Third Raikage said, flicking the blood from his hand, completely unconcerned by the fact that he was surrounded. But consider it a greeting. Choza Akimichi, you've got some nerve, laying a hand on my sons. Is Konoha trying to start a war? Choza's heart sank. How was I supposed to know your sons were here? So the ridiculously fast kid was the Raikage's son. No wonder. No wonder those Cloud Ninja had fought like cornered animals. This was a disastrous turn of events. Dana just grinned. Having a dad this badass was really reassuring. Choza took out the pills he carried with him. There was no room for wishful thinking. He swallowed the green spinach pill and the red chili pill in one gulp. A multicolored burst of chakra erupted from his back like a pair of fantastical butterfly wings. Combined with his massive frame, it was a bizarre sight. The intense chakra reaction made the air around him shimmer with heat. Choza's face turned beet red, like a burning coal. But what awaited him was heavy stream of violence. Choza raised his hand to block. The moment his palm made contact with the Third Raikage's elbow, his expression changed. He held for a fraction of a second before he was sent flying by an unstoppable force. I watched him go, cracking his knuckles. Too weak. The shift from having the upper hand to fighting for their lives was so sudden that Tsunade and Jiraiya were still processing what had just happened. Tsunade rushed to Orochimaru's side while Jiraiya stepped in front of the Third Raikage. They had already used Katsuyu to relay the situation. Orochimaru had used a secret jutsu to escape at the last second, but he was now extremely weak and completely out of the fight. Be careful, Jiraiya. Orochimaru's weak voice came through the slug. His punches are lethal. Of course I know that, you idiot. Do you have any other advice? Don't try to block. Ninja art, needle jizo. Jiraiya immediately used his strongest defensive technique, hoping the hardened spikes of his white hair could buy him some time. But A's iron fist ignored the menacing spikes, punching straight through the hair without a scratch and slamming into Jiraiya's stomach. If Jiraiya hadn't known he was outmatched and intentionally dispersed the force of the blow, it would have gone straight through him. Even so, the punch was enough to knock him unconscious for a moment. What kind of power is this? But it wasn't over. Before the impact had even faded, A's next punch was already on its way. Damn it. Substitution, but his well-practiced jutsu was too slow. The Raikage was too fast. The fist was in his face again. All Jiraiya could do was change his hand seals into a defensive guard. He was sent flying like a cannonball, the bones in both his arms shattered. Tsunade, still tending to the weakened Orochimaru, now had another casualty on her hands. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent. In the span of a few breaths, the foreman Konoha team, with the exception of Tsunade, had been utterly defeated by the Third Raikage. There were no enemies left standing near him. Kyohei, Arashi, and the others were ecstatic, pumping their fists in the air and chanting A's name. A. 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 Dana felt a surge of excitement as well. Choza, who had been sent flying, slowly got to his feet. The secret medicine had greatly enhanced his strength, and the blow hadn't been fatal. But he sighed internally. Hiruzen, you thought you were giving me an easy job. I never imagined it would turn out like this. Choza now found himself in the exact same predicament as Dana's group had been in just moments before. If he didn't reveal their identities, the Third Raikage would likely kill the three youngsters without a second thought. But if he did, they would surely be captured, and having the Hokage's three disciples taken hostage would be a catastrophic blow to the village. And their chances of escaping, even if they split up, were slim. When you're outmatched in strength, every move is the wrong one. The only option left was super multi-size technique. Choza's body swelled to a height of 30 meters, his face growing leaner. The massive chakra wings made him look like some kind of strange summoned beast. His enormous body now stood between the Third Raikage and the three Sannin, who were being tended to by Tsunade. Jiraiya, his booming voice echoed from his massive back, take Tsunade and Orochimaru and get out of here. I'll hold him off. Jiraiya's arms hung uselessly at his sides. The Raikage's blow had shown him the vast gulf in their power. But he couldn't accept it. If he retreated now, it would mean. Don't hesitate, Jiraiya. My teacher also sacrificed himself to cover our retreat. You are the future of Konoha. And in your future, you will do the same. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village, and once again, the leaves will bud anew. That is the will of fire. Ninja art, butterfly bombing. Dana noticed the three of them retreating and was about to go after them, but his vision suddenly went dark. Huh? Am I at my limit? Before he lost consciousness, the last thing Dana saw was the giant Choza Akimichi being slammed into the ground by his father in an over-the-shoulder throw. You can over-the-shoulder throw someone that big? Ninja really are an unscientific profession. I wonder if I'll wake up again. I think I overdid it this time. Chapter 33, The Changes Dana Brought. Chapter 33, The Changes Dana Brought. Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village. In a simple apartment, Ryosuke Kuroki's eyes snapped open. He fumbled for the weapon by his side and scanned the room for enemies. It took him a moment to realize where he was. It was just a dream. He felt the back of his neck. It was slick with cold sweat. He decided to take a shower. After dressing, he headed for the mission assignment desk. His mandated leave wasn't over yet, but he was bored. He didn't have any friends in the village. A vacation for him was just sleeping and eating. His squad had been on a mission that had unexpectedly escalated from A rank to S rank. They had completed the mission, but at the cost of 2 teammates. The village had given him an extended leave, but today, he was ready to end it. Sometimes, a vacation was harder to endure than a mission. His squad hadn't been replenished yet. He'd just pick a solo mission. Anything would do. At the crowded mission assignment desk, a strange mission caught his eye. Rank, D. Reward, 200 Ryo. Content, go to the orphanage on the west side of the village. Accompany one child on a one-day outing within the village. Mission history will be verified. For details, please consult the person in charge at the orphanage. 200 Ryo. Seriously? Kuroki muttered to himself. Is that even enough for a meal? This had to be a new record low for a D-rank mission. Whatever. It's a way to kill time, he decided, and took the mission scroll. But when he arrived at the orphanage with the scroll in hand, he began to regret his decision. Dozens of children were running around, screaming and playing in the courtyard. Kuroki's mind went blank. He suddenly felt like this would be a perfect place for an ambush. Even the most skilled ninja would be driven insane by the noise. Sensei Keiko, when is brother Dana coming back? Yeah. He hasn't been here for days. Sensei, is Dana sick? A group of children had gathered around Keiko Morita, anxiously asking about the person they cared about most. Dana had to leave the village for something important, Keiko explained patiently, as she had every day since he'd left. You have to be patient. I'm sure he'll come play with you as soon as he gets back. She finished her explanation and then noticed Kuroki standing off to the side. Excuse me, are you here for the mission? She asked, expertly guiding him through the chaos to a quiet corner of the courtyard. As they walked, the children stared at Kuroki with hopeful eyes, which he found rather odd. This is your first time taking an orphanage mission, isn't it? She asked. Would you like me to explain? Please, Kuroki nodded. I've seen your mission summary. You're an excellent jonin with a clean record. The children are all here. Your task is to take one of them out into the village for the day. Please be sure to bring them back before dark, and don't leave the village. Here is the 200 Ryo for expenses. Keiko handed him a small coin purse. Kuroki weighed it in his hand. It felt impossibly light. So this is what 200 Ryo feels like, he thought. Enough for a meal, with a little left over. What am I supposed to do with them? There are no specific requirements, Keiko said with a smile. Just walk around, get them something nice to eat, or even just let them play in the park for the afternoon. As long as you stay in the village, keep them safe, and make sure they're fed, that's all. The children are very well behaved. We don't have many people taking these missions yet, so they're always very excited for a chance to go out. Kuroki looked at the children who were peeking at him from a distance. He didn't know what to think. Would you like a recommendation? Keiko offered. Some of them are quite mischievous. They might give you a headache. Kuroki was about to say he didn't care when he spotted a small figure with brown hair. That boy with the brown hair. That's Amamaru. Ninomiya Amamaru, Keiko replied. He's very shy. He might be a bit of a challenge for you. Ninomiya. Kuroki's mind drifted back to a hazy memory of a man with brown hair. Captain, I heard you had a son. Have you picked a name yet? Amamaru. I'm going to name him Amamaru. Ah. Isn't that the name of your sword? Hee hee. Amamaru has saved my life many times. I want to pass that luck on to my son. Your wife is going to kill you. Ha ha. The memory faded, and Kuroki was back in the present, looking at the timid little boy. Captain Ninomiya. It feels so long ago. Was it 7 years? Or 6? He had just become a chunin back then. Their squad had been so close. When had he started to pull away, to stop getting close to his teammates, to stop making new friends? He barely knew the names of the teammates who had died on his last mission. At the time, he thought it was better that way. No attachments. When things went wrong, he could prioritize the mission without hesitation. He hadn't spoken to his old friends in years. So Captain Ninomiya was dead too. What about the boy's mother? Kuroki didn't dare to think about it. If it's all right, he said, his voice a little hoarse, I'll take that one. Of course. Please wait a moment. Keiko took the mission scroll and headed back to her office. As she walked, she wondered how young Master Dana was doing. Would he be happy to know that his reforms at the orphanage were already having such a positive effect? Dana was not happy. No one would be happy after passing out twice in one day. Before he even opened his eyes, he felt as if his body had been set on fire and then plunged into a bucket of ice. Every part of him felt like it had been ground into dust. No. I'm only 6. I don't want to be a goner. I can still be saved. The more awake he became, the worse he felt. He struggled to open his eyes. He was staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. Are you awake? Do you feel any pain? The voice belonged to the Third Raikage, who was sitting by his bed. I feel pain everywhere. So much pain I want to pass out again. Water, he croaked. Dad, I need water. Uemi immediately brought him a bowl of water, which soothed his burning throat, but his body craved more. In the end, Dana ate enough food for 3 grown men before he started to feel better. Though his cheeks were still sunken, and he looked like a shipwrecked Sanji, the life had returned to his eyes. He learned from his father that he had been unconscious for 3 days. After he had passed out, Arashi had carried him to safety, saving him from the collateral damage of the battle between the Third Raikage and Choza Akimichi. According to Arashi, the ground in that area had been cratered several meters deep, and the trees were shattered. It would probably take decades for the landscape to recover. Choza had grown to a height of nearly 100 meters, but he had become as thin as a skeleton. He had died in the end. Despite using every trick in his arsenal, he was no match for the Third Raikage. His father was a man who went toe-to-toe with tailed beasts. In this era, besides Madara Uchiha, who was hiding somewhere, his father had no equal. Then again, maybe even a doddering old Madara wouldn't be. No, too arrogant. You had to give the old battlefield Rose his due. The ones who escaped, his father was saying, we chased them to the border of the Land of Fire. Unfortunately, we only managed to catch one of them. Oh, of course, Dana thought. If you caught them all, it would mess up the whole story. Wait a minute. You caught one. Chapter 34, The Captive. Chapter 34, The Captive. Although he didn't understand why Dana was so interested in the prisoner, A still accompanied him to where she was being held. 3 days ago, while A was fighting Choza Akimichi, Mamoru, and Kyohei hadn't been idle. After seeing their Raikage arrive and decimate the enemy's forces, they had relentlessly pursued the fleeing Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. They had chased them all the way to the border of the Land of Fire, but in the end, they had only managed to capture one of them. When Dana saw the blonde hair from a distance, he thought, of course. He was told that one of them had stayed behind to cover the other's retreat, allowing them to cross the border and get help. The one who stayed, Tsunade, had been a tough opponent. Facing the weakened Mamoru and Kyohei, she had managed to hold them off for a long time. But her luck ran out when A, having finished his battle with Choza, arrived on the scene and captured her with ease. The group was still staying at old man Yoshitoki's house. The small courtyard, meant for one person, was now crowded with over a dozen people, so there was northwest proper place to hold a prisoner. When Dana saw her, Tsunade was tied to a tree. Capturing a ninja was a tricky business. Simple restraints were easily broken. So, for the past 3 days, Kyohei and Mamoru had been taking turns watching her. Being tied to a tree for 3 days was clearly not a pleasant experience. Tsunade's face was gaunt, and she seemed to be resting with her eyes closed. She didn't even open them when she heard them approaching. "We did a simple interrogation," A said. "She claims her name is Sayuri Yamada. It's almost certainly a fake." Dana, still weak, held his father's hand as he looked up at Tsunade with a strange expression. "Sayuri Yamada? What kind of lame name is that? Dad, are you sure she's not using a transformation jutsu?" "Of course. I'd be able to see it if she were." Hearing a child's voice, Tsunade finally opened her eyes. Though she was much thinner now, a mere shadow of her former self, she would have recognized that kid even if he were reduced to ashes. It was this brat who had somehow concealed his chakra signature and launched a surprise attack, which had led to them being pursued and this disastrous outcome. Tsunade bared her teeth in a snarl. Dana met her gaze without flinching. They stared at each other for a long moment until she finally looked away. "Did she say why they attacked us?" "She said they were investigating the reason our village is recruiting bloodline clans and mistook you for a migrating family." A, of course, didn't believe her for a second. But for the past few days, his focus had been on Dana. Once they brought this Konoha ninja back to the village, the interrogation unit would have plenty of ways to make her talk. Come to think of it, he had used the heavenly transfer jutsu to get here in a hurry, but Dodai was also on his way with a larger force. They should be arriving soon. Tsunade's strategy was to frame the incident as a misunderstanding, which, to be fair, it largely was. That would give them some room to negotiate. Most importantly, she had to stick to a story that was 9 parts truth and 1 part lie, and under no circumstances could she reveal her true identity. She was the princess of the Senju clan, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and the direct disciple of the third. If her identity was revealed, no matter what her intentions had been, the village would have to pay a heavy price. Even if her teacher was willing to go to war with the Cloud, she would become their most valuable bargaining chip. When she had stayed behind to protect Jiraiya and Orochimaru, she had been prepared to die rather than be captured. But the Third Raikage had arrived too quickly, knocking her out and carrying her back before she even had a chance to fight to the death. Back in the present, Dana looked at Tsunade with a smirk but didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to his father. "Dad, let's go." Tsunade saw the mockery in his eyes but was in no position to question him. Later, the Third Raikage took Dana to see old man Yoshitoki. It was then that Dana learned that while he had been unconscious, his father had successfully persuaded Yoshitoki to leave with them and join the Hidden Cloud. "Dad, how did you do it?" Dana was genuinely surprised. He couldn't imagine how someone like Yoshitoki, who seemed to have no worldly desires and was on the verge of death, could have been convinced. The Third Raikage replied with a single word: sincerity. Dana pictured his father holding Yoshitoki's head in one hand, lifting him off the ground. "Are you thinking of something disrespectful?" the Third Raikage asked, raising an eyebrow. No. Well, whatever, Dana thought. As the Raikage, his personal involvement is the greatest show of sincerity. And he has more authority than anyone else. This is a good thing. He could already see the Hidden Cloud's medical ninjutsu program improving by leaps and bounds. And the value of the Life Peak Jutsu and the Life Return Jutsu went far beyond just medicine. And that was just what Yoshitoki had shown them so far. Who knows what other secrets the old man held? The village had truly found a treasure. In addition, Mamoru Anze, who had always been passionate about medical ninjutsu, had, with the Raikage's blessing, officially begun to study under Yoshitoki, becoming his semi-apprentice. While Dana was unconscious, Yoshitoki had performed a thorough examination. His diagnosis was largely the same, but the 2 instances of extreme overexertion had left his body in a very poor state. "So, from now on, you have only one priority," his father said. "What's that?" "Training. Mamoru and Kyohei told me what happened in the fight with the Konoha ninja. Our previous method of suppressing your chakra molding was clearly wrong. From now on, in addition to recovering, you need to mold as much chakra as possible to get out of this state. When we get back to the village, you will be provided with a plentiful diet and medicinal herbs. Eat a lot, and train a lot." The Third Raikage smiled and ruffled Dana's hair. The confirmation that Dana possessed a powerful Kekkei Genkai was exhilarating. The clan elders would probably be too excited to sleep for days. But Dana knew his days of lazy, half-hearted training were over. A period of intense, hard work was likely in his future. "Dana, you did very well this time," his father said proudly. "The will of thunder is to charge with me." "Ha ha ha. That's my son. Oh, it was nothing. Ha ha, Dana said with false modesty. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. A ninja in a green flak jacket appeared at the gates of Konoha. Urgent intelligence, he shouted, not breaking his stride. He threw a kunai that pinned his entry permit to the gate and then vanished. Hiruzen Sarutobi was in a meeting, trying to convince the clan heads to send more of their members to the ANBU, when he received the urgent report from the border. Jiraiya and Orochimaru had returned, seriously injured. Tsunade had been captured. And his old teammate, Choza Akimichi, was presumed dead. At first, Hiruzen thought the pipe smoke was making him hallucinate. He hastily dismissed the clan heads and quickly unrolled the scroll written by Jiraiya. We've hit 200 Power Stones goal as promised this week, here's the bonus chapter. Thank you for your support, please keep it coming. Chapter 35, The Dilemma. Chapter 35, The Dilemma. A gloomy atmosphere hung over the Hokage Tower. The sound of Hiruzen Sarutobi puffing on his pipe was incessant. The tobacco in the bowl burned at an incredible rate, as if it were turbocharged. In the dimly lit Hokage's office, the only people present were Hiruzen, his 3 advisors, Hamura Mitokado, Kohara Udatane, and Danzo Shimura, the representatives of the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, and the head of the Senju clan. Ever since the first Hokage's incredible power had become known to the world, the Senju clan had been a target. Even Konoha itself hoped to one day replicate Hashirama's strength. This made it extremely dangerous for members of the Senju clan to travel the ninja world. Malicious incidents targeting them were common. Unfortunately, most of them possessed no special abilities and were just ordinary people, yet they were killed for their name alone. This was a devastating blow to the Senju, a clan that had already sacrificed so much for Konoha. Once a great clan rivaling the Uchiha in numbers, their population had dwindled in just a few decades. The ones who most desperately wanted to wield Hashirama's power were probably the Senju themselves. To protect their people, starting from the time of the second Hokage, the Senju clan had chosen to go into hiding. Those with mediocre talent, or who couldn't even become ninja, were given different surnames. The only officially recognized Senju were the main branch, consisting of Tsunade and a dozen or so others. But over the years, what was meant to be a temporary measure had started to look permanent. The Senju clan was on the verge of disappearing. Regardless, the Senju were the greatest contributors to the founding of the village. The current Hokage may not have been a Senju, but all of Konoha's current leadership were disciples of Tobirama Senju. The Hokage's lineage stemmed from the Senju, and the clan's revered status was a consensus within the village. This was where Tsunade's title of princess came from. The current head of the Senju clan, who had come to the meeting, was the cousin of the first and second Hokage, Dogo Senju. Lord Hokage, he said, his voice grave, you must act quickly. We cannot afford to lose Lady Tsunade. It seemed as if Hashirama's birth had used up all of the Senju clan's luck. For years, not a single member had come close to matching his power. Then, finally, Tsunade had been born, a prodigy of immense talent, and they had protected her fiercely. And now, on her very first major mission, she had been captured. Tsunade is my student, Hiruzen said, his voice heavy. I am, of course, concerned for her safety. I have already sent Sakumo and an ANBU team to the Land of Hot Water. According to Jiraiya's scroll, the 3 of them had been overtaken near the border of the Land of Fire. Tsunade, the only one with any fight left in her, had stayed behind to cover their retreat while Jiraiya carried the semi-conscious Orochimaru back to the village for help. After crossing the border, Jiraiya had successfully contacted a patrol team and, after receiving some basic medical treatment, had immediately returned to the Land of Hot Water with reinforcements, only to find the battlefield empty. Based on his investigation of the scene, Jiraiya had concluded that Tsunade was not dead, but had likely been captured. He had sent a scroll back to the village detailing the entire incident and requesting more reinforcements, while he and his team searched the area, clinging to a sliver of hope. But he was outmatched and didn't dare to venture too deep, fearing he would run into the Third Raikage again. He could only search along the border. And is there no confirmation on the clan head's death? The representative of the Akimichi clan asked, his voice filled with anxiety. Hiruzen couldn't ignore him either. The Inoshikacho trio were his staunchest supporters. He had to take care of his own. But the problem was, he couldn't. The stakes were too high. Even in a full-scale war, the Kage were the last to enter the battlefield. This had just been a simple test, and somehow it had brought the Raikage himself down upon them. In this time of peace, it was an extremely dangerous situation, and it was impossible not to be tense. Peace would come at a high price. War, an even higher one. Hiruzen had no idea what it would cost to resolve this. He deeply regretted sending them on that stupid test mission. The most troublesome part was that both Tsunade and Choza were part of the Hokage's faction. Would the rest of the village be willing to pay the price to save them? The more he thought about it, the worse his headache became. He took another long drag from his pipe. Ahem. Koharu waved away the smoke. Hiruzen, at the very least, we need to confirm if Tsunade and Choza are dead or captured before we can discuss our next move. I've already tasked Sakuma with that, Hiruzen said, putting down his pipe. But if the Third Raikage is still in the land of hot water, it will be very difficult to get them back. Has there been any word from the hidden cloud? Hamura suddenly asked. Not even a protest. It dawned on Hiruzen as well. The cloud had been completely silent. No protests, no threats. And Jiraiya had said in his scroll that the three of them were unknown and hadn't revealed their identities. Could it be that, even though Tsunade was captured, their captors didn't realize who they had? If so, they probably weren't taking the incident too seriously. In that case, Choza was likely dead. As a famous ninja, if he had been captured, Konoha would have already received a ransom note. Then, is there still a chance? Dad, Dana said, that woman is a big deal. She's the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the disciple of the third. Her name is Tsunade. After leaving the tree where Tsunade was tied, Dana had decided to tell his father what he knew. Oh. And how do you know that? The Third Raikage asked, surprised. That was quite a pedigree. When they captured me, I pretended to be unconscious for a while. I overheard them talking. In reality, the three of them had been communicating secretly through Katsuyu. Besides Jiraiya's ridiculous self-introduction, there was no way their identities could have been exposed. But they hadn't counted on Dana. Dana didn't know if Tsunade had earned her infamous nickname yet, but this time, she was about to become the Hidden Cloud's prize lamb. A lamb that was already tied up and ready for slaughter. She probably thinks her identity is still a secret, Dana said. What are you going to do with her? Well, if there were no other circumstances, we'd probably take her back to the village for interrogation, the Third Raikage said, not telling the whole truth. Normally, a captured enemy ninja would either be interrogated and imprisoned for life, or used as a disposable test subject for human experiments, used up and discarded. But that was too cruel to tell a child. Even one as precocious as Dana. As a father, A chose his words carefully. But now that we know who she is, he continued, we can't handle it so simply. Dad, Dana said, a sly look in his eyes, do you think it's possible? Dash, for every 200 power stone equals 1 bounds chapter. Dash, for every 5 review equals 2 bounds chapter. Chapter 36, The Thunderfire Summit. Chapter 36, The Thunderfire Summit. The next day, Dodai and the reinforcements arrived in the land of hot water. When he had received the news of Dana's abduction, he had immediately set out with a larger force. By the time they arrived, the crisis was over, but now they were tasked with handling the aftermath. The sudden appearance of the Third Raikage, the leader of a great hidden village, in the land of hot water required a certain degree of diplomatic courtesy. And it was clear that there would be a tense negotiation with Konoha in the near future. So, they decided to stay in the land of hot water for the time being and ordered a temporary outpost to be established. With the arrival of Dodai's forces, Tsunade's life of being tied to a tree finally came to an end. The Cloud Ninja used their clan's ancestral iron armor seal to completely block her chakra. This was a sealing jutsu originally designed for tailed beasts, restraining Tsunade was a simple matter. With her chakra sealed, her imprisonment could be handled in a more conventional manner. Tsunade, still unaware that her identity had been exposed, continued to play the part of an ordinary ninja, and she played it well. The Cloud, for their part, remained strangely silent. They sent no protests to Konoha, nor did they make any threats. It was as if the Raikage and his entourage were simply on vacation. And in a way, they were. A was now spending his days personally training Dana and Arashi. The other Cloud Ninja in their party were also fortunate enough to receive the Raikage's generous instruction. As a result, the Cloud was perfectly relaxed, while Konoha was on edge. After days of cautiously searching the border area and finding neither a body nor any sign of life, Konoha finally sent an envoy to meet with the Cloud. The envoy was an unremarkable, ordinary ninja, and his attitude was firm. Lord Raikage, he said, the recent conflict was a misunderstanding, an outcome neither side desired. If the Hidden Cloud has no intention of escalating this conflict, it would be best for both sides to take a step back, lest the other villages profit from our strife. After delivering his message, the Konoha ninja left, stating that he was merely a messenger and that someone of higher rank would be sent to negotiate. They're testing us, Dana said, stepping out from behind the Raikage chair. He had been channeling his inner Death God elementary school student, hiding behind the massive chair and listening to every word. They didn't even mention Senju Tsunade. They're trying to see if we've realized how important she is. The Third Raikage looked at his son's sly grin with amusement. Tell me, he said, what are your thoughts on this? That depends, Dana said, flashing his small canine teeth. Does father want to strengthen the Cloud, or weaken the Leaf? What's the difference? If we want to strengthen the Cloud, Then we ask for things that will build our foundation: secret jutsu, research data, influence, resources, or just plain money. Konoha has a lot of good stuff. We can demand some things openly, and take others in secret. But if we want to weaken the Leaf, we can try to stir up conflict between their clans. If we play our cards right, we can significantly hinder their development. Personally, Dana favored weakening the Leaf. As the strongest of the hidden villages, a breeding ground for overpowered ninja, Konoha's greatest enemy was itself. If he could use this incident to create internal problems for them, that would be the best possible outcome. Now that the first blow had been struck, Dana had firmly placed Konoha in the position of an adversary. He was going to make them pay for their recklessness. Ruffled his son's hair. "Only children make choices," he said with a grin. "An adult takes it all." 3 days later, the Konoha delegation arrived in the land of hot water. To avoid making the meeting too formal, they didn't call themselves a delegation, but a negotiation team. It was led by the rising star of the Jonin Corps, Tsukumo Hatake, and the third Hokage's right-hand man, Danzo Shimura. Dana didn't hide. He stood openly by his father's side, observing the Konoha ninja. The handsome Tsukumo was sharp and reserved. Danzo, now in his prime, was not yet covered in bandages, but his gloomy and sinister aura was already taking shape. Most importantly, to Dana, Danzo seemed weak. If Tsukumo was like a razor-sharp dagger, ready to slit an enemy's throat at a moment's notice, then Danzo was like a dull, rusty sword that hadn't been maintained in years. Even displayed on a fancy rack, its shoddy quality was obvious. Dana had always assumed that Danzo in his prime would have been an elite jonin, at the very least. He was surprised to find him so ordinary. He supposed Tobirama Senju had more reasons than just cowardice for not choosing him as the next Hokage. No wonder that, 20 years from now, his fight with Sasuke had been such a display of tactical incompetence. No wonder Hiruzen Sarutobi had trusted him for so many years, allowing him to stir up trouble in the village, even after he had tried to have him assassinated. He's so weak, what kind of real trouble could he cause? In the ninja world, strength was everything. For Hiruzen, having a right-hand man who was so weak, so transparent in his ambitions, and so willing to do the dirty work was a valuable asset. If he were Hiruzen, he wouldn't want to get rid of him either. As Dana was sizing up the ordinary jonin, Danzo Shimura, Danzo was sizing him up as well. So this is the boy who started all this trouble. The second son of the Third Raikage, rumored to possess a special Kekkei Genkai. As the leader of the Konoha delegation, Danzo carried himself with a certain gravitas. He walked with a stern expression through the lines of glaring cloud ninja and stopped before the Raikage, his face impassive. But the meeting place had clearly been arranged to give the cloud the advantage. The Third Raikage sat on a raised platform, while Danzo and Tsukumo had to walk between 2 rows of hostile ninja and stand below him. Though the Raikage was technically of a higher rank than him, Danzo didn't see it that way. He was already annoyed, but the negotiations were the priority. The Raikage looked down at him. "I remember you," he said. "You came to the cloud with the second Hokage." "Yes, Lord Raikage. It has been a long time." Years ago, Danzo, Hiruzen, and the others had accompanied the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, to the hidden cloud to negotiate a peace treaty with the second Raikage. But their meeting had been interrupted by the rebellion of the Gold and Silver brothers. The second Raikage had been killed on the spot, and the second Hokage had been fatally wounded while covering their retreat. In Danzo's mind, it was in that moment, with that single hesitation, that he had lost his chance to become Hokage. More than a decade had passed. Technically, the cloud had been at fault. The Gold and Silver brothers were their ninja, and they had failed to protect the leader of another nation who had come in good faith. But the cloud had paid a heavy price in reparations to secure the peace. The ones who had handled that affair were the newly appointed Third Raikage and Third Hokage. There was bad blood between the two nations, but it wasn't a deep-seated hatred. Their relationship was more one of tense rivalry, a product of the general political climate. Which of the 5 great villages didn't have grievances with the others? For every 100 power stone equals 1 bounds chapter. For every 5 review equals 2 bounds chapter. Chapter 37, The Rescue Plan. Chapter 37, The Rescue Plan. Konoha ninja crossed the border and attacked my son, A said, resting his head on his hand. Everyone says the cloud are the warriors, but it seems Konoha is the one who acts without thinking of the consequences. That is not the case, Lord Raikage, Danzo explained. Our ninja only entered the land of hot water, not the land of lightning. And the attack was merely a misunderstanding. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not is no longer important. I'm not a man who likes to waste words. With that, the Third Raikage took out a scroll and threw it at Danzo. He put some force into it, and the scroll flew like a shuriken, a clear attempt to intimidate him. The scroll hurtled towards Danzo with a whoosh. He hadn't expected it and tensed up, thinking it was a surprise attack. By the time he realized what it was too late to catch it. His outstretched hand grasped at empty air. If the scroll fell to the ground, would he bend over to pick it up, or would he refuse? This was the Third Raikage's power play. Danzo's face turned ashen. Just before the scroll hit the ground, a sheathed short sword shot out and caught it. The scroll came to a perfect stop on the scabbard, not even wobbling. Kumogakure handed the scroll to Danzo and then stepped back without a word. The Third Raikage, raised an eyebrow. Not bad, he said, a hint of interest in his voice. Danzo felt he had lost face. A look of fury flashed across his features. In Konoha, I am second to none but the Hokage. Countless ninja are at my beck and call. When have I ever been so humiliated? Does he not fear that Konoha will go to war over this? We are the strongest of the hidden villages. Oh, wait. He wasn't afraid. Well then. Never mind. It was time to endure the humiliation for the good of the village. Ah, the sacrifices I make for Konoha. Danzo forced himself to calm down, and in a wave of self-pity, he opened the scroll with a straight face. But he only had to read the first line before his composure cracked. Puffed. It was a list of demands. 1 pair of Hyuga Byakugan, main family only. 2 pairs of Uchiha Sharingan, 3 Tomo. 1 pair of Senju clan corpses, must be ninja, 1 male, 1 female. The second Hokage's secret jutsu scrolls, must be of sufficient value, final interpretation at the sole discretion of the hidden cloud. A public declaration, broadcast to the entire ninja world, that Konoha will never again accept missions in the land of hot water, the land of sound, the land of waterfalls, or the land of iron. And a list of supplies of an unprecedented quantity and variety, enough to sustain a full-scale war. Danzo didn't even dare to read the whole thing. At this point, if the scroll had demanded that the third Hokage come to the land of hot water, bow down 3 times, and call the Raikage daddy, he wouldn't have been surprised. This wasn't a negotiation. This was a provocation. Damn you, Cloud. Dana secretly watched Danzo's livid face, feeling a thrill of satisfaction. He had personally helped draft that list. Konoha would never agree to a single one of those demands, and he had written over a dozen of them. Lord Raikage, Danzo said, his voice trembling with rage, this is a complete lack of sincerity. Konoha will never agree to these terms. The Third Raikage's face was a mask of fury. You are the ones who started this conflict. If you can't accept, then get out. And wait for the Cloud's declaration of war. The two sides parted on bad terms. The Konoha delegation returned to their own outpost. They're just testing our limits, Danzo said, his face grim. We can still negotiate. This is typical of the Cloud's warrior mentality. Does that mean their threat of war is just a bluff? One of the accompanying ninja asked. Danzo shot him a contemptuous look. They're called the warrior faction, not the bluffing faction, for a reason. They're just crazy enough to actually do it. The ninja fell silent. Just then, a man in a high-collared coat spoke up. Lord Danzo, he said, my insects tell me that Princess Tsunade is in the Cloud's outpost. Show me the location, Danzo said urgently. A moment later, countless black insects swarmed out from the ground, arranging themselves into a simple map. Danzo looked at the map. It seems her identity has not been exposed, he said. The Cloud has placed her in such a conspicuous location. It seems Hiruzen's plan was a success. Before they had left, they had decided that Konoha would not make any attempt to ransom the prisoner. The hope was to trick the Cloud into thinking Tsunade was just an ordinary ninja. Then, when a peace agreement was reached, her release would be a minor footnote, and the village wouldn't have to pay a heavy price. Of course, if negotiations failed, another option was to lull the Cloud into a false sense of security and then attempt a rescue. Once they had her back, they could drag out the negotiations with the Cloud for as long as they wanted. Danzo looked at Kumogakure. You were with me in the Cloud's outpost today. Are you confident you can rescue her? Tsukumo closed his eyes and replayed the day's events in his mind. Based on their current security, he said, they are not taking special precautions against a rescue attempt. As you said, Lord Danzo, they likely believe she is an ordinary ninja. I can handle the others, but I am not confident I can get past the Third Raikage undetected. To rescue her, someone will have to distract him. Danzo nodded. Though he disliked Tsukumo, he respected his abilities. If he said it could be done, then it was worth a try. Hiruzen entrusted this important matter to me. I must see it through to a successful conclusion. The next day, Danzo went to the Cloud's outpost again, stating that there was still room for negotiation and that the Cloud shouldn't be so unreasonable. I replied that since he was being so sincere, he would also take a step back. He offered a 50% discount on the list of demands. A single Byakugan would be acceptable. Half a Senju corpse would suffice. Naturally, the negotiations once again ended in failure. For the next few days, Danzo would go to the Cloud's outpost and argue, but the negotiations went nowhere. And according to the Aburaim ninja, Tsunade's location was being moved almost daily. Finally, on the 7th day, Danzo received word that the cloud had lost patience. The Third Raikage was preparing to lead his forces back to the village. Danzo knew he couldn't wait any longer. If Tsunade was taken back to the hidden cloud, and they still didn't know who she would likely disappear without a trace. Danzo knew all too well the fate of captured enemy ninja. He himself had used countless prisoners in his own human experiments. "Tsukumo," he said, "tomorrow I will feign agreement to some of their terms to lure the Third Raikage out. I believe any one of the items on that list will be enough to satisfy him. I will arrange to meet him on the West Mountain, drawing him away from the camp. You will use that opportunity to rescue Tsunade. Be quick, and try not to make too much noise. Then, retreat towards the land of fire border. There will be reinforcements waiting for you." "And you, my lord?" Tsukumo asked, concerned. If the rescue was discovered, Danzo would be the one to face the Third Raikage's wrath. "We will agree on a signal," Danzo said with a smug smile. "By the time you make your move, I will have already told that brute that I need to return to Konoha to report. It's a simple trick of timing, but for these cloud simpletons, it will be more than enough." He couldn't wait to see the looks on their faces when they realized they had been tricked. Chapter 38, Did I Fall into a Trap? Chapter 38, Did I Fall into a Trap? In the hidden cloud camp, the Third Raikage was in the middle of training Dana and Arashi when a Konoha messenger arrived with an invitation from Danzo. Unrolled the scroll, a playful smile on his face. It said that although Danzo Shimura should not agree to the cloud's unreasonable demands, he, for the sake of his village and the peace of the ninja world, was willing to personally agree to one of their conditions to foster a friendly atmosphere between their two villages. He could provide certain, off-the-books items. But these items had a questionable origin and could only be discussed in private. As it happened, there was a scenic mountain range to the west, a perfect place for a private chat over tea. Rolled up the scroll and chuckled contemptuously. "Dana," he said, "just as you predicted. They've taken the bait." Dana felt a wave of relief as he read the scroll's contents. "I was starting to think they weren't in a hurry," he grumbled. "It took them this long to bite." "That's just how Konoha's leadership is," said. "Indecisive. I figured that out more than a decade ago. It's all up to you tomorrow, Dad. Don't worry. My son gave me a perfect plan. Nothing will go wrong. But since we're fishing, we need some bait." And so, Danzo received the Third Raikage's reply. The tone was one of utter disdain. It said, in essence, "You're not even a Kage. What makes you think you're worthy of having tea with me? If you have something to trade, be a man about it. The cloud isn't unreasonable. We can talk. But if you're just wasting my time, I'm a busy man." Danzo's hand, holding the scroll, turned white with rage. He, Danzo, second only to the Hokage in Konoha, when had he ever? "Calm down. Calm down. My lord," one of his subordinates said, "the Raikage tone is very harsh. Do you think he's seen through our plan?" Danzo waved his hand dismissively. "No. That's just how the cloud ninja are. They're all brutes, with no sense of decorum. I figured that out more than a decade ago." The more impatient he sounds, the more certain it is that he has fallen into our trap. It seemed he would have to offer something tangible. If he showed up to the meeting empty-handed, the Raikage, with his brutish personality, would likely not be pleased. Danzo imagined the scene, and the possibility of getting beaten up seemed very high. Fortunately, he was a cautious man and carried most of his important possessions with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to produce anything that would tempt the Raikage on such short notice. But this item would have to be a sacrifice. He couldn't let the cloud actually get it. He'd have to tamper with it first. And so, swallowing his pride, Danzo wrote another, much more cordial, reply. He said that what he had to offer was of the highest quality. Konoha had a clan called the Uchiha, whose eyes were very powerful. And what a coincidence, he, Danzo, just happened to have a pair on him, which he was prepared to offer to the Raikage. You see, Danzo thought to himself with a sense of martyrdom, this Sharingan, which I went to such lengths to acquire, and which I haven't even had a chance to properly study, is now being sacrificed for the good of the village. I, Danzo, am truly a selfless patriot. He then went over the plan with Tsukumo Hatake one more time. Danzo would meet with the Third Raikage. Once he confirmed it was the real Raikage, he would give Tsukumo the signal to begin the rescue. With everything in place, Danzo carefully took a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan from a sealing scroll, his eyes filled with regret. But there was no other way. He was sacrificing this Sharingan for the village. He'd have to find a way to make Hiruzen replace it when he got back. He then performed a small, subtle jutsu on the Sharingan, a technique that would gradually destroy them over time. It was a common trick for destroying evidence and concealing the truth, and Danzo was quite skilled at it. That night, under a full moon, Danzo stood on a cliff west of the cloud's outpost, his hands behind his back, his face hidden by a hood. A short while later, the imposing figure of the Third Raikage arrived with his guards. Danzo studied him carefully in the moonlight, trying to confirm if he was the real thing. He then exchanged a subtle look with the Aburame ninja by his side. The insects confirmed it. With the Raikage's identity confirmed, Danzo relaxed. The plan was already halfway to success. Lord Raikage, he said with a smile, the view here is quite lovely. A perfect spot for moon-gazing. I have no time for moon-gazing, the Raikage said, cutting him off. And even if I did, I wouldn't be doing it with you. Did you bring what you promised? Such a brute, Danzo cursed internally. It seems this will be over sooner than I expected. I won't be able to hold him here for long. To keep him occupied, Danzo took a small glass jar from his sleeve. Inside were 2 crimson eyes, 3 tomo evenly spaced around each pupil. They looked both strange and malevolent. The Third Raikage's expression was one of interest. He reached for the jar, but Danzo pulled it back. What is the meaning of this? A's face darkened. This is a show of my sincerity, Danzo said. But if I give it to you, can you promise? As he spoke, he pulled back his hood, revealing his spiky hair. This was the signal he had arranged with his Aburame subordinate. The moment he removed his hood, the insects would relay the message to Tsukumo Hatake. Tsukumo, lying in wait outside the cloud's outpost, received the signal. As planned, he waited another 10 minutes to give Danzo enough time to retreat, and then led his team into the camp. They had spent the past few days mapping out the camp's defenses, and Tsunade's location was confirmed. Since their primary objective was a stealth rescue, not a full frontal assault, they avoided the patrols and minimized conflict. Everything went smoothly. So smoothly, in fact, that Tsukumo began to feel a sense of unease. But after reviewing the entire situation in his mind, he decided to proceed with the plan. After knocking out a few guards, he finally found Tsunade in a small hut and cut her bonds. Tsukumo-san, Tsunade said, recognizing him immediately. How did you get in? Tsukumo was a few years older than her and had already made a name for himself. Can you move? He asked. No. My chakra is sealed. Just as Tsukumo was about to examine her, the hut was suddenly bathed in light. Towering walls of light shot up from the ground, trapping them inside. 4 ninja emerged from the earth, 1 at each corner, maintaining the barrier jutsu. Tsukumo's face turned grim. This barrier seemed familiar. If it was that jutsu. He tentatively reached out and touched it. A powerful electric shock coursed through his body. Similar to the 4 violet flames formation but with a lightning attribute, he thought with a sigh. We've been had. A small figure stepped out from the side. It was Dana. He looked at the people trapped inside the barrier, his face beaming with excitement. Look what I caught. The white fang of Konoha. On the cliff, Danzo, who had been earnestly explaining how difficult his situation was, felt that the time was right. He handed the Sharingan to the Third Raikage and announced that, since their business was concluded, he had to return to his village to report. But a massive hand clamped down on his shoulder, and the Third Raikage pressed him back down. A large face appeared over his shoulder. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, the Raikage said, his voice a low growl. You said you were going to treat me to tea. We've been talking for a while now. Where's the tea? Chapter 39, A World in Disarray. Chapter 39, A World in Disarray. The massive hand clamped down on Danzo's shoulder, making his skin crawl. Lord Raikage, Danzo said, forcing his voice to remain steady, what is the meaning of this? Nothing. We've been talking for so long, I'm thirsty. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Sit. Have some tea. Meanwhile, back at the hidden cloud outpost, Tsukumo and the others were trapped in the barrier. Dana appeared, his hands behind his back, a mischievous grin on his face. When Tsunade saw him, she gritted her teeth. This brat again. Dana swaggered up to the barrier. Well, if it isn't the famous Hatake Tsukumo of Konoha. What brings you sneaking into our camp in the middle of the night? I thought Konoha wanted to avoid a conflict between our villages. It seems you were negotiating in bad faith, with a knife hidden behind your back. Tsukumo stared at Dana, his expression unreadable. He sheathed his short sword. I never thought a child would be the one calling the shots in the hidden cloud, he said coldly. Oh, no. I just offer suggestions. A healthy dose of suspicion is always wise. Since your village has no problem attacking children, isn't it only natural for us to be wary of your methods? Tsukumo ignored the taunt. He was an expert in lightning release and was currently trying to buy time, hoping for an opportunity to break the barrier. With the Third Raikage gone, he had a fighting chance. Is there a way out from below? He wondered. No, they wouldn't leave such an obvious weakness. They've been preparing for this. He replayed the events of the past few days in his mind, trying to pinpoint where they had gone wrong. The truth was, the moment the first Konoha envoy had arrived without mentioning a prisoner exchange, Dana had guessed their plan. They wanted to downplay Tsunade's importance, hoping to get her back as a minor add-on to a larger peace agreement without paying a heavy price. From that point on, Dana and the Third Raikage had been setting a trap. The impossible demands, the Third Raikage's feigned brutishness, it was all designed to lure Konoha into a rescue attempt. But Konoha had been cautious. It wasn't until the Raikage pretended he was about to return to his village that they were finally forced to act. And when Danzo had repeatedly requested a secret meeting, they knew the rescue attempt was imminent. Tsukumo had not yet earned the title of White Fang of Konoha, but his skills were already top tier. Dana had no intention of testing his mettle. Once his father was finished and returned to the camp, the game would be over. 3 days later, devastating news reached the Hidden Leaf village. Danzo Shimura, Tsukumo Hataki, and their entire 10-man team had been captured while attempting to attack the Hidden Cloud's outpost during negotiations. The Cloud was now demanding an explanation. To add insult to injury, the entire team had been wiped out, with not a single messenger escaping. It was the Cloud who had sent one of the minor prisoners back to Konoha to inform them that their rescue team had also been captured and was now awaiting their own rescue. Hiruzen Sarutobi snapped his pipe in two. The worst part was that the Cloud's justification was irrefutable. According to the returned Konoha ninja, they had been caught red-handed trying to spring a prisoner. A gloomy atmosphere hung over the Hokage's office. Even the representatives of the Akimichi and Senju clans, who had been the most vocal before, were now silent. Everyone knew the situation was spiraling out of control. Sticking your neck out now was a good way to get it chopped off. This time, no one dared to complain about Hiruzen's smoking. The room was so thick with smoke it was like a celestial realm, impossible to see your own hand in front of your face. Hiruzen, Koharu said, breaking the long silence, we need a plan. What are the Cloud's demands? Her voice seemed to break the tension, and the others in the room visibly relaxed. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe. They want to negotiate, he said, smoke billowing from his mouth. A sense of surreal déjà vu washed over the room. It felt like just a few days ago, in this very office, they had had this exact same discussion. Now, their negotiator had been captured and was waiting for a new negotiator. Even Hiruzen, the pacifist, the man who would do anything to avoid a war, was tempted to just declare war and be done with it. But not only were Danzo and the others in the Cloud's hands, their justification was solid. A little subterfuge during negotiations was one thing, but to be caught, and for the entire team to be captured, was an absolute fiasco. Hiruzen could only direct his anger at Danzo, who had been in charge. He couldn't believe how competent Danzo was at stirring up trouble within the village, and how utterly incompetent he was outside of it. He didn't know the term, hometown hero, but at this point, he just had to solve the problem. The last delegation had been led by a council elder. This time, with the stakes even higher, he would have to go himself. It seems I have no choice but to go, he announced. Send a message to the Third Raikage. A summit between the two Kage. The location, the Land of Iron. For security, meetings between Kage were always held in the neutral Land of Iron. 3 days later, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, set out for the Land of Iron with a massive escort. He had no desire for the Cloud to send another messenger to Konoha in a few days, informing them that their Hokage had been captured and they needed yet another negotiator. This time, the meeting could not be kept secret. The other hidden villages and the various powers of the ninja world had already taken notice of the recent and frequent movements between the lands of Thunder and Fire. All eyes were now on the Land of Iron, wondering what waves this summit would create. Meanwhile, the process of acquiring and restructuring the Kitanuji blacksmith shop had begun. The Yotsuki clan was fully committed to expanding its factory model, providing vast resources, manpower, materials, and money, and clearing any obstacles to its business. The name of the forge would remain unchanged for now, branding it with the Cloud or Yotsuki symbol too early would only alert the other powers. Kitanuji himself had been given a 10% stake in the new company and was more than satisfied. The Yotsuki's investment was already 10 times the value of his original forge, and the future was bright. With the protection of ninja, the forge was destined to become a behemoth. And, according to the Yotsuki clan's regulations, as the originator and a key participant in the plan, 6-year-old Dana was granted a 20% ownership stake in the project. For now, it was being held in trust. While the other villages were focused on the meeting of the two Kage in the Land of Iron, they had no idea that the real change to the world was being forged in a small, unassuming blacksmith shop. Capital of the Land of Lightning. In a lavish room, filled with incense and warm silks, a court official reported, "My lord, there has been some friction between the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Leaf. It seems the Cloud has come out on top, and the Leaf has suffered a considerable loss." "Can you find out the details?" a voice asked from behind a silk screen. The figure was somewhat portly and wore a strange, fan-shaped headdress. "No, my lord," the official replied, shaking his head. "All the participants were ninja. We have only heard whispers from the land of iron. Should I make an inquiry with the hidden cloud?" "No. I will write a letter to the fire daimyo and ask him," the figure said after a moment of silence. "By the way, I recall the Raikage had another son a few years ago, is that correct?" "Yes, my lord. And he is said to have some strange bloodline disease. Unable to become a ninja." "Yes, my lord. That much is certain." "I see. You may leave." "Yo guys. We did it. We hit our goal of 5 reviews, thank you all. As promised, you're getting 2 extra chapters as a reward. Keep it up." Chapter 40, let's sit down and talk. Chapter 40, let's sit down and talk. Land of Hot Water, Hidden Cloud Temporary Outpost. With Dodai's assistance, Dana issued a series of directives regarding the blacksmith shop. His youthful appearance belied a calm and confident demeanor. In truth, a mature soul's intellect is not constrained by a young body. Dana was simply leveraging the wisdom of his previous life. The actual execution of his plans still relied on others. But in the eyes of the Hidden Cloud's leadership, it was nothing short of terrifying. To them, Dana not only possessed the intelligence of an adult, but his vision and knowledge also seemed far superior to that of an ordinary ninja. They could only attribute it to the books in the library where he had spent his formative years. They must have contained some truly precious knowledge. The orphanage, the blacksmith shop, and even this negotiation with Konoha, the Third Raikage said, his eyes filled with pride. "Dana, you truly amaze me. This boy takes after me." Dana shot a sideways glance at his father, who was slacking off. For some reason, he felt like he was getting busier and busier. "Aren't you being a bit derelict in your duties as Raikage?" At first, all he had wanted was to gain a little influence to improve the terrible conditions at the orphanage. But lately, things seem to be getting out of hand. "I miss the days of just lying around. I just wanted to be an armchair general, not a workaholic." "Just think of yourself as an advisor," his father said with a grin. "Dodai will assist you. You can do it. I'll believe that when pigs fly." In the future, there was Kakashi, a ninja at the age of 6. Now, there was Dana, an advisor at the age of 6. Of course, the title was just a formality, a way to make it easier for him to handle his affairs. After all, a title lends legitimacy. It wouldn't be publicly announced, but it was still astonishing. Dana felt like he was being pulled in a million different directions. His most important task right now was still his training. For years, his half-hearted chakra molding had only managed to fill a third of his soccer field. Now, after old man Yashitoki's diagnosis, he had to accelerate the process. 3 times a day, 2 hours each time. After subtracting time for eating and drinking, most of his day was spent molding chakra. It was tedious and boring. But when he remembered the battle with the Konoha ninja, that state of incredible power where neither Tsunade nor Chosa Kimichi could even touch him, he couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. Boring or not, it was a way to finally solve the mystery of his body. Now that he was a little older, his molding speed and duration were much greater than before. He estimated that within 2 years, he could feed his body enough chakra to trigger some kind of change. He didn't know what kind of abilities would emerge. The ones he had displayed so far were a kind of mental pulse imaging, extreme speed, and a defense-ignoring electrical shock. After eating the 3 soldier pills, for the first time in his life, he had a surplus of chakra. Unfortunately, he didn't know a single ninjutsu and had to rely on his body's strange abilities. But he had a feeling there was more to it. If a starving, weakened body could unleash such power, then a well-fed, healthy one would be even more formidable. And he had been coveting ninjutsu for a long time. He wanted to be able to use flashy techniques too. Besides his daily training, he was also, with the help of others, managing various affairs, mainly related to the blacksmith shop. If he were to follow the typical ninja mindset, especially that of a major village, he would have started from scratch, building a new forge system for security reasons. But with the knowledge of his past life, Dana chose not to reinvent the wheel. He used the Kitanuji blacksmith shop as a foundation and simply copied and pasted. The Yotsuki clan had sent over 30 trusted individuals from the Hidden Cloud to the forge. Some were from the Yotsuki's own forces or were even clan members themselves. Others had been recruited from the village. Given the Yotsuki's status, they were all considered their own people. These individuals, along with a select group from the original forge, would learn the core business model. According to Dana's plan, after a 3-month selection and screening process, a group of core personnel would be chosen to replicate the factory model in the surrounding countries. Dana had his eyes set on the land of iron, famous for its master swordsmiths, and the land of frost, a major producer of iron and coal. He also sent people to the land of waves to find the craftsmen who had built the water-powered trip hammer for Kitanuji, with the intention of recruiting them as well. In the future, Dana planned to use sealing scrolls for logistics. The sealing scrolls of the ninja world were miraculous, but their high cost, difficult production, and the fact that they required a ninja with chakra to use had prevented them from being adopted for civilian use, even in the later parts of the story. But now that the blacksmith shop had a sufficient number of ninja involved, the personnel requirement was no longer a limitation. The next step was to research and develop a cheaper, higher-capacity sealing scroll. When it came to sealing jutsu, the land of whirlpools was the undisputed master. After its destruction, Konoha had inherited the largest portion of its legacy. This would be a key point in the upcoming negotiations. There had also been an unexpected windfall. The Cloud had acquired a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Danzo, in his attempt to be clever, had been outsmarted and was forced to remove the destructive jutsu he had placed on them. How they would use these eyes was still undecided. In this era, Madara Uchiha's fearsome reputation had faded, and no new Uchiha powerhouse had yet emerged. So, besides Dana, no one in the Cloud, including the Third Raikage, placed a particularly high value on them. They knew they were good, but if he had the choice, the Raikage would have preferred the strategic value of the Byakugan. After another week in the land of hot water, the negotiation team, led by the Third Raikage, arrived in the land of iron. They arrived 2 days after the Third Hokage, a subtle power play. After all, they weren't the ones in a hurry. The fact that he was willing to negotiate at all showed that the Third Raikage, was still in favor of peace. At the end of the First Great Ninja War, he had been a supporter of the Second Raikage's peace faction. A's philosophy was that he disliked pointless wars, but he was not afraid of them. So, although a series of fortunate events had given the Cloud a massive amount of leverage, the situation was just as sudden for them as it was for Konoha. The Cloud had no intention of using this as a pretext to start a war. The tensions in the ninja world had not yet reached that point. Peace was still the prevailing sentiment. Ultimately, the conflict between the two villages would be settled at the negotiation table. Dana believed that although the world was currently at peace, the Second Great Ninja War was only about 3 years away. And the Second and Third Wars were separated by a very short period of time. For over a decade, the ninja world would be in a state of turmoil. Therefore, the most important thing now was to build up the Cloud's foundation so that they could develop in peace and sit on the sidelines when the chaos began. Then, they could watch the world burn from a safe distance. Of course, that was the ideal scenario. When Dana shared this strategy with the Third Raikage, he agreed. His son's wisdom had been proven time and again. Though he wouldn't blindly trust him due to his age, he now considered Dana an important advisor. In a sealed stone chamber, the meeting of the two Kage was about to begin. Though they had both brought large entourages, only the two Kage and their personal guards were allowed to enter the meeting room. The Third Raikage brought his son, Arashi, and Kyohei Kawanishi. And Dana. The number was a bit over the limit, but who was going to make a fuss about a child? The Third Hokage's guards were 2 men Dana didn't recognize. But from their appearances, one was a pineapple-headed member of the Nara clan, and the other was a Byakugan user from the Hyuga clan. Yo guys. We did it. We hit our goal of 5 reviews, thank you all. As promised, you're getting 2 extra chapters as a reward. Keep it up. Chapter 41, The Negotiation Table. Chapter 41, The Negotiation Table. You certainly kept me waiting, Lord Raikage, the Third Hokage said with a smile, though his words carried a subtle jab at the Raikage's late arrival. The scenery in the land of iron is lovely, but I've grown a bit tired of it these past few days. The Third Raikage, however, was not one for such games. An impatient man has no time to wait. It wasn't the Cloud's men who were captured. I was in no hurry. Hiruzen's face fell. Such a brute, he thought. He's a Kage, and he still doesn't know how to play the game. Why be so blunt? His gaze then shifted to the small boy standing obediently behind the Raikage. This must be the child who had started it all, the Raikage's second son. According to Jiraiya's report, at the end of the battle, the boy had displayed an incredible speed that even a taijutsu master like Tsunade couldn't handle. He was a constant hindrance. He likely possessed a brand new Kekkei Genkai. A new prodigy for the hidden Cloud. That was all Hiruzen knew. The ones with more information were currently guests of the Cloud. If he knew that Danzo and Tsukumo's capture also had Dana's fingerprints all over it, he would have taken the boy much more seriously. Your Konoha ninja trespassed into the Cloud's sphere of influence and attacked my son, the Raikage's voice boomed. And I was just in time to save him. Then, you pretended to negotiate while plotting a sneak attack. It is a disgrace. I am only giving you face by agreeing to this meeting. How does Konoha plan to resolve this? The attack was a misunderstanding, a result of a mission conflict, Hiruzen countered, trying to maintain a semblance of control. And we only entered the land of hot water, not the land of lightning. As for what happened later, Elder Danzo was simply anxious to rescue his comrades and misjudged the situation. Though Konoha had lost both the battle and the moral high ground, he still had to put up a verbal fight. To Dana's surprise, the pineapple-headed Nara clan member, whom he had expected to play a key role, remained silent throughout the exchange, his eyes fixed on the floor, as if the verbal sparring had nothing to do with him. After a moment of thought, Dana guessed that the situation had escalated to the point where the other Konoha clans were no longer willing to take the fall for the Hokage's faction. The ones who had started the trouble were from the Hokage's faction. The ones who had been captured were from the Hokage's faction. If they got involved now, they would likely be forced to share the cost. The relationship between the clans and the Hokage was a complex one. Even his staunchest supporters had to weigh the costs and benefits. Dana inwardly sneered at Konoha's political climate. This Nara ninja was probably only here out of respect for Choza Akimichi. He might offer Hiruzen advice in private, but in public, he was determined to be a ghost. The Third Raikage and the Third Hokage were old acquaintances. The initial verbal jousting was just for show, a way to apply and deflect pressure. Both of them knew that the real negotiation would be about the division of spoils. Your people are in my hands, the Raikage said bluntly. It's simple. Konoha must compensate the Cloud for our losses to get them back. He handed Hiruzen a list. Everything on this list can be used as compensation. Each item has a corresponding point value. The Cloud is demanding a total of 1,000 points. Pay up, and you get your people back. It's that simple. The Third Raikage leaned back, a smug look on his face. He silently gave Dana a thumbs up. This point-based system was also Dana's idea, though the values had been determined by a group. Using points instead of money was a way to account for the fact that many of the items on the list, such as secret jutsu, were not things that could be bought and sold. They would only begin to release prisoners once 500 points had been paid. The most important ones, Tsunade, Danzo, and Tsukumo, would only be released once the full 1,000 points had been paid. This method prevented the Cloud from being swindled on items with ambiguous value and turned a one-time transaction into a long-term process. It gave Konoha time to scrape together the necessary compensation, and it gave the Cloud ample time to verify the authenticity and value of what they received. And what was value? Whatever the Cloud said it was. Hiruzen unrolled the list. Even with his years of experience, he could barely contain his shock. Every conceivable resource a hidden village could need was on the list. Explosive tags, soldier pills, kunai, shuriken, each had a different point value, but all of them were ridiculously low. 5,000 explosive tags for a mere 10 points. Do you have any idea how much explosive tags cost? Various secret jutsu were also on the list. The second Hokage's techniques, for example, were not listed by name, because no one but Hiruzen knew how many he had left behind. They were simply listed as a category, with the note that the Cloud would verify the value of whatever Konoha offered. If there was a disagreement on the value, the deal was off. This put the ball squarely in Konoha's court. They had to prove the value of what they were offering. Then there was the special category. A summoning contract with Ryuchi Cave, Mount Mayaboku, or Shikatsu Forest, 100 points each. A summoning contract with the Sarutobi clan, Monkey King Enma, 150 points. A declaration to no longer accept missions in the Land of Frost, the Land of Hot Water, the Land of Sound, etc., 100 points per country. Hiruzen knew that Ryuchi Cave, Mount Mayaboku, and Shikatsu Forest were the summoning locations of his 3 disciples. They had only recently signed their contracts and couldn't even use them in combat yet. He was surprised the Cloud knew about them. While Shikatsu Forest was the summoning place of the first Hokage and therefore of great importance, Hiruzen didn't know much about the other 2, only that Jiraiya and Orochimaru had stumbled upon them and signed the contracts themselves. Both places were said to possess considerable combat strength. But the Cloud was known to be lacking in the summoning department, so the demand was not entirely unexpected. And he found it perfectly normal that his own Sarutobi clan's summoning contract was valued higher than the others. Overall, the list transformed a simple one-time payment into a complex, negotiable process, and it put the burden of proof on the losing side. No matter how much it annoyed him, Hiruzen decided that if the need ever arose, Konoha would use this method in their own negotiations. As it stood, if Konoha wanted to pay with money or resources, it would be a devastating blow to their economy and treasury. If not, they would have to give up some of their most valuable secrets. They'll definitely choose a combination of both, Dana had told his father the day before. They might even try to add new items to the list and argue about the value of others. We can negotiate. We can compromise. But our 2 core objectives are a summoning contract with one of the 3 Great Sage regions and the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. All other compromises are just a means to that end. I even inflated the value of the Sarutobi contract to mislead them. The same goes for the second Hokage's secret jutsu. That's Konoha's lifeblood. They'll never give us anything good. But the Uzumaki sealing jutsu. They might not care as much about that. I understand the sealing jutsu, A had said, but why are you so fixated on these 3 summoning contracts? Dana had to be vague. I read about them in a book, he said. They're called the Three Great Sage Regions. They hold many of the ninja world's secrets. And they're not just one or two summoned beasts, but entire clans. The benefits are immense. And the Cloud doesn't have a decent summoning contract. It's a definite win. Dana's real objective was a ticket to learning senjutsu, but that was a concept that even Jiraiya, who had just signed the contract, probably didn't understand yet. So, it wasn't the right time to bring it up. Chapter 42, Returning to the Village and the Red-Haired Lowly. Chapter 42, Returning to the Village and the Red-Haired Lowly. The summit of the two Kage ended in a tense compromise. As Dana had predicted, Konoha accepted the compensation method. They not only added new items to the list themselves but also actively tried to prove the value of what they were offering. The point values of some items were negotiated and changed, but the Cloud, following Dana's strategy, carefully and quietly pushed for the things they wanted most, without arousing Konoha's suspicion. Although the summit was over, the process of paying the reparations would be a long one. Dana estimated it would take at least 6 months. But with the hostages in their hands, the Cloud was in no hurry. It was just a few more mouths to feed. The one in a hurry was Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo was a high-ranking elder, and Tsukumo and Tsunade were rising stars. The longer they were imprisoned, the more their skills would stagnate, or even regress. It was a loss for Konoha's future. Both villages assigned representatives to handle the follow-up. On Konoha's side, it would likely be one of the advisors. On the Cloud's side, it was Dana, pulling the strings from behind the scenes, though on the surface, Dodai was the one handling everything. A few days later, after both sides had agreed on the first phase of reparations and the point valuations, the Thunderfire Summit officially concluded. Konoha would pay the first 500 points as quickly as possible to get some of their people back. Even if the most important hostages remained, securing the release of the ordinary ninja would ease the internal pressure in the village and show that the Hokage, with his brilliant leadership, was making steady progress. Dana was finally on his way back to the village, leaving before his father. Arashi stayed behind with the Raikage. At Dana's request, however, their return journey took a slight detour through the Land of Frost, home to a major iron and coal-producing region, which was crucial for the future of the blacksmith shop project. When the first batch of trainees graduated, this would be the site of an important branch office. Because of this, and Dana's incessant questioning and curiosity about everything, the return trip took nearly half a month. By the time they finally arrived back at the hidden Cloud Village, the excitement of leaving for the first time felt like a distant memory. He never would have imagined that a 2-month trip could be so eventful. The first thing he did upon returning was to visit his mother, Satomi. After not seeing her youngest son for so long, the worried mother burst into tears. When she had first heard that Dana had been kidnapped, she had been frantic. After dinner with his mother, Dana returned to his small library for the first time in what felt like an eternity. Ume knelt by his side, meticulously preparing tea. Dana began to organize his notes from his journey, writing in a combination of Chinese characters and pinyin. He was confident that this time, his notes would not be deciphered. If they were, it would be utterly absurd. This incident had started to push the world off its original course. Or rather, the deviations had always been there, growing larger and larger, but Dana, cooped up in the village, had never noticed. At the very least, in the original story, Danzo, Tsunade, and Tsukumo had never been captured. He wondered what effect this would have on their personalities. Danzo, in particular, was a special case. In the original story, of all the filth and depravity in the ninja world, Danzo and Black Zetsu probably accounted for 80% of it. With a character of that caliber now in the Cloud's hands, Dana couldn't help but think about how he could use him to manipulate Konoha. He had noticed that the root curse mark was absent on Danzo's subordinates. He guessed that Danzo had not yet established the foundation, or at least, not to the extent it would later become. For now, he was likely just an advisor, like Hamura and Koharu. There was a lot of room to maneuver there. The next morning, Dana went to the orphanage. The reforms had been in place for a while now, and he was eager to see the changes. Sure enough, as he approached, he saw Keiko Morita seeing off a man and a small child at the gate. She was pleasantly surprised to see him. "Young Master Dana, you're back," she exclaimed. "How was your trip?" As a low-ranking genin, detached from the main ninja corps, she hadn't heard about the recent conflict. Dana just shrugged. A complete mess. A lot of trouble. But it all worked out in the end. Keiko covered her mouth and smiled. "That's good to hear. The children have missed you very much." Dana looked at the departing pair. "Is that a ninja who took the babysitting mission?" Babysitting was Dana's own nickname for it. It certainly wasn't called that on the official mission board. Keiko nodded. "That's Mr. Kuroki. He's been coming almost every day. It seems he was a teammate of Amamara's father." Dana nodded. This was what he had hoped for. The bonds. There would be more people like Kuroki. They would become a window for the orphans to open their hearts, and the children, in turn, would become a source of warmth in their lives. "I'm back," he shouted, a hint of genuine childlike excitement in his voice as he entered the courtyard. He was immediately swarmed by a group of cheering children. In the distance, Ume and Keiko exchanged a smile. After playing with the children all morning, Dana sat down to talk with Keiko. "Are many people taking the babysitting missions now?" At first, it was only one every few days. But lately, it's been every day. Sometimes 2 or 3. That's good. We need to promote it a bit more. Once the numbers increase, we can move on to the next phase of the plan. An orphanage, after all, was just a social institution. Once the children had accepted and identified with the hidden cloud, the best place for them was a real home. Only then could they have a complete childhood and a complete future. And it would free up space in the orphanage for more children. Thinking about the practices of other orphanages in the ninja world, the one Dana had created was a paradise. He had already decided that the Yotsuki clan, with its vast resources and many ninja who had lost children of their own, would lead by example and be the first to adopt, encouraging the rest of the village to follow suit. The return to his daily routine filled Dana with a renewed sense of energy. That afternoon, he went to look for Uzumaki Hiroto. Not knowing his address, he went straight to the ninja academy. Sure enough, he spotted a flash of red hair in the crowd of departing students. "Dana. What are you doing here? I thought you were out of the village." Hiroto had gone to the Yotsuki compound a few times, but had always been told that Dana was away. Dana chatted with him as they walked, telling him about his travels, but he omitted the part about Konoha. That was a burden Hiroto didn't need to carry. They walked to Hiroto's house. After their arrival, the cloud had made good on all their promises. They had provided the family with a place to live and a job for Hiroto's father, allowing them to support themselves. Though they were still finding their feet, it was a world away from their previous life as refugees in the land of grass. The village even paid for Hiroto's academy tuition. The family was deeply grateful. For the first time since the destruction of their homeland, they had a home. "Mom. Ko. I'm home. And I brought a friend." Dana saw a gentle-faced woman with red hair, and a little red-haired loli. The little girl peeked out shyly from behind her mother's legs. "This is my little sister, Uzumaki Ko," Hiroto introduced. "Hello, big brother." "Hello, big brother," the little girl chirped, her limited vocabulary apparently not equipped to distinguish between two different kinds of big brother. "You can just call me Oni-chan," Dana said, stepping forward with a smile. Uzumaki Hiroto. He had a feeling he had just made a terrible mistake. Chapter 43, An Invitation from the Daimyo. Chapter 43, An Invitation from the Daimyo. Uzumaki Hiroto's sister, Ko, was 2 years younger than him and 1 year younger than Dana, but she was much smaller and thinner. Like her brother, she had never known a stable life. After having lunch at their house, Dana invited Hiroto to come train with him at the Yotsuki compound. His own training schedule had become so packed lately that he was getting bored. It would be nice to have some company. "Ko can come too," he added. It wasn't that he was a lolicon, he was a loli himself, after all. And there were plenty of girls his age at the orphanage, many of whom were already lining up to marry him in the future. He paused to puff out his chest for a moment. From a more pragmatic perspective, Ko Uzumaki had red hair. She was worth building a relationship with. Dana's life in the village settled into a routine. He molded chakra every day without fail, feeding his starving body. He visited the orphanage every 3 days. Every so often, with Dodai's help, he would handle matters related to the blacksmith shop, and follow up on the aftermath of the Kage summit. And he would occasionally train with Hiroto. A month later, the Third Raikage returned to the village, along with Old Man Yoshitoki and the Konoha prisoners. Yoshitoki's importance was self-evident. The life peep and life return jutsus were miraculous techniques, not to mention his lifetime of medical experience and other secret arts. He was not stingy with his knowledge. He had taken on several of the cloud's pseudo-medical nin, including Mamoru Ansei, as his disciples, and was teaching them everything he knew. Even the former head of the cloud's ninja hospital was now studying under him, showing him the respect of a student. Danzo, Tsukumo, Tsunade, and the others were also brought back to the village. They were now important bargaining chips, and their safety was not a concern. At Dana's request, the management of the Konoha prisoners was given to Dodai, who then used his position to secretly make contact with them, especially Danzo Shimura. But that was a story for another time. The first batch of trainees from the blacksmith shop had graduated. 18 of them had met the qualifications, most of them from the Yotsuki clan's own forces. Under Dana's direction, they would now begin to replicate the factory model, radiating outward from the land of lightning. The craftsmen from the land of waves had also been brought to the village, and the Yotsuki were not just going to use their water-powered trip hammer, but improve upon it. To avoid arousing suspicion, the entire project was still referred to as the blacksmith shop. The branch offices the trainees would establish would all have their own names. Only when the time was right would they be openly united. Weapon forging was a core industry in the ninja world, equivalent to a military-industrial complex. It not only involved established interests in various regions, but even within the Land of Lightning, the daimyo might not be pleased to see such an industry completely controlled by the ninja village. If he had the chance, Dana wanted to apply this model to other sectors as well. Just as Dana was lamenting the fact that he was carrying a weight far beyond his years, the Third Raikage arrived. "The new year is almost here," he announced. "The daimyo has invited our family to the capital to celebrate with him." Dana, who was in the middle of reviewing documents related to the blacksmith shop, looked up, a puzzled expression on his face. "I've never heard of this happening before." The daimyo had never extended such an invitation in previous years. "It's not common," the Raikage replied, "but it's not the first time either. The last time was before you were born. It's likely that the 9 samurai of the Thundercloud have strengthened the relationship between the village and the daimyo's court. We'll have to accept." The daimyo was the village's most important financial and legal backer. While he couldn't control the village, on paper, the Hidden Cloud was still a subordinate power, and the Raikage was his military advisor. Dana tried to recall any information about the daimyo from his previous life, but he came up empty. He hadn't followed the latter half of the story very closely, getting most of his information from chats with friends and watching short clips online. He had found waiting for the weekly releases to be too agonizing. The daimyo ninja village system had been a puzzle to him from the very beginning. The chance to finally meet a daimyo piqued his interest. "Dad, what kind of person is he?" he asked. The Third Raikage stroked his chin. A man who enjoys the finer things in life." Dana wrinkled his nose. That wasn't exactly a glowing review. His library was filled with books, and the collection was always growing, but they only contained records of past daimyo. There were no books written about the current ones. But there did seem to be some common traits among the daimyo of each nation, perhaps influenced by their environment. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, the most prosperous nation, were known for their extravagance. The daimyo of the Land of Water were mostly reclusive and didn't interact much with the mainland nations. The daimyo of the Land of Wind were frugal and diligent. The daimyo of the Land of Earth were generally good-natured. But there were no proper history books in the ninja world. Anything from 800 years ago was considered a myth. Even Hashirama Senju had been replaced as the strongest Hokage in just 20 years. So the accounts in the books were mostly just anecdotes and could not be fully trusted. One of his favorite books, Annals of Governance in the Land of Lightning, described the previous daimyo as an indecisive man. There was still some time before the new year. The Hidden Cloud, located in the northern part of the ninja world, was already covered in a blanket of snow. The faces of the people on the street were filled with smiles, not just because the village had been prospering in recent years, but also because the ninja world had been at peace for a long time. But Dana knew that the peace would not last. The world was about to enter a period of nearly 20 years of constant warfare. He had learned from his father that the recent Kage summit had not gone unnoticed. Although the specific details were unknown, the other powers understood that Konoha had suffered a major setback. As the strongest and wealthiest of the hidden villages, Konoha was always being watched. Many were now re-evaluating its strength, wondering if it was just a paper tiger. Some were even thinking, if the cloud can take a bite out of them, why can't I? To prove that it was still the top dog, Konoha would have to respond to these provocations with even greater force, which would only increase the friction in the ninja world. The Hidden Sand had recently been testing Konoha's borders, but had been repelled with heavy losses. The Hidden Stone was now extending its influence into the Land of Rain, and the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander, with his small and under-equipped village, was struggling to hold them off. No matter how strong Hanzo was, he was only one man, and the Land of Rain was simply too weak, its ninja force too small to even guard all its borders. The Hidden Mist, as usual, was quiet, content to stay on its island. The Hidden Cloud, on the other hand, had gained a great deal of strength and potential from its Fire Thief initiative, not to mention the spoils from Konoha. For now, they could focus on their own development and observe the world from the sidelines. As the situation in the world grew more tense, and with the possibility of war on the horizon, Dana had suggested to his father that they form a special strategy division. With Dodai as its public face, this new division would be responsible for all missions involving other villages and nations. It would be an integrated unit, responsible for intelligence gathering, analysis, foreign relations, and special operations. It would report directly to the Raikage, a subdivision of the ANBU, but with a different focus. Chapter 44, The Special Strategy Division. Chapter 44, The Special Strategy Division. Dana had been thinking about establishing a Special Strategy Division for a while. Under the current system, many specialized tasks were not properly categorized. Take the recent Kage Summit, for example. Without Dana, the negotiation strategy would have been determined by the Raikage and his advisors, who would have set a general framework and then tried to get the best deal they could. But the problem was, neither the Raikage nor his advisors had a deep understanding of Konoha. Everyone was responsible for their own area, and they didn't have the time to constantly monitor Konoha's internal affairs. This would lead to inaccurate information and prevent them from maximizing their gains. But if there was a dedicated team that specialized in this area, that spent years studying the situations in the various villages and countries, then they could secure a much better outcome. This was just one example. The name, Special Strategy Division, said it all. It would only handle special matters, most of which would have a strategic impact. It would not be involved in routine missions. The shadow of war was not yet clearly defined. Only Dana, with his foreknowledge, knew how brutal the upcoming second and third great ninja wars would be. This gave him a sense of urgency. The Special Strategy Division was formed with members drawn from the ANBU, including Dodai's own subordinates, as well as volunteers like Kyohei Kawanishi. It started as a small department of about 10 people. And so, Dana said, tapping on a small blackboard, our first mission is to make contact with Hanzo of the Salamander. The adult ninja below him were diligently taking notes. The third Raikage sat off to the side, a silent, imposing presence, clearly there to support his son. No one questioned why they were taking orders from a child. Dana had already proven himself, and with the Raikage and Dodai backing him up, his authority was absolute. The Land of Rain's geographical location is unique, Dana explained. It borders the lands of wind, fire, and earth. And its natural environment is harsh. If any one of those three powers gains control of the Land of Rain, they will pose a significant threat to the other two. At the same time, none of them will allow the other two to gain control. A ninja raised his hand. But the hidden Rain village has a powerhouse like Hanzo of the Salamander, the so-called demigod of the ninja world. When he said demigod, the third Raikage visibly sneered. He clearly had no respect for the title. The problem is precisely that the hidden Rain has a Hanzo of the Salamander, Dana said, his words startling the room. And his even greater mistake is that he is trying to use his power to gain recognition from the other great villages. Without Hanzo and his makeshift village, the Land of Rain would just be a geographical battlefield. With him, it is destined to become a real battlefield. The statement was a bit convoluted, and many of them didn't quite understand. But we don't need to worry about that for now. Our first mission is to establish contact with Hanzo and provide him with support. We just need him and his village to survive. To survive a little better, and a little longer. A thoughtful expression appeared on the faces of many of the ninja. Leaving the Raikage Tower, Dana once again felt the weight of a responsibility far beyond his years. That evening, Hiroto and his sister Keo came to the Yotsuki compound to train with him. Hiroto had been at the academy for almost a full term and had already earned a reputation as a young genius. His massive chakra reserves, exceptional talent for ninjutsu, and decent taijutsu skills had made him very popular. Keo was still a bit too young, but she was already trying to mold chakra. Their training consisted of Hiroto trying to hit Dana with various attacks while Dana dodged using only his physical abilities. Dodge this. Dodge that. Look out, shuriken. Lightning ball, lightning ball, lightning ball. Being able to use a C-rank jutsu after only a year at the academy was a testament not only to Hiroto's immense chakra, but also to his natural talent. Unfortunately for him, Dana had been training diligently as well, and his physical abilities had improved even further. He had also grown a bit taller and was now slightly taller than Hiroto, who was a year older. With his incredible reflexes and dynamic vision, Dana effortlessly weaved through a barrage of tracking ninjutsu and ninja tools, not a single hair on his head out of place. Keo watched from the side, completely mesmerized. She wasn't impressed by her brother, her eyes were fixed on Dana as he gracefully danced around the training ground, stars in her eyes. Oni-chan, Dana is so cool. Hiroto wiped the sweat from his brow. He was considered a genius at the academy, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of Dana's clothes. And that was with Dana only defending. He had seen him spar with the third Raikage, he knew how strong his taijutsu was. If he wanted to, he could probably take him down in a single blow. They trained for a while, until Hiroto's chakra was completely depleted. Dana wiped a non-existent bead of sweat from his forehead. The three of them then went inside and sat around the warm stove, eating pastries prepared by the kitchen staff. Keo was still a bit shy, but Hiroto, after several visits, had completely shed his inhibitions and was stuffing his face. Dana, he asked between mouthfuls, you don't go to school. What do you do all day? Dana said thoughtfully. I handle some disputes between the Cloud and other nations, well, mainly the Land of Fire. I work on improving the village's humanitarian efforts. I manage the placement of foreign prisoners. And then there's this big project I'm in charge of, involving the core industries of several countries. Yeah, that's about it for now. Hiroto stopped chewing, his cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk. He stared at Dana, waiting for him to laugh and say it was all a joke. That's insane. Even if your dad is the Raikage, that's insane. A stampede of 1,000 alpacas ran through his mind. But Keio's eyes were once again filled with stars. Oni-chan, Dana really is amazing. Snap out of it, Keio. He's lying. He has to be. Hiroto sputtered. Hard to believe, isn't it? I find it hard to believe myself, Dana said with a grim expression. After a long moment, Hiroto finally recovered. So, does that mean you'll never go to the academy? I heard the teacher say that even the Raikage son has to go. I was hoping we could be classmates. Dana stroked his chin. It's true. My brother went to the academy. But my situation is a bit special. I'll probably just join the graduating class for the last 2 years. The academy was an important part of the village, and the Raikage had to lead by example. But Arashi hadn't paid much attention in school either. The curriculum was designed for the average student and was too slow for a prodigy. Dana figured it would be the same for him. He'd have to go through the motions eventually, but it wouldn't be for long. He'd probably just show up for the last year or two to get his diploma. Speaking of which, once the children at the orphanage were settled, they would also be enrolling in the academy. It seemed his idyllic school life was destined to be short-lived. He had actually been looking forward to it, to experience what it was like to be the cool, popular kid, especially since he was quite handsome in this life. By the way, Dana, Hiroto asked, what are you doing for New Year's? My mom wanted to invite you over. Oh, about that, you'll have to apologize to your mom for me. The Daimyo invited our family to the capital for New Year's. I don't think I can make it. Keio's eyes filled with stars once again. Oni-chan, Dana really is amazing. Snap out of it, Keio. He's lying. He has to be. Chapter 45, The Daimyo's Banquet. Chapter 45, The Daimyo's Banquet. A week before the new year, Dana's family and a large entourage of clan members set out from the Hidden Cloud village for the capital of the Land of Lightning. The Yotsuki clan, aside from their status as ninja, were also a major noble house, similar to the Hyuga in Konoha. They had a large retinue of servants, a long and storied history, and vast land and wealth. In terms of overall power, they were even stronger. For a formal visit to the daimyo, they couldn't just show up in flak jackets and sandals, leaping through the trees. Besides, his mother, Satomi, was a civilian. It wouldn't do for the Third Raikage to show up to the party with his wife on his back. So, they traveled with a large entourage, a long train of supplies, and gifts for the daimyo and other dignitaries. The journey was a slow and leisurely one, expected to take 4 days. Dana rode in his mother's warm palanquin, chatting with her to pass the time. Have you gotten taller again? Satomi asked, looking at her drowsy son. Dana gestured to himself. Have I? With his new training and diet regimen, he did feel like he had grown a bit. He had always been on the smaller side in the Yotsuki clan, but now it seemed he had a chance of reaching their average height of over 6 feet. He was still thin, though. His body was different from a normal person's. For his size, he weighed a great deal more, his body density was very high, which was what allowed him to generate such immense strength. Yes, you have, Satomi said with a smile. My son is growing more handsome every day. Interestingly, the Third Raikage seemed to believe that riding in a heated carriage would dull a ninja's spirit. He insisted on walking the entire way, believing it was a test of his will. Arashi, in full agreement with his father, also chose to walk. Many of the other ninja in their party felt the same way, which resulted in the amusing situation of having a long train of empty carriages carrying only luggage while everyone walked. When Dana had tried to get into his mother's palanquin, he had been stopped. The Third Raikage had told him that this, too, was a form of training. But Dana had silenced him with a single sentence. I'm just a kid. The journey was relaxed and uneventful. It gave Dana a chance to step away from his many responsibilities and reclaim a piece of his lost childhood. He heard that they had encountered a group of bandits along the way, but they had been eliminated by the reconnaissance team from dozens of miles away before he even saw them. The capital of the Land of Lightning, the second most powerful nation in the ninja world, was, like the Hidden Cloud, built into the side of a mountain. It was a vast city, even larger than the capital of the Land of Hot Water, but its grandeur was not one of bustle and noise, but of solemn majesty. As they approached, they were met by a delegation of officials and attendants who guided them into the inner city, where the daimyo resided. Dana didn't get a chance to see much of the capital. A Japanese-style tower, known as Osaka Castle, was built into the mountainside. Over generations, it had been expanded and renovated, growing ever taller, and was visible from far outside the city walls. Dana noticed that the guards along the way were all ordinary soldiers, with the occasional samurai in ornate armor. Their eyes were sharp, they were likely the type of samurai who used chakra. But to his eye, they were not very strong, probably around the level of a chunin with some obvious weaknesses. In the ninja world, that wasn't much. No wonder the daimyo had been so pleased with the 9 samurai of the thundercloud. After a brief rest and a change into a gorgeous but uncomfortable set of clothes with Yuemi's help, Dana and his family were led to a grand hall within Asuka Castle. Arashi kept wriggling his shoulders as if there were a pin in his shirt, a look of annoyance on his face. "This thing keeps digging into my armpits," he grumbled. "Have you considered," Dana said, "that the whole point of the design is to restrict your arm movement?" Arashi fell into a thoughtful silence. A moment later, he flexed his arm. There was a faint sound of tearing fabric. Their mother, who was walking ahead of them, turned and shot him a disapproving look. Arashi tried moving his arm again. The restriction was gone. Dana covered his face. The idiot had just ripped the inside of his clothes. The castle was a labyrinth. After a long walk, they finally arrived at a banquet hall. Dozens of nobles and officials in lavish robes were seated on either side. At the far end of the hall, on a massive throne, sat a rather portly figure. He was not young and wore a ridiculously large fan on his head, emblazoned with a lightning bolt. The whole look was, well, it was hard not to think he looked like an idiot. The Third Raikage strode confidently to the front. As a figure of special status, he was seated to the daimyo's left. Dana, his mother, and Arashi were led to a more distant area, where the families of the nobles and officials were seated. There were many people in their section, none of whom Dana knew or cared to know. He went straight to their assigned seats and started eating. Tonight was not New Year's Eve, but a pre-New Year's gathering, likely to welcome the Third Raikage. But that had nothing to do with him. Arashi, on the other hand, was immediately swarmed by a group of people, all of them fawning over him and trying to sell him on how beautiful their daughters were. They were just as obsequious to his mother. The Raikage's eldest son was clearly a hot commodity on the marriage market. Dana, perhaps because he was too young, was left alone. If they knew how much power he actually wielded, they would probably be singing a different tune. He was happy to be ignored. He sampled the delicacies that the servants kept bringing. Even to his discerning palate, the chefs of Asuka Castle were top-notch. He remembered his father saying that the current daimyo was a man who enjoyed pleasure. It made sense. He noticed that there was an empty chair of the same size as the daimyo's to his right. He guessed it was for the daimyo's wife, but then reconsidered. According to the customs of the ninja world, the daimyo's wife would not have such a high status, equal to the daimyo himself. As he was wondering about this, he felt Arashi sit down next to him. Although the two brothers were close, they had never sat this close before. "What's wrong?" Dana asked, shifting away slightly. "They're so annoying," Arashi grumbled. "They won't stop talking about how beautiful and gentle their daughters are. I told them my little brother needs me and escaped." Dana looked over. A number of people were still peeking in their direction, as if waiting for an opportunity. He, who had always considered himself his brother's equal, was now being used as an excuse. "What do you mean, needs you? Like I'm a little kid." Just then, a plump noblewoman who had been waiting for a moment, stood up and waddled towards them. "Young Master Arashi," she said in a quacking voice, "do you have time to visit us tomorrow?" "My daughter." Arashi, unable to stand her grating voice, picked up his chopsticks, pretended he hadn't heard her, and held a piece of meat to Dana's mouth. There, Dada. Eat up." Dana ignored the greasy meat and glared at his brother with the eyes of a dead fish. "Are you serious?" He suddenly had the urge to punch him. Arashi turned to the noblewoman. "My apologies, Lady Oki. My little brother is still young and needs me. We can talk about this later." He then turned back to Dana, his eyes screaming with a desperate plea for help. "Her daughter weighs 300 pounds. Save me." But his face remained impassive. "Open up, Dada," he cooed. "Aya. Eat the yummy meat." "Arashi," Dana said through gritted teeth, "how are you ever going to repay me for this?" Just as he was about to reluctantly open his mouth and accept the piece of fat, the doors of the banquet hall burst open. An attendant announced in a shrill voice, "His Excellency, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, has arrived." A man with a fan emblazoned with a fire symbol on his head strode in with an arrogant gait, followed by a large retinue and over a dozen powerful-looking ninja. Leading them was a familiar face, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 46, The Daimyo's Mediation. Chapter 46, The Daimyo's Mediation. The daimyo of the great nations, especially the 5 major ones, were mostly related and had close ties, for 2 main reasons. First, it was said that the legitimacy of all the daimyo's rule stemmed from the ancient land of ancestors. If you traced their lineage back far enough, they were all one family, perhaps even descended from the same person. Second, there was a long history of intermarriage between the great nations and the smaller ones. Dana knew that among the current Thunder Daimyo's wives, the ones of higher status were all relatives of other daimyo. If you put the 5 Kage in a room, you'd think they were all mortal enemies. But if you put the 5 Daimyo in a room, you'd think they were all on the same team. Dana didn't know what the fire Daimyo's presence here meant, especially with the third Hokage in tow, but it smelled like trouble. From a distance, he could see that the third Raikage's brow was already furrowed. He also found it strange that the Hokage, such an important figure, had managed to arrive without the Cloud, a major village with excellent border control, knowing about it. There was only one explanation: they had the Thunder Daimyo's help in concealing their movements. Interestingly, the third Hokage didn't look too happy either. The 2 Daimyo took their seats. The third Hokage sat to the fire Daimyo's right, directly across from the third Raikage. Dana was worried that if a fight broke out here, Osaka Castle would be sent flying into the sky. Lord Raikage, the Thunder Daimyo said, on a whim, I invited the Fire Daimyo to celebrate the new year with us. Please don't be offended. The third Raikage could only nod, his face a mask of indifference. The Fire Daimyo covered the lower half of his face with a fan. The roads have become much more dangerous lately, he said. Thankfully, Lord Hokage was here to protect me. I am most grateful. Hiruzen's eye twitched. With a single sentence each, the 2 Daimyo had explained away the presence of the Fire Daimyo and the Hokage. But the atmosphere of the banquet was ruined. The 12 guardian ninja entered and took their positions behind the Hokage, facing the Raikage. The 9 samurai of the Thundercloud, who had been hiding somewhere, instantly appeared and formed a silent standoff. What are you doing? Hiruzen snapped without turning his head. Your job is to protect the Daimyo. Why have you abandoned your post? The third Raikage was more direct. He simply waved his hand, and the 9 samurai vanished into the corners of the hall. The 12 guardian ninja, however, could not be so blatant. This was the Thunder Daimyo's territory, they were guests. They dispersed and took up positions in plain sight. The 9 samurai would surely be keeping an eye on them. The sudden, tense atmosphere had the nobles in the hall breaking out in a cold sweat. Even when the Thunder Daimyo called for dancers to perform, the once pleasant music now sounded dull and lifeless. Even Lady Oki, who had been so eager to marry her daughter off to Arashi, was now silent, scurrying back to her seat. Arashi's eyes were fixed on a corner of the room, where one of the 12 guardian ninja, a member of the Aburame clan, was standing. As Arashi was staring at the Konoha ninja was openly staring back at him and Dana. He had been assigned to the Daimyo's guard right after the 12 guardian ninja was formed, so he had only heard about the recent conflict. It seemed to have been started by the smaller boy, and his own cousin had been captured by the Cloud. In his eyes, the muscular one of the 2 sons of the Raikage seemed quite strong, probably in his 20s and a good match for himself. He felt the urge to challenge him. The other one was just a kid. He couldn't imagine how he could have caused so much trouble. On a whim, he secretly sent one of his Kekkei crawling towards the smaller boy. The insect had no chakra and could only be detected visually. It was a common trick for covertly marking an enemy. He sent the menacing-looking insect crawling towards the boy, intending to have it crawl into his food and give him a good scare. He could already imagine the brat screaming and crying. But to his surprise, Dana casually crushed the insect with one finger before it even revealed itself. He then looked at the Aburame ninja with the eyes of a dead fish. Playing with bugs at the dinner table is disgusting, he said, his voice cold. If you try that again, I'll have someone pull every last bug out of your clan members' bodies and feed them to them for dinner. The Aburame ninja's breath caught in his throat. After a moment, he awkwardly looked away. This is no child, he thought. Even the bullies in the village aren't this vicious. The banquet continued in a lukewarm fashion. Dana didn't care. He continued to sample the various delicacies, watching the nobles who were too scared to eat, and thinking what a waste of good food it was. Then, as he had expected, the Thunder Daimyo spoke again, revealing the true purpose of this awkward gathering. Lord Raikage, he said, I heard you and Lord Hokage had a misunderstanding. But our 2 nations have been at peace for many years. Since you are both here, why not take this opportunity to leave the old grievances in the old year? The third Raikage remained impassive. He leisurely took a sip of sake. So the Hokage came here to beg for mercy, using the Fire Daimyo as a shield. I thought Konoha was a village that accepted its losses. I wasted a lot of breath at the negotiation table. The third Hokage crossed his arms and shook his head slightly. Konoha has no intention of reneging on any of our agreements. I am simply here for the daimyo's safety. Has Konoha fallen so low that it needs its Kage to act as a bodyguard? And I find it strange that you, Lord Raikage, look less like a ninja and more like a wealthy landowner. Interestingly, Hiruzen was still wearing his Hokage robes, while the third Raikage was dressed in the lavish robes of a noble. The verbal sparring continued, but it lacked the ferocity of their previous meeting in the Land of Iron, where they had been banging on the table and glaring at each other. It was as if they were acting, stating their positions for the record, tacitly accepting the daimyo's mediation. Dana understood. Hiruzen probably hadn't expected to run into the Third Raikage here. Whatever his original reason for accompanying the Fire Daimyo, this was likely not the outcome he had wanted. The matter of compensation has already been settled between the two Kage, the Fire Daimyo said. I will not interfere. But I hope that in the future, you can live in harmony. It was clear what was happening. The two Daimyo were brokering a peace. And the reason? The Daimyo don't want the current balance of power to be upset, Dana guessed. The Fire Daimyo didn't want Konoha to be weakened, and the Thunder Daimyo didn't want the cloud to become too strong, at least not in this way, at the expense of the other. He had been right. The 5 Daimyo were all on the same team. Was this the invisible hand of the Daimyo, influencing the ninja? He could guess what would happen next. If the cloud continued to press its advantage, the Thunder Daimyo would likely reduce his support, while the Fire Daimyo would increase his support for Konoha. A brilliant piece of macroeconomic control. It seemed the Daimyo were also a factor in the chaos of the ninja world. As Dana was pondering this, he heard the Thunder Daimyo, from the far end of the hall, speak again. Lord Raikage, I heard you had another son a few years ago. Is he here with you today? Chapter 47, The Engagement. Chapter 47, The Engagement. Lord Raikage, I heard you had another son. Is he here with you today? Dana looked up. After a moment of contemplation, the Third Raikage said, Dana, come and greet His Excellency, the Daimyo. The Daimyo had expected a small child, led by the hand, but was surprised to see a poised young boy walk forward on his own. He was taller and more imposing than he had imagined. The Yotsuki were known to be tall as adults, but this boy's eyes were clear and sharp, not like a child's at all. As the Daimyo was sizing him up, Dana was doing the same. He was a bit disappointed. Besides the strange headdress, there was nothing remarkable about him. He was dressed in lavish robes, but he had a weak constitution, as if he had been drained by a life of excess. He was old and fat. In an anime, he would have been a typical high-ranking background character. It was rude to stare. Dana bowed his head slightly and waited for the Daimyo to speak. A truly impressive young man, Lord Raikage, the Daimyo said, his eyes fixed on the Raikage's expression. You have a fine son. He is merely a bit precocious, the Third Raikage said, his face unreadable. He wondered what the Daimyo was up to. Yotsuki Dana, is it? The Daimyo said with a look of pity. An interesting name. I heard the boy was born with a bloodline disease. A true shame. But there are other paths in life besides being a ninja. Since he is a clever child, he could become an advisor to the Hidden Cloud in the future. The gates of the Land of Lightning will always be open to him. Dana and his father exchanged a subtle look. The Daimyo's behavior was becoming increasingly bizarre. The matter of the bloodline disease was true, but lately, things had become more complicated. Dana wasn't even sure if he was sick anymore. The Daimyo was clearly unaware of the recent changes in his condition, but that was to be expected. It would be more alarming if he knew everything that happened in the village. Lord Raikage, the Daimyo continued, I find this child to be so bright and impressive that I have grown quite fond of him. As it happens, I have a daughter of a similar age. What do you say we arrange a marriage between them? Third Raikage, Dana, huh? Third Hokage, cough, cough, cough. Arashi, pft. Everyone looked up in surprise, even the Fire Daimyo. A marriage alliance to appease the cloud was one thing, but this. Dana didn't refuse immediately. He was curious. He just looked at the Daimyo, his calm demeanor making the old man hesitate. He had a feeling this child was not as simple as he had thought. His information might be incomplete. But then he remembered, it was just a daughter. He had few sons, but many daughters. And this one was not particularly favored. It was a small price to pay to win over the cloud. Your Excellency, the Third Raikage said, a frown on his face, Dana's situation is special. Because of his bloodline, it has already been decided by the clan that he will take concubines in the future. The clan elders wanted Dana to have as many children as possible. Marrying the Daimyo's daughter would complicate things. At his words, many of the women in the hall, young and old, looked at Dana as if he were a scumbag. So young and handsome, and already a player. Dana covered his face with his hand, speechless. Seriously, Dad? You're announcing that in front of everyone? Just as he thought the matter was settled, the Daimyo burst out laughing. Haha, that's no problem at all, he said, fanning himself. The more outstanding a man is, the more admirers he will have. For a clan of the Yotsuki stature, it is only natural. After all, the Daimyo himself had many wives, as did most of the nobles in the room. Just as Dana was about to refuse himself, he saw a slight movement in the curtain behind the Daimyo. A graceful figure disappeared behind the translucent fabric. The Third Raikage understood. This was an olive branch from the Daimyo. A marriage alliance with the Yotsuki, and by extension, the cloud, was a gesture of goodwill. Especially now that the terms were out in the open, it could only be a good thing for the clan and the village. But he couldn't treat Dana like an ordinary child. He had to agree to it himself. He looked at his son, only to find him staring at the curtain where the daimyo's family was seated. With his heightened senses, closed his eyes for a moment and understood. He cleared his throat and accepted the daimyo's proposal. Dana snapped out of it. His father was giving him a sly wink. He had a feeling his father had gotten the wrong idea. And so, Arashi, the original target of the nobles, was left unscathed, while Dana found himself with an unexpected engagement and a prepackaged reputation as a scumbag. Hiruzen, who had been silent all this time, made a mental note. He would have to pay more attention to the second son of the Raikage. The heir to the Yotsuki's long-awaited Kekkei Genkai, a prodigy, and now the daimyo's son-in-law. Though it was interesting that the daimyo had referred to it as a bloodline disease, not a Kekkei Genkai. Dana himself was a bit dazed. But when he thought of the figure he had seen behind the curtain, he decided it wasn't so bad. After all, he had been upfront about the concubines. The banquet drew to a close. The two daimyo left together. In theory, the others could have stayed and continued to celebrate, but except for a few clueless minor nobles who were still enjoying the food and wine, everyone could feel the strange atmosphere and quickly made their excuses. In a remote corner of Osaka Castle, in a plain, unadorned room that looked more like a commoner's dwelling than a part of the opulent castle, a graceful young girl in a lavish gown stormed in, tearing off her clothes as she walked to reveal a set of practical, close-fitting training gear underneath. She threw the gown on the floor and marched into the inner room, startling a small, plump maid who was hiding in a corner. "My lady, you're back so early." "Was the banquet fun?" the maid asked, hastily wiping the pastry crumbs from her mouth. "You've been sneaking food again. Look how fat you are, Momo," the girl snapped. The events of the banquet had left her in a foul mood. She snatched the box of sweets from the maid's hand. "My lady, don't throw it away. I had to beg the kitchen for that. Eat, 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 that's all you do. If we have to escape, I'm not carrying you." "But it's nice here in Osaka Castle, my lady," the maid said, her voice growing smaller. "It's warm, and the kitchen staff is not so strict. We never go hungry." After a while, seeing that the girl had calmed down, the maid subtly took the box of sweets back. "What's wrong, my lady?" she asked gently. "You were in such a good mood when you left." "It's nothing. I'm going to train." "And you, eat slowly," the girl glared at her, then took a well-hidden kunai from a cabinet. 3 days later, the New Year's ceremony ended without much fanfare. Dana had expected some excitement, but it was just a series of long, tedious, and meaningless rituals, even more boring than the first day's banquet. He had thought that having the two Kage in the same place would at least create some sparks, but it seemed there was a rare understanding between them. Besides a brief explanation from a Konoha representative that their presence was at the Fire Daimyo's request and not intentional, the two groups had no further interaction. Perhaps that was just how the game was played. His initial guess was correct. Hiruzen, like his father, had been a passive participant in the mediation. The day after New Year's Eve, Dana and the Third Raikage set out for the Hidden Cloud. As they left the capital, Dana was still in a daze. He had somehow ended up engaged. When he brought it up with his father on the road, the Raikage said, "There's still time. You're young. Things might change, or they might not. But for now, this engagement is good for the village and for our clan. If you're truly unhappy when the time comes, you can speak to the daimyo then." Then, with a mischievous look, he added, "Besides, you seemed pretty happy about it. You were practically drooling." To his great annoyance, for the rest of the journey, everyone in their group would greet him with a teasing "Congratulations." Arashi laughed the loudest, mocking him for getting engaged at such a young age. "How tragic. What's so funny? You're going to be single for the rest of your life, you know." The most frustrating part was that, by the time they left the capital, he had still not met the daimyo's daughter. It was apparently a matter of etiquette. All he knew was that she was a year older than him and her title was Natsu, probably because she was born in the summer. Princess Natsu. He couldn't even be sure if she was the beautiful figure he had seen behind the curtain. He could only pray that she was pretty, and that she didn't know 8 different kinds of dances. Chapter 48, 3 years. Chapter 48, 3 years. The Land of Rain. As its name suggests, it rains for 70% of the year. The unique climate has shaped a unique landscape. The buildings are mostly built against the sides of cliffs to shelter them from the constant downpour. The harsh environment has prevented it from ever becoming prosperous. Since the Warring States period, no great powers or ninja clans have emerged from this land. Until Hanzo of the Salamander. During the First Great Ninja War, Hanzo made a name for himself. Over the next decade, he became known as the demigod of the ninja world, his fame spreading far and wide. But this legendary figure ruled over a pathetically weak village. For years, Hanzo had led the Hidden Rain, navigating the treacherous politics between the great nations, hoping that one day they would be recognized as the sixth great hidden village. Because of its small population, the village was not very large, just a few dozen buildings clinging to a mountainside. The sound of Hanzo slamming his fist on his desk was barely audible over the wind and rain. How dare they? How dare the hidden sand? The so-called demigod pounded his desk in frustration. Though he had always faced pressure from the lands of wind, earth, and fire, in recent years, the great villages had become increasingly aggressive, especially the hidden sand. They had pushed him to his limit. Every time they sent an envoy, the man was arrogant and demanding. Hanzo could have killed him in a single breath, but he had to endure being addressed by his first name and listen to their outrageous demands. This time, they had gone too far. They had demanded that the Hidden Rain grant the Sand's ninja unconditional and permanent free passage through their country. For a hidden village, this was equivalent to handing over your lifeline to another. It was a national humiliation. Of course, Hanzo could not agree. But the Sand had made such an absurd demand knowing he would refuse. Even the weakling of a messenger they had sent was likely just a pawn, a pretext for a future conflict. So, Hanzo had to endure. The Hidden Sand surely had another move planned. He had to prepare. Has our guest from the cloud arrived yet? He asked his deputy. He arrived earlier, but we had him hide to avoid running into the Sand's envoy. Bring him to me. No, take him to the tea room. Hanzo of the Salamander was not a man without cunning. He calmed himself in a few breaths, forcing his mind to be clear. In recent years, the ninja world had grown increasingly unstable. The land of rain was sitting on a volcano, surrounded by greedy, malicious eyes. The only bright spot in his life was the occasional visit from the hidden cloud. Several figures, cloaked and hooded, were led into the tea room. Hanzo was already waiting. Lord Hanzo, the leader of the group, said with a bow as he removed his hood, "It has been a long time." The title, Lord Hanzo, soothed his frayed nerves. Look at the difference, he thought. Look at the people from the hidden cloud. The Sand Ninja are a bunch of thugs in comparison. Darui, Hanzo replied, returning the courtesy. It has been a long time. He had no desire to offend this envoy from the cloud. The supplies have been delivered. Here are the sealing scroll and the manifest. Darui took 2 scrolls from his sleeve and handed them to Hanzo. Hanzo impassively opened the manifest. Seeing the long list of supplies, he felt a sense of relief. He carefully put away the other scroll, which had the character for seal written on it. He was familiar with these. They were the Cloud's special, oversized sealing scrolls, capable of holding a massive amount of supplies. About 3 years ago, the Hidden Cloud, the only one of the 4 inland great villages that did not share a border with the Land of Rain, had sent an envoy. With great sincerity and determination, they had offered a secret alliance, or more accurately, their support for him personally. Ninja tools, weapons, explosive tags, various other supplies, and even ninjutsu scrolls were all on offer, at prices so low that Hanzo could have resold them for a huge profit. Most importantly, he could pay with an unlimited number of IOUs. Their support had never wavered. Through wind and rain, through the threats of the other great villages, through rising prices, he could always count on the cloud. With their secret backing, the Hidden Rain, now flush with resources and funds, had gradually grown stronger. It was starting to look like a real hidden village. Though still a far cry from the 5 great villages, they now had a foundation. Hanzo's initial disbelief had turned to caution, and then to gratitude. When the entire ninja world was against him, only the cloud had stood by him. Even if it was in secret, their support was invaluable, both for the village and for him personally. It had given him a glimmer of hope, a hope that he could one day lead the Hidden Rain to greater heights. But the longer their almost unconditional support continued, the more unreal it felt. He almost wished they would make some outrageous demand, just to put his mind at ease. To his disappointment, this time they had asked for nothing. In fact, they had given him even more. Lord Hanzo, Darui said, the lord of my village asked me to remind you that the situation in the ninja world is growing more unstable. The Hidden Rain is an important ally, but we are 1,000 miles apart. If war breaks out, we will be unable to intervene, even if we wish to. Ultimately, the Hidden Rain must be strong enough to stand on its own. In addition to the supplies, I have brought 2 of my comrades. They are the finest instructors, skilled in ninjutsu, taijutsu, assassination, intelligence analysis, and team combat. If you wish, they can stay for 1 year to help you train your ninja. Of course, you may also refuse. Darui gestured to the 2 figures behind him. They removed their hoods. Neither of them wore a forehead protector. Hanzo guessed they carried nothing that could identify them. The cloud was always careful about such things. The Lord Darui spoke of was the head of his department, likely a powerful advisor in the hidden cloud. Over the years, they had communicated from afar, and Hanzo had benefited greatly from his wisdom. In his heart, he considered this person a kindred spirit. But for security reasons, he still did not know his real name. The Lord also said, Darui continued, that if the hidden rain is to rise from the ashes, it must have the ability to cultivate its own talent. Since you have no ninja clans, you must build a ninja academy. These two are the very people you need. Lord Hanzo, I hope you will consider it seriously. Hanzo took a sip of tea, his face unreadable, but inwardly, he marveled at how his old friend always knew exactly what he needed. He had always thought the hidden rain was weak because it was poor. But with the cloud's support, their lack of resources was no longer a problem. Now, their inability to train new talent was the bottleneck. Hanzo was strong, but a great warrior does not necessarily make a great teacher. And he couldn't spend all his time teaching students. So far, he had only been able to personally train one or two of his most talented subordinates. There was no way to bring in new blood. Most importantly, his own expertise was in taijutsu and water release. He was not a master of everything, especially non-combat skills like code breaking. Hanzo looked at the two ninja instructors, a new fire in his eyes. They might only stay for a year, but if they could leave behind the foundation of a ninja academy, then in a few years, the hidden rain would have a heritage of its own. As for the matter of trust, he still trusted his old friend. Besides, what trouble could two instructors cause? He would just have to keep an eye on them. My old friend, he thought, you truly understand me. Hanzo is being naive. The hidden rain doesn't have much time left. In the 37th year of the hidden cloud, the same as Konoha, his old friend, Dana, was now 10 years old. He was tall for his age, looking more like 14 or 15, with a handsome face that still held a trace of childishness. He was currently on the roof of the Hidden Cloud Ninja Academy, listening to a report from one of his subordinates. Even as the son of the Raikage, Dana had to attend the academy, even though he could probably beat his teachers in a fight. Not that that had ever happened. But he didn't have time to attend school every day for 6 years, so he had simply enrolled in the final year. Since it was just a formality to graduate in a year anyway, he had joined Hiroto's class. Returning to school after so many years was a novel experience, even if the subjects were killing, destruction, and infiltration. And the kids at the school were remarkably precocious, especially the girls. In just a few months, he had acquired the nickname, the Noble Prince of the Hidden Cloud, and there were duels fought over the right to be his girlfriend almost every week, in places he didn't even know existed. Duel me. The loser can't go near Dana anymore. And so on. At this point, the right to be his girlfriend had probably changed hands several times. Skipping class was a necessity. His advisor duties had grown heavier over the years, and he often had to listen to reports from the Special Strategy Division on the school roof. This had given rise to the legend of the Noble Prince's Lonely Rooftop, which was very popular among the female students. The Noble Prince of the Hidden Cloud is actually a lonely person. He often skips class to embrace the morning dew, the sunlight, and the evening breeze on the rooftop. If anyone can find him there at the right time, he will open his heart to them. If you can even get up here, I'll lose, Dana thought. Every time I have a report, there are at least 2 jonin guarding the roof, and a barrier jutsu. If a little girl who hasn't even graduated can get up here, I'll call you the strongest. But that wasn't his most impressive achievement. A week ago, he had just sent his dean and his homeroom teacher to the Land of Rain. That had to be a once-in-a-lifetime accomplishment. It was absolutely not a personal vendetta. They were simply the most suitable candidates. I hope the dean and my homeroom teacher can adapt to the climate in the Land of Rain, he said with a sigh. The ninja giving the report wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead. The dean and the homeroom teacher must have been rogue ninja in a past life to have ended up with a student like this. In recent years, the situation in the ninja world had grown increasingly unstable. The imbalance of power between the lands of wind, earth, and fire had led to escalating conflicts, with the Land of Rain as the focal point. It felt like a storm was brewing. The cloud, on the other hand, was far from the center of the conflict, and had been quietly digesting its recent gains. For now, they could remain on the sidelines. It had been 10 years since his reincarnation, and Dana could no longer remember what role the cloud had played in the Second Great Ninja War. But in this life, he hoped they could weather the storm, and not be dragged into the conflict, especially not passively. After all, the Third Great Ninja War was right on its heels. After listening to the report, Dana leaped from the roof. This was why no one could ever catch him up there. He had long since welded the door to the roof shut. He just jumped up and down. Not many of the academy students could do that. School should be out by now. Let's go, Hiroto. Where's Ko? Hiroto's sister, Ko, was also a student at the academy, a year below them. The red-haired boy, who had been waiting for him, was unfazed. She said she had something to do. She's not coming with us today. Hiroto was a well-known figure at the academy, partly because he was Dana's friend, but mostly because he was the top student, consistently ranking first in every subject. With Dana not participating in any of the exams, of course. As the two of them left the school, they were unaware that in the woods behind the academy, 9-year-old Ko Uzumaki had just taken a pair of fingerless gloves from her pocket. "Same rules as always," she said, adjusting her glasses as she faced a group of older girls. "We duel. The loser is not allowed to go near Oni-chan Dana anymore." "Shut up. You're not allowed to call Lord Dana Oni-chan," one of the girls shouted. "If you want to fight, you've got one. Let's go." Chapter 49, Changes. Chapter 49, Changes. The Hidden Cloud Village had grown more prosperous in recent years. Shops lined the streets, and because the village was built into the mountainside, many areas were shrouded in mist. The ninja, with their habit of leaping from rooftop to rooftop instead of walking, made the whole place feel like the headquarters of some immortal cultivation sect. Dana and Hiroto were taking a leisurely stroll through the streets. "So you're only going to be at the academy for 1 year, right?" Hiroto asked. "I'm thinking of applying for early graduation too, so we can be on the same team." Dana paused. "Actually," he said awkwardly, "I was the one who proposed a rule to the village that students shouldn't be allowed to graduate early." Hiroto. "How is it that we're the same age, but I feel like we live in different worlds?" he grumbled. "But I'm really not learning anything new at the academy. My progress has slowed to a crawl." Dana patted him on the back. "I heard they're opening an advanced ninja school soon," he said. "It's a step up from the academy, for the top students, and also for graduated ninja under the age of 20. It's a 3-year program, and they have a work-study option." Hiroto's face turned pale. "I don't want to go to school for another 3 years," he said. "I want to start taking missions and help support my family." "Don't worry," Dana said. "I heard the advanced school has a scholarship system. The top students can get a substantial reward, more than enough to cover tuition." Hiroto swallowed. That was tempting. It had been 4 years since they had come to the Hidden Cloud. Their living conditions had improved dramatically, but money was still tight. Only his father was working, and with 2 children, they still occasionally needed support from the village. Hiroto had always wanted to graduate early and start earning money. The news of a new school with a scholarship and a work-study program was an irresistible lure. The recent reforms to the academy system showed that the cloud was still focused on peaceful development. The Fire Thief Initiative and the reparations from Konoha had given them a solid foundation to build upon for a while. In the original story, Konoha had a similar foundation, but they were always being ganged up on by the other villages at critical moments. But if the cloud wanted to continue to develop in peace, they had to avoid being passively dragged into the upcoming wars. If they were to join, it had to be on their own terms, at a time of their own choosing. In the past few years, the Special Strategy Division, under Dana's command, had become increasingly busy and powerful. There had been some opposition, of course. Dana's age was a major factor, but with each successful prediction and each brilliant report, and with the full backing of the Yotsuki clan, his unofficial position as advisor had become more and more solid. "Want to come over for dinner?" Hiroto asked. "I haven't seen your mom in a while. I miss her cooking. Let me just tell my mother first." He had nothing else to do today anyway. He couldn't just work all the time. Dana formed a few hand seals and slammed his palm on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A small, emerald-green snake appeared in a puff of smoke. Dana handed the snake a written note, which it wrapped around its tail. Then, he took an egg from his pocket and, to the snake's eager anticipation, cracked it open and poured the yolk and white into its mouth. "Go on. Give this to my mother." The little green snake smacked its lips in satisfaction and then disappeared in another puff of smoke. Dana had set up summoning arrays in his home and at the Raikage Tower for easy communication. That's right. He had signed the summoning contract with Ryuchi Cave. 3 years ago, after the conflict with Konoha, the summoning contracts of the 3 great sage regions had been on the list of reparations, and they had been valued highly. Shikatsu Forest, being connected to the first Hokage, was out of the question. Konoha would never have agreed to that. And Jiraiya and Orochimaru had found their own way to sign their contracts. During the subsequent negotiations, at Dana's direction, the cloud had subtly influenced the Konoha representative's judgment. Taking advantage of the fact that Orochimaru had only just signed the contract, he probably hadn't even met the White Snake Sage yet, and that Hiruzen didn't place a particularly high value on it, they had managed to secure a spot on the contract in the final phase of the reparations. The Konoha clans had also played a part. Many of them felt that since the trouble had been caused by the Hokage's faction, they should be the ones to pay the price. Using Orochimaru's or Jiraiya's summoning contract to offset some of the reparations and save the village, i.e., the clans, from further losses was, in their view, only logical. Initially, Dana hadn't planned on signing it himself. At the time, he didn't even have any chakra and couldn't use the summoning jutsu. He had hoped that his father or Arashi would be able to sign it. But to his surprise, neither of them had been successful. In fact, everyone present had tried and failed. They had all just stood there, staring at the scroll. Orochimaru, who had brought the scroll, had just shrugged and said there was nothing he could do. Ryuchi Cave had its own rules. If they failed, it meant Ryuchi Cave had rejected them. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. With no other choice, Dana had eaten 2 soldier pills and, using the temporary boost, had tried to sign the contract himself. And he had succeeded, his name appearing on the scroll. Once a name was written, not even Orochimaru could erase it. After that, Orochimaru had returned to Konoha with the contract scroll and the last of the prisoners, Danzo Shimura, marking the official end of the conflict. All the reparations had been paid in full. But Dana had only started using the summoning jutsu in the last month. Before, he had no chakra in his normal state, and he couldn't just live on soldier pills. He had tried to reverse summon himself to Ryuchi Cave several times, but had always failed. The little snakes had told him that the time was not yet right. So, he had never been there. And because he had never been there, he couldn't sign a special contract with any of the larger, more powerful snakes. He could only summon the small ones, for delivering messages and running errands. But the little snakes, with the intelligence of a 4 or 5-year-old human, were quite cute. He often carried eggs with him to reward them. It was like having pets. He could never bring himself to use them as sacrifices for his enemies. At Hiroto's house, Dana greeted his mother. She was very welcoming. On a personal level, he was her son's best friend. On a political level, he was the son of the Raikage. The two of them went into the kitchen to help. Hiroto had some cooking skills and could assist his mother. Dana couldn't cook, but with his superhuman physical control, he was a master at chopping vegetables, his movements precise and fast. Dinner was almost ready. Hiroto's father worked late, so they were just waiting for Keo. When she finally came home, she was clearly surprised to see Dana. She stood in the doorway, bruised and disheveled, unsure whether to come in or run away. Keo, what happened to you? Her mother asked, rushing over. I fell on the way home, she stammered. Oni-chan, Dana, what are you doing here? Big brother, why didn't you tell me? I'm not even dressed up today. And I'm late. I've wasted precious time with Oni-chan, Dana. Hiroto looked at his sister with the eyes of a dead fish. We're ninja, you know. Don't you think we can tell the difference between a fall and a fight? You've been beaten up. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Keo's face flushed with embarrassment. Don't tell me you were in another one of those duels. Before Hiroto could finish, Keo tackled him, and the two of them started wrestling on the floor. Dana watched them with a smile. He hoped that these peaceful days in the hidden cloud could last a little longer. This was the reason he worked so hard. Chapter 50, The Hand Behind the Scenes. Chapter 50, The Hand Behind the Scenes. Big sister, I'm going to become Hokage, inherit Grandpa's will, and lead the village to peace. Big sister, it hurts. I'm so cold. Big sister, save me. Save me. Nawaki. Tsunade jolted awake. But waking from the nightmare brought no relief, only a deeper sense of dread. In her dreams and in reality, Nawaki was dead. The events of a few months ago were still fresh in her mind. When his body had been brought back to Konoha, she couldn't remember how she had gotten through it. Combined with the nearly 6 months she had spent as a prisoner in the hidden cloud a few years ago, Tsunade had become increasingly reclusive. She no longer went on missions outside the village, preferring to stay at the Konoha hospital, healing the sick and injured. Especially after Nawaki's death, she had pushed for the establishment of a medical training system, hoping that if every squad had a medic, a tragedy like his would never happen again. But even from the confines of the hospital, she could feel the growing tension in the ninja world. The hidden sand was constantly trying to extend its influence into the land of fire through the land of rain. The hidden stone was no different. Konoha was forced to play their game. If the land of rain, with the demigod Hanzo at its helm, was a powder keg waiting to be lit, then the lands of grass, birds, and rivers were already burning beacons. The conflicts between the 3 great villages in these areas were now out in the open. Jiraiya, who had been traveling the world, and Orochimaru, who was often secluded in his research, had both been recalled to the village and were on standby. The third Hokage had also been trying to persuade Tsunade to move past her grief and serve the village. Konoha needed all its high-level combatants ready for any eventuality. Amidst all this tension, Tsukumo Hatake had become a father. His wife had given birth to a son, whom they named Kakashi. But the childbirth had taken a toll on his wife's health, and Tsunade had been helping to treat her, though with little success. Sensei, you wanted to see me. Tsunade said, entering the Hokage's office. Jiraiya is back. I have a mission for you, Hiruzen said. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya as if she had just noticed him. So you're finally back, she said with a sneer. I thought you were going to wander the world for the rest of your life. It's not wandering. Jiraiya protested. I'm searching for the child of prophecy. 2 years ago, he had become obsessed with a prophecy from some great toad sage in his summoning realm. It said he would find a child of prophecy and become his master, and that this child would change the world. No one but him took it very seriously. I've called you back for a mission, Hiruzen said, cutting them off. Jiraiya, you will go to the land of grass. The friction with the hidden stone has been increasing. You are to ensure the security and integrity of our intelligence network there, so that we can react immediately if the stone makes a move. He then turned to Tsunade. As for you, Tsunade, you will go to the land of rivers. Monitor the movements of the land of wind. And most importantly, the hidden sand is known for its use of poison. You are to prepare. If war breaks out, we must have the necessary antidotes. Tsunade hesitated. She didn't want to leave the village, but she couldn't refuse the reason her teacher had given her. The sand's combination of poison and puppetry was a deadly threat. They needed to study the various poisons of the land of wind, and she was the best person for the job. You've been in the village for too long, Hiruzen said gently. It's time for you to go on a mission. Don't worry, I will continue to push for your medical need proposals. As for Orochimaru, he is already near the land of lightning, so I've sent him directly to his destination. His mission is to keep an eye on the hidden cloud. Jiraiya thought for a moment. The hidden cloud has been quiet these past few years. Has something happened? Hiruzen knocked the ash from his pipe. No, he said, but their threat cannot be underestimated. The quieter they are, the more uneasy I become. The cloud is known for its warrior mentality. If the world is thrown into chaos, we cannot guarantee they won't make a move. Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. The Cloud Ninja were a tough bunch. The events of a few years ago were still fresh in his mind. He wondered how that strange kid was doing. Lower the prices. My lord, the Yotsuki clansman said, bewildered, the 3 great nations are all stockpiling supplies, especially weapons and ninja tools. We can't even keep up with the demand. We're selling everything we produce. My lord. What did you say? He thought he must have misheard. Shouldn't they be raising prices to make more money? He glanced at the Third Raikage, who was stroking his chin thoughtfully. I said, lower the prices, Dana repeated. In recent years, the blacksmith shop project, spearheaded by Dana and executed by the Yotsuki clan, had, with the deep involvement of ninja, grown at an incredible rate. It now controlled the entire weapon and ninja tool industry in the surrounding regions and had begun to expand into other essential resources like explosive tags and soldier pills. The project was executed in phases. In the regions they completely controlled, like the lands of lightning, hot water, and birds, they had established a full-chain production system, acquiring or setting up numerous workshops and forges, controlling everything from the iron ore to the finished product. In these regions, they had absolute price control. In more distant regions, they supplied semi-finished goods, allowing them to remotely control the weapon and ninja tool industries. They had infiltrated the lands of fire, wind, and earth to varying degrees. A large number of the downstream workshops and forges in these 3 nations now used the semi-finished products produced by the Cloud, which were of a higher quality and lower price than what they could make themselves. By controlling the upstream prices of the supply chain, the Cloud could manipulate the weapon and ninja tool industries in these regions. With the development of their supersized sealing scrolls, the competitiveness of the blacksmith shop had grown even stronger. The Yotsuki clan had made a fortune in recent years. In Dana's view, letting ninja get involved in business was just cheating. Imagine a ninja delivering goods with a supersized sealing scroll. They could make a round trip to most parts of the ninja world in a week. They would arrive, put on a show with a horse-drawn cart, the supersized scrolls were still a secret, make the delivery, and then fill the empty scroll with local goods, creating a two-way trade. Their transportation and logistics costs were a fraction of what traditional merchants paid. And that wasn't even counting the economies of scale, the full protection of ninja, the ease of gathering business intelligence, and the fact that no one would dare to threaten them. There was no competition. They couldn't be beaten, in business or in a fight. With Dana's foresight from his previous life, the project had grown into a behemoth in just a few years, a fact that many in the Yotsuki clan still found hard to believe. He didn't know what that future richest man, Gato, had been thinking, using ninja for petty intimidation and destruction. Lately, the 3 great nations had been frantically stockpiling war materials. Even the smaller powers were starting to get nervous. Someone had suggested raising prices, but to their surprise, Dana had ordered them to be lowered. If we can't keep up with production, release some of our stockpiles, he said. We need to think long-term. If the prices of weapons, ninja tools, and even explosive tags go down, they will feel that they can afford a war. And once the war starts, the profits we've lost will come back to us tenfold. Do it. The clansman left, not fully understanding. Dana shook his head and continued to study the increasingly tense situation with his father, his eyes on the map of the ninja world on the wall. With the growing imbalance between the great villages, war was inevitable. The world was like a collection of festering boils, ready to burst. To protect themselves, the best course of action was for the cloud to be the one to lance the boil, not wait for it to burst on their own doorstep. But it had to be done from a distance, safely, and secretly. The cloud had to be the hand behind the scenes. "Father," he said, "I think war is coming." "I've had a feeling for the past 2 years," the Raikage replied. "But with the Special Strategy Division, the village has options it didn't have before." The difference was huge. He remembered the first Great Ninja War. He hadn't been Kage then. The cloud had been strong, but they had been unprepared for the war. And in the middle of it, they had lacked a clear strategic direction, which had led to a split between the war and peace factions, and ultimately, a tragic rebellion. But now, with Dana and his Special Strategy Division, the village leadership had a much clearer picture of the world. They could eliminate threats before they materialized, and even start a war themselves. The Third Raikage looked at his son, who was staring intently at the map. A flicker of concern crossed his face. Dana is so young, and he's already involved in such things. I hope he doesn't lose his reverence for war. Although he agreed with the strategy of directing the inevitable conflict away from the cloud, as a father, he had other worries. Dana, unaware of his father's concern, contemplated the map for a moment, then placed a pin on the land of rain. "My old friend Hanzo," he murmured, "I'm sorry. I'll give you another 3 months. Don't worry, the cloud will support you with all its might." He thought of the 2 ninja instructors he had just sent there. Plans, he thought, never keep up with reality. I hope the dean and my homeroom teacher can get a good grade. Chapter 51, Tentacles Reaching Everywhere. Chapter 51, Tentacles Reaching Everywhere. Land of hot water, land of fire border. On a secluded mountain path. "Lord Kitanuji, thank you very much. Konoha will remember your assistance," the ninja with a Konoha forehead protector said sincerely, looking at the fully loaded convoy. Kitanuji, now dressed in much more lavish clothes than 3 years ago, smiled benevolently. "It was nothing at all. I only hope that your esteemed village will look after my business interests in the land of fire. Rest assured, I will report this favorably." As the convoy disappeared into the distance, Kitanuji's smile faded. In the past few years, with the backing of the hidden cloud, the once humble blacksmith had become a major player in the business world, controlling numerous industries in the land of hot water. He had made 2 crucial decisions in his life. The first was to give up on forging famous swords and specialize in making blanks. The second was to latch onto the hidden cloud, or more specifically, the Yotsuki clan. At Dana's suggestion, the Yotsuki had recognized his experience and business acumen and had brought him into the blacksmith shop project, allowing him to keep a 10% stake. At the time, he had thought it was too little and had grumbled about it. But now, with the project's operation spanning the entire ninja world, his 10% was worth dozens of times more than his original assets. He was now afraid that he didn't deserve it and was eager to prove his worth. And he did have a talent for business. He was now the head of the Land of Hot Water Division. Of course, this was all a secret. To the outside world, he was just a successful merchant who had risen in recent years. Although the business was backed by a ninja village, the Yotsuki never restricted their people from doing business with other villages, apart from a few newly developed, high-tech products. In fact, they encouraged it. Konoha was now one of the most important partners of the Land of Hot Water Division. Recently, with the growing instability in the ninja world, all the major powers had been stockpiling supplies. A few days ago, an unusual order had come from above: lower the prices. Kitanuji, with his business sense, had a vague idea of the reasoning behind it. So, when Konoha's secret procurement team had come to him, the scene from a moment ago had played out. But a price drop needed a reason. An unconditional price drop would only arouse suspicion. So, Kitanuji had claimed that his expansion into the Land of Fire was being hindered by local interests and that he was hoping to gain Konoha's support in exchange for a lower price. The resistance was real. The local merchants naturally didn't want a foreign competitor. He didn't even need Konoha to take his side. He just needed them to stay neutral, to turn a blind eye when he competed with the local merchants. With that, he could crush those bumpkins. Yes, in his eyes, the traditional merchants of the Land of Fire were just bumpkins. He, on the other hand, had the guidance of that person. In the entire ninja world, Kitanuji believed, no one's business talent could surpass his. The mastermind behind the blacksmith shop project, a powerful advisor in the hidden cloud. For security reasons, he had never met him in person, but their remote communications had always been incredibly insightful. He considered him a kindred spirit. His success in recent years was largely due to that person's occasional advice. And so, with a story that was 9 parts truth and 1 part lie, the Konoha procurement team left, thinking they had gotten a fantastic deal, acquiring far more supplies than they had expected for the same price. And Kitanuji could now begin to deal with those bumpkins in the land of fire who were resisting him. He wasn't even afraid of Konoha going back on their promise. If they did, the prices would just be renegotiated next time. In various regions across the ninja world, similar scenes were playing out in secret. The heads of the blacksmith shop project's various divisions all had trade relations with the great nations, and at Dana's command, they had all secretly lowered their prices. The price drops were not public. They were done in a way that didn't affect the standard market prices. Each of the great villages thought they had gotten a special deal and kept it to themselves. As a result, their war preparations were all completed ahead of schedule. Their stockpiles were full. The war hawks in the various villages were starting to get restless. At the same time, the soft power of the division heads in their respective regions had been greatly enhanced. To secure even lower prices, the villages had all, to varying degrees, made certain promises. To them, it was just empty words, a simple gesture in exchange for real, tangible benefits. But they had no idea that these gestures could one day be the ruin of their own country's merchants. It was hard to imagine their surprise when the day came that the blacksmith shop project finally stepped out from behind the scenes and revealed itself under a single, unified name. "What's your plan?" the Third Raikage asked. "All the nations think their preparations are complete. Now, they just need a trigger. The most impatient of them is the hidden sand. They have the weakest foundation, so they've hit their ceiling first. Every day that passes now, they can only watch as their rivals grow stronger while they stagnate. This will make them more impulsive. Therefore, the hidden sand is our target." As he spoke, Dana took the flag with the hidden sand symbol from the map of the ninja world and toyed with it in his hand. In the Raikage Tower, most of the Hidden Cloud's high-ranking leaders were gathered. The security was unprecedented. If a single word of this meeting were to leak, the damage to the village would be irreparable. The heads of the various departments had already given their reports. Now, it was time for the one everyone was waiting for, the most important one of all, the report from the Special Strategy Division. The division's importance to the Cloud had grown immensely. Though it was not Dana's intention, in the past few years, the division's influence and numbers had expanded. It had grown from a simple special intelligence unit into a large and powerful department with tentacles reaching into every corner of the ninja world. Though it was still officially under the ANBU, its numbers were now comparable. And the two forces under Dana's command had made him a pivotal figure in the village. One was the Special Strategy Division, officially a special squadron of the ANBU. The other was the Blacksmith Shop Project, fully backed by the Yotsuki clan and bringing in a fortune. But the sand's strength is limited, one of the advisors said. Even if a conflict breaks out, it won't last long. That's why it has to be a sustained conflict. And as it happens, we have our own arrangements in Konoha. A slight smile touched Dana's lips, but he didn't elaborate. Not everyone in the room was privy to the full plan. Most of them only knew a part of the truth. After the meeting was dismissed, only the Third Raikage, Dana, Dodai, and a few other key personnel remained. "Uncle Dodai," Dana said, "your old friend in Konoha will likely need some support soon." Dodai just smiled. Chapter 52, Killer Bee. Chapter 52, Killer Bee. 3 years ago, Danzo Shimura, the highest ranking of all the Konoha prisoners, had spent a full 6 months in a Hidden Cloud prison cell before Orochimaru finally came to take him home. During those 6 months, at Dana's direction, Dodai had used his position to get close to Danzo and exert a considerable amount of influence. Dodai had been very subtle. At first, he had just been the warden, doing his job. But over time, he had gradually formed a friendship with Danzo, a bond between prisoner and guard. In Danzo's mind, this man, a close confidant of the Raikage, was in a similar position to himself. And he was the only high-ranking official among his captors. The fact that he had been able to befriend him while imprisoned was a testament to his own skill, his masterful way with words. With just a few sentences, he had gained Dodai's trust, making him feel as if they were long-lost brothers. He had, without anyone noticing, found a way to extend his influence into the Hidden Cloud, a way to use Dodai to probe for their weaknesses. But what he didn't know was that the hand he thought he had so cleverly extended was being watched, with amusement, from the other side of the door. A man like Danzo only trusts himself. So, you had to let him believe he had earned the information himself. Only then would he truly believe it. Next, Dodai had intentionally revealed that he and the Third Raikage did not see eye to eye on certain matters, playing right into Danzo's hands. Danzo had then subtly began to nurture Dodai's rebellious sentiments. "I, too, was once a step away from the position of Hokage," Danzo had said. "I only withdrew because the village needed me elsewhere. But everything I do is for the village. The one who can lead the village to glory is the one who should be in that position." I have observed the Third Raikage. He is fierce and warlike, strong in body but not in mind. It may not be apparent now, but if the world is thrown into chaos, he will likely lead your village to ruin. As his confidant, though you are his subordinate, for the sake of your village, you must prepare for the future. And Dodai had been successfully persuaded. And so, the confidant of the Raikage and the confidant of the Hokage had, under very special circumstances, formed a secret alliance. This was a deeply hidden chess piece, one Danzo would never reveal to Hiruzen. It would be his own secret weapon. As Danzo was reveling in his own genius, serving Konoha even while imprisoned, he had no idea that in Dodai's reports, he was described as a man of great ambition but little talent. After returning to Konoha, Danzo had been busy expanding his foundation. He had achieved some success in the past 2 years and had been secretly corresponding with Dodai, exchanging so-called intelligence. Dana would sometimes use this channel to provide Danzo with support, helping him grow his foundation so that he could suck the lifeblood from Konoha's roots. No, wait. So that he could secretly protect Konoha's future. After finalizing their plan, Dana left the Raikage Tower and went to the orphanage. In the past few years, the orphanage had been running well. Not only was the care excellent, but the funding from the village had also increased. Keiko knew this better than anyone. As the orphanage and the village had become more integrated, most of the first batch of children had been adopted, some by families who had lost their own children, others by the former teammates of their fallen parents. The orphanage now had nearly 70 children, twice its original size, and the population was constantly changing. As the headmistress, Keiko, though only a genin, had become a beloved figure in the village. Dana's responsibilities had grown over the years, but he still made time to visit every week. Most of the first batch of children were gone now, though he would sometimes see them at the Ninja Academy. This, by the way, was another reason for his popularity at school. The little girls who had fought over him back then were still fighting over him now, just in a different location. He was, as always, greeted with a warm welcome. He always brought a large amount of candy with him. The children at the orphanage were well fed and clothed, but who could say no to a little extra candy? Dana handed out the sweets, the smile on his face the same as when he was feeding the little snakes. He liked the feeling of feeding others. "Young Master Dana, you've brought too much," Keiko said gently. "Some of the children are losing their baby teeth and can't have sugar." A few of the children in question immediately covered their mouths, as if that would hide their secret, but it only gave them away. So, Dana wisely gave their share of the candy to Keiko to hold onto until their teeth were better. He had grown a lot in recent years. Standing among the children now, he looked like a young adult. As he was chatting with Keiko, he noticed a boy in the distance who hadn't come for candy. He was rolling around on the ground under a large tree. At first, Dana thought he was in pain, but he seemed to be full of energy. Keiko followed his gaze and chuckled. "That boy," she said, "he's always doing things like that." Dana walked over. "What are you doing?" he asked. The boy had the typical dark skin of the hidden cloud and looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. "I'm developing a new ninjutsu," he said, flashing a toothy grin. Dana was impressed. "Really? I don't believe you." "It's true, big brother," the boy said eagerly. "I've developed a super powerful taijutsu. It's at least B rank. It's called the five-sword style." He held up a handful of twigs. He tucked one under his right armpit, one between his legs, and held one in his mouth. He then held one in each hand and struck a strange pose. Then, he began to roll around on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A few moments later, he stood up, leaving a series of chaotic lines in the dirt. "See," he said proudly. "I'm amazing." Dana covered his face. "Yes," he said. "Not many people could do that." He then picked up 3 more twigs. He tucked one under the boy's left armpit. "Squat," he said. The boy obeyed. Dana then tucked a twig behind each of his knees. "Hold them tight," he said, patting his hands. "There. Now you're even more amazing. You're now the master of the 8-sword style." The boy's face lit up with joy, but then he froze. "Ah, but I can't move." Dana laughed. "Well, that's your problem. This is at least an A-rank jutsu. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you? You just need to practice." To his surprise, the boy actually calmed down and, with a constipated expression on his face, began to try and figure out how to move while maintaining his 8-sword style. Keiko was trying not to laugh. "He's an interesting one," Dana said. "What's his name?" "His name is Sabii." Dana froze. "What did you say?" The little boy was not pleased. He immediately threw down the twigs. "My name is Killer Bee," he shouted. "Not Sabii. I'm the Ninja Slayer. Killer Bee, the Ninja." Chapter 53, Maki. Chapter 53, Maki. Dana looked at the boy. His face was unfamiliar, but his nonsensical aura was unmistakable. He's already like this at such a young age. Is he a lost cause? Waiting online for an answer. There might still be hope. At least he hadn't picked up the terrible habit of rapping. Before he left, Dana made sure to tell Keiko not to let this little idiot, no, this little killer bee, get exposed to any strange music. He had met the next generation's bee. As for the next A, he hadn't seen him in a long time. At 16, Arashi was now a full-fledged jonin, currently leading his own squad on an S-rank mission in some remote minor country. It had been almost 2 months since he'd seen him. Arashi had even missed the big news of Dana finally gaining the ability to use chakra. As for the current generations A and B, Dana sighed. He thought he had a royal flush, but that person had stubbornly refused to return to the village. But there was no point in dwelling on it. His emotional baggage wasn't something that could be unpacked in a day or two. The situation was still under control, and there was no immediate need to recall him. And Dana believed that when a real crisis arose, he would return. Jinchuriki, he mused, all seemed to have their issues. Leaving the orphanage, Dana returned home as evening fell. He had dinner with his mother. In addition to the regular food, there were also some medicinal dishes prepared specifically for his training. Every single one of them was disgusting. Watching Dana poke at the plate of medicinal food with a look of disgust, his mother, Satomi, covered her mouth and smiled. It was only at times like these that she felt he was like a real child. Ever since her second son was born, she felt she had missed out on the joys of motherhood. When he was little, she couldn't even hold him because of his bloodline disease. And as he grew older, he had developed the personality of a little adult, always busy with his own affairs. Her husband was the Raikage, constantly busy. Her eldest son was often away on missions, gone for weeks at a time. And now, even her youngest son was running around, busy with his own projects. Most days, she ate alone. This had left her feeling a bit resentful. And when a mother gets resentful, she tends to get creative. Dana, she said, did you know that Umi is getting married next month? Dana put down his chopsticks. Of course. I'll be there to congratulate her. Umi was 26 now, well past the usual marrying age in the ninja world. A year ago, she had met an outstanding jonin from the village. They had fallen in love, and 6 months ago, she had resigned from her position as a handmaiden to prepare for the wedding. Dana had just received the invitation. The wedding was at the beginning of next month. Umi had been taking care of him since she was 17. He was fond of her. To protect her from any potential scumbags, he had even had her future husband investigated. But he had turned out to be a decent and outstanding man, a jonin who specialized in research and ninjutsu development. He was a good catch. Dana had prepared a generous gift for her. As the de facto head of the blacksmith shop project and the owner of a 20% stake, he was already financially independent. The gift was an extra dowry, including some real estate, like a shop, enough for her to live comfortably and with dignity after her marriage. It was also a statement, even though she was leaving the Yotsuki clan, she was still under their protection. But he didn't know why his mother was bringing this up now. It had all been settled a long time ago. Without Umi, it must be inconvenient for you to not have a handmaiden, Satomi said, a hint of something else in her voice. Not at all, Dana replied. He had never been used to being taken care of. He had only needed Umi before because of his uncontrolled electrical discharges. Now that he was older, it was actually a bit inconvenient. And with his increasingly busy schedule, he had no time for such things. The Yotsuki clan, in addition to being a ninja clan, was also a major noble house, with vast lands and assets. Many of their servants were brought in from poor families across the land of lightning. But they were not like the decadent nobles of other clans. For the servants, it was just a job, albeit in a more closed-off environment to ensure loyalty. Umi was a typical example. When it was time for her to leave and get married, the Yotsuki would not stand in her way. As he was wondering what his mother was getting at, she clapped her hands. Maki-chan, you can come in now. A graceful, tall young girl with a sweet face and delicate skin walked out from the back room. You called for me, my lady, she said respectfully. She then peeked at Dana, her face flushing red as she looked down at her feet, which were nervously rubbing against each other. Dana. Am I that handsome? She must have seen me around the compound before. He looked at the girl, a hint of surprise in his eyes. She was undeniably beautiful. She looked to be about his age, with fair, rosy skin, and a timid demeanor. Most strikingly, though she was young, she was already quite tall, only a little shorter than him. She had the potential to be a real stunner in the future. In fact, she already had a pair of long, slender legs. He quickly averted his gaze, not wanting to be rude, and turned to his mother, wondering what she was up to. This is Maki Minage-chan, his mother said. She's about your age. She will be taking Yuemi's place as your personal handmaiden. The girl kept her head down, her fingers fidgeting. She was clearly very nervous. Mother, I really don't need a handmaiden, Dana said, exasperated. This was a critical time for him. He didn't need a handmaiden following him around, especially one his own age. Who would be taking care of whom? Hearing his words, Maki's fidgeting stopped. You're so young, and you're always so busy, his mother chided. How can you take care of yourself? Besides, Maki has been trained by the clan since she was a child. She won't be a bother. With her by your side, I can at least find out what you're up to. Since Yuemi left, I can never find you. His mother went on and on about how pitiful it was that she, a mother, didn't even know what her own son was doing. Dana finally relented and agreed. Maki seemed to relax a little and looked up at his mother. Maki-chan, Satomi said, her expression instantly changing to a warm smile, I'm leaving this boy in your care. My lady, Maki said, her eyes welling up with tears as she performed a deep, formal bow, I will not fail you. Dana was taken aback. Was such a formal gesture really necessary? He just chalked it up to her being a very traditional and polite person. As he was leaving with Maki, he didn't notice the sly smile on his mother's face. Silly boy, she thought. A handmaiden and a personal handmaiden are two very different things. Dana walked towards his private courtyard. He had been so busy lately that he hadn't slept in his own bed for 3 days, crashing at the Special Strategy Division headquarters instead. Maki followed behind him, her head bowed, not saying a word. The silence was a bit awkward. When he had first met Yuemi, he had been a child, so it hadn't been so complicated. Now, he didn't know what to do. He stopped at the door of his room and turned to her. That's all for today, he said. You can go home. Just come back tomorrow morning. Maki hesitated, unwilling to leave, but she couldn't find the words to say so. Dana assumed she was just shy. He offered a few words of reassurance and then went into his room. And was immediately hit by a sense of unfamiliarity. Did I take a wrong turn? No. Then what is this? He stood in an empty space, confused. This was his room. But wasn't there a wall here? Has it been knocked down, he wondered, gesturing at a blank space. The wall was gone, and his room was now connected to the one next door. He hadn't been here for a few days, and the layout of his own house had changed. As he was trying to figure it out, Maki opened the door on the other side of the now open wall and stood before him again. Young master, she said timidly, what time should I wake you tomorrow? Could this be the legendary Tsubone? Chapter 54, The Commotion. Chapter 54, The Commotion. The next morning, Dana emerged with dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't slept a wink. Not only was he not used to the hole in his wall, but with his heightened senses, he could clearly hear Maki's breathing and heartbeat from the next room. He even knew that she hadn't slept well either, he'd heard her tossing and turning her long legs all night. He had come home for a good night's sleep after a long stretch of intense work, and he ended up even more tired. When he got up, Maki immediately got up as well and came to help him dress. Seeing the same bloodshot eyes and the same nervous expression on her face, he didn't have the heart to refuse. At breakfast, he shot his mother a look of utter disapproval, but she just pretended not to notice. After eating, he went to the Raikage tower. He had Maki wait on the first floor while he went through a hidden door to the underground headquarters of the Special Strategy Division. Good morning, my lord. Good morning, my lord. The ninja he passed along the way all greeted him with a respectful bow, and Dana slipped back into his usual persona. Here, he was not the awkward boy who couldn't sleep because of the girl next door, but the head of the Special Strategy Division, the one who pulled the strings of the ninja world. This side of him was known only to his subordinates, his father, and Dodai. No one else, not even Arashi or Hiroto, knew what he was like when he was working. My lord, one of his subordinates said, how should we lay the bait this time? Dana considered the situation for a moment. If we're going to lay a bait, he said, let's make it a big one. Otherwise, even if the fish bites, it won't be hooked deep. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. Run. The red hot-blooded habanero is here. She'll make all the boys cry. Get back here. I'm going to beat you all to a pulp. Under the setting sun, a red-haired girl was chasing a group of boys, while a yellow-haired boy ran behind them, shouting. Kushina. Calm down. Shut up, you sissy Minato. If you say another word, I'll beat you up too. The yellow-haired boy's face fell. When had he become a sissy? He was usually so popular. Why was he so disliked by Kushina? But, Minato said helplessly, they only make fun of you because you hit them. Then I'll just have to hit them harder. Kushina, Uzumaki said, cracking her knuckles. The noisy schoolyard was chaotic, but there was a certain charm to it. However, the children were unaware that two figures were watching them from a nearby rooftop. "Danzo," Hiruzen said, "don't get any funny ideas." He didn't even have to look to know what his old friend was thinking. Danzo slightly concealed the greed in his eyes. Remembering the insights he had gained from his ally in the cloud, he decided to try one last time. "Hiruzen," he said, "a weapon like a Jinchuriki cannot be an ordinary ninja. The Jinchuriki of all the nations are ineffective because they are treated as people, not as weapons. A person can be confused, troubled, and can feel pain. A weapon cannot. Only when a Jinchuriki is turned into a true weapon can they be truly effective. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the tailed beast, they are just a ticking time bomb that can't be used. Hiruzen, when Lady Mito was alive, we had no choice. But now, the next Jinchuriki is about to be created. Give the girl to the Foundation. I will give you back a powerful, usable weapon." The previous Jinchuriki, Mito Uzumaki, was growing weaker by the day. The next one had already been chosen, this little girl. Danzo had been trying to get his hands on her, but all his overt attempts had been blocked by Hiruzen. He fumed with impatience. The next Jinchuriki was running around the ninja academy every day, and he couldn't even get close to her. Today was likely his last chance to make his case. Hiruzen actually considered his words. There was some truth to them. Ever since the first Hokage had distributed the tailed beasts to the various villages for the sake of peace, the role of the Jinchuriki had been created. But in all these years, the tailed beasts, which were supposed to be incredibly powerful, had rarely been used to their full potential. Partly because the first Hokage's aggressive method of capture had not exactly endeared them to their hosts. "I was just chilling, singing a song, and suddenly I get captured, lose my body, and get sealed inside a human. Why would I cooperate with you?" Most of the tailed beasts were doing well if they weren't actively causing trouble. Another reason was the risk of a rampage. A Jinchuriki going berserk could cause massive damage to their own village. Over time, the tailed beasts had come to be seen as a malevolent force. The Jinchuriki were often ostracized in their own villages, and their loyalty was always a concern. After a long moment of thought, Hiruzen finally knocked the ash from his pipe and shook his head. Even with the special constitution of the Uzumaki clan, there's no guarantee she can completely suppress the Nine Tails. A person's own will has power. For a Jinchuriki, their own will is a crucial part of the seal. Manipulating the child's mind could make her even more dangerous. He felt that his old friend's thinking had become more and more radical in recent years, and it worried him. He reached out and turned Danzo's shoulders so that he was facing him. "Danzo," he said, his voice firm, "give up on this. I will not let you do it. And from now on, you are to have no further involvement with the Nine Tails." Seeing Hiruzen's serious expression, Danzo hesitated for a moment, then finally relented. "I understand." Hiruzen nodded, patted him on the shoulder, and then disappeared from the rooftop. Danzo remained, watching the red-haired girl from a distance, his mind calculating. He watched her until she had beaten up every last boy in sight, including the yellow-haired one, and left the school grounds. Just then, a root ninja appeared at his side and handed him a scroll. Danzo examined the scroll, then, after making sure it hadn't been opened, waved him away. He returned to his secret base and took out the scroll again, then began to decipher it using the method he had memorized. This was how he communicated with his ally in the cloud, his most deeply hidden secret. No one in Konoha knew about it. Multiple layers of security ensured it was foolproof. In recent years, he had come to value his communications with his cloud ally more and more, not just because it was a brilliant long-term strategic move, but because he always learned something new from their exchanges. As he deciphered the message, a slow smile spread across his face. Land of Rain, Hidden Rain Village. Ever since the two cloud ninja instructors had arrived, Hanzo had given them his full support. He had established a ninja academy in the village. Not only had all the talented, age-appropriate children been enrolled, but even some of the adults who already had a rain forehead protector had been sent back to school for re-education. Though it had only been a short time and the number of students was small, the results were already starting to show. It had also shown Hanzo the vast gap between the hidden rain and the great villages. The great villages had a systematic way of training ninja. Assassination, infiltration, code-breaking, and trap-setting were all mandatory subjects. A small village like the Rain, with its weak foundation, could only focus on combat ability. They had nothing else to teach. As a result, even if they had a few promising students, they could only produce quickly trained, one-dimensional fighters. The children of the great villages, even the ones with average talent, might not be much stronger than the students of a small village at first, but they were well-rounded. They had the potential for future growth. In contrast, the students of a small village, even the one or two with exceptional talent, might excel at the genin level, but their potential would soon be exhausted, and their growth would stagnate. Watching the young ninja in the academy training diligently, Hanzo felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the future of the Hidden Rain. "My lord," his deputy said, appearing at his side and making a subtle hand gesture, an important document has arrived. Hanzo saw the gesture and nodded. It was the signal that the message was from the cloud. In the hidden reign, only his most trusted deputies knew about their alliance. He returned to his office and opened the scroll. It was written in the same encrypted text. After deciphering it, a look of surprise appeared on his face. As expected of a great village, he said excitedly. To have hidden such a thing. The next morning, Hanzo and 3 of his most trusted men set out from the village. In a small village, the leader often had to handle important matters personally. They headed for the border region where the lands of rain, grass, and fire met. Chapter 55, The Epic-Making Bait. Chapter 55, The Epic-Making Bait. Hanzo of the Salamander and his 3 deputies made their way cautiously to the rendezvous point. In the past, the Cloud's secret aid had always been delivered directly to the hidden rain village and handed to him personally. But in the last 2 months, with the growing tension, ninja from the wind, fire, and earth had been detected in the land of rain. Hanzo, with his limited manpower, was unable to clear them out. For security reasons, 3 months ago, the Cloud had moved the drop-off point to the grass-rain border, on the eastern side. Hanzo was frustrated. The hidden rain was simply too small to prevent the great villages from infiltrating their country. He had personally dealt with a few groups of spies, but he couldn't be everywhere at once. Now, even the Cloud's aid couldn't get through to them. It was a humiliating situation, and he worried that his only ally would look down on him. A fire of resentment burned in his heart. But his old friend, whom he had never met, was still very supportive. Not only did he not blame him, but this time, he was sending something that exceeded all his expectations. In his last letter, his friend had said that the Cloud had recently developed a new type of talisman. The concept was similar to an explosive tag, but it combined medical ninjutsu and sealing jutsu to create a brand new healing talisman. Like an explosive tag, it could be activated by infusing it with chakra, releasing the sealed medical ninjutsu within. It could heal most external wounds, though not the particularly severe ones. But for a ninja, this was a second life. This was far more valuable than an explosive tag. A single one of these would be enough to cause a frenzy. It was a life-saving trump card. And the Cloud was providing a whole batch of them. Hanzo hadn't even seen the finished product yet, but he had already decided that if it was effective, he would carry 3 of them with him at all times. No, 5. The hidden rain's biggest weakness was its small numbers. Well, that and their general lack of skill. They had no hope of going head-to-head with a great village. When Hanzo wasn't present, their casualty rate skyrocketed. This was why he couldn't completely eliminate the spies in his country, they were scattered everywhere. If he were to commit all his forces to a single battle, he would exhaust his entire village just to take out a single enemy advance team. If he could get his hands on these healing talismans, it would go a long way towards solving their casualty problem. The hidden rain would finally have the ability to fight. This was something that could change the very rules of ninja combat. The reason the Cloud was being so generous this time was that this new healing talisman was still in its development phase and was not yet stable. They needed the hidden rain to help test it. The first phase of testing had been completed internally. This second phase was to test the talisman's effectiveness in different weather conditions, on different people, and with different types of injuries, in preparation for mass production. The reason was a bit flimsy, but his old friend had told him the truth. This batch of talismans was actually the defective first-run products, which were supposed to be destroyed. His friend had argued against the other Cloud leaders, convincing them to give the talismans to the hidden rain for testing because he had a premonition that the ninja world was on the verge of a major change. He didn't want to see the hidden rain, which they had supported for so many years, be crushed between the great nations at the very beginning of the war. The Cloud needed a resilient hidden rain. Or rather, a resilient Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo's heart burned with a new fire, and he quickened his pace. The land of rain was not large. In half a day, he reached the rendezvous point. Following the marks on the trees, he found the Cloud ninja in a hidden cave. This time, the Cloud's team was much larger than before, about 10 people. Several horse-drawn carts, loaded with goods, were crammed into the cave. Lord Hanzo, the leader of the group said, "We've been waiting for you." To Hanzo's surprise, the familiar face of Darui was not in charge. The leader was a masked youth who looked to be no older than 14 or 15. He was introduced as a young genius from the Cloud's research division, named Mad A, who was in charge of this delivery. Though he was wearing a mask, with Darui by his side, Hanzo didn't suspect anything. The others were unmasked, and he recognized several of them. It was likely a way to protect the boy. Hanzo noticed that the others, including Darui, were positioned in a way that subtly protected him. He must be a very important prodigy. "I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you, Lord Hanzo," the boy, Mata, said. This delivery was a bit complicated. Because the healing talisman itself contains a sealing jutsu, it cannot be transported using a sealing scroll. And at this stage of development, well, in its current state, if two talismans are kept too close for too long, there's a risk of them activating and becoming useless. So, we had to hide them in books and disguise ourselves as booksellers. Each of these books contains one talisman. But even so, many of them were damaged in transit. There are about 1,000 left. Hanzo nodded. The Cloud Ninja were always polite, and he would return the courtesy. If you don't mind, he said, I'd like to see the effect of this healing talisman for myself. The boy, Mata, nodded and had someone bring him a talisman. It looked very similar to an explosive tag, a long strip of special paper with a complex sealing formula written on it. In the center was a circle with the character for heal. The method of use is the same as an explosive tag. Just infuse it with chakra, Mata explained, handing the talisman to Hanzo. One of Hanzo's deputies took it and, without hesitation, cut a deep gash in his own forearm with a kunai. He then infused the talisman with chakra. After a brief flash of light, the heal character on the talisman began to fade, and the wound on his arm began to close at a visible rate. Before the character had completely disappeared, the wound had already healed, leaving only a faint scar. A sharp glint appeared in Hanzo's eyes. An excellent item. Carrying a healing talisman was probably more reliable than having a medical nin. A medic could be delayed, or become a target themselves. A healing talisman was much more in line with a ninja's style. As long as you were conscious and could move, you could use it. The resources it took to train a medical nin were something a small village couldn't even dream of. And even if you had one, it would lower the squad's combat ability, and you'd have to constantly protect them. In Hanzo's eyes, this was an epic-making invention. This is the power of a great village, he thought. This was probably the reason he was so obsessed with making the Hidden Rain the sixth great village. The healing talisman also has a suppressive effect on common poisons, the boy, Mata, explained. It can't cure them, but it can buy you some extra time. By the way, Lord Hanzo, I have a very impolite request. Would it be possible for you to provide me with a sample of your salamander's poison for my research? The boy's voice was filled with a researcher's fervor. Hanzo froze. The boy was clearly clueless about social etiquette. His poison was one of his greatest trump cards. You couldn't just ask for it like that. It was a very impolite request. Darui quickly stepped in. This is a matter that requires careful consideration. Let's not trouble Lord Hanzo. But Hanzo didn't take offense. It was probably a common trait among geniuses. They were a bit simple. Compared to these healing talismans, it was a minor issue. This boy was likely a key figure in their invention. It would be beneficial to have a good relationship with him. It's no matter, he said. I didn't bring any with me today, but we can discuss it later. He looked at the healing talisman in his hand, then at the carts filled with books. A fire burned in his heart. Every book was a healing talisman. Though the transport was a bit troublesome, he would gladly take another 10 cartloads. Just as he was basking in the glow of his newfound power, a ninja hawk circled above him. Hanzo's expression changed. He beckoned the hawk to his arm, took the note tied to its leg, and read it. His face instantly contorted with rage. He crushed the paper in his fist. Damn it. The sand has gone too far. Do they really think I'm a pushover? The spies in the Land of Rain had discovered that he had left the village. The hidden sand had launched a surprise attack. The hidden rain was barely holding on. They were calling for his help. Chapter 56, Reinforcements. Chapter 56, Reinforcements. The hidden sand had launched a surprise attack on the hidden rain village. Now, the village was on the brink of collapse. They had sent an urgent message to Hanzo, begging him to return as soon as possible. The village was his life's work. He could not let it fall. But of all the times for this to happen. He looked at the 2 carts filled with healing talismans. He had to get back immediately. It was impossible to travel at top speed with 2 carts of books. After a moment of agonizing indecision, he turned to the Cloud Ninja, his face grim. There's been a change of plans, he said. The sand has attacked my village while I was away. I must return at once. Darui, my young friend Mata, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to wait here for me for 2 days. No, 1 day. Please, watch over these supplies. I will be back as soon as I can. With that, he was about to leave with his men. To say he was frantic would be an understatement. But the boy, Mata, stopped him. He handed Hanzo a stack of healing talismans. This journey may be dangerous, my lord, he said. Please, take some of these with you. They may be of some help. But be sure to store them separately and use them separately, to prevent them from becoming ineffective. For a moment, Hanzo thought that this boy, Mata, though clueless about social graces, was a truly good person. A rare, good person in the ninja world, with the heart of a child. Then I wish you good fortune in battle, my lord, the boy said with a slight bow. We will await your return. As Hanzo's hurried figure disappeared from sight, Darui stepped up beside the boy. Lord Dana, he said, do you think the plan will work? Dana removed his mask. Plan, he said with a playful smile. What plan? Did I say a single untrue word just now? Besides my name, of course. Darui just sighed. That was what made it so terrifying. Hidden Rain Village. Flames licked at the cliffside buildings of the Hidden Rain. Dozens of sand ninja were laying siege to the village. The Hidden Rain had few ninja to begin with. With men assigned to border patrol and missions, the village's defenses were thin, especially with Hanzo away. A group of rain ninja were cornered in a building, fighting for their lives. Prioritize casualties. Don't push too far. End it quickly. Puppet masters. Poison needles. Several puppet masters released their grotesque creations, which fired a hail of poison needles into the building. A few moments later, confident that everyone inside was dead, they moved on to find their next target. In another part of the village, the former dean and a certain homeroom teacher from the Hidden Cloud Ninja Academy were protecting the academy's students in a shelter. Sensei, a young boy said, his voice trembling, when is Lord Hanzo coming back? He had just been selected to join the academy, and he was already starting to regret his decision. The former dean shook his head. Just then, they heard a noise. 3 sand ninja had stumbled upon their hiding place. So this is where you were hiding, one of them sneered. 2 adult ninja and a bunch of kids. Looks like I'll be adding to my kill count today. He summoned his puppet, a monstrous creation that sent a few of the younger children screaming and crying. Be careful, another said. It's 2 against 3. Don't be reckless. What's the big deal, the first one replied. In a small village like this, even a jonin is nothing special. The captain took out that rain jonin in one hit. The dean remained silent in the face of their taunts. He just exchanged a look with the homeroom teacher. Meanwhile, Hanzo was racing back to his village, his heart filled with a burning rage. He had been running all day, and on the return journey, he had pushed himself to his absolute limit, leaving his deputies far behind. By the time he arrived, he was alone. The sight of his village in flames sent a rush of blood to his head. Good. Very good, he growled. You were looking for death. I will be happy to oblige. The sand ninja on the outskirts didn't even have time to react. A chain scythe flashed through the air, and their heads were separated from their bodies. Hanzo moved with incredible speed, cutting them down one by one like a farmer harvesting wheat. Damn it. How did Hanzo get back so fast? The intel was wrong. Retreat. Retreat. Do you really think you can? Hanzo tore the mask from his face. A cloud of purple poison billowed from his mouth and nose, spreading through the air in a matter of seconds. The sand ninja nearby immediately began to choke. Damn it. What is this poison? Hanzo threw his chain scythe into the air and quickly formed a series of hand seals. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. A massive torrent of water erupted from his mouth, so vast it seemed to blot out the sky. Earth release, earth-style wall. Several of the sand ninja combined their efforts to create a defensive wall, but it was easily shattered by the massive wave of water, and they were washed away along with it. After clearing out the perimeter, Hanzo found a group of captured rain ninja. They were overjoyed to see him. Lord Hanzo. You're finally back. Those damn sand ninja. They attacked us while you were away. Our losses are heavy. Many of the prisoners were seriously injured and on the verge of collapse. Hanzo quickly took out the stack of healing talismans he had so carefully protected and distributed them to the wounded. These are healing talismans, he said. Infuse them with chakra, just like an explosive tag. He then noticed that on 2 of the talismans he was holding, the heal character had already disappeared. He remembered the boy Mada's words, store them separately and use them separately, or they might become ineffective. He hesitated for a moment, then kept 3 for himself and gave the rest to a rain ninja who could still move. Distribute these to the wounded, he ordered. Quickly. With Hanzo's return, the remaining sand ninja were gradually mopped up. It is worth noting that the 2 ninja instructors from the cloud fought valiantly to protect the academy students. After receiving the healing talismans, they fought with a renewed ferocity, slapping the talismans on their own wounds and trading injuries with the sand ninja, driving many of them away. But in the chaos of the night, this small act of bravery went largely unnoticed, remembered only by a few of the students who thought their teachers were incredibly brave. Chapter 57, The War Begins. Chapter 57, The War Begins. In a secret cave near the grass rain border, Dana was waiting for another guest. By his calculations, Hanzo of the Salamander should have already dealt with the trouble in his village and be on his way back. My lord, a ninja reported, returning from outside, the tracks have been laid. Dana nodded, toying with a healing talisman. The talisman had been developed 6 months ago, a product of a fortuitous combination of the Uzumaki sealing jutsu the cloud had collected over the years and old man Yashitoki's medical ninjutsu. The batch he was holding was the first-generation prototype, with a fatal flaw: it couldn't be transported in a sealing scroll, and if two of them were kept too close, they would interfere with each other. They were supposed to be destroyed, but they made for perfect bait. Because they couldn't be stored in bulk, it was impossible for someone to just pack them all in a box and hide them away. And they were encrypted, so there was no fear of the production method being reverse-engineered. The Sand had discovered Hanzo's departure on their own. And their decision to attack the hidden rain was a highly probable outcome, given the long-simmering tensions. Of course, if the Sand hadn't made a move, Dana had a backup plan. He would have, as promised, given the carts of books and healing talismans to Hanzo to take back with him. But that would have been a different story. Everything was going according to plan. The weather here was truly miserable. A drizzling rain, like a leaky faucet, had been falling all day. After what felt like an eternity, Darui approached. "My lord," he said, "they are 5 kilometers out. There are no Byakugan users with them." Dana nodded. He casually tossed aside the healing talisman, which to any outsider would have been a priceless treasure, and put his mask back on. "Get the talismans ready," he ordered. His men quickly began to take the talismans, which had been separated by books, and stack them in bundles. A few fell to the ground, but no one bothered to pick them up. "Reinforce the genjutsu on those two." One of his men went over and cast another illusion on their 2 comrades. With everything in place, the Cloud Ninja stood in silence, waiting. A short while later, several figures appeared outside the cave, all of them dressed in combat gear and wearing white animal masks. They stood silently on the rain-slicked branches of the trees, a palpable sense of pressure emanating from them. After dealing with the attack on his village, Hanzo had immediately led his men back to the grass rain border to complete the handover. The immense value of the healing talismans had been proven. The surprise attack had been devastating, but with the talismans he had brought back, they had managed to save many of the wounded, turning a catastrophic loss into an acceptable one. There were still nearly 1,000 more talismans in the cave. To Hanzo, it was no different from a few cartloads of gold. But when he arrived, his heart sank. The area around the cave was a scene of destruction. Trees were uprooted, and the cave itself had collapsed. Hanzo immediately began to examine the tracks. It seemed a group had come from the direction of the Land of Rain and attacked the Cloud Ninja in the cave, while another group had come from the direction of the Land of Fire, trapping them in a pincer attack. The Cloud had been overwhelmed. The carts were all destroyed. A dozen or so healing talismans were scattered on the ground. It looked like the Cloud had tried to destroy the talismans, but had been unsuccessful, only managing to destroy a portion of them. They had lost 2 men, and the rest had fled. The attackers had then left in the direction of the Land of Fire. They hadn't gotten far. Hanzo was furious. "Secure the 2 bodies," he roared. "After them." Even in his rage, he had to consider the Cloud's reaction. The 2 bodies might lessen the pressure on him later. He eventually caught up with the attackers. From their attire, they were Konoha ANBU, and they were carrying a large number of the healing talismans. But it seemed they didn't know that the talismans couldn't be stored together, they were carrying them in bundles. Hanzo had been running and fighting for 40 straight hours. He fought desperately, but a few of them still managed to escape. He only managed to recover about 200 of the talismans. The rest were taken by the Konoha ANBU. Helpless, he returned to his village. As expected, 2 days later, he received an angry letter from the Cloud. His old friend wrote that the Land of Rain had been infiltrated so thoroughly it was like a sieve. Anyone who was paying attention could have tracked Hanzo and known something important was happening. This was the reason for the disaster. Not only had his own village been attacked by the Sand, but Konoha spies had also found the cave after he had left, called for reinforcements from the Land of Fire, and launched a pincer attack, catching the Cloud team completely by surprise. They had lost 2 of their finest ninja. A large quantity of the supplies had been stolen by Konoha, the very village the Cloud least wanted to have the healing talismans. Even the young genius, Mada, had nearly been killed. The incident had caused a huge backlash in the Cloud. Many were questioning the wisdom of supporting the hidden rain at such a high cost. His friend was doing his best to suppress the dissent, but it would be difficult to send any more aid in the near future. Hanzo's heart ached. He had no one to blame but himself. He had to admit that it was true, his country was like a sieve. A week later, the Sand sent an envoy, demanding that Hanzo hand over all information about the healing talismans. Hanzo, of course, had no patience for people who attacked his village one day and then came demanding favors the next. He gave the envoy a beating and sent him packing. A week after that, the Hidden Sand declared war on the Hidden Rain, citing the Rain's repeated interference with their missions as the reason. A large force was mobilized towards the land of rain. The next day, the hidden rain responded in kind. Hanzo personally led his forces to the rain-wind border and successfully repelled the Sand's advance team, further cementing his reputation as a demigod. Just as he was beginning to think the crisis was over, the hidden stone declared war on the land of rain. With the rain's forces concentrated on the western front, they marched into the country unopposed. But their target was not the hidden rain village. They were using the land of rain as a corridor to advance towards the land of fire. The hidden stone set up a garrison on the rain-fire border, their intentions clear. Konoha was forced into a standoff. Almost simultaneously, the hidden stone and the hidden sand both declared war on Konoha. Konoha responded, declaring war on both nations. Hanzo had now lost control of most of his country and was forced to consolidate his forces around his village. The small land of rain had become a battlefield for three great nations. The country was thrown into chaos. And the war was not confined to the land of rain. Conflicts and standoffs were breaking out on all fronts. The war that would go down in history as the Second Great Ninja War had officially begun. As the shadow of war fell over the ninja world, Dana had already returned to the hidden cloud. But not for long. He soon left for the land of hot water. There, Kitanuji had already purchased one of the country's finest hot spring inns. Half of it would operate as a normal business, while the other half would serve as a temporary base for the Special Strategy Division. The hidden cloud was too far from the center of the continent, making it difficult to mobilize forces and react quickly. Dana and his Special Strategy Division would be staying here for a long time. Chapter 58, The War Through Konoha's Eyes. Chapter 58, The War Through Konoha's Eyes. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village, Foundation Headquarters. A month ago, the Great Ninja War had begun, as everyone had expected. But it had started in a way no one had anticipated. To the casual observer, it seemed the war had been sparked by the long-simmering conflict between the sand and the rain, with the stone village opportunistically joining the fray. But only Danzo knew that his foundation had also played a part, though starting a war had not been his intention. Danzo toyed with a healing talisman, his expression unreadable. The Foundation had managed to bring back a large number of the talismans, but for some reason, most of them had become inert. At first, Danzo had thought his men had been duped with fakes. It wasn't until he had tried one himself that he finally believed that the cloud had truly created such an incredible item. If his ally in the cloud hadn't revealed its existence, the entire ninja world would have remained in the dark. This was something that could change the very nature of ninja combat. But the hundreds of talismans he had acquired were inexplicably failing, one by one. Danzo was frantic. It took his men a long time to figure out the reason. The talismans could not be stored too close to each other, especially not touching, or they would interfere with each other and become useless. By the time they realized this and separated the remaining talismans, only a dozen or so were still functional. Though he had obtained some valuable intelligence, the Foundation's losses had been significant. Danzo had hoped to reverse engineer them, but with only a dozen samples left and a number of his best men lost, and with the talismans themselves being encrypted, the chances were slim. His part of the deal with his cloud ally had been fulfilled, the Cloud Warhawk's stockpiles had been plundered. But Danzo was no philanthropist. He was not satisfied with just 10 healing talismans for all his trouble. As he was stewing in his frustration, an ANBU agent arrived to inform him that the Hokage was calling a high-level meeting. Danzo carefully tucked the healing talisman into a hidden pocket in his chest and left the Foundation headquarters. The Hokage's office, as always, was thick with smoke. Tsukumo, Hiruzen said, take your squad and reinforce Jiraiya immediately. He had originally sent Jiraiya to the land of grass to watch for any movements from the stone and gather intelligence. Compared to the land of rain, with Hanzo at its helm, the land of grass was an easier route of attack for the stone. But the stone had seized the opportunity presented by the conflict between Hanzo and the sand, and at the perfect moment, had advanced through the northern part of the land of rain. Though Konoha had reacted and stopped them at the border, this had left Jiraiya's team, which was already on the front lines, in a precarious, almost surrounded position. The stone was now trying to eliminate this thorn in their side, and Jiraiya and his men were barely holding on. Konoha had many powerful ninja, but if there was one man who could single-handedly turn the tide of a battle, it was Tsukumo Hatake, who was quickly making a name for himself as the White Fang of Konoha. Of course, Hiruzen himself was another, but the Kage of a village could not act rashly. Tsukumo accepted the order without a word and disappeared from the office. Hiruzen then turned to his advisors. What's the situation with the sand? Hamura Mitokado nodded slightly. Although the sand has declared war on us, their advance team was almost completely wiped out by Hanzo. They are currently reorganizing their forces. It's unclear if their next target will be the hidden rain or the land of fire. Tsunade is preparing for an attack. For now, the pressure is manageable. Hiruzen nodded. The sand had fired the first shot of the war, but their advance team had been annihilated by Hanzo. The demigod's reputation had grown even greater. They would likely not bother him again, especially since he had now withdrawn his forces and effectively ceded control of most of the land of rain. Attacking him now would be a losing proposition for the Sand. That meant Konoha had to prepare for an attack from them. There's one other thing, Hamura added. Our spies in the land of rain have reported that the rain seems to be in possession of a special type of talisman, similar to an explosive tag, that can be used to heal injuries by infusing it with chakra. It is an incredibly valuable strategic asset. The Sand's sudden attack on Hanzo was likely motivated, in part, by a desire to obtain these healing talismans. Danzo's lips moved, but he said nothing. Not yet, he thought. He couldn't reveal the source of his information without exposing his connection to his cloud ally, one of his most deeply guarded secrets. Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe. He felt a headache coming on. During the First Great Ninja War, he had been a student, watching the second Hokage handle these matters. At the time, he had marveled at his teacher's calm demeanor in the face of crisis. Now that he was in that position, he felt the immense pressure, which grew heavier with each passing day. With his experience, Hiruzen immediately understood the significance of such a healing talisman. He had to find a way to get his hands on some, bring them back to the village, and have Tsunade study them. He stared at the large map of the ninja world on the wall. Of the 5 great villages, only the Cloud and the Mist had not yet joined the war. But he knew they were just waiting for the right moment. In a great ninja war, no village could remain on the sidelines. Has there been any word from Orochimaru? Hamura shook his head. Hiruzen wasn't surprised. It was difficult to send messages when you were deep in enemy territory, and he knew how difficult the mission he had given Orochimaru was. He could only hope that his student would find an opportunity. Chapter 59, The War Through Dana's Eyes. Chapter 59, The War Through Dana's Eyes. In the land of hot water, one of the top 10 hot spring inns had been bought by a mysterious wealthy merchant a while ago. It had been renamed the Tentokan, and its interior had been completely renovated, becoming even more magnificent than before, attracting many new customers. What the common people didn't know was that during the renovation, a section of the sprawling building had been secretly modified. It was both separate from and connected to the main business, and it now served as the temporary secret base for the Special Strategy Division. The greatest hermitages are in the busiest cities. In the very heart of the Tentokan, in a private room, Dana was studying the latest intelligence reports. "Young master," Maki said, "please have some tea." She was sitting by his side, her long, slender legs forming a pleasing silhouette. She slowly pushed a cup of expertly prepared tea in front of him. Dana just shook his head. He had never acquired a taste for sencha. He continued to stare at the map of the ninja world, planning his next move. Of the 5 great villages, besides the Cloud, only the Mist had not yet joined the war. And due to their geographical location, their only options were to attack the land of fire or the land of lightning. Logically, ganging up on Konoha made the most sense and offered the greatest potential rewards. But there was no guarantee the Mist wouldn't do the opposite. They were, after all, the same village that had managed to get into a shouting match with the Stone Village across the entire ninja world during the First Great Ninja War. And the current Mizukage was the third, a man Dana knew nothing about. This was not the time for the Cloud to enter the war. The village was still in a period of growth, especially in the fields of medical ninjutsu and sealing jutsu. The advanced ninja school had also been established. It shared the same facilities and staff as the regular academy, but with some additional instructors. Hiroto and the other top graduates had already enrolled. If the purpose of the academy was to train rookie genin, then the purpose of the advanced school was to train elite chunin, with the best of them reaching the level of a special jonin. The Cloud's overall strength was still growing. Every moment they could buy would give them a greater advantage when the war finally came. That meant they needed to give the Mist something to do. But their rivals were thinking the same thing. Right now, there were probably a lot of people in the ninja world who wanted to give the Cloud something to do. But with his father holding down the fort back home, he didn't have to worry for now. All the necessary precautions had been taken. The pressure was on him. The best solution was to make the outside world believe that the Cloud was already facing its own internal problems, that it had already suffered losses. They had to be seen as a power not to be trifled with, but one that was currently unable to participate in the war. Only then would the other villages stop trying to cause trouble for them and be more willing to commit their forces to other fronts. This was why he had leaked the existence of the healing talismans to Danzo. It was all part of a self-directed play, a drama about the conflict between the war faction and the peace faction within the Cloud. This was a story that had actually played out during the First Great Ninja War, with disastrous results. It should be a convincing narrative in the second. It would be a series of elaborate self-directed plays. For now, the only audience was Danzo, but he was confident that in the future, the audience would grow. The long hours of work had not exhausted the boundless energy of his young body, but his eyes were starting to feel sore. He rubbed them. With his eyes closed, he reviewed the current situation. There were still a number of Konoha ninja in the land of grass. Though they were in a precarious, semi-surrounded position, they were also a thorn in the stone's side. Only by eliminating them could the stone launch a full-scale invasion of the land of fire. According to his intelligence, the current leader of the Konoha forces in the land of grass was Jiraiya. He was a formidable opponent and had no intention of retreating. Instead, he was trying to tie down the stone's forces to buy more time for Konoha to prepare. Should I lend him a hand? As he was thinking, a pair of cool, small hands touched his temples, clearing his slightly dizzy head. Young master, Maki's voice came from behind him, please let me help you relax. Dana resisted for a moment, then let himself go completely limp, resting his head on her lap. It wasn't as soft as he had imagined, but it was firm and elastic. He opened his eyes slightly and saw her curious, clear pupils. I should go, he murmured. Otherwise, I'll melt away here. Land of grass. On a green hill, covered in waist-high grass, a few heads peeked out as the wind blew, then quickly disappeared again as the grass swayed back into place. Lord Jiraiya, one of his men reported, the stone's main force is gradually closing in on us. The tall figure of Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. So there's no escape, he said. It seems we'll have to fight. At 24, Jiraiya already had the air of one of the future, legendary Sannin. He was calm, confident, and magnanimous. He had been sent to the land of grass before the war to watch for any movements from the stone. Since his arrival, he had quickly consolidated the Konoha forces and intelligence networks in the country and had begun to probe the stone's defenses. But the stone's true objective had not been the land of grass. They had used the land of rain as a corridor to attack Konoha, which had left Jiraiya's forces in a semi-surrounded position. Now that the stone's advance had been halted and they had set up camp on the rain-fire border, they were turning their attention to cleaning up the Konoha forces in their rear. Jiraiya's unit was the primary target. In the initial clashes, the stone had not had the upper hand. Jiraiya's elite team had successfully repelled their attacks, forcing the stone to realize that they were dealing with a formidable opponent. They had then increased the pressure, sweeping through the land of grass with a larger force. Konoha had sent some reinforcements at Jiraiya's request, but they were still at a numerical disadvantage. Jiraiya believed that as long as there was a Konoha presence in the land of grass, the stone could not launch a full-scale invasion of the land of fire. So, he had chosen to make a stand, while continuing to request more support from his teacher, Hiruzen. His forces in the land of grass were elite, but they were few. They could not match the stone's numbers. Things should get better once Tsukumo-senpai arrives. He looked at the first wave of reinforcements that had been sent from the village. They, too, were an elite force. He had long heard of this clan's exceptional talent and strength, but because they rarely went on missions outside the village, he had not known much about them. The battles of the past few days had shown him that their reputation was well-deserved. In the distance, clearly separated from the other Konoha ninja, a four-man squad was on watch. Four pairs of crimson eyes stood out against the green landscape. Chapter 60, What if it's poisoned? Chapter 60, What if it's poisoned? I used to be a part of the Konoha military police force. I dreamed of making a name for myself, of slaughtering our enemies with these eyes. But this is war. Most of the time, I'm the stronger one. I've sent countless enemies to the underworld. But even in death, it's hard to ignore the look in their eyes. Fugaku, are you all right? Tetsu Uchiha gently shook his shoulder, pulling him back from his thoughts. I'm fine, Fugaku said, shaking his head. Just got a little distracted. But Tetsu didn't let go. Fugaku, he said, your Sharingan is active. Fugaku finally realized the strangeness in his eyes. The three tomo, which had been spinning rapidly, slowly came to a halt, and his eyes returned to their normal black. Jiraiya should have drawn them away by now. It's time for us to move. A week ago, Jiraiya had devised a plan. They would harass the stone village's supply lines along the grass-rain border. Under the attacks of Konoha's elite ninja, the stone's transport units had suffered heavy losses, severely hampering their war preparations on the front lines. In response, the stone had increased their efforts to eliminate Jiraiya's unit, but his forces were small and highly skilled, the weak were already dead. They were not an easy target. This time, their luck was good. They had found another stone transport convoy. But it could also be a trap. After observing the situation, Jiraiya had made a decision. He would lead the main force in a feint, drawing away any hidden stone pursuers, while the Uchiha squad, with their mastery of fire release, would attack the remaining convoy with the objective of destroying the supplies. He couldn't draw all of them away, but by showing himself, he had managed to lure a significant number of the stone ninja away. Now, it was time for the Uchiha squad to make their move. Fugaku checked his ninja tool pouch and looked at his clansmen and teammates. Yashiro, Inabi, Tetsu. Get ready. The three Uchiha nodded silently and, along with Fugaku, crouched down and began to run. The four of them charged forward, reached a cliff, and leaped off, their figures silhouetted against the sun. Below them was the stone transport convoy. Hearing the noise, the guards looked up, but their vision was blinded by the glare of the sun, giving the Uchiha a brief window of opportunity. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, X. Their objective was to destroy the supplies, so all four of them used this low-level but wide-ranging jutsu. The small fireballs were not very powerful, but they were difficult to dodge completely, especially for the clumsy transport carts. Several of them were quickly set ablaze. Fugaku landed and threw a volley of kunai, taking down the civilian porters. Stone ninja began to appear from all sides, but from the panicked looks on their faces, it seemed they had been caught off guard and were undermanned. It seems Jiraiya-senpai's plan was a success. There aren't many of them left. Fugaku dodged a thrown shuriken. His three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, and with a single glance, he caught the shuriken thrower in a genjutsu. He then stabbed the kunai into the ground. A stone ninja, who had been about to emerge from the earth to attack him, was impaled. Fugaku then unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique, at the enemy still caught in the illusion. Though his Sharingan didn't have X-ray vision, the slight tremor of the ground before the enemy emerged was as clear as day to him. Though he was surrounded, Fugaku remained calm. These were just Chunin-level ninja. With the help of his Sharingan, they were not difficult to deal with. The other three Uchiha were in a similar situation. The clansmen sent to support Jiraiya were all skilled fighters, with at least a two-tomo Sharingan. The clan was hoping to re-establish the Uchiha's fearsome reputation on the battlefield. After years of running the Konoha military police force, the ninja world had begun to forget what the name Uchiha meant. Soon, the remaining resistance was mopped up. Their mission was more than half complete. All they had to do now was rendezvous with Jiraiya and help him take care of the stone ninja he had drawn away, and it would be a complete victory. After finishing off the enemies around him, Fugaku turned to help Yashiro, throwing a few kunai from a distance. Then, his brow furrowed. He exchanged a subtle look with the other clansmen. The last of the stone ninja was killed. The civilian porters had all fled. The only thing left of the convoy were a few burning carts. The four Uchiha appeared to be cleaning up the battlefield, but they were actually repositioning themselves. Suddenly, all four of them unleashed a jutsu at an empty patch of ground. Fire release, great fireball technique, X. 4 fireballs, from 4 different directions, converged on the same spot. 4 earthen walls rose up to block the massive fireballs. Impressive, a voice said. Let me guess. You noticed the visual anomaly in the trajectory of the kunai. The observational skills of the Sharingan are as legendary as they say. Fugaku looked closer. Several figures in strange masks appeared from behind a shimmering, transparent barrier. They were all wearing the same uniform, but it wasn't the uniform of the stone. A barrier ninjutsu. Fugaku thought. And the pattern on the mask, is that a mahjong tile? The leader of the group, a short man wearing a one of circles mask, was the one who had spoken. Who are you? Tetsu Uchiha asked, his voice low. We were hired by the stone village to protect their supply lines, the masked man said. You can think of us as mercenaries. He walked over to one of the carts and put out the flames. Of course, he continued, we were only hired to protect the supplies. Repelling or killing enemy ninja was not part of the contract. That's a different price. So, I have a proposal. You've killed enough of the stone ninja. You can retreat and rendezvous with your comrades. Do whatever you want with the ones that were drawn away. I, on the other hand, have to stay here, put out the fires, and make sure these supplies get to the front lines. So, let's just go our separate ways. What do you say? Yashiro Uchiha sneered. Such arrogance, he said, throwing a kunai at the short man. The man simply reached out and caught the kunai in his hand. Yashiro's eyes widened. He caught it barehanded. Even with the Sharingan's ability to track the kunai's trajectory, the body's reaction time usually wasn't fast enough to catch it barehanded. Most would choose to block or dodge. This man, his taijutsu was strong, and his reflexes were incredibly fast. The masked man's feat had stunned everyone. He was holding the kunai, about to say something, when one of his teammates suddenly appeared behind him and knocked it out of his hand. My lord. What if it was poisoned? How could you just catch someone's kunai like that? The man in the one of circles mask, Dana, slumped his shoulders. He has a point. Sorry, he said. I could see it and I could keep up, so I just caught it instinctively. It won't happen again. The subordinate retreated, and Dana turned back to the four wary Uchiha. But the atmosphere had already become a bit strange. Chapter 61, Facing the Sharingan. Chapter 61, Facing the Sharingan. Fugaku Uchiha maintained his Sharingan, observing the group before him. They were all wearing masks, but besides the short leader, they were all tall and stood in a disciplined formation. And they had managed to block his team's surprise attack. They were not weak. But he wasn't sure how strong they were. He had faith in his own abilities, and in his eyes. Dana was also sizing up his opponent. The man looked young, but he had a broad jaw and a serious expression. He seemed to be a steady, reliable type. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Dana continued. Wouldn't it be better to avoid an unnecessary fight? Fugaku was indeed a cautious man. The other group was larger, and the fact that they had dared to appear so openly after witnessing his team make short work of the stone ninja meant they were confident in their own abilities. But his teammates were more impulsive, especially Tetsu. With his head full of Uchiha pride, he had no intention of retreating without a fight. I have a suggestion for you, Shorty, Tetsu Uchiha said, tossing a kunai in his hand. Why don't you take your men and go back to whatever sewer you crawled out of and continue being a mercenary? Shorty. Dana was speechless. Then there's no other choice, he sighed. I really didn't want to make an enemy of Konoha. He had no desire to weaken Konoha too much. The stone village was also an unstable factor. A delicate balance between the two was in the Cloud's best interest. But it had been a long time since he'd had a real fight, and against an Uchiha, no less. If you choose to fight, you have no one to blame but yourselves if you lose. Right. He was getting excited. With a slight twitch of his fingers, he readied himself for battle. My lord, one of his subordinates said, there's no need for you to take the risk. We can handle this. No need, Dana said, waving his hand. If you're worried, you can provide support. He then closed his eyes. They were Uchiha. Although he now had chakra and could break out of a genjutsu, there was no need to ask for trouble. His last encounter with Orochimaru had made him a bit wary. As he closed his eyes, the familiar pulse-like vision returned, a pale blue wave expanding from his body, scanning everything around him, moving and unmoving, all in perfect detail. The only difference from a few years ago was the range. The pale blue wave swept past his subordinates, past the Uchiha squad, and continued to expand. It finally began to blur at a distance of 5 kilometers. The only drawbacks were the slight delay in the feedback from farther distances and the strain it put on his brain with prolonged use. The chakra signatures of the 4 Uchiha glowed with varying degrees of brightness, indicating their chakra levels. 2 Jonin, 2 Chunin, he mused. Or maybe special Jonin. He didn't know what Kagura Mind's Eye was like, but it was probably different from his own ability. Besides its massive range, Kagura Mind's Eye could also detect the state of another's chakra. Dana could only judge the amount of chakra by the brightness of the signature. But his ability had a much higher frame rate, equivalent to perfect dynamic vision, which could be used in close combat. Kagura Mind's Eye could not. Seeing his opponent fall silent, Fugaku felt a sense of danger. But Tetsu Uchiha had already made the first move. A volley of kunai shot out, their trajectory strange and unpredictable, all aimed at Dana's vital points. This time, Dana didn't catch them. He deflected them all with a single kunai and then charged at the Uchiha squad. To Fugaku's shock, even with his 3-tomo Sharingan, his vision of his opponent was a blur. So fast. I can't stop him. He immediately tried to cast a genjutsu, but it had no effect. Tetsu quickly formed a series of hand seals, trying to use a ninjutsu to keep him at a distance. Fire release, Phoenix Sage. Too slow, Dana whispered. He was already in front of him. He slammed his palm into Tetsu's open jaw. The unformed jutsu exploded in his mouth, and he was sent flying by a man much shorter than him, a spray of blood and black smoke erupting from his mouth. Tetsu. Fugaku moved to help him, but his opponent had already vanished from his sight. It wasn't that his Sharingan couldn't see him, his head just couldn't turn fast enough. What kind of speed is this? Is the White Fang of Konoha this fast? This man is a mercenary. Dana reappeared behind Yashiro Uchiha and, before he could react, kicked him into the air. He hadn't even had time to use a substitution. In an instant, the Uchiha squad, which had just been steamrolling the stone ninja, was on the defensive. Though Dana couldn't use many of his abilities without revealing his identity, his speed alone was enough to shatter their perception of what was possible. Explosive power, reaction time, control. Even without chakra, his body was strong enough to fight a ninja. Now, with chakra. Speed, he thought, is everything. Even without ninjutsu or ninja tools, with his superhuman reflexes and speed, combined with his mind's eye, he was a force to be reckoned with. A force that made the Yotsuki clan go, wow. Fugaku rushed to support them while the other went to check on their wounded comrades. He was already thinking about retreating. He pushed his 3-tomo Sharingan to its limit, his eyes locked on Dana. He's moving. At this speed, normal ninjutsu would be useless, and so would kunai. The only way was to block him with his own body. But his opponent's taijutsu was on a completely different level. But with his teammates behind him, he had to stop this man and create an opening for them to escape. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. The ground around them turned to mud, but it had no effect. Dana easily skirted the swamp. It had formed too slowly, he had already detected it. The Yotsuki had learned from their tests that to stop someone with Dana's speed, you either had to be just as fast, use a massive, wide-range ninjutsu, or have an impenetrable defense or superior taijutsu to lock him down in close combat. Fugaku had none of these. The best thing for him to do now was to create distance, to use the superior dynamic vision of his Sharingan to track Dana's movements. Once he was in close, he would be at a disadvantage, his head unable to turn fast enough. But with Yashiro and Tetsu injured, and Tetsu unconscious, he had no choice but to engage. Good, Dana thought. I'm not done yet. He sidestepped a kunai. A flicker of lightning, and he was behind Fugaku, reaching for his forehead protector. Fugaku sensed his intention. A surge of anger, and he spun around, but he stabbed at empty air. Dana was already on his way to Inabi Uchiha, who was protecting the wounded. Damn it. Look out. Inabi quickly used a jutsu to block him. Earth release, earth-style wall. Dana formed a claw with one hand, lightning crackling at his fingertips. Using the natural advantage of lightning over earth, he shattered the wall with a single blow. A look of triumph appeared on Inabi's face, but it quickly vanished. Dana was holding a burning explosive tag. Did you put this here? He asked. Then, a split second before it exploded, he threw it at Inabi's feet. Boom. The explosion engulfed him. Inabi barely managed to escape with a substitution, only to find that Tetsu Uchiha was gone. Dana had snatched him and casually tossed him to one of his subordinates. He clapped his hands and, in a deliberately thuggish voice, said, "What a shame. We could have just left each other alone. I know you have another group, the big guy with the white hair. Tell him we've taken the contract to protect the stone supply lines in the land of grass. If he knows what's good for him, he won't try anything. As for this guy, and your forehead protector, consider them trophies." The veins on Fugaku's forehead bulged. Such a humiliation. Dana looked at his furious expression. These Uchiha were strong, but they were no match for his team. Even without him, the Special Strategy Division could have taken them down. Since he had the luxury, he decided to do an experiment. He wanted to see if the Mangekyo Sharingan was really that easy to awaken. He deliberately pried open Tetsu's eyelids, revealing a pair of ordinary black eyes. "How strange," he said, examining them. "They've changed back. Oh well. I'm sure someone, either the underground exchange or the stone village, will pay a good price for them." Fugaku watched as his teammate was treated like a piece of merchandise. The three tomo in his eyes spun into a blur. Chapter 62, more money. Chapter 62, more money. The Sharingan, the eye that reflects the heart. An Uchiha who experiences a strong emotional upheaval may awaken it, progressing from 1 tomo to 3. And those with even greater talent may, under extreme emotional stimulation, evolve it into the Mangekyo Sharingan, gaining a variety of miraculous abilities. Of course, there is no standard for extreme emotion. It's also possible to have your entire family wiped out and only awaken a single tomo. In his past life, influenced by various works of fiction, Dana had thought it was easy to awaken the Mangekyo. A little stimulation pushed them to the brink, and it would just happen. He had also thought that the Uchiha were the type to fearlessly charge into battle, shouting for the glory of the Uchiha. But the reality was not so simple. A fearless warrior is not a ninja. So, just as he thought his experiment had succeeded and his opponent was about to awaken the Mangekyo, Fugaku Uchiha calmed down. He gritted his teeth and said to the men behind him, "Inabi, take Yashiro and retreat. But Tetsu is in their hands. Our only chance of saving him is to find Lord Jiraiya immediately. If we don't leave now, we'll all die." The wounded Yashiro, supported by Inabi, said with difficulty, "The Sharingan cannot be allowed to fall into enemy hands. Would you rather one pair of Sharingan fall into their hands, or 4? That's an order. Retreat now. If they pursue, at that man's speed, it makes no difference whether we run or fight." At the critical moment, Fugaku gave the order to retreat. Though Inabi and Yashiro were furious, they were outmatched and had no choice but to obey. After they had left, Fugaku saw that the men in the one of circles mask did not pursue. Is such a powerful man really a mercenary? He thought. Though not as coveted as the Byakugan, if he were from the stone or any other great village, he would never have given up 4 pairs of Sharingan when he had the advantage. He then began to back away slowly, preparing to leave. Just as he had created some distance and was about to disengage completely, the men who had single-handedly defeated his squad called out. "You actually managed to control your impulses. Are you really an Uchiha?" Fugaku gritted his teeth. Fugaku Uchiha, will remember this. Dana understood. No wonder he had been so restrained. It's not a grudge, it's a favor, he said. You were the ones who wanted a fight. You were outmatched, and I'm letting you go. You owe me. Fugaku almost lost it. This shorty was so infuriating. It took all his strength not to say something even more shameful, like, just you wait, I'm going to get reinforcements. He gave his opponent one last, long look with his crimson eyes and then quickly left. My lord, one of his subordinates asked, what are your orders? Use the supersized sealing scroll to pack up these supplies. We'll release them near the stone's camp and transport them normally from there. A 7-foot-tall ninja with a garlic nose slammed his fist on the table. Another supply shipment hijacked. Damn it. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, was naturally with the main force for a major operation like the invasion of Konoha. But after a successful initial push into the Land of Fire, things had gone downhill. First, they had been stopped by the reacting Konoha forces. Though they had entered the Land of Fire, they had not reached their intended destination. Then, their troops had struggled to adapt to the forest climate and terrain. A short battle with a few people was a completely different matter from a long-term encampment with thousands. How to set up camp, how to find water, it was all a headache. This was the first time the stone had ever advanced this far. Most importantly, the long advance meant a long supply line, and Hiruzen's student was constantly harassing it in the Land of Grass, a major annoyance. If they sent too few men to escort the convoys, they were at risk of being attacked. If they sent too many, it was a waste of resources. He had sent several teams to eliminate them, but they had all failed. Anoki wished he could just fly over to the Land of Grass and deal with them himself. But the enemy was elusive, and he worried about leaving his main camp undefended for too long. Just then, a ninja lifted the tent flap. My lord, he reported, a supply shipment has arrived. It seems to be Oiwa's. Anoki was surprised. Oiwa had reported that his convoy had been attacked 3 days ago. They had fallen into a trap, and not a single kunai was left. Anoki had chewed him out for it. Who brought it? The ninja's expression was strange. Do you remember the guard missions we posted? The ones for the rogue ninja, to bolster the convoy's numbers. It's one of them. They call themselves what? Anoki asked, curious. The Ashen Bandits, the ninja said, his face still contorted. Anoki was speechless. Who calls themselves bandits? They're all wearing mahjong masks. According to them, after Oiwa's team was drawn away, another squad of Uchiha ninja attacked. The Ashen Bandits repelled them, but by the time the fight was over, there were no stone ninja in sight, so they brought the supplies here themselves. Anoki considered the report. It all seemed plausible, except for the part about the rogue ninja being so responsible. The stone had only hired them as cannon fodder and hadn't paid them much. An Uchiha squad was not an easy opponent. To defeat them, you needed at least twice the number of equally skilled ninja. This Ashen Bandits group was something special. Do they have any proof? Anoki asked. They have a prisoner. We've confirmed his identity. He's a member of that Uchiha squad. Jiraiya's unit had been active in the Land of Grass for a while now, and their members' identities were known. They even captured a live Uchiha. That's not easy. Anoki was intrigued. Go and ask them what they plan to do with the Uchiha prisoner, he ordered. The stone is very interested. A rogue ninja organization and 1 or 2 Uchiha prisoners were not enough to warrant his personal attention. A Hyuga main family member, maybe. The Sharingan was powerful, but it was not very user-friendly for non-Uchiha. A short while later, after he had already put the matter out of his mind, the subordinate returned. The Ashen Bandit said, he reported, that that's a different price. We'll have to pay more. Anoki was speechless. They really did talk like bandits. How much? They want that lightweight boulder technique. Tell them to take their Uchiha prisoner and get lost. On a hill outside the stone's camp, Dana had chosen a spot to communicate with them. He was still a bit wary of the Tsuchikage. The old man, no, he wasn't old yet, was a formidable opponent. So they're not willing. What if I pay more? The stone ninja who had come to relay the message looked at him like he was an idiot. The lightweight boulder technique was a secret art of the Tsuchikage's lineage, and one of the few jutsu in the world that allowed a person to fly. It was a strategic-level ninjutsu. In Dana's mind, it had incredible potential for development. All right, fine, he said. But we did go above and beyond our duty. I hope you'll put in a good word for us with your superiors. And if you have any other missions, don't forget to recommend the Ashen Bandits. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a few explosive tags into the man's pocket. The stone ninja jumped, thinking he was about to be killed. He quickly checked them. It was a small stack of new, unactivated explosive tags. He almost gave me a heart attack. Dana made a gesture. We're all ninja, he said. Money is so tacky. This is the real currency. The stone ninja's expression changed several times. I'm just an ordinary chunin, he said awkwardly, but I am the one who handles the mission postings. I'll keep an eye out for you. After sending the ninja away, one of his subordinates asked, My lord, what's our next move? Dana took off his mask and took a breath. He counted the explosive tags in his ninja pouch. The Cloud was now mass-producing them as part of the blacksmith shop project, though the outside world didn't know that yet. We continue our mission, he said. The stone supply shortage can't be solved with a single convoy. We'll have to escort them for a while. Even if we can't protect them all, we have to ensure the basic supply route is open. When the stone can finally face Konoha head-on, then we can move on to the next phase of our plan. The subordinate hesitated. Shouldn't you return to the land of hot water, my lord? He asked. If this continues, it will be difficult to explain to the clan and to Lord Dodai. They hadn't expected things to get so complicated. Not only had Dana fought, but he had also come to the outskirts of the stone's main camp. They had been on edge for days. But Dana's authority was growing, and they felt they could no longer restrain him. No, he said. Without me to adjust the plan in real time, things could go wrong. Then what do we do with the Uchiha prisoner? Send him back to the village. Let Dad decide what to do with him. Yes, my lord. For a time, Dana and his Ashen Bandits made a name for themselves on the battlefield, repeatedly protecting the stone's supply convoys from Jiraiya's attacks. Jiraiya's unit, after their first encounter with the Ashen Bandits, had tried to capture them and find out what had happened to Tetsu Uchiha, but they had found their opponents to be surprisingly strong, completely changing their perception of rogue ninja. Both sides were skilled, but the Ashen Bandits had the backing of the stone. Jiraiya's unit was also constantly on the run from the stone's main forces. How could they fight a combination of the Ashen Bandits and the stone? After several failed attempts and heavy losses, Jiraiya was forced to give up on rescuing Tetsu Uchiha. The Ashen Bandits and the Stone Ninja, on the other hand, had developed a good relationship. Many of the Stone Ninja now knew that their village had hired a group of highly skilled and reliable mercenaries. Even Inoki was hearing good things about them. Fugaku and the other Uchiha were furious, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, after repeated failures and heavy losses, Jiraiya was forced to abandon his position in the Land of Grass. With the help of the reinforcements led by Tsukumo Hatake, he broke through the stone's encirclement and retreated to the Land of Fire. Though he had not achieved a complete victory, he was still treated as a war hero. He and his men had fought a lonely battle, delaying the stone's advance and buying Konoha more time to prepare. The Uchiha squad had performed exceptionally well, which had somewhat improved the villagers' opinion of the military police force. More importantly, as the squad leader, Fugaku had gained a great deal of prestige within the clan. As a member of the main family, he was now a leading figure of the younger generation and a strong contender for the next clan head. But he would never forget the ninja who had taken his forehead protector, or Tetsu Uchiha, whose fate was unknown but had been covered up by both the village and the clan. And Jiraiya brought the intelligence about the Ashen Bandits back to his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. A powerful rogue ninja organization. Hiruzen mused. Jiraiya nodded. To be honest, he said, there were 11 of them, and I felt like every single one of them was at the Jonin level. It's not normal. It's highly likely they're ninja from another great village in disguise, trying to escalate the war between us and the stone. Hiruzen said nothing. Of the 5 great villages, besides Konoha itself, all of them would benefit from a war between the stone and the leaf. No matter, he said finally. Whether they're acting on another village's orders or not, we must proceed with the next phase of our plan. Old man, Jiraiya said, his voice grim, what are you going to do? We will launch a full-scale offensive, Hiruzen declared, his voice firm. We will drive the stone from the borders of the Land of Fire and push the battlefield back to the Land of Rain. Chapter 63, Earth and Fire. Chapter 63, Earth and Fire. In the early days of Konoha's year 38, the Second Great Ninja War was escalating. The Stone Village's initial surprise attack had allowed them to establish a foothold in the Land of Fire, a thorn in Konoha's side. After their advance team was crushed by Hanzo of the Salamander, the Hidden Sand had finally regrouped and was now massing its forces in the lands of rain and rivers. Concerned that Tsunade was too young to command, Konoha's leadership had sent Kohara Yutane to the front lines. To counter the sand, Konoha was forced to open a second front. Facing the threat of both the sand and the stone, Konoha had to go all in. The village's war machine was running at full capacity, and it was then that the world saw that Konoha's reputation as the strongest of the hidden villages was not an empty boast. The various clans put aside their differences and united against the common enemy. The mature ninja academy system provided a steady stream of low-level ninja, and Konoha seemed to have strength to spare, even while fighting 2 great villages at once. And as everyone was wondering when the cloud and the mist would enter the fray, Konoha's secretly planned counterattack began. "Danzo," Hiruzen said, "I'm leaving the village in your hands." He was not in his Hokage robes, but in combat gear. "May your battles be victorious," his subordinates chanted in unison. With a determined expression, Hiruzen nodded, formed a one-handed seal, and used the reverse summoning jutsu, disappearing from his office. He reappeared in the frontline war camp. "Lord Hokage," a Nara clansman greeted him. Hiruzen waved him off. "What's the situation?" he asked, his voice low. "The general offensive is about to begin. All combat units are in position." Meanwhile, Inoki was listening to a report. With Jiraiya's unit gone from the land of grass, the stone supply crisis had been somewhat alleviated. He was already thinking about his next move. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside his tent. "What is it?" Lord Tsuchikage, a ninja reported, his voice filled with panic. "Konoha has launched an attack. There are a lot of them. The frontline scouts were almost completely wiped out. It's a general offensive." "What?" Inoki immediately rushed out. A slab of rock broke free from the ground and carried him into the sky. From his vantage point, he could see the intense fighting in the dense forest below. Unlike in the land of earth, where he could see for miles, the thick forests of the land of fire severely limited his aerial reconnaissance advantage. But from the sheer scale of the battle, he could tell this was a major attack. "They've come to die." Inoki quickly descended back to the camp. "Konoha has launched a general offensive," he ordered. "All units, defend your positions. ANBU and Explosion Corps, provide support." The stone had been encamped here for some time. Though their strategy had been to continue their advance, they had also used their earth release to build a network of defensive fortifications. It would not be easy to break through. "And you, my lord? I'm going to send those Konoha bastards to the underworld." He shot back into the sky and flew towards the battle. He soon spotted a group of Konoha ninja attacking a stone position. He flew high above them and, unnoticed, formed a spire with his hands. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A massive cube appeared, trapping a number of the Konoha ninja. As members of the advance team, they knew what this meant. A look of despair crossed their faces, and then they were reduced to molecular dust. A violent explosion followed, sending the surrounding ninja flying. A few of them threw various jutsu at Inoki, but he easily dodged them. The rest scattered and fled. Inoki sneered and continued to use his dust release, picking off the Konoha squads one by one. Ordinary ninja were helpless against it. Ninja art, shadow imitation technique. Suddenly, several black shadows shot out from the forest, aiming for Inoki's shadow on the ground. It was a secret art of the Nara clan, but it was aimed at the shadow of the rock he was standing on. I was prepared for that. Inoki abandoned the rock and summoned another to his feet. It was a strategy he had prepared long ago. He then fired another dust release at the source of the shadow imitation, killing an unknown number of Konoha ninja. But switching rocks had still momentarily disrupted his movement, and it was all the opening his opponent needed. Ninja art, triangle seal. 3 identical Hiruzen Sarutobis, launched into the air by their comrades, appeared around him. A green, 4-sided pyramid materialized, trapping him and slowly lowering him to the ground. Earth release, stone fist technique. Inoki's right hand was suddenly encased in a thick layer of rock. He slammed his fist into the green barrier. The impact was so great that it sent a shockwave that knocked the Konoha ninja below off their feet. But the barrier held. Flying high in the sky gave him excellent mobility, but it also limited the power of his earth release jutsu. Just as he was about to use a more powerful technique, the real Hiruzen Sarutobi, dressed in combat gear, shot out from the dense forest. Inoki braced himself, but Hiruzen just shot past him. What? As they passed, Hiruzen shot him a cold glance and then continued deeper into the front lines. More Hiruzens followed, bypassing Inoki and charging at the stone positions. 5-style great combo jutsu. 5 Hiruzens, each using a different elemental release, unleashed a massive, wide-range attack. The entire stone position was instantly engulfed. Inoki was furious. He had thought his defenses would inflict heavy losses on the arrogant Konoha ninja, but in a moment of carelessness, he had been trapped. Damn it. Earth release, golem technique. A massive stone giant rose from the ground, crushed the ceiling barrier in its hand, and then opened its palm, revealing Inoki standing on it. Nearly a dozen Hiruzens looked up from the shattered remains of the stone's defenses at the Tsuchikage on the golem's hand. The third Hokage and the third Tsuchikage, facing each other from afar. In the distance, on the edge of the battlefield, Dana watched the shattered landscape and the 2 opposing Kage. Impressive, he murmured. The third Tsuchikage and the third Hokage in their prime are not to be trifled with. I had hoped the stone would be the first to attack, but it seems Konoha has made the first move. We were a step too slow. My lord, one of his subordinates said, the battle is spreading in our direction. What are your orders? On a battlefield of this scale, we can't influence the outcome. But it does give us an opportunity. Dana took one last look at the battlefield and then turned to leave. Chapter 64, no rice for you to carry. Chapter 64, no rice for you to carry. In the early days of Konoha's year 38, Konoha launched a counterattack against the hidden stone within the Land of Fire. After 2 days of hard-fought battles, they successfully pushed the stone back out of their country. During those 2 days, Dana had been on the battlefield, collecting a large amount of blood and tissue samples from fallen ninja with Kekkei Genkai and secret jutsu. These samples were escorted back to the hidden cloud and given to the research team led by Old Man Yoshitoki. These things, which were normally scattered across the ninja world and difficult to find, were plentiful on a large-scale battlefield, where fallen ninja were often left behind by their comrades. Unfortunately, the really good stuff, like the Byakugan and the Sharingan, was impossible to get. The Uchiha would destroy their eyes immediately upon death, and the Byakugan users on the battlefield were all from the branch family. Dana, not wanting to reveal himself, had to steer clear of them. But he had not been so polite with the members of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Aburame clans. He had helped them by collecting their remains from the brutal battlefield and storing them in sealing scrolls. What a noble gesture. The body of a ninja was a treasure trove of value. Konoha had paid a heavy price to push the stone back into the Land of Rain. The most displeased, besides Inoki, was probably Hanzo of the Salamander. The Land of Rain was now destined to become a brutal battlefield, a sacrifice to the wars of the great nations. To make matters worse, the Hidden Sand, after a long standoff with Koharu Yutatane's western forces in the Land of Rivers, had given up on that hard nut to crack and had instead looped around into the Land of Rain. This time, without Hanzo to stop them, they had successfully pushed deep into the country. Though the sand and the stone had not officially formed an alliance, it was an unspoken agreement. Besides the necessary precautions against each other, they both turned their attention to Konoha. And Hanzo of the Salamander, with years of secret support from the cloud, was not content to just sit back and watch his country be turned into a battlefield. He was starting to make his move. At the same time, with the armies of multiple nations now in the Land of Rain, the country descended into even greater chaos. In the Land of Rain, 2 Konoha ninja had just escaped a stone pursuit. Their original foreman squad was now down to 2 genin. They had been trudging through the cold spring rain all day and were starving. They had lost all their supplies and, out of desperation, decided to break into a civilian house to find food. Inside, a family of 3 heard a noise. With the entire country in turmoil, they were naturally on high alert. They hid in their bedroom, holding their breath, hoping the ninja would just take what they wanted and leave. But the noise they made was heard. What was that? The Konoha ninja drew their kunai and began to search the house. In the darkness, they saw a few figures and tensed up. Who's there? Damn it. Are you the enemy? Seeing the weapons, the men of the house, in a fit of desperation, charged forward, hoping to buy his wife and child a chance to escape. He grappled with one of the ninja. Now. Run. But even with all his strength, he could only hold one of them. The other ninja charged forward, kunai in hand. The woman, to protect her son, threw her body in front of him. Nagato. Run. Time seemed to slow down. If nothing unexpected happened, this boy would witness the tragic murder of his parents, feel the pain, and spend the rest of his life carrying bags of rice. But there were no ifs today. A size 12 boot shot out, inserting itself between the woman and the ninja. With a single kick, it sent the ninja flying. Then, before anyone could react, the newcomer chopped the other ninja on the back of the neck, knocking him out. A tall man in a straw raincoat and hat had appeared in their home. Don't you Konoha ninja have any manners, he said. If you're hungry, why not just ask to buy some food? You have to sneak in and steal. Or rob. The family stared, dumbfounded, as the men in the raincoat took down the 2 ninja. The atmosphere of impending tragedy was gone. Sorry for the intrusion, the men said. I'm a mercenary. I've run out of supplies and was hoping to buy some food from you. I saw these 2 causing trouble and thought I'd help you out. Hope you don't mind. Ah, this. The mercenary then had Nagato's mother make him a pot of porridge, which he ate with some side dishes. The 2 unconscious Konoha ninja were lying on the floor next to the table. The family felt so uncomfortable they just stood there, watching him eat. Today had been a surreal experience. It was as if their house had some kind of ninja-tracking barrier. The mercenary finished his simple meal and wiped his mouth. Thank you for the meal, he said. You probably don't have much to spare in these war-torn times. But don't worry, I'm a mercenary, but I have my principles. I won't eat for free. The family just nodded numbly. The mercenary threw a heavy coin purse onto the table. The clinking sound it made was far more than the value of a single meal. The stone village is offering a bounty for Konoha ninja. I'll be taking these two with me. The family nodded vigorously. Please, just take them and go. I was just looking for some food, the mercenary said. This is a nice little bonus. Where I'm from, we believe in sharing good fortune. The extra money in this purse is for you. But take my advice. Use it to get out of the land of rain. Things are only going to get worse here. With that, he slung one of the unconscious ninja over each shoulder. As he was about to leave, he turned back. Hey, kid, he said. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't walk around with a long face all the time. It doesn't help. Laugh your way to strength. Ha ha. With a hearty laugh, he disappeared into the rainy night. The family stood there, bewildered, as if they had just woken from a dream. But the image of the man's back was surprisingly reassuring. In his absence, the world suddenly felt much less safe. That night, they decided to leave the land of rain. In another corner of the land of rain, in a dilapidated-looking restaurant, Dana sat at the only table, tapping his fingers as he counted the time. By now, the Nagato situation should be resolved. Yes, the tall mercenary had been sent by him. The moment the Special Strategy Division was formed and had made contact with Hanzo, they had located Nagato's family. Not because they knew of his future potential, but simply because he and his mother were Uzumaki, a key target of the Fire Thief Initiative. They had been on their radar from the very beginning. Chapter 65, Perhaps we'll meet again. Chapter 65, Perhaps we'll meet again. Though he had discovered Nagato early on, Dana had restrained himself from making contact. He couldn't be sure if the Rinnegan had already been implanted, but if it had, then it was a safe bet that Black Zetsu and Madara Uchiha had left some kind of contingency in place to ensure his safety. At the very least, a few white Zetsu were probably watching him sleep every night and observing his bowel movements from underground. Dana didn't want to get on Black Zetsu's radar so early. He had no time for Madara and Black Zetsu's nonsense right now. The Second Great Ninja War was in full swing, and securing the greatest possible victory for the Cloud was his top priority. So, for now, he just kept a casual eye on Nagato. And for the same reason, he couldn't just snatch him and take him back to the village. The white Zetsu, and possibly Black Zetsu, that would come with him would drag the Cloud into their grand scheme. Dana had no desire to spend his days guarding against a hidden enemy. But not wanting to attract attention and not wanting to disrupt the plot were two different things. Dana had no intention of letting Black Zetsu have his way. Nagato would not be allowed to grow up according to his script. And it had to be done with the utmost secrecy. The mercenary was a former Cloud ANBU, his identity deeply buried. He had been operating as a mercenary in the Land of Rain for 6 months, secretly keeping an eye on Nagato's family at Dana's behest. And after tonight, he would continue to be a mercenary, living by their code, so that even if a white Zetsu were to follow him 24/7, they would find nothing out of the ordinary. And at the opportune moment, he would appear before Nagato again. From the very beginning, after receiving his series of orders from Dana, this mercenary had been playing his part, with no further contact with the Cloud, until his mission was complete. No matter how suspicious Black Zetsu became, he would find nothing wrong with him, unless he could see the future. Was Black Zetsu the enemy? Sooner or later, Dana knew, he would be. Though he had no time to deal with him now. So, whatever the enemy wanted to do, he would interfere. If Black Zetsu had a script, why couldn't he? Dana was very much looking forward to Nagato's development. And if Nagato was a hot potato for the Cloud, then another person was a sweet, valuable prize. Lady Kahaku, Dana said, your cooking is surprisingly delicious. Please, reconsider my offer. I am a senior executive of the Katanuji Merchant Guild in the Land of Hot Water. Our guild has recently acquired a large hot spring inn, and we want to turn it into the premier culinary destination of the ninja world. We would like to invite you to come and create your signature Land of Rain cuisine. Kahaku Yasuko looked at him, troubled. A senior executive. But he was so young. She had, however, heard from travelers that the Katanuji Merchant Guild had been doing very well in recent years. After her husband's death, Kahaku had been raising her child alone, running a small restaurant in the Land of Rain. Her cooking was good, and she had managed to make a living. She was also a beautiful woman, and a rain ninja had once pursued her, but out of consideration for her daughter's feelings, it had come to nothing. But in the past year, the entire country had been in turmoil. The number of travelers and merchants had dwindled, and society had become more and more unstable. After being caught in the crossfire several times, her small restaurant was on the verge of collapse. Lately, it had been a struggle to even feed herself, let alone serve customers. Food was now scarce and expensive. And then, a group of people had shown up at her door, wanting to eat. When she had told them she had no ingredients, they had provided their own. Feeling a sense of absurdity, she had cooked them a meal. They were a large and intimidating group. After they had finished, they had praised her cooking. To be honest, though she was proud of her own skills, she knew she was just a very good home cook. The idea of being a head chef in the land of hot water seemed unreal. And the person who had made the offer was just so young. Lady Kahaku, Dana said, you know the situation in the land of rain better than I do. A job in the land of hot water could solve a lot of your problems. Do you really want your daughter to grow up in such a dangerous environment? The blue-haired girl, seeing him look at her, hid behind her mother again, only a single, beautiful eye peeking out. After a long hesitation, Kahaku finally agreed. If she stayed here, she could be dead tomorrow. Even if this was some kind of trick, it was better than dying anonymously in the war. The next day, she packed her few belongings and, with her daughter, joined the Kitanuji Merchant Guild's convoy, her heart filled with a mixture of hope and trepidation. After joining the convoy, they discovered that another father and son were also traveling with them. Are you going to the land of hot water too? The boy asked, striking up a conversation. My dad is a water engineer. He can build giant water wheels. They hired him to build one. The boy was very friendly, which made the little girl a bit uncomfortable. What's your name? Conan. Kahaku Conan. I'm Yahiko. Hee. Watching the convoy depart, Dana looked at the outgoing Yahiko and the shy Conan. This must be the compatibility of fate, he thought. Perhaps, one day, Nagato would meet them. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen then. As the convoy disappeared from sight, his smile faded, and he turned to leave. 3 days later, under the guise of the young cloud research prodigy, Mata, he met with Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo had not been having a good time lately. The three great nations were fighting a bloody war in his country, and the hidden rain could only watch. The prestige he had built up over the years was slowly eroding. The lord of my village wishes for you to endure for now, Mata said. Hanzo put down the letter with a heavy hand. My old friend is right, he said. The time is not yet right. With years of support from the cloud, the hidden rain was much stronger than it had been in the original timeline. They still controlled the area around their village, they had a ninja academy, and their supplies were plentiful. They were not without the ability to fight. Their recent victory over the Sans advance team was proof of that. The hidden rain was now a force that could influence, and even decide, the outcome of the war. But being able to decide the outcome did not mean they would be the ones to laugh last. This was why Hanzo had been holding back. The time was not yet right. In fact, he was waiting for the cloud. Center your forces around the hidden rain village and gradually expand your sphere of control. But be sure to leave enough space for the three great nations to fight. Draw a line. If anyone crosses it, make trouble for them. But only make trouble, don't hit them too hard. The hidden rain cannot become the primary enemy of any one side. But it must become a force they don't want to provoke. This will buy you time to develop. This was the invaluable advice his old friend from the cloud had given him. Chapter 66, so ridiculous. Chapter 66, so ridiculous. Tsunade, have you developed the antidote yet? Tsunade, her back to Koharu Yutane, frowned at the test tube in her hand. This old woman is so annoying. After the Sans forces had looped around into the land of rain, Koharu's western forces had followed, and the two armies had clashed several times. The Sans forces were smaller than the stones, and they relied heavily on poison to inflict casualties. Poison was a tricky business. Developing an antidote was always more difficult than creating the poison itself. So, Tsunade was constantly working to counter the various concoctions the Sand had scrounged up from who knows where. With the famous White Fang of Konoha on the front lines, she was happy to stay in the rear. For others, war was blood and fire. But for Tsunade, it was mostly spent in her tent, developing antidotes. This suited her just fine. After her brother's death, she had lost her taste for battle. Developing antidotes, doing her part for the war effort, and occasionally going on dates with Dan Kato. It wasn't until the solution in her hands turned from cloudy to clear that she finally spoke. The antidote is confirmed effective. It can be distributed. Koharu nodded and then took a strange-looking piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade took it. It was a rectangular piece of paper, similar to an explosive tag, but with the character for heal written in the center. What's this? This is the healing talisman from the intelligence reports. We captured 2 of them from a rain ninja squad yesterday. They're said to have the ability to heal injuries. Her meaning was clear. She wanted Tsunade to study it. After Koharu left, Tsunade held the talisman between her fingers, feeling the faint chakra pathways within. It was a very sophisticated sealing jutsu. Though it wasn't her specialty, after years of studying under the professor of ninjutsu, she had a good eye for it. She examined the patterns on the talisman, the physical manifestation of the sealing formula. She could see faint traces of the Uzumaki clan style. But that wasn't unusual. As the masters of sealing jutsu, many of the world's sealing techniques had been influenced by them. Now, let's see what kind of medical ninjutsu is inside. She thought for a moment, then made a cut on her pale forearm. Blood immediately began to well up. She infused the talisman with chakra, and a warm, gentle chakra flowed from it, through her body, and to the wound. The bleeding stopped, and the wound began to heal at a visible rate. But Tsunade's expression suddenly changed. It's completely different. Her own medical ninjutsu stimulated the body's natural healing ability. But this talisman was directly converting its sealed chakra into life force. This wasn't just a difference in technique, it was a completely different system. Was it even possible? Everyone's life force was unique, just as no two flowers were the same. After the wound had healed, there was still a good amount of energy left in the talisman. She decisively cut herself again. After 2 more times, the healed character on the talisman completely faded, and it became inert. Enough to treat most external wounds, and very easy to use. Unfortunately, she had too few samples. She looked at the single remaining talisman, troubled. I know you're a skilled medical nin, a gentle voice said from behind her, but it's still a little strange to see you cut yourself without a moment's hesitation. Dan, she said, pleasantly surprised. When did you get here? Just as you were cutting your arm, he said with a sigh. Tsunade blushed slightly and showed him her pale forearm. It's fine, she explained. See? Not even a scar. That's what makes it so strange, he said. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then put the last healing talisman in her ninja pouch and went off to flirt with Dan. My lord, his subordinate said, here is the recent data from the Sand Village's mission assignment desk. In a deep forest, in a hollowed-out tree, Dana took the document. The mission assignment desks in the various nations were open to the public. It was a simple fact. How else would people post missions? So, if you stayed long enough, you could learn a lot from the daily changes. For example, if the price for a certain type of mission of a certain difficulty went up, it might mean the village's manpower was stretched thin. If it went down, the opposite was true. Normally, there was a flow of missions between the various nations and villages. Someone from the Land of Fire might post a mission in the Land of Wind to save money, or even go to a small village. But during a war, this flow was drastically reduced, making a village's own data a much clearer reflection of its internal situation. The Sand has deployed almost all of its ninja, Dana said. Even D-rank missions are overflowing. They're probably about to launch a final, decisive battle. They're likely waiting for the stone, but the stone may not help them. Monitoring the public data of the great villages had become a routine for the Special Strategy Division. Information that would have once cost the lives of countless spies was now hidden in plain sight. Konoha still has reserves it hasn't deployed. They just need another push. Consolidate the data from all the villages, along with your analysis, and send a copy to the village, to Dodai. When the Sand launches their general offensive, it will be time for us to leave. The time has come. But the Mist's continued silence was a concern. But his father had said he had a plan, so he wouldn't worry about it. Orochimaru stood at the bow of a small boat, frowning at the fog in front of him. Guest, the boatman said as he rowed, looks like we won't be going far today. The fog's too thick to see where we're going. The sea fog, it comes when it pleases. At the beginning of the war, Orochimaru had been given a secret mission by his teacher, Hiruzen, to infiltrate the Land of Lightning. But so far, he had been unable to find his target. With the war escalating and Konoha now fighting 2 great villages at once, he was growing anxious. But there was nothing he could do. After analyzing various intelligence reports and making a few educated guesses, he had concluded that his target was likely on the legendary island that the cloud was said to be raising. Yes, raising. But the mobile island's location was unknown. He had only been able to narrow it down to a general area. So, he had resorted to a crude method. He had hired the most experienced boatman in the area and was sailing into places where an island shouldn't be, hoping to get lucky. But after 2 months, he had found nothing. Just as he was starting to get frustrated, his keen sense of smell caught a strange scent in the sea fog. A heavy, fishy smell. It wasn't strong, but it was very distinct. A massive black shadow loomed in the fog. Strange, the boatman said. There shouldn't be an island here. Are we lost? But his only answer was a kunai in the back of his neck. He slumped over and fell into the sea. After dealing with the boatman, Orochimaru turned to the black shadow, which had now revealed its true form. It was a strange-looking island, but Orochimaru knew what it was. The largest living creature in the ninja world. Just as he was about to sneak aboard, a voice came from the rocks above. Why did you kill the boatman? You could have knocked him out, or used a genjutsu. Orochimaru tensed. So you were expecting me, he said with a smirk. I never thought the cloud's Jinchuriki would be such a compassionate person. The ninja, whose hair was half black and half white, said with his eyes closed, "I wasn't expecting you. The fog may be a problem for you, but not for the island turtle. It saw you a long time ago. The current bee of the hidden cloud, the eight-tails Jinchuriki, blue bee." His cover blown, Orochimaru didn't waste any time. He drew his short sword. "As a Jinchuriki, you're afraid of Genjutsu, so you don't even dare to open your eyes. How pathetic." Blue bee, his eyes still closed, shook his head. "I am not afraid of Genjutsu. I don't open my eyes for a different reason." Playing tricks, Orochimaru sneered. But a moment later, he wasn't laughing anymore. "I just don't like my current eyes very much." Blue bee opened his eyes. A pair of crimson, three-tomo Sharingan stared back at him, looking particularly demonic. Orochimaru's heart pounded in his chest. He quickly looked down, not daring to meet his gaze, fearing he would be caught in a silent Genjutsu. How does he have the Sharingan? Was it from the Uchiha that was captured by the mercenaries? But Tetsu Uchiha only had a two-tomo Sharingan. His teacher had sent him to infiltrate the land of lightning and find a way to make the eight-tails Jinchuriki go on a rampage, to delay the cloud's entry into the war. But he had never imagined that he would find the Sharingan on a cloud Jinchuriki. It was so ridiculous. "I don't know who you are or what village you're from," Bluebee said calmly, "but it's clear you're up to no good." At the same time, on the vast, open sea, 7 figures were running across the water at high speed. They were of varying heights, both men and women, but they all carried uniquely shaped weapons on their backs. Chapter 67, How to Use a Jinchuriki. Chapter 67, How to Use a Jinchuriki. Orochimaru looked down at the ground, his mind racing. Not only has my infiltration failed, but the eight-tails has the Sharingan. This mission is a bust. Before he left, the village had given him a Genjutsu pill. When ingested, it would affect both the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast, causing the beast to break its seal. But now, that seemed like a very difficult task. Bluebee looked at Orochimaru with his crimson Sharingan. "This feeling is new," he said. "I don't like these eyes very much, but they make my enemies afraid to look at me." The sound of splashing water grew louder, and 7 figures of varying shapes and sizes emerged from the thick fog. "It seems the real guests have arrived." Bluebee leaped from the island turtle. As if by telepathy, the turtle began to swim away, eventually sinking into the bottomless sea. He stood on the surface of the water, ignoring the wary Orochimaru, and waited for the 7 figures to appear. They stopped, their eyes darting between Bluebee and Orochimaru. "An ambush," one of them said. "How did our position get leaked? But to only send 2 men to ambush us, are they underestimating us?" The leader of the group drew a massive, barbed blade. "No," Bluebee said. "It's just me. But the fact that you've appeared in this direction means the village's concerns were justified. Instead of attacking Konoha, the mist decided to cause trouble for the cloud. What were you thinking?" The leader of the group held his greatsword in front of him. "We just follow orders," he said. "The reasoning is for the higher-ups to worry about." "A pure ninja," Bluebee murmured. He looked at the 7 figures before him, and the scheming Orochimaru, and his mind drifted back. 4 years ago. A said, "Aren't you coming back to the village?" On the massive head of the island turtle, Bluebee calmly watched the sunset over the sea. He said, "I still haven't found myself. I still haven't accepted myself." "You've been thinking about this useless stuff since you were young," the Third Raikage said with a sigh. "I really regret making you a Jinchuriki." Bluebee's skill was undeniable. He was the bee of their generation's AB combo. But after becoming a Jinchuriki, he had keenly felt the villagers' fear and disgust. Day after day, it had worn him down, and he had chosen to live alone on the island turtle, rarely returning to the village, a self-imposed exile. As his best friend, A understood his sensitive nature and hadn't pushed him. It was a time of peace, so he had allowed it. But he had never imagined it would last for so many years. Bluebee said, "I heard you had another son." "You heard late. My second son is already leading the charge." Bluebee just smiled, assuming he was joking. The boy probably wasn't even in the academy yet. "But that's not why you're here, is it, A? If you've come to persuade me, don't bother. I'm still a ninja of the village. If you need me, I'll be there. But if not, just let me watch the sea with the turtle." The Third Raikage shook his head and took out a jar. Inside, 2 crimson eyes were floating in a greenish liquid. Bluebee's eyes narrowed. "This is the Sharingan," A said. "You've heard of the Uchiha clan of Konoha. These eyes were a gift from A friend in Konoha. They were tampered with, but that's been taken care of." He continued, "The Sharingan possesses powerful Genjutsu and dynamic vision. But it has a fatal flaw. For a non-Uchiha, transplanting it will severely drain their chakra, and it can't be turned off, constantly consuming the user's energy. But for a Jinchuriki, Bluebee interrupted, that's not a problem, is it? No matter how much chakra it consumes, it's meaningless to a Jinchuriki. Is that what you're trying to say, eh? Such an ugly, evil color. First, a cursed beast is sealed inside me, and now I'm supposed to transplant cursed eyes. A look of deep sorrow crossed his face. Bluebee. The third Raikage roar shattered his complex emotions. You are a ninja. A ninja of the hidden cloud village, and my brother. Why are you so weak? All your suffering comes from the fear of the beast inside you losing control. It is written in the ancient texts that these eyes can suppress the tailed beasts. They can help you control the monster inside you, so that it will never harm our comrades. Isn't that what you've always wanted? A's words shook him to his core. You are a ninja. Remember that. If you can't live in peace with the beast inside you, then control it. Suppress it. Conquer it. Don't just sit here and feel sorry for yourself. You have the iron armor seal, and now these eyes that can suppress the tailed beasts. The village's sealing jutsu research is growing stronger every day. One day, you will be able to live a normal life. But only if you stop staring at the sea all day, you idiot. Bluebee stared at him, then finally, a smile broke through his sadness. Maybe you're right, he said. I am a ninja. Running away won't solve anything. A nodded in satisfaction and embraced his partner. That's right, B. By the way, A, Bluebee asked, which book did you read that said the Sharingan can suppress the tailed beasts? I'm not sure. My youngest son saw it. He likes to read. Hey, are you serious? Is that reliable? That night, after the transplant surgery, Bluebee entered his inner world. In a massive, dark cage, the eight-tailed, ox-headed monster looked at him. Have you come to torture yourself again? No, he said. I've come to ask you one last time. Will you cooperate with me? Will you stop causing trouble? For all these years, I have hated you, and I'm sure you have hated me. In his inner world, Bluebee opened his eyes. The crimson, three-tomo Sharingan stared at the eight tails. But the fact that we are one is irreversible. How do you have those ominous eyes? The eight tails roared. Eight tails, he said, his voice firm, I will ask you one last time. Will you cooperate with me? Present day. As the island turtle disappeared into the depths, only Bluebee, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and Orochimaru were left on the surface of the sea. Bluebee's aura began to climb. A dark red-tailed beast cloak appeared, 8 tails dancing in the air. The massive chakra made the air around them shimmer with heat. A white, ox-headed bone mask formed over his head. He looked like a ferocious monster. On the open sea like this, he said, there's no risk of collateral damage. It's the perfect place for a Jinchuriki to fight. With that, the red monster opened its mouth, and a black-tailed beast ball began to form. In the 38th year of Konoha, the ambitious Hidden Mist sent the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to launch a surprise attack on the Land of Lightning. They were met by the prepared 8 tails Jinchuriki. Orochimaru, with his own ulterior motives, also happened to find the island turtle at this time. The 3 sides clashed on the open sea. Bluebee unleashed the full power of the tailed beast without restraint. 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed. Bluebee captured the great sword, Same Hada. Orochimaru was seriously injured but managed to escape, further proving that he was the hardest man in the ninja world to kill. After the battle, the Mist's intentions were exposed. They sent a force to launch a frontal assault on the Land of Lightning, but before the army had even gone far, they received the devastating news that their own village was being attacked by a tailed beast ball. Bluebee, with the help of the island turtle, was moving through the deep sea, patrolling the Mist's coastline, and periodically surfacing to fire a tailed beast ball at their village from dozens of kilometers away. The third Mizukage led several pursuit teams, but Bluebee would fire and move, his pattern unpredictable. The Mizukage returned empty-handed several times. His own Jinchuriki was unable to counter the attacks, and the Hidden Mist suffered heavy losses. In the end, they were forced to send an envoy to the cloud to sue for peace. A major crisis had been resolved almost as soon as it began. Bluebee, by single-handedly holding off an entire village, had earned the recognition of the entire Hidden Cloud and was hailed as a war hero. This was the first time since Hashirama Senju had distributed the tailed beasts that a Jinchuriki had been used as a stable and effective military force. In the past, they had been a bittersweet candy that the villages couldn't eat but were reluctant to spit out, a beautiful but volatile gas canister that they were afraid to use. After this battle, all the great villages realized the importance of a stable Jinchuriki and began to invest heavily in this area. Orochimaru, his mission a failure, returned to Konoha and was then sent to the Land of Rain. Chapter 68, A Glass of Water. Chapter 68, A Glass of Water. In the Land of Rain, Dana was unaware of the recent events in the Land of Water, though the roguish tactic had been his suggestion. Lately, the Ashen Bandits had been working diligently, carefully maintaining the balance of power on the battlefield. In other words, whoever was about to lose to Konoha, they would give them a hand. Especially the hidden sand. With their trump card, poison, countered by Tsunade, they had been suffering repeated defeats. In desperation, they had sought out the Ashen Bandits, who had made a name for themselves on the battlefield. The Ashen Bandits were strong, principled, and dedicated, a model of what a mercenary group should be, a golden standard. The sand had awkwardly approached them, hoping they could alleviate some of the pressure. And the Ashen Bandits had not disappointed. All 11 of them were at the Jonin level, a huge advantage in a localized battle. In fact, they were practically invincible. Except for a major offensive, a hidden village would never concentrate more than a dozen Jonin in one place. Under these conditions, Dana had also gained a great deal of combat experience. Though he usually only used taijutsu to avoid giving away too much information, he had still made a name for himself. The sand, the stone, and the leaf all knew that the leader of the Ashen Bandits was a taijutsu user of incredible speed. And he was very short. The Ashen Bandits were preparing for a mission for the sand, checking their ninja tools, when the sand's liaison came to them again. "Sir," he said, "here is a new commission. Don't worry about the price. I've already reported back to the village. The reward is 10% higher than last time." But to his surprise, the mysterious leader of the Ashen Bandits, the man in the One of Circles mask, shook his head. "No," he said. "This will be our last job together. After this, I'm going home to get married." The sand liaison was stunned. "Ah. Well, congratulations. But what about your men? Perhaps. We're all going together. A group wedding. We brothers swore an oath long ago. We may not have been born on the same day, in the same month, of the same year, but we will be married on the same day, in the same month, of the same year. So don't waste your breath. But we will, of course, complete this last mission with the utmost seriousness. You can rest assured of that." The sand liaison left with a heavy heart. Without the Ashen Bandits, the pressure on the front lines would increase dramatically. Dana just shrugged and continued to pack his ninja pouch. He had recently acquired a pair of sharkskin gloves and was having a great time catching kunai bare-handed. He hadn't been lying. After this mission, the Ashen Bandits were going home. "Dan. Don't die. Don't die. Hold on." Dan Kato, his internal organs ruptured, stared blankly at the sky. Rain fell into his eyes, but he no longer had the strength to blink. "Tsunade," he rasped, "don't be sad. I died protecting the village." From excruciating pain to a growing numbness, he knew his fate was sealed. Tsunade's hands trembled as she desperately used her medical ninjutsu, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop the life from draining out of him. A ruptured kidney was not something that could be fixed by simply stimulating the body's life force. The image of her brother's mangled body flashed in her mind. A cold fear and a sense of helplessness suffocated her. Her teammate, Kakuto, grabbed her arm. "Tsunade," he said, his voice grim, "let him go." "No. I'll never give up. Dan, you can't die. That's it. The healing talisman. The healing talisman." She quickly took out the talisman she had been saving for so long, clutching it like a lifeline, carefully shielding it from the rain. "Dan. You're going to be all right. The healing talisman can save you. It doesn't just stimulate life force, it infuses it." She quickly activated the talisman and guided the chakra within to Dan's most severe injury, his kidney. A miracle occurred. The wound, which had been impossible to close with her own medical ninjutsu, began to stop bleeding. A look of renewed hope spread across Tsunade's face. Even Kakuto, who had been urging her to give up, was astonished. Unbelievable. A wound like that can actually heal. But her joy was short-lived. A few moments later, the jutsu on the talisman was exhausted, and the heal character on the paper completely faded. No, just a little more. No. Without the talisman's power, the wound on his kidney burst open again. There is perhaps no greater pain than to be given a glimmer of hope, only to be plunged back into despair. Do you have one? Kakuto, do you have a healing talisman? We've captured them from the Rain Ninja before. You must have one, right? Give it to me. Kakuto could only look away, unable to meet her eyes. The seconds ticked by. The color had drained from Dan's face, and his breathing was shallow. He was as good as dead. Tsunade's face was a mask of despair. She now hated herself for having used up one of the talismans in her experiment. Just then, a rustling sound came from the forest. 11 figures appeared in the trees around them, surrounding the three of them. They were all wearing straw raincoats and hats, and mahjong masks, watching them in silence. Damn it. The Ashen Bandits. Of all the times. The Ashen Bandits were infamous in Konoha. The elite mercenary squad had inflicted heavy losses on them several times. Even at full strength, Kakuto knew the three of them would have to run. But now, Den was practically dead. Tsunade didn't even react. Her entire world was now focused on saving Dan. As Kakuto was on high alert, the rumored leader of the Ashen Bandits, the shortest of them, the men in the one of circles mask, spoke. "Well, isn't this a coincidence?" he said. "I never thought our last mission would be such a classic scene." He then sat down cross-legged on a branch, resting his head on his hand. "They say that even a single glass of water, if sold to a man dying of thirst in the desert, can be exchanged for all his worldly possessions." With that, he took a talisman from his ninja pouch and held it between his fingers. It was a healing talisman. The moment Tsunade saw it, her eyes locked on it. She shot towards him in an instant, her hand reaching for the talisman. But a flash of lightning, and she missed. The man in the one of circles mask was still in the same position, his head tilted, watching her, but he was now on a different tree. "That's no way to make a deal," he said. "If you're not interested, I can just leave." "No. Don't go. What do you want?" "Anything I have." The masked man chuckled. "That's more like it. But there's no need for outsiders to know about our little transaction, is there?" he said, his gaze shifting to the wary Kakuto below. A flicker of hesitation crossed Tsunade's face. Then, she was behind Kakuto. "Tsunade," he said. "What did he say?" "We need to find a chance to retreat." But his only answer was a chop to the back of the neck. Watching the familiar move, Dana was reminded of some unpleasant memories. "Now we can make a deal," Tsunade said, her eyes fixed on the men in the one of circles mask. But her expression was no longer just one of desperation. There was also a hint of ruthlessness. Chapter 69, Only with power can you laugh at strength. Chapter 69, Only with power can you laugh at strength. At the end of Konoha's year 38, a squad consisting of Tsunade, Den Kato, and Kakuto suffered heavy losses in a conflict with the Hidden Sand. Only Tsunade returned to the Konoha camp. Both Den Kato and Kakuto were missing in action. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, who had just arrived at the front lines, asked, "What happened?" Tsunade's eyes were vacant. She just shook her head. "Tsunade," Jiraiya said, his heart aching, "pull yourself together." Tears suddenly welled up in her empty eyes. She forced a smile. "You're right. I have to pull myself together." On the northern border of the Land of Rain, Nagato and his family were trekking through the mountains. The last incident had convinced them to leave. Now, they were on a long and difficult journey. Dozens of meters underground, two strange, white, humanoid creatures were talking. "There won't be any problems this time, right?" "No. That group of bandits will be here soon." Their previous plan to have Konoha Ninja kill Nagato's parents in front of him had failed. It had taken a lot of effort to arrange this new coincidence. As the two white Zetsu were talking, another white, goofy face poked through the dirt wall of their tunnel. "You scared me." "What are you doing here?" "No, what are you doing here?" the newcomer asked, even more confused. "Why should we tell you first?" "You tell us." "I'm tracking that big mercenary." On the surface, Nagato's family had just crossed a mountain ridge when they were stopped by a group of 7 or 8 ragged bandits. "Well, look what we have here," one of them sneered. "Looks like we're eating well tonight. Kill the men, keep the woman. And the kid, tch, a boy. We'll sell him later." Seeing no escape, Nagato's father, once again filled with a surge of desperate courage, charged at them. "Run," he shouted. "Don't worry about me. Just run." But he was quickly beaten to the ground. Nagato's mother grabbed him and tried to run, but she was grabbed by the hair and thrown to the ground, taking him down with her. The other bandits closed in, leering. "Nagato, run. Don't look back." Seeing that it was just a woman and a child, the bandits eagerly reached for Nagato's mother, ready to tear off her clothes. It was a predictable scene. If nothing unexpected happened, Nagato would witness the brutal murder of his father and the violation of his mother, feel the pain, and spend the rest of his life carrying bags of rice. But there were no ifs today. Time seemed to slow down. M.O.M. A twisted expression was frozen on Nagato's face. Just as the bandit's hand was about to touch his mother's chest, a size 12 boot slammed into his face. With his superhuman dynamic vision, Nagato could see the man's face contort and a tooth fly out. Everyone froze. Even Nagato's father, who was in the middle of a scuffle with another bandit, stopped, one man in the middle of a punch, the other in the middle of being punched. "Ah, this." The tall man in the straw raincoat spun around, kicking the surrounding bandits away. He then threw a kunai, impaling the bandit who was fighting Nagato's father. The remaining bandits fled. The tall man clapped his hands and then, as if just noticing them, said, "Are you all right, ma'am?" "Oh. It's you three. What a coincidence." Nagato's parents were in a daze, their hearts pounding. They were speechless. It was Nagato who, with a child's quick wit, bowed to the tall ninja. "Thank you, sir. Thank you for saving us again." The tall man waved his hand and laughed. "I was wondering myself, what a coincidence. It's almost as if someone arranged it. There's a bounty on these bandits in the nearby village. I never thought I'd run into you here." Underground, the white Zetsu smacked their lips, speechless. Perhaps because this was their second chance encounter, the tall man was more familiar. He ruffled Nagato's red hair with a large hand. "Funny, isn't it?" he said. "How a life-threatening crisis can be resolved so dramatically." Nagato nodded shyly. The scene had been a bit comical. Seeing his relaxed expression, the tall man's smile faded. "And do you know what would have happened if I hadn't shown up?" Nagato's smile vanished, his face instantly turning pale. "Your father would have been killed. Your mother would have been violated in front of you. And you would have been sold as a slave to some noble, to live the rest of your life in misery." Just thinking about it sent a chill down Nagato's spine. "You are too weak, boy," the man said. "And you, ma'am. Your husband has no lack of courage, but in this godforsaken ninja world, he cannot protect you. Are you heading for the land of iron?" "Yes, sir," Nagato's father said quickly. "We heard it's a neutral country, with no ninja." The tall man shook his head. "Who says there are no ninja? They just don't have their own village. A neutral country is a magnet for all sorts of scum. And do you really think all samurai are good people? Goodbye. And next time, don't try to save money by walking. Find a merchant caravan. It's safer." With that, he turned to pursue the fleeing bandits, waving goodbye without a second thought. But Nagato, thinking of his family's helplessness in the face of the ninja and the bandits, thinking of how easily this man had resolved a situation that would have destroyed his family, no longer wanted to hide behind his mother and watch in fear as tragedy unfolded. He suddenly fell to his knees. "Sir. Please, teach me. Teach me how to protect my family. How to not be bullied by bad people." The tall man stopped and turned back with a smile. "To be able to ask that question, it seems you're not completely stupid. The greatest misfortune in this world is to be weak. The weak cannot protect their families. They are at the mercy of others." He held out his right arm, his hand large, his arm strong. He swung it, and the air whistled. "If you want to protect yourself, to protect your family, you must rely on this." "Boy, do you know what this is?" "It's muscles." Nagato chirped. "Only with muscles." The tall man. Nagato's father. Nagato's mother. "It's power. Only with power can you laugh in the face of this godforsaken ninja world. All suffering is caused by a lack of power. Child, master power, and you can laugh at strength." A flash of inspiration, and Nagato bowed his head to the ground 3 times. "Sir. Please, accept me as your student. Teach me to be a ninja." Underground, the 3 white Zetsu, this. Chapter 70, Changes in the Yotsuki clan and returning to the village. Chapter 70, Changes in the Yotsuki clan and returning to the village. In the land of hot water, after a long absence, Dana finally returned to the secret base. The once famous hot spring inn, after several expansions and renovations by Kitanuji, had been renamed Gokuraku no Yu, the Bath of Paradise. It was now the largest comprehensive hot spring resort in the country, a one-stop destination for lodging, fine dining, hot springs, and entertainment, attracting wealthy merchants and nobles from all over. And the better the business of Gokuraku no Yu became, the better the secret base of the Special Strategy Division was hidden. After several expansions, the place was a labyrinth, its layout impossible for outsiders to decipher. And the business itself was a gold mine, making the already well-funded Special Strategy Division even wealthier. Dana luxuriated in his private bath, feeling the pleasure of every pore opening. He had been in the land of rain for too long, and he was sick of the cold and damp. He felt so comfortable he could have fallen asleep right there. The sound of the door sliding open. He instinctively reached for a weapon, then, seeing it was just Maki Minabe, he relaxed and sank back into the water with a self-deprecating chuckle. Am I suffering from battlefield post-traumatic stress too? There was no denying it. The experiences of the past few years had changed him. Maki, her face flushed, walked towards him. Young master, she said, please allow me to serve you. She was wearing a short, close-fitting uniform. From the hips down, it was all legs. In the steamy room, it was hard not to notice. With a great effort of will, Dana looked away. No, no, no. I may be a little taller, but I'm still a kid. And so is she. After a relaxing massage, he changed his clothes and went to a hidden room where Kitanuji was waiting. The Kitanuji Merchant Guild was now a major power in the land of hot water, but Kitanuji was always respectful in Dana's presence. He would never underestimate him because of his age. He knew who had given him his current success. The Kitanuji Merchant Guild was just a subsidiary of the Blacksmith Shop project, bearing his name and under his management. And in the Blacksmith Shop project, there were many other organizations of a similar scale. "Please, have some tea, my lord," Kitanuji said, respectfully offering him a cup. "The two families I sent back, have they been taken care of?" "Yes, my lord. All arrangements have been made. When the war is over in a couple of years, send the children to the Hidden Cloud Ninja Academy. You can start the preparations now. Now, what did you want to see me about?" Kitanuji wrung his hands, then, with a deep breath, said, "My lord, recently, a number of people from the Yotsuki clan have approached me, trying to persuade me. In recent years, the Blacksmith Shop project had monopolized the weapon and ironware industries in the lands of thunder, hot water, rice paddies, waterfalls, grass, and waves. They also controlled a large number of iron and coal resources. Even the land of iron, a traditional weapon-producing powerhouse, was now completely dependent on their supply chain. And recently, they had begun to extend their reach into the lands of fire and earth, crushing the local merchants. As he had thought before, when ninja get involved in business, it's a complete game changer. Business at the edge of a sword didn't even begin to describe it. With their advanced business concepts and technological superiority, their growth had been incredibly rapid. And the Yotsuki clan, as the leaders and actual owners of the project, had won big. To put it simply, their annual revenue was now comparable to that of the entire Hidden Cloud village. This sudden influx of wealth had caught the Yotsuki by surprise. Though they were a great clan, they had never managed such a vast income and so many industries. Thanks to Dana's intervention, there had been no major disasters, but it had changed the mindset of some of the clan members. Some of them, seeing that they could make a fortune in business, no longer wanted to be ninja, to live on the edge of a knife. Even the non-ninja members of the clan had seen their monthly allowances double, earning more than a typical chunin who risked their life on missions. For a time, almost no one from the Yotsuki clan was taking missions in the village. They were all working for their own family's business. It wasn't until the Third Raikage flew into a rage that things had changed. Many in the clan were now ambivalent about the ninja system. If they had the power of a ninja, did they have to take missions? Wasn't their own family's business more lucrative? Some had begun to entertain the idea of becoming independent of the village and the ninja system, of using their business to support the clan. This wasn't necessarily a selfish thought, but a public-spirited one. But the public had shrunk from the entire village to just the Yotsuki clan. A large portion of these people were young and not of high status, but they represented the many who had no great ambition as ninja. With the Third Raikage and the clan elders keeping a lid on things in the village, it was manageable. But the idea could never be completely suppressed. When you could live a comfortable life doing simple work for your own clan, why would you take on dangerous missions? A small, dissatisfied faction had begun to unite with outside forces, or with others who shared their ideas. The business professionals they had recruited in recent years, or the people from the village who had been allowed to participate because of their close ties to the Yotsuki, were all their targets. Their demand was simple, to be allowed to not accept missions, despite their status as ninja. Kitanuji's position was unique. He owned a portion of the shares, and he wielded considerable power in the land of hot water. And he was not a ninja. He was a natural target for them. Dana didn't look up. "What do you think?" he asked. "I will follow your orders, my lord," Kitanuji said simply. Ultimately, this was a problem of a backward organizational structure being unable to handle advanced productivity. The rapid development had made some of the old rules obsolete. "Don't take a side," Dana said. "This has nothing to do with you. When the time is right, a solution will be found." "As you command, my lord," Kitanuji said with a bow. He remained in that position, his head lowered. Dana took a sip of tea. He waited, but Kitanuji didn't say anything else. "Are you playing a guessing game with me?" he said. "Let me see, is that 10% not so easy to hold on to?" "My lord is wise." As the Blacksmith Shop project had grown, the 10% that Kitanuji had once thought was too little was now a hot potato. Some wanted to win him over, and others were watching him. He now possessed something that he could not protect. He knew his place. He was satisfied with his current position at the head of the Kitanuji Merchant Guild. But some things were not so easy to walk away from. So, he had come to his benefactor, to Dana, for advice. "The same goes for you," Dana said. "Don't be in a hurry. The time is not yet right. But I will take care of your situation. I am at your command, my lord." After a brief rest in the land of hot water, Dana set out for the Hidden Cloud village. As the only hidden village not yet affected by the war, the gates were bustling with activity. Not only were the surrounding small countries dependent on the cloud, but even the great nations of fire and earth, fearing the effects of the war, had sent people to post missions. From a distance, he could see the congestion. The gates were not wide enough to handle the dense flow of people, and a long, winding queue had formed outside the village. Of course, that was for the merchants. Ninja didn't know the meaning of the word queue. Seeing the familiar gates after more than a year, Dana felt a thrill of excitement, the joy of coming home. Hee, I'm back. Charge. He left the convoy. Someone else would take care of it. From a distance, he threw a kunai that pinned his entry permit to the gate, and then, with his ashen bandits in tow, he charged into the village, to the envious stares of the queuing merchants. He moved so fast that he kicked up a cloud of dust, like a yellow dragon. A moment later, he charged back out and scooped up the stunned Maki Minabe. Sorry, I forgot about you. Young master, slow down. Maki already knew what was about to happen. Can't slow down. I'm not just fast, I'm fast. With Maki's shriek, he once again transformed into a yellow dragon. Soon, the news of the return of the Yotsuki clan's young master, Yotsuki Dana, reached the ears of those who were paying attention. Chapter 71, A Voice and a Concern. Chapter 71, A Voice and a Concern. Upon returning to the hidden cloud, Dana immediately disbanded the Ashen Bandits. They had been with him on the edge of a knife for over a year. It was time for a well-deserved rest. Considering the duration and difficulty of their service, each member's record would be updated with 5 S-rank missions, with the corresponding payment from the mission assignment desk. The Special Strategy Division would also provide a substantial bonus. From the looks of joy on their faces, everyone was satisfied. Dismissed, Dana said. Go home to your families. If you don't have a family, that's not my problem. Just don't forget the confidentiality agreement. OSU, they roared in unison, then disappeared into the streets. Dana went to the Special Strategy Division headquarters and sent someone to receive the supply convoy at the village gate. He then took a familiar path, leading Maki Minabe back to the Yotsuki compound. Looking at the prosperous village, in stark contrast to the brutal and chaotic battlefields, he felt that the hard work of the past year had been worth it. The pastry shop he used to frequent had done so well that it had expanded into the storefront next door. It was still as popular as ever, with a long queue outside. The sight brought back memories. In the queue, 2 familiar redheads stood out. It was Hiroto and Keiyo Uzumaki. Hiroto had been in the advanced ninja school for a year now and had earned a handsome scholarship with his excellent grades. His sister, Keiyo, was just as talented and was preparing to enroll as well. The advanced ninja school, which catered to the top students of the academy and promising graduates under the age of 20, had become quite popular in the village. Having a child in the advanced school was a sign of great talent, a mark of a young genius, and a source of great pride. With 2 such outstanding children, the Uzumaki family could now hold their heads a little higher in the village. Keiyo, who was waiting in line, suddenly took a sharp breath. That smell. It's Onii-chan Dana. Hiroto looked at his sister, who had suddenly gone crazy, with a bewildered expression. A hand clapped him on the shoulder. Long time no see, Hiroto, Keiyo, Dana said. Hiroto jumped, then, recognizing him, threw his arms around him. Dana. When did you get back? Just got to the village. And the first thing I see is you two. You've been gone for a year. What kind of mission were you on? Something like that. And you? How's the advanced ninja school? Hiroto puffed out his chest. I'm number 1, he said proudly. Even in the advanced school, I'm still number 1. The scholarship for first place was 3 times that of second. How else could he and his sister afford the best pastries in the village? But while Dana and Hiroto were getting along famously, Maki and Keiyo were not. Oh, Keiyo said, her arms crossed, feigning nonchalance, are you a friend of Onii-chan Dana's? If you're not busy, you can go now. He's going to be talking with us for a while. I am young Master Dana's personal handmaiden, Maki said with a sweet smile. Hello, little sister. Keiyo was thunderstruck. Little sister. Winky face. Oh, my apologies, Maki said, her smile never wavering. Are we the same age? I'm so sorry. I saw your height and assumed I was a few years older. My mistake. Looking at Dana and Maki, who were both taller than their peers and actually looked quite good together, Keiyo's defenses crumbled. What are you talking about? I'm not short. And you, aren't you lying about your age? You're probably an old lady by now. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Such a ridiculous thing would never happen in the Yotsuki clan. What do you mean, our Yotsuki clan? You're just a handmaiden. Maki's smile remained fixed. Oh, how rude of me, she said, enunciating each word. But I am not a handmaiden. I am a personal handmaiden. While the two girls were trading barbs, Dana and Hiroto had already made plans to meet up another day. With his keen senses, he had, of course, noticed the little spat between them and found it a bit amusing. He was also surprised to see this side of Maki. Dana bought a box of pastries as a gift for his mother and leisurely walked back to the Yotsuki compound. He found her in the middle of arranging flowers. "I'm home, mother." "Greetings, my lady," Maki said with a bow. Satomi put down her scissors. "Maki-chan wrote to me," she said happily, "but I didn't expect you so soon. Come, let me see you." Dana was now almost as tall as she was. And after a year of being battered by the wind and rain in the land of rain, he had lost his childishness. He looked almost like a stranger to her. "You've changed so much," she said. "You look like a real ninja. And you too, Maki-chan. You're growing more beautiful every day." She shot a playful glance at Dana. He just pretended not to understand and smiled. "Is Arashi in the village?" "I haven't seen him in almost 2 years. He came back last week. He's probably at the Raikage Tower. Have you seen your father yet?" "Not yet," he said, waving his hand. "I don't want to go back to work the moment I get back." As they were chatting, a servant arrived. "Young Master Dana," he said, "Lord Nakazawa invites you to dinner." The Yotsuki clan's rules were different from most. They emphasized a single line of command. There was a clan head, but no council of elders. This had its pros and cons. But some of the older members of the clan still held a certain prestige and could participate in clan decisions. Nakazawa Yotsuki was one of them. He was the third Raikage's uncle, and had watched Dana grow up. Dana called him seventh granduncle. He looked at his mother. "Go on," she said. "You're back now. We'll have plenty of time to eat together." He nodded and bid her farewell. A servant led him to Nakazawa's private courtyard. The white-bearded old man greeted him with a warm smile and gestured for him to sit. "You've gotten so tall." "I'm barely at the Yotsuki average," Dana said modestly. He had been short for his age before. They chatted for a while. Seeing that Dana wasn't asking any questions, Nakazawa finally shook his head and smiled. "I can't treat you like a child anymore, can I? Aren't you going to ask why I invited you here?" "If seventh granduncle wants to tell me," Dana said with a smile, "he will." Nakazawa stretched his old back. "I didn't want to bother you the moment you got back," he said. "But some people wanted some reassurance. I'm sure you can understand an old man's position. So I just called you over." Dana didn't say anything, just listened. "You're a smart boy," Nakazawa continued. "Much smarter than us old-timers. My thinking is the same as the other elders. The Yotsuki clan is a ninja clan. It was, it is, and it will be. But the clan isn't just made up of old fossils like us. The young people need to have a voice too. So, I decided to be that voice. And to keep those rascals in line. Dana, a lot of people want to hear your opinion. After all, the blacksmith shop project was your idea, and it's because of you that it has been so successful." Dana put down his chopsticks. "Seventh granduncle," he said with a sigh, "I understand everyone's feelings. But this isn't about what the clan thinks. It's about the village." Just then, the third Raikage, walked into the courtyard. He took off his Kage hat and sat down. "Dana is right," he said. "I'm not forcing them to take missions because I don't want them to have a stable life. It's because of what the rest of the village will think." Chapter 72, Never Absent. Chapter 72, Never Absent. Hidden Cloud Ninja Academy. The sun was setting. After school, a group of children were playing in the schoolyard. "Behold my tailed beast attack. Pew pew. Sabii, stop spitting. Don't call me Sabii. Call me Killer. Killer Bee, the ninja killer." The news of Blue Bee single-handedly holding off an entire village had reached the cloud. While the adults' opinions of Jinchuriki might not have changed overnight, many of the children now looked up to him as a hero. They didn't care if the tailed beasts were a malevolent force. They didn't even know what a tailed beast was. All they knew was that they were cool and powerful. As it happened, Yumi and her husband were passing by. Hearing the energetic voices from the school, they exchanged a smile. Yumi hugged the baby in her arms a little tighter. "Do you want our child to be a ninja when she grows up?" she asked. Her husband was a little flustered by the question. "If she likes it," he said with a smile, "we'll support her. But for a girl, it's probably better to be a research-type ninja, like her dad. All that fighting is too dangerous." Yumi was not pleased. She shot him a look. "There are plenty of outstanding female ninja, you know," she said. "Right, Yujito-chan." Goo, the baby in her arms gurgled and fell back asleep. In the Yotsuki compound, the Third Raikage, the clan elder Nakazawa, and Dana were sitting at the dinner table. The Raikage poured himself a glass of sake. I never imagined, he said, that the blacksmith shop project would grow to this extent. At the time, I chose to use the Yotsuki clan's resources instead of the village's simply for convenience. If it failed, it would be easier to handle internally. I never thought it would change so much in just 4 years. It was my mistake. A failure of foresight. He poured a glass for Nakazawa. When he came to Dana's glass, he hesitated, then, under Dana's awkward gaze, moved on. I am both the head of the Yotsuki clan and the Kage of this village. When problems arise between the clan and the village, the responsibility is mine. But from the very beginning, I never intended for the blacksmith shop to be a private enterprise of the Yotsuki clan. It will belong to the hidden cloud. It can only belong to the hidden cloud. Now even Dana was surprised. Nakazawa shot to his feet. "Hey," he roared. "Do you know what you're saying? Do you know what this project means to our clan? Do you know what it's worth? This alone could secure the Yotsuki clan's future for 100 years. But the Third Raikage's voice was even louder. I am the Kage of this village. The head of this clan. No one knows its value better than I do. But there is no business that lasts 100 years, no wealth that lasts 100 years. What has sustained the Yotsuki clan to this day is the power of the ninja, and the countless other ninja of the Land of Lightning who stand united behind us. Nothing can be allowed to stand in the way of those two things. They're not saying they don't want to be ninja," Nakazawa pleaded. They just don't want to take missions from the village anymore," Dana interrupted. "They don't want to face the dangers of battle. Seventh granduncle, people like that have always existed, in every clan. They are still our clansmen. They just lacked a good reason to choose that path before. It was only human nature, for the lower ranks to want to escape the system, and for the higher ranks to be unwilling to give up their vested interests. But for those in power, it was important to understand that just because something exists doesn't mean it's right. It was their duty to correct and restrain these errant human impulses. If this continues, the Raikage added, the clan's strength will inevitably decline, and the rift between the Yotsuki and the village will only grow wider. Then what do you propose to do? Nakazawa asked with a sigh. It wasn't that he didn't understand. It was that he couldn't bear to let it go. Dad, Dana interjected, do you remember when I was a kid, I told you that the village wasn't deeply involved in the daily lives of its ninja, especially the clans. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Granduncle Nakazawa, there's no need to worry. We're not asking the Yotsuki to give it up. We're giving them an opportunity to better lead and unite the village. The Third Raikage laughed. Ha ha ha. That's my son. You think just like me. But the time is not yet right. Then when will the time be right? Nakazawa asked. The time will be won in battle, the Third Raikage said, his voice grim. But this time, Dana added with a smile, we'll be fighting a different kind of battle. At the end of Konoha's year 39, just as the ninja world thought the stalemate would last forever, the Hidden Sand suffered a crushing defeat in a direct confrontation with Konoha. Chiyo's poison was countered by Tsunade. Even her own son and daughter-in-law were killed on the battlefield by the Rising Star, the White Fang of Konoha. Chiyo herself was broken, and the sand suffered countless casualties. No one had expected the sand to fall so quickly, so completely. After their great victory, Konoha signed a peace treaty with the sand, making them the first major power to be effectively defeated in the Second Great Ninja War. But the most surprising thing was that the sand, unwilling to accept their defeat, after signing the peace treaty, turned around and attacked the Hidden Stone, their former tacit ally, hoping to assist Konoha and get a piece of the pie to make up for their losses. This act redefined the ninja world's understanding of a great village and sent Inoki into a rage. The pressure on the stone village on the rain battlefield increased dramatically. Are those bastards in the sand made of stone? The garlic-nosed Inoki roared in his tent. He had always looked down on the sand as a weak ally. The stone had been bearing the brunt of the fighting against Konoha. And now, his ally had switched sides. It was foreseeable that the sand's reputation in future alliances would be severely damaged. But that was a problem for the future. The immediate problem was how to face a Konoha that had freed up its western forces, plus a sand village that was now a jackal at their heels. From a 2-on-1, it had become a 1-on-2. The stone village naturally began to think about finding an ally of their own. Before, they had been wary of the Cloud's intentions, and there had been rumors of a split between the war and peace factions within the village. So, since the Cloud had not entered the war, Inoki had been content to leave them alone, just keeping an eye on them. But now things were different. Of the 5 great villages, the mist was too far away, and they had a grudge with the stone. And now they were being held at bay by a single Cloud Jinchuriki. That left only one option, an alliance with the Cloud. The moment he heard that the sand had switched sides, Inoki had sent an envoy to the Cloud. If all else fails, he thought, we can let the mist loose to cause trouble for Konoha. In his view, the warrior-like cloud could not stay out of the war forever. And in the current situation, an alliance with the stone against Konoha was a no-brainer. At the same time, after defeating the sand, Hiruzen had quickly realized that the cloud had become the key to the war. The feat of a single Jinchuriki holding off an entire village was so brilliant that all the villages had realized that the cloud had likely accumulated a vast amount of power. If the cloud entered the war, the impact would be far greater than that of the sand. Hiruzen knew this well. In the first Great Ninja War, it had been the cloud that had inflicted the most losses on Konoha. In terms of war potential, the cloud was not inferior to the leaf. So, after defeating the sand, he had immediately sent an envoy to the cloud, hoping to persuade the peace faction in their leadership and prevent an alliance between the cloud and the stone. If he was lucky, maybe he could even get them to ally with Konoha. They could fight the stone together. A man can dream, can't he? But the peace faction in the cloud was proving to be elusive. His envoy had reported that while many knew that a number of high-ranking officials were in the peace faction, no one knew who they were, and he was still trying to find a way to meet them. Danzo, of course, knew who the leader of the peace faction was. He even wrote to him regularly. But he had no intention of sharing that secret. A week later, news that was even more shocking than the Sand's defeat reached the ninja world. The Hidden Cloud had announced an alliance. Their ally was the Hidden Rain village. When Hanzo of the Salamander heard the news, he burst into tears of joy. "My old friend did not deceive me," he cried. "Ha ha ha. The time has come." The Hidden Cloud had announced an alliance with the Hidden Rain, condemning the great nations for ignoring the will of the smaller countries and turning their lands into battlefields, and firmly opposing all acts of oppression. As a great village, the Cloud had a duty to uphold justice and order in the ninja world. For the sake of this great justice, the Hidden Cloud now declared war on all non-rain forces within the borders of the Land of Rain. Effective immediately. Chapter 73, The Cloud Enters the Fray and the New Three Ninja. Chapter 73, The Cloud Enters the Fray and the New Three Ninja. The Cloud's move had left the various powers of the ninja world reeling. No one understood why they had allied themselves with the battered Hidden Rain, or why they had declared war on so many powers at once. But one thing had surprised even Dana, the attitude of the Cloud itself. He had expected considerable internal resistance, but to his surprise, many were eager for a fight. Since the beginning of the Second Great Ninja War, the Cloud had not lost a single soldier. They had been accumulating strength, and instead of dampening their fighting spirit, it had only fanned the flames. The call for war had never ceased. Their reputation as a warrior village was not for nothing. If anyone could be called a peace faction, it was the Third Raikage, who had been holding this force in check. Of course, Dana knew that not everyone was eager for war, but as long as the village didn't suffer a major loss, there would be no internal problems. Land of Rain. Anoki was furious. Is the Cloud insane? Declaring war on 3 great villages at once. Hidden Cloud Village, Raikage Tower. The Third Raikage, was in a war council. "It may seem like we are fighting 3 villages," he said, "but according to our intelligence, they are all stretched to their limits. They have no resources to expand the war. They are exhausted. We, on the other hand, are not." Hidden Rain Village. Hanzo of the Salamander was worried. "Though I am thrilled by the Cloud's support, I fear they will be overwhelmed." Hidden Cloud Village. Dana placed a kunai on the map, on the Land of Rain. "Our enemy is clear," he said. "It's not the 3 great villages. It's whoever is in the Land of Rain. We will fight them there. If they don't want to fight, we will force them to. And elsewhere, we will avoid conflict." Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. Danzo Shimura said to Hiruzen Sarutobi, "The Cloud must think the great villages are exhausted and that this is their chance to take a bite out of us. Their alliance with the rain is just a pretext. They will likely attack the Land of Fire from the Land of Hot Water. Hiruzen, we must defend the border." Hidden Cloud Village. Dana added, "The southern garrison will be stationed in the Land of Hot Water. Make a big show of it. It's fine if they're slow. The western front, the Land of Earth, is far, but that's even better. Make a big show of it there too. Pass through as many small countries as possible. Inform them before you enter. If they don't allow it, wait. Do not pass until they give their permission." A clan head of a minor clan raised his hand. "But won't that disperse our forces?" Dana smiled. "The western and southern fronts will be mainly Chunin and Genin. We just need to show our numbers. We will avoid battle. This war is different. We will fight at a single point, not on a broad front." Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village. The third Mizukage received a report. "Lord Mizukage, it seems the monster is gone. He hasn't been seen for days." He took off his hat and remained silent. The Mist's attempt to join the war had been thwarted by a single man. The Mizukage himself had tried to stop him several times, but had failed. His prestige in the village had been greatly diminished, and he no longer had the authority to lead. He was thinking of stepping down. And even if the monster was gone, they didn't dare to make a move. He could return at any moment and rain down tailed beast balls on their village. Hidden Cloud Village. The Third Raikage, smashed the table with the map on it. Bluebee has been recalled, he roared. I will personally lead an elite special attack force to the Land of Rain. I will be the commander of the first combat unit. Bluebee will be the commander of the second. Arashi Yotsuki will be the commander of the third. Dodai and Dana Yotsuki will be my advisors. In a dark, underground cavern, a strange, white figure was reporting on the recent events of the ninja world. The cloud has declared war on all the villages in the Land of Rain, it said. The sand, the stone, the leaf, and the mist, which was already suppressed. Wow. It's like they've declared war on everyone. Lord Madara, they're so cool. The old, stooped figure's face was hidden in the shadows, but his voice was as rough as a battle-worn blade. Declaring war on the entire world. It seems there are some interesting young people among the later generations. No matter. They cannot succeed, and they cannot affect our plan. The more chaotic this failed world becomes, the better. It is just one or two ambitious fools, dreaming of unifying the ninja world. Hidden Cloud Village. Dana looked down at the eager Cloud Ninja. Everyone, he shouted, we must be clear about what we are fighting for. We are fighting to establish and protect the order of the ninja world. OSU. Then, in a voice only he could hear, he added with a smile, an order established by the Hidden Cloud. In the 40th year of Konoha, and the Cloud, the Hidden Cloud Village allied with the Hidden Rain Village and declared war on all the great nations that had invaded the Land of Rain. It was the first time in the history of the ninja world that a village had gone to war for the rights of another nation, or at least, claimed to. The ninja world fell silent. The small countries, which had been oppressed by the great powers for years, suddenly raised their heads and watched the unfolding of the war with a mixture of caution and hope. At the same time, in the Land of Rain, Hanzo of the Salamander, his confidence restored and his future bright, no longer held back. He began to actively drive the other villages' forces from his country. It wasn't that he couldn't have fought before, but that he had been too cautious. With the Cloud as his ally, he was much bolder. In one battle, he encountered 3 Konoha ninja. Though he didn't know their names, from their age and skill, they were clearly young prodigies. In the past, he would have held back, fearing retaliation from Konoha. But now, he had an ally. He showed no mercy. The 3 young ninja were completely outmatched and were soon seriously injured. He was about to finish them off when he remembered that his old friend from the Cloud had mentioned them in a letter. He stood on his summoned salamander, looking down at the 3 of them as they supported each other. Let's see, he mused. A tall one with white hair, a blonde woman, and a pale-faced pretty boy with snake eyes. It's them. Seeing that Hanzo had stopped attacking, Jiraiya was filled with a mixture of emotions. The battle had shattered the confidence he had built up over the years. It was the same feeling of helplessness he had felt when he had faced the Third Raikage. Why did you stop? He roared. We can still fight. Don't underestimate us. Hanzo remembered what his friend had written. He crossed his arms, the very picture of a master. This war will likely end in a victory for the Rain and the Cloud, he said. I enjoyed our little battle. I have decided to grant you. The 3 of them looked up, surprised, wondering what the demigod was about to do. I will grant you the title of the Yellow, Gamble, and Poison 3 Ninja. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, _ You, he said, pointing at Jiraiya, are the Yellow Ninja. You, he said to Tsunade, are the Gamble Ninja. And you, he said to Orochimaru, are the Poison Ninja. Jiraiya suddenly felt the pain in his broken arm disappear. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. I can still fight. Hanzo laughed. Ha ha ha. Cherish the titles I have given you. Now then. He waved his hand, and a large group of Rain Ninja surrounded them. Take them prisoner. Chapter 74, An Epic-Making War. Chapter 74, An Epic-Making War. After their declaration of war, the Hidden Cloud Village made a great show of mobilizing its forces, gathering troops and supplies, giving the impression of a full-scale mobilization. But in reality, the western and southern fronts were just for show, consisting mainly of Chunin and Genin. The western front, in particular, was a long way from the land of Earth, having to cross the lands of Moon, Hot Water, Sound, Iron, and Waterfalls to reach the border. And since they had to get permission to cross each border, it was possible the war would be over before they even arrived. The land of Iron, a permanently neutral country, was unlikely to grant them passage. The western forces would likely be stopped at their border. Privately, the commanders of the Western and Southern forces saw this as a training exercise. The ranks were filled with rookies and young ninja. The risks were manageable, and it was a good opportunity for them to experience the battlefield and group life, and to learn essential skills like setting up watch and making camp. Students from the Advanced Ninja School would also be participating, including Hiroto Uzumaki, who was consistently ranked first in his class, and his sister Ko, who had just enrolled. They were both assigned to the Southern forces. The real main force, the Special Attack Force, personally led by the Third Raikage, was a completely different story. It was small and elite, a gathering of jonin. Chunin were only assigned to support roles. You couldn't even stand on the front lines without being at least a special jonin. It was a symbol of strength in the cloud, and the war-loving ninja of the village were all vying to join. This method of dividing forces was a first in the ninja world. In the past, villages would form squads of 2 or 3 genin led by a jonin or chunin, ensuring a broad coverage of combat personnel and allowing even genin to play a role, e.g., as cannon fodder, thus expanding the scale of the war. The Cloud's new method, however, focused on extreme combat power in a localized area. In other words, as Dana had said, they were not fighting on a broad front, but at a single point. On the 5th day after the declaration, while the Southern and Western forces were still mobilizing, the Third Raikage Special Attack Force had already set out. They carried only the bare essentials and no heavy supplies. They marched at a rapid pace, and because the entire unit was composed of elite ninja with no dead weight, they were incredibly fast. They reached the border of the Land of Rain in just 3 days. They made no attempt to conceal their movements, not even stopping to pursue the scouts they encountered along the way. They just tore through the landscape, leaving a trail of bewildered spies in their wake. Lord Suchikage, a scout reported, a cloud force has been detected in the Land of Grass. It's led by the Third Raikage. Anoki quickly looked at the map. How can they be so fast, he said, surprised. It's only been a few days since they declared war. Were they already prepared to march, just waiting for an excuse? Normally, when a great village went to war, it would mobilize thousands, even tens of thousands, of troops. The logistics of supplies and transport were a massive undertaking, requiring at least a month or 2 of preparation. My lord. There are only about 300 of them, and they have no supplies. We've scouted the area they came from. There are no follow-up forces. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been forced to come to the front lines after the capture of his 3 students, also received the news of the Cloud's impending arrival. No supplies. Did the rain prepare them? But they only sent 300 men. What's the point? He was at his wit's end. All 3 of his students had been captured, and Hanzo of the Salamander hadn't even given him a chance to negotiate, instead just continuing to mop up the small enemy units in his country. Hiruzen had thought he could just pay a ransom, but the hidden rain had become surprisingly stubborn. On the 3rd day after setting out, the Cloud's Special Attack Force reached the Land of Rain. They had only rested once, but because they were all elite, their fatigue was manageable. They arrived at a plateau-like mountain with a water source nearby, a perfect place to make camp. The Third Raikage surveyed the area and then turned to Dana. This will be it, he said. Let's begin. Dana nodded and spread a large map on the ground. He and the members of the Special Strategy Division huddled around it, making calculations. A short while later, they had determined their exact coordinates. Dana formed a hand seal and used the summoning jutsu. A small, milky white snake appeared in a puff of smoke. Dana took an egg from his ninja pouch, cracked it open, and fed it to the snake, which closed its eyes in pleasure. He then tied a note with the coordinates to the snake's tail. Take this back to the village, he said. The white snake nodded and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Dana gave the signal. The Third Raikage, sighed. Times are changing, he said. Arashi, his arms crossed, his muscular frame now almost as large as his father's, added, it's not that times are changing. It's that the Cloud is changing. The other countries don't have this kind of technology. The relatively small figure of Dana replied, this jutsu was invented a long time ago. It was just never perfected. As the 3 of them were talking, a loud boom echoed from the horizon. Several streaks of rainbow-colored light shot across the sky, leaving a trail of thunder in their wake. They're here. 7 afterimages flew from the distant sky, and then, adjusting their trajectory, fell vertically to the ground, embedding themselves in the earth. They were 7 red-hot, spindle-shaped metal objects. The earth trembled, and the grass beneath them was instantly scorched. The metal spindles were over 2 meters tall and 1 meter in diameter, thin at both ends and thick in the middle, with a streamlined shape. They stood upright in the ground, radiating an incredible amount of heat. The Cloud Ninja gathered around. When they had cooled, a seam opened on each of them, and a metal plate fell away, revealing a compartment inside. In each compartment was a sealing scroll. This was the Cloud's new tool of war, a combination of the heavenly transfer jutsu and the supersized sealing scroll, the all-world material support system. It was instantaneous, low-cost, uninterceptable, and 100% secure. The supersized sealing scrolls had already provided an incredible logistical capability, a mature technology that the blacksmith shop project had been using for years. The special attack force could have just carried the scrolls with them. But Dana had insisted on this experimental supply drop. The heavenly transfer jutsu had been in the Cloud's possession for years. It had been developed for long-distance transportation of objects, but it had never been practical because very few objects could withstand the friction and heat of high-speed flight. Of course, there was another option: a person of incredible toughness could withstand it. That was how the Third Raikage had come to rescue Dana and Arashi. But such individuals were extremely rare. At present, only the Third Raikage in the entire Cloud Village could do it, and probably only one person in the entire ninja world. And even he had been seriously injured upon landing. For anyone else, it would have been a one-way trip. But with the progress of the blacksmith shop project, and the accumulation of metalworking and craftsmanship knowledge, and the breakthroughs in sealing jutsu research, the heavenly transfer jutsu now had a practical application. The spindle shape of the delivery pods minimized air friction. The design was provided by Dana. He didn't know if it was the optimal shape, but from his knowledge, it was a good one. Combined with the supersized sealing scrolls, it was a game changer. But the system still had its flaws. It was highly dependent on accurate coordinates. It worked well in the major regions of the ninja world, but in unmapped areas, it could be off by hundreds of miles. And human error in calculation could also lead to massive inaccuracies. Another problem was the reliance on summoning jutsu for real-time communication. The Cloud was lacking in this area. They didn't have many summoning animals that could use the reverse summoning. Of course, they could still do scheduled drops, but it wasn't as flexible or timely. The summoning animal problem was being worked on. The potential of this delivery system was enormous. It had become one of the Cloud's top secrets. And the ninja, with their ingenuity for combat, were already coming up with new ideas: explosive tag delivery pods, ninja delivery pods, sealing jutsu delivery pods. They were moving forward, one step at a time. But no matter how you looked at it, it was an epic-making invention. Dana checked the pods. One of the sealing scrolls was damaged due to a sealing problem, he reported. The other 6 are fine. The Third Raikage, nodded. No matter. We brought enough with us. Let's make camp. Chapter 75, faster, faster, faster. Chapter 75, faster, faster, faster. The Cloud Special Attack Force quickly unsealed the various sealing scrolls and began to set up camp. Green scrolls contained food, red scrolls contained weapons, yellow scrolls contained medical supplies, and white scrolls contained daily necessities. It was worth noting that special items like explosive tags and healing talismans, which themselves contained sealing jutsu, still could not be stored in a sealing scroll. However, the problem of the healing talismans interfering with each other had been solved. The second-generation version was now a mature technology, and every member of the Special Attack Force carried a good number of them. That night, the Third Raikage held a war council in the central tent. No outsider knew what was said, only that there had been a heated argument. The Cloud ninja who were not qualified to attend were consumed with curiosity. That same night, both the Stone and Konoha forces in the Land of Rain received a sternly worded declaration of war. But neither Inoki nor Hiruzen were overly concerned. In their view, though the Cloud's movements were suspicious, what could a small force of 300 men do? It was likely just an advance team. As the war dragged on, the various forces in the Land of Rain were drawn closer and closer together. The main camps of the Stone and Konoha were both located around a region called Mount Tenmaku, separated by only about 20 kilometers. They had been in a standoff for months. Considering the mobility and reconnaissance capabilities of ninja, this was practically face-to-face. In the forested plains at the foot of the mountain, countless battles were fought every day. Every tree had been nourished by the blood of ninja. The land, under the constant rain, had been stained a dark brown. In the forest, a small squad was taking shelter from the rain in a hollow tree. A girl with face paint was running her hands through her hair, a look of extreme annoyance on her face. "Damn it," she grumbled. "The weather in this country is so annoying. I'd rather be fighting stone ninja than sitting in this rain." Tsuminizuka, a stiff voice said, "We are on a mission. If you're so loud, you'll be discovered. Control your emotions. What's the big deal? You've got your Byakugan. You can see them from a mile away. This is so miserable. Even Kuromaru is depressed." The little black dog by her side whined in agreement. Hisashi Hyuga felt a headache coming on. He had no idea how to handle this feisty girl. This was a standard Konoha reconnaissance squad, led by a Chunin, Hisashi Hyuga, and 2 genin. The two genin had just graduated from the academy and had been unlucky enough to be sent straight to the battlefield. One of them, an Abirame, had been killed on a mission, and they hadn't been assigned a replacement. So, for now, they were a two-man squad. Though Hisashi was a few years older and her superior, he had no control over the fiery Tsum. Fortunately, she was still a competent ninja and hadn't completely lost her mind. She just complained. A lot. When do you think this war will end? She asked, her mood suddenly turning somber. Hisashi understood. Complaining was just her way of relieving stress. I don't know, he said. I've been here for 6 months. Tsum chewed on a blade of grass. When we were fighting the sand, she said, her thoughts drifting, they all smelled so bad. I heard it's because it's so dry in the land of wind, and water is precious, so they don't like to bathe. Hisashi wanted to say that he had never smelled the sand ninja, but that she always smelled like a dog. But he didn't dare. I wonder where everyone else is. It feels like the whole village is on the battlefield. And that sissy got first place in the graduation exam. It's so annoying. I heard the Hyuga main family is afraid of dying and never goes to the battlefield. Is that true? A vein throbbed on Hisashi's forehead. Shut up, he snapped. Tsum jumped. Someone's coming. In his Byakugan's vision, hundreds of figures appeared. The chakra signature of the one in the lead was so strong that it made his eyes sting. That ominous chakra. It's a Jinchuriki. Is it the cloud? Unlike an ordinary low-level ninja, Hisashi, though only a chunin, had a higher security clearance, allowing him to identify the enemy. They had received a report yesterday that the cloud had arrived in the land of rain, but he hadn't expected to see them on the battlefield so soon. They were still far away, and Tsum and Kuromaru couldn't smell anything, but she trusted the by-the-book Hisashi. Report to the main camp immediately. Hisashi said, his voice almost a shout. The cloud has invaded. Numbers, 300. There's a Jinchuriki among them. Chakra signature, very strong. Of course a Jinchuriki's chakra is strong, Tsum said, thinking he was stating the obvious. No. They're all strong. Tsum didn't hesitate. Kuromaru let out a howl and grew to the size of a tiger. She leaped onto his back, grabbed his mane, and they shot off towards the camp. The forest terrain was no obstacle for them. They weaved between the giant trees and boulders as if they were on open ground. Hisashi. Don't you die, you bastard, she shouted as she left. Their usual tactic was for Hisashi to stay behind and continue to observe with his Byakugan while Tsum and Kuromaru, who were faster in the forest, delivered the intelligence. Hisashi had no time to reply. He pushed his Byakugan to its limit, hoping to see more details. But a moment later, a drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. So fast. How is that possible? Tsum rode on Kuromaru, her hands clenched tight in his fur. Though they often bickered, she didn't want anything to happen to Hisashi. The death of their previous teammate, Mibi Abirame, still weighed on her. She decided that as soon as she delivered the message, she would go back for him. Kuromaru was a strong ninja hound, with enough stamina to carry two. As she was thinking, Kuromaru let out a whimper. Tsum's face went rigid. They're catching up. What does that mean? Before she could even process it, she heard a whooshing sound behind her. She turned her head, and her blood ran cold. Countless cloud ninja were moving through the trees at an incredible speed. The dense forest was no obstacle for them. In a matter of moments, they had shot past her, overtaking her with ease. Her pride, her speed in the forest, had been so easily surpassed. She quickly had Kuromaru stop and hide. How can they be so fast? How is that possible? Are they all Jonin? As she was trying to make sense of it, one of the rapidly moving cloud ninja suddenly stopped and looked in her direction. He saw me. Her heart leaped into her throat. Even from a distance, the aura of that single ninja sent a chill down her spine. Kuromaru's fur stood on end. The cloud ninja slowly drew the sword from his back, as if preparing to kill her. Just as she was about to make a desperate last stand, another of the cloud ninja stopped and said something to him. He gave her one last, long look, and then they were gone. It wasn't until the cloud's forces had disappeared into the forest that she dared to come out. After a moment of hesitation, she changed her direction and ran for the Konoha camp. Damn it. That speed. Are all 300 of them Jonin? How is that possible? I have to let the camp know. But she knew, in her heart, that the cloud's forces were much, much faster than she was. Chapter 76, The Battle Begins. Chapter 76, The Battle Begins. In the dense forest, hundreds of cloud ninja were moving at high speed. The man in the lead, his hair half black and half white, had a pair of demonic, 3-tomo Sharingan. They had likely already been spotted by Konoha's scouts. The Byakugan was difficult to avoid. But Blue Bee didn't care. Because they were fast enough. Standing on a giant tree, he looked out at the Konoha camp in the distance. From the commotion, it seemed they had received some warning, but they were clearly not prepared. Well then, he said, let's start with a greeting. A torrent of chakra erupted from his body, and a dark red-tailed beast cloak enveloped him. A massive ox skull formed over his head. A huge, black and red sphere appeared in the mouth of the skull. It hung there for a moment, then shot forward. In the Konoha camp, Hiruzen Sarutobi was listening to a report when the tent flap was thrown open. Lord Hokage, an ANBU agent said, his voice filled with panic. A message from the front. A cloud force has been spotted in the Mount Tenmaku area. They're heading this way. They're very fast. What? Before Hiruzen could even react, a terrifying explosion ripped through the center of the camp. Trees were uprooted, the earth was torn asunder, and an area of several hundred meters was leveled. Countless Konoha ninja were killed or injured in an instant. Hiruzen himself was thrown back by the massive shockwave. He managed to summon Monkey King Enma, who transformed into the adamantine staff, and stabbed it into the ground to stop himself. When the storm had passed, a stunned silence fell over the camp, broken only by the groans of the wounded. Hiruzen's pupils trembled. How? Damn it. But his only answer was another tailed beast ball. The enraged Konoha ninja finally reacted. Earth release, multiple Earth-style wall. Dozens of Earth release users combined their efforts, and dozens of massive earthen walls shot up in the path of the tailed beast ball. But the walls were like paper, shattering one after another. At the last moment, Hiruzen arrived. He slammed his palms on the ground. Summoning, Rashomon. A giant, demonic gate rose from the earth and blocked the now weakened tailed beast ball. But the resulting explosion still vaporized the main gate of the Konoha camp. Hiruzen was still radiating heat from the blast, smoke rising from his clothes, but he paid it no mind. He shot to the front of the camp, adamantine staff in hand, and stared at the hundreds of figures in the forest. Hundreds of cloud ninja. Some stood with their arms crossed, some leaned against trees, some had their swords drawn, some were cracking their knuckles. They had already declared war. The declaration had been delivered. Hiruzen didn't waste his breath asking why they had attacked. He just couldn't believe they had come so fast, so hard. The enraged Konoha ninja gathered at his side, among them the powerful White Fang. Blue Bee, in his tailed beast cloak, looked at him with his tailed beast eyes and began to form another tailed beast ball. You dare. Hiruzen didn't hesitate. The tailed beast ball's destructive power was too great. A few more, and the entire camp would be destroyed. Against such an attack, only a few of the strongest could survive. He had to stop the cloud's Jinchuriki, no matter the cost. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The ground turned into a massive river of mud, surging towards the forest. Ninja Art, Earth Dragon Flame Stream. An Earth Dragon and a Fire Dragon appeared, merging into one and charging at the Cloud Ninja. But to his surprise, they all dodged. The hundreds of them scattered as if they had anticipated the attack. His massive combination ninjutsu, which had always been so effective on the battlefield, had not hit a single person. Another massive tailed beast ball came hurtling towards them. The Konoha ninja combined their efforts again, but this time, instead of just blocking, they used their earth walls and Rashomon to redirect its trajectory. Blue Bee watched it disappear into the sky, unfazed. He knew the tailed beast ball was not unstoppable. The mist, for example, had not just stood there and taken it. They had their own ways of dealing with it. But his strategy then had been to bombard them at random times and from random locations, making them impossible to defend against. You could be asleep in your bed and wake up with a tailed beast ball in your face. They couldn't catch him, and they couldn't move their village. It had been a war of attrition. But today, against the Konoha camp, his strategy was different. His mission was not to fight, but to provide fire suppression. His voice, from under the tailed beast cloak, was a ferocious growl. Then how about this? Countless small, head-sized tailed beast balls shot from his mouth in a continuous stream. Each one was powerful enough to level an area of dozens of meters. The barrage was impossible to completely block. The Konoha camp suffered heavy losses. The younger, less experienced ninja were especially vulnerable. For them, a battle was still a matter of trading kunai. Against a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast ball, they were just sitting ducks. Hiruzen suddenly realized that without sufficient strength, a Chunin or Genin didn't even have the right to face a Jinchuriki. Stop the Jinchuriki at all costs, he roared, charging forward. But someone was faster. Tsukumo Hatake shot past him, a streak of white light. In the cloud's ranks, Dodai, seeing the Konoha ninja charge, remained calm. Execute the battle plan, he ordered. He then formed a series of hand seals. Lava release, rubber shield. A large amount of liquid rubber spewed from his mouth, his Kekkei Genkai. He quickly coated the steel shields of 5 of his comrades, creating rubber-coated steel shields. He took one himself and, with the other 5, charged forward. Tsukumo, seeing them charge with their strange weapons, was taken aback. In all his years of fighting, he had never seen a ninja use a shield. Was that even allowed? The 6 of them surrounded him. He swung his sword, cutting a deep gash in one of the shields, but the recoil was immense. This feeling is wrong. Tsukumo, who had never seen lava release before, immediately knew that this was no ordinary material. An ordinary shield, even a steel one, he could have cut in 2. This strange material was likely infused with chakra. He couldn't break it easily. The rubber on the shield, under Dodai's control, began to flow, gradually filling the gash he had made. Tsukumo decisively disengaged, trying to circle around them, but he found that they were incredibly fast, sticking to him like shadows. "We're pretty confident in our speed," one of them said with a grin. "We'd love to have a proper duel with you, but our orders are to tie you up." This was their strategy, determined long ago. 5 speed-type taijutsu users, with special lava release shields, would surround and contain Tsukumo Hataki, preventing the White Fang from wreaking havoc. And as Tsukumo was being held back, the scattered Cloud Ninja, instead of retreating, charged forward, meeting the Konoha Ninja, led by Hiruzen, head-on. Victory to the Cloud. Let's teach these Konoha bastards what a real fight is. And Bluebee never stopped. The tailed beast balls spewed from his mouth as if they were endless. He would occasionally dodge an incoming ninjutsu, but his barrage of small-tailed beast balls had become a filter, constantly bombarding the Konoha camp, even adjusting its angle to support his comrades. An old, gray-haired Cloud Ninja, caught up in the fervor of the battle, tore off his shirt, revealing a body of corded muscle. "I am the steel-release ninja, Tetsuo Okain," he roared. "Konoha Ninja, come and die." Weya. Chapter 77, The Might of Thunder. Chapter 77, The Might of Thunder. Hiruzen Sarutobi led the ANBU elite, advancing in a triangular formation. Ninja Art, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. While still at a distance, he launched a preemptive strike. This combination ninjutsu was incredibly powerful and had a massive range, a perfect weapon for the battlefield. But it hit almost nothing. He confirmed his suspicion, these Cloud Ninja were not to be trifled with. There was not a single weakling among them. His usually devastating, wide-range jutsu was ineffective. But the priority now was to stop that Jinchuriki. Otherwise, all the ninja in the camp would be annihilated. He drew the adamantine staff, the transformed Monkey King Enma. "Enma, let's go." "Understood," a deep voice replied from within the staff. Hiruzen swung, and Enma, in perfect sync, instantly expanded the staff to the size of a giant pillar, sweeping through the Cloud Ninja. A few of them were caught off guard and sent flying. But the moment he retracted the staff, several figures were on him. He spun the staff, creating an impenetrable defense, and forced the 3 of them back. Yes, forced them back. These were elites. They were not so easily defeated. The ANBU behind him quickly moved to support him, but they were still a long way from the Jinchuriki. "Lord Hokage. I'll assist you." An Akimichi clan ANBU appeared at his side, fending off a cloud attack. Ninja Art, Super Multi-Size Technique. The Akimichi ninja instantly grew to a height of dozens of meters, a giant on the battlefield. Hiruzen understood. He slammed the adamantine staff into the ground. "Enma. Extend." "Leave it to me." Enma replied. The staff grew in size and length. Hiruzen hung from it with one hand and one foot and was carried high into the air. The Akimichi Jonin grabbed the massive staff, now several meters thick, and held it like a javelin. "Lord Hokage, be careful." Hiruzen, standing at the tip of the staff, crouched low. "Send me over," he roared. The Akimichi clansman threw the staff with all his might, sending it flying towards Bluebee like a shooting star. Aura. But his massive body was now a target. Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. Lightning Release, Lightning Dragon Bullet. Lightning Release, Wave of Inspiration. The moment he released the staff, the Akimichi ninja was hit by several powerful jutsu and crashed to the ground. Hiruzen, flying through the air, had no time to look back. His eyes were fixed on Bluebee. Die. He held onto the massive staff and brought it crashing down on him. But Bluebee had seen him coming. In his tailed beast cloak, he was more than just a tailed beast ball cannon. He sidestepped, easily dodging the devastating blow. Hiruzen changed his attack from a smash to a sweep, but Bluebee just leaped over it. But as the staff passed beneath him, a large, gray-furred hand shot out and grabbed him in midair. The hand tried to crush him, but the tailed beast cloak burned it. With a yelp of pain, it retracted back into the staff. This series of moves had finally interrupted Bluebee's barrage, giving the battered Konoha camp a moment to breathe. Though the cloak concealed his opponent's face, Hiruzen already knew from Orochimaru that he had a pair of Sharingan. So, from the very beginning, he had kept his head down, not looking at his eyes. "Where did you get those eyes?" he demanded. But the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki did not reply. He just gave Hiruzen a cold look with his tailed beast eyes. The 8 chakra tails behind him suddenly extended, like the tentacles of a giant octopus, and lifted him into the air. He began to move rapidly through the forest, as if on level ground. And from the mouth of the ox skull, he once again began to fire a barrage of small-tailed beast balls. His target was not Hiruzen, but the Konoha camp. Damn it. Hiruzen gritted his teeth. Blueby was completely ignoring him, using his strange movements to circle the camp, firing an endless stream of tailed beast balls. On the other side of the battlefield, Tsukumo Hatake was being hounded by several high-speed ninja with strange shields. They were relentless, following him wherever he went, surrounding him, not so much attacking as simply preventing him from attacking the other cloud ninja. Even when he managed to crack one of their shields, the lava release user, Dodai, would quickly repair it. They were like battlefield leeches, a ninja version of a three-man press. With Konoha's 2 strongest fighters tied up, the other fronts were not faring well either. An Abirame ninja, after a desperate struggle in which he had lost more than half of his insects, had finally found an opening and slit a cloud ninja's throat. But before he could even catch his breath, the cloud ninja had slapped a talisman on his neck. A green light flashed, and the wound began to heal. In less than 10 seconds, the bleeding had stopped. Cough, cough, that hurt. Not bad, Konoha. Want to go again? The Abirame ninja's spirit broke. Again. I've barely got any insects left. Similar scenes were playing out all over the battlefield. The Cloud Ninja, with their healing talismans, were trading injuries for kills, and then using the talismans to heal their injuries. The Konoha Ninja were being taken down for the price of a few pieces of paper. And these weren't just rookies. These were the elites who had managed to break through the tailed beast ball barrage. Unless it was a fatal blow, an external wound was practically meaningless to the well-equipped Cloud Ninja. And even if they were injured and couldn't use a talisman themselves, a teammate would come and heal them. With the healing talismans, every Cloud Ninja was a semi-medical nin. Hiruzen was desperately chasing the mobile artillery platform that was Blueby, but his strange movements and the incredible speed and defense of his tailed beast cloak made him impossible to catch. Kunai just bounced off him. He finally realized that the only way to minimize his losses was to retreat. A full retreat. Damn it. Just 300 men. He couldn't accept it. If the news of this battle got out, Konoha's reputation as the strongest of the hidden villages would become a joke. But in the end, the need to preserve his forces won out. He gave up the chase and, gritting his teeth, returned to the main battlefield, only to find that Konoha was losing there as well. It was the last straw. He summoned an ANBU agent. Order a full retreat, he commanded. The ANBU will cover our rear. The battered ANBU agent, who had clearly just been in a bloody fight, nodded and disappeared. As he fought his way back, Hiruzen could not relax. Because the Third Raikage had yet to show his face. Chapter 78, are you kidding me? Chapter 78, are you kidding me? In the hidden stone camp, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was instructing his son, Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi, he said, that's not how you do it. Why not, father? Kitsuchi asked, confused. A ninjutsu is only effective if it hits the enemy, Anoki said with a sigh. Otherwise, it's just a waste of chakra. Your techniques are too extreme, always focused on range. But, Kitsuchi argued, if the range of my jutsu is greater than the enemy's escape speed, then it will work, right? What if you're facing a speed-type ninja? Anoki countered. Then the range wasn't big enough. Anoki was speechless. He flew into a rage and punched his son on the head. I said it's wrong, so it's wrong. How's your dust release training coming along? Damn it, not again. I can't learn dust release. Just as Kitsuchi was about to argue further, a stone ninja came to report. My lord. There's a situation in the direction of the Konoha camp. Anoki forgot about his son and flew into the sky, looking towards the Konoha camp. It was far away, just a black dot on the horizon. He was about to fly closer to investigate when he saw a massive explosion on the horizon. Though he couldn't hear the sound, from his experience, he knew it must have been incredibly powerful. A series of explosions followed, and Anoki's expression grew grim. To be able to feel it from this distance, that level of explosion, is it the cloud's Jinchuriki? In his experience, only a tailed beast ball had such power. He hovered in the air, uncertain. The standoff with Konoha had been going on for a long time. Every inch of the Mount Tenmaku area had been fought over. Konoha, with its many clans and secret jutsu, had a higher average skill level, but the stone had numbers. With nearly 20,000 troops in the Land of Rain, they were evenly matched. But that was almost all the stone had. Inoki was worried every day, and he had become much more cautious. He could not afford to lose. The Cloud's recent entry into the war had caused both the stone and Konoha to reduce their conflicts, both wanting to see how the war would unfold. If this was really the Cloud's Jinchuriki attacking Konoha, then this might be the stone's chance. They could launch an attack and take out both the Cloud and Konoha. But it could also be a trap set by Konoha. He had heard that the Cloud's Jinchuriki could hold off an entire village by himself. He was 3 parts disbelieving and 7 parts envious. His own 2 Jinchuriki were still young and had no control over their tailed beasts. In fact, they were constantly being tormented by the beasts inside them, on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He didn't know when they would become proper Jinchuriki. I don't know how the Cloud did it, he thought. There's never been a stable, combat-ready Jinchuriki in the history of the ninja world. The stone had 2 tailed beasts, but they couldn't use them. The village had always lacked geniuses. His own son, Kitsuchi, had some talent, but he was a simpleton. After a long moment of thought, he decided to go and see for himself. An opportunity like this would not come again. He returned to the camp and was about to give the order when a stone ninja ran up to him, a look of disbelief on his face, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his cheek. My lord, there's someone outside the eastern side of the camp." Inoki, who had just been lamenting the lack of talent in the stone, was even more annoyed. "You're a ninja, and you can't even speak properly," he growled. "So what if there's someone? This is the stone's main camp. It's not like Hiruzen Sarutobi is here to die." "Who is it?" "Lord Tsuchikage," the ninja stammered. It's the Third Raikage." "What? How is that possible? How many of them are there?" Inoki was shocked. Had the Cloud decided to attack the stone first? "My lord, there are only 3 of them." "Are you kidding me? Have you confirmed it?" "Forget it. I'll go myself." He didn't believe the report and flew directly to the eastern side of the camp. He hadn't flown far when he saw 4 figures standing on a cliff, looking down at his camp. 3 days ago. In the central tent, the Third Raikage was holding a war council. "Gentlemen, you have worked hard. Now, we face a great battle." He began to give a rousing speech. As the Kage of the village, the spiritual leader of the Cloud, he was a natural at it. Dana, Dodai, and Arashi nodded in agreement. In this, the Third Raikage had always excelled. But as he listened, Dana began to feel that something was wrong. "Blue Bee will lead the entire force in an attack on Konoha," the Raikage was saying. "He will use the tailed beast ball for fire suppression. Konoha should have no one who can counter it. As for the White Fang, we will use the strategy we prepared. Our objective is to take them down in one fell swoop." A Jonin asked, "Lord Raikage, if we commit all our forces to Konoha, what about the stone?" The Raikage nodded, his arms crossed, revealing his barrel-like biceps. "I will handle the stone myself," he said. "We will open both fronts at the same time and drive them out of the land of rain within a week." Dana, "Oh. Wait a minute, Dad. What did I just hear? That's not the plan we agreed on. You've just raised a death flag the size of a mountain." Dodai also felt it was a bad idea. "No, Lord Raikage," he said urgently. "That's too risky. There's no need to be so hasty." "Yeah, Dad," Dana chimed in. "You really don't have to. It's not a good omen. I mean, it's not appropriate." The Raikage just waved his hand. "Inoki's dust release is too dangerous for ordinary ninja," he said. "Without my speed, they would just be corpses. Don't worry. I have an unparalleled defense, the strongest attack, and the greatest speed." He then flexed his muscles. "And the stone's camp is too close to Konoha's. If there's a major battle on the Konoha front, there's no guarantee the stone won't get involved. Fighting on 2 fronts is not a good idea." In other words, the Third Raikage was worried about his elite troops. He knew that no matter how skilled they were, very few of them could survive a direct hit from the dust release, especially with Inoki in the air. Only someone with his speed had a chance against him. He didn't want the Cloud's elite to die for nothing. Every member of the special attack force was a valuable asset. And by concentrating their forces on the Konoha front, they could minimize their losses. Dodai, as the Raikage's retainer, was the first to object. "A ridiculous strategy like that is out of the question. Do you think we're afraid to die, Lord Raikage? If we follow the original plan, we can minimize our losses, even against the dust release." Chapter 79, 4 versus 20,000, Part 1. Chapter 79, 4 versus 20,000, Part 1. Dodai, as the Raikage's retainer, was the first to object. "A ridiculous strategy like that is out of the question. Do you think we're afraid to die, Lord Raikage? If we follow the original plan, we can minimize our losses, even against the dust release." They had already devised a plan to deal with the flying, dust release-wielding Inoki, just as they had a plan for Konoha's White Fang. But Inoki was a much more difficult opponent than Tsukumo Hatake. He had almost no weaknesses, and the margin for error was extremely low. Even the smallest loss is still a loss, the Raikage said. And a meaningless one at that. This is not the first time I've faced Inoki. I know what I'm doing. His dust release cannot hit me, and the other stone ninja are no threat to me. Inoki was a difficult opponent because he could fly and because his attacks were a one-hit kill. Any encounter with him on the battlefield would result in dozens of casualties, and escape was difficult. Konoha knew this well. Arashi stepped forward. "Father," he said, "let me go with you. My lightning release chakra mode is not as refined as yours, but I can protect myself." "Are you two kidding me?" Dana shouted. "The stone has over 10,000, almost 20,000 men. Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" The third Raikage shook his head. "Dana," he said, "a ninja succeeds by planning amidst 1,000 dangers. What seems dangerous is not always truly dangerous. I am very confident. As for you, Arashi, your courage is commendable, but it would be best for you to go with the others and attack Konoha." "Then according to you, Dad," Dana sneered, "all you need is speed." "Well, I happen to be a little confident in my speed as well." "Absolutely not," the Raikage and Arashi roared in unison. It was no secret how important Dana was to the Yotsuki clan. He was finally approaching the age where he could produce heirs. They couldn't let him take such a risk. "If I can't go," Dana challenged, "then your claim that speed can counter dust release is just nonsense." "I can go, you can't," the Raikage said, his resolve unshakable. "I'll go with Dad." "You stay here, Dana." Arashi had suddenly switched sides. "If I don't go, neither of you are going," Dana said with a sneer. "And it's not like any of you can stop me." Just as the three of them were about to continue their argument. "Go. Go to hell, all of you. Are you kidding me?" Dodai roared, smashing the desk in front of him with a single punch. He was breathing heavily, and he looked like steam was about to come out of his ears. The Raikage, Arashi, and Dana all fell silent. "Have any of you thought about what would happen to the hidden cloud if the three of you died out there? Would we just disband?" Dodai bellowed. The third Raikage looked at the cursing Dodai and suddenly burst out laughing. He clapped him on the shoulder. "I hadn't considered that," he said. "But Dodai, even for me, every battle could be my last. I could be poisoned. Without my chakra cloak, I might not be able to withstand a sword. A direct hit from the dust release would probably kill me. But so what?" His voice grew louder. "The young me could have died. The me of today could die. And in the future, I am destined to die. But from the time I was a boy, there has never been a battle that has made me waver. We are ninja, not gods. We believe in our own bodies and minds, and we fight for our beliefs in the face of 1,000 difficulties. That is what it means to be a ninja. Those who always hope to fight without any risk are just cowards who have mastered chakra. Do you think the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, went into every battle thinking he was immortal?" Dodai was speechless. "Believe in me. Believe in your Kage," the third Raikage boomed, waving his hand. "Go and show those Konoha bastards what a real fight is. I will hold off the stone for you." "Osu," a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. The ninja were filled with a burning fighting spirit. The cloud is supreme. The Raikage is supreme. Weya. An old, gray-haired ninja even tore off his shirt. Dodai was at a loss for words. "Dad," Dana said, "that was a very convincing speech. Succeed by planning amidst 1,000 dangers, eh? Then let's do it together." Before the Raikage could refuse, Dana interrupted him. "Don't be so quick to say no. I have a reason for going. I can prepare a reverse summoning. My presence will be a safety net. And," he added, "in this situation, I think we'll need some help. I'm sure some people wouldn't refuse such a historic opportunity." Present day. 3 figures stood on a cliff, looking down at the stone's main camp. One was a muscular man with a rugged, mature face. Another was a muscular man with a rugged, young face. The last was a slightly shorter, slender figure with sharp eyes and a handsome face. "Even though we're standing right at their doorstep," Dana said, "I still can't believe I'm doing something this crazy. Does the cloud just have a berserker buff or something?" The third Raikage laughed heartily. "If I ever say, I've done crazier things," he said, "I'll be talking about this." "Ha ha ha. Are you talking about attacking the stone's main camp?" Arashi asked curiously. "No. I'm talking about attacking the stone's main camp with my only 2 sons." Dana's head snapped around. "Attack? What attack? I thought we were just holding them off." "First, we hold them off," the Raikage said seriously. "If they don't know what's good for them, then we attack. Just then, a deep, powerful voice came from nearby. "Thank you, Lord Raikage, for inviting me to participate in such a grand undertaking." A tall figure with a steel respirator jumped down from a large boulder. "Hanzo of the Salamander has entered the battle." He was still unsure how to act around the Third Raikage. On the one hand, he was the leader of a great village, and this was their first meeting as allies. He should be humble. But his pride was a difficult thing to swallow. Before he could decide, the Third Raikage swung a thick arm towards him. Hanzo instinctively raised his own arm to meet it. The two arms clasped in midair in a unique handshake. Crack. "You have courage to come here," the Third Raikage, said with a laugh. Such a bold and powerful personality. Hanzo was beginning to understand why the Cloud Ninja were so loyal, why they so rarely had traitors. Because they had a hero as their Kage. He looked at Dana. This young genius, Mata, was the Raikage's son. Mata must have been an alias. But that didn't matter now. He was curious to see what this boy could do to be a part of such an operation. Just as Dana was about to greet him, a figure shot up from the stone's camp. It was the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. He looked at the four figures before him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Third Raikage. Hanzo of the Salamander. What are you doing here?" Chapter 80, 4 verses 20,000, Part 2. Chapter 80, 4 verses 20,000, Part 2. Inoki was rattled. Two of the four men before him were infamous throughout the ninja world, and they were not his friends. The Third Raikage took a step forward. "Though we have come for war," he said, "let us first exchange greetings. Inoki, Tsuchikage, withdraw your stone ninja from the land of rain. If you do, we will have no need to fight." Inoki, hovering in the air, sneered. "Are you kidding me? With just the four of you?" Since the land of rain became a battlefield for the great nations, Hanzo of the Salamander said, "Countless of my people have been displaced, killed without reason. The great nations fight, and the small ones are the sacrifice. Lord Inoki, have you ever considered the impropriety of your actions?" Inoki just laughed. "And who are you to speak to me of war?" he said. "The head of an insignificant little village. Do you think latching onto the cloud's leg will save you?" Hanzo, who had been trying to maintain his composure, felt a flash of anger. So this was how it was. No matter how strong he became, the people of the great villages would never respect him. Only by making his own village strong could he live with dignity in this world. As his mind was racing, the Third Raikage stepped in front of him. "Hanzo is an ally of the cloud," he said, his voice a low growl. "A hero of the ninja world, and my friend. Inoki, do not push your luck." Dana was speechless. His father was so smooth, so effortlessly winning hearts and minds. Was he a natural, or was this a practiced skill? Look at Hanzo. He was completely won over. His entire demeanor had changed. Inoki's face was now a mask of fury. He sneered. "Raikage. Hanzo, very well. If you've come to die, then I will be happy to oblige." He raised his hands, preparing to use his dust release. Dust release, primitive. But in the instant he raised his hands, the four figures before him vanished. What? They were all incredibly fast, disappearing in an instant, bypassing him and charging towards the stone's main camp. This was their plan all along. Against the flying Inoki, simply dodging his dust release was not enough. They had to attack his main force to draw him out. Two of the figures were wreathed in a blazing blue chakra, their passage marked by a trail of dust and smoke, easily visible in the dense forest. It was the Third Raikage and Arashi, their lightning release chakra modes a shared family art. The other two were much more subtle. Hanzo was using a conventional body flicker technique, but with incredible speed and agility. Dana was surrounded by a faint corona of white electricity, and every step he took left a scorched, smoking footprint. Inoki paused for a second, then realized what they were doing. Though the idea of 4 men attacking his camp of 20,000 was absurd, he turned to pursue. Those bastards. So fast. In that single moment of hesitation, they had already put a considerable distance between them, especially the Third Raikage, whose path was a blazing, obvious trail. Though Inoki's flight ignored the terrain, in a short burst of speed, he was not necessarily faster than them. The 4 of them had split up. Dana was weaving through the trees, his eyes closed, the entirety of the surrounding several kilometers appearing in his mind, including the airborne Inoki. Though his eyes were closed, his movement was unimpeded. Let's give it a try. He estimated the distance between them and then, in the middle of his high-speed run, came to an abrupt stop on a large tree. 3, 2, 1. At the perfect moment, he leaped from the canopy. Inoki was just a short distance in front of him. What? The little brat. Inoki was startled. In midair, Dana clapped his hands together. Lightning release, overclocked thunder-severing wave. A sharp, brilliant beam of lightning shot from his mouth. The thumb-thick beam seemed to have a physical form as it swept upwards towards Inoki, emitting a low hum before disappearing into the sky. At the last second, Inoki just barely managed to use his stone fist technique, encasing his entire arm in a thick layer of rock to block the attack. The sharpness of the unseen jutsu was far beyond what he had imagined. The rock beneath his feet shattered, and the reinforced stone on his arm did not hold. The moment the jutsu was finished, before it had even fully dissipated, Dana had already dropped back into the canopy and was on the move again, with no intention of discussing the principles of dust release with Inoki. After the jutsu had faded, Inoki, a cold sweat on his brow, slowly lowered his arm. The timing of that surprise attack had been so perfect it sent a chill down his spine. If he hadn't, with his wealth of experience, immediately made the correct decision, he might have been taken out. But even so. Blood dripped from his arm and fell into the forest below. He flexed it. It was not a debilitating injury, but to be wounded by a child was a blow to his pride. "Brat," he roared in the direction Dana had disappeared. "Do you dare to tell me your name?" Dana, unafraid, leaped back out from the canopy with a grin. "Yotsuki Dana. Goodbye, old man Inoki. Watch out for my sneak attacks." He then dropped back into the forest and disappeared from sight. "If I'm crazy enough to fight 20,000 men with my dad," he thought, "do you really think I'm afraid to tell you my name?" The battle high had not yet faded. He felt exhilarated. Another prodigy from the Yotsuki clan. Inoki thought, his heart filled with a bitter resentment. Damn it. Why are all the geniuses in other people's villages? This was another of Dana's bloodline abilities, an incredible affinity for lightning release. He could use most lightning jutsu without hand seals and had a masterful control over them. Any lightning jutsu he used was far more powerful than that of an ordinary ninja, and he could modify and reshape them at will. When he had been in the land of rain, he had mostly used taijutsu to avoid revealing too much about his identity and abilities. But today, he had no such reservations. This affinity for lightning was far beyond any simple nature or shape transformation. He was the master of lightning, its monarch. The overclocked thunder-severing wave was a jutsu he had developed, inspired by the water-severing wave. The word overclocked signified that its power was far greater than that of a normal jutsu of its type. A combination of a monstrous physique, incredible speed and reflexes, a mental pulse-like perception, and an unparalleled mastery of lightning release. This bloodline ability had been given a name by the Yotsuki clan. Its name was Takamikazuchi. Chapter 81, 4 verses 20,000, Part 3. Chapter 81, 4 verses 20,000, Part 3. After being ambushed by Dana, Inoki decisively increased his altitude. In that brief delay, the Third Raikage had already reached the gate of the Stone's main camp. "Who are you?" the guards shouted, caught completely off guard. "So I was the fastest after all," the Raikage said. "Well then. Lightning release, thunderplow hot knife." He didn't even slow down, crashing through the Stone's heavily reinforced gate like a human tank, his arms crossed in front of him. The gate was shattered, and the camp was thrown into chaos. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. We're being invaded. Hanzo of the Salamander arrived a moment later. Seeing the destroyed gate, he said with admiration, "You were a step ahead of me, my lord. Then I cannot be outdone." As he ran, he took off his steel mask, and a cloud of purple poison billowed from his mouth. He spun his chain scythe, and though he lacked the Raikage raw power, he exuded an aura of deadly menace. He threw a pill to the Raikage. "This is the antidote to my poison," he said. "If you trust me, Lord Raikage." Before he could finish, the Raikage had already popped the pill into his mouth. "A little bitter," he said. "Don't forget to give one to the two brats." Hanzo froze for a second. "I will not fail you," he said, his voice grim. It was unclear what he was referring to. But after Hanzo had turned away, the Raikage secretly spat the pill out and tucked it away. With the gate breached, a large number of stone ninja rushed to the scene. The Raikage and Hanzo moved in perfect sync, one to the left, the other to the right. The Raikage ignored the volley of ninja tools. Kunai and shuriken bounced off his body with a metallic clang. He charged into the crowd like a locomotive, sending countless stone ninja flying. Damn it. So fast. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A ninja used a jutsu, and a dragon of mud and stone rose from the ground, spitting a massive stone ball at the Raikage. Just in time. The Raikage opened his arms and caught the massive stone ball with his bare hands. What? What kind of monster is this? Impossible. He spun around and, with a powerful twist of his body, threw the stone ball back at the densest part of the crowd, even faster than it had come. It exploded like a cannonball, and the earth trembled. The scene on Hanzo's side was even more gruesome. His chain side danced, sending limbs and flesh flying. The purple poison, stirred up by the chain, became a life-sucking tornado. Ordinary ninja couldn't even get close. Ah. Poison. I can't breathe. A stone ninja, about to engage, felt a burning sensation in his lungs, the pain so intense he doubled over. Cover your mouths and noses. Don't breathe the poison. It's no use. Ah, my eyes. Hanzo weaved through the crowd, reaping the lives of the helpless stone ninja. But that wasn't all. Summoning jutsu, salamander abuse. A massive, eyeless salamander appeared and spewed a torrent of poison gas. If Hanzo's own poison was a smoking chimney, then abuse was a waterfall. A stone ninja suddenly burst from the ground, trying to launch a surprise attack. Hanzo didn't even blink. He sidestepped, and his chain scythe, on its return path, changed direction and impaled the men. The stone's underground surprise attack unit was famous throughout the ninja world. Ibius, go underground. The eyeless salamander nodded, and its massive body melted into the earth. In addition to its poison, Ibius could also move freely underground. That was its home turf, where it could also avoid being targeted. The stone's main camp was a massive, sprawling complex, a small town in its own right, and the ground beneath it was a labyrinth of tunnels. Ibius would have a lot of fun. The stone ninja in those dark tunnels would surely enjoy its poison gas. The initial assault had happened in an instant. Inoki finally arrived, his wounded arm bandaged. Seeing the chaos in his camp, he didn't hesitate. The moment he was in range, he used his dust release. A white, glowing square materialized, enveloping the Third Raikage. But before it could fully form, the Raikage had already shot out of it. Earth release, stone hands. Massive stone hands shot up from the ground, trying to grab him, but he just smashed through them, sending a shower of rock and debris flying. Inoki tried several times to stop him, but the natural advantage of lightning over earth made any attempt futile. Inoki was chasing him from the sky, while the Raikage was plowing through his forces on the ground. And the ones who were suffering were the stone ninja. Seeing that he couldn't stop the Raikage, he turned his attention to Hanzo, hoping to find an opening. But Hanzo's battlefield was completely shrouded in a thick, purple fog. All he could hear were the occasional screams of his men. As more and more stone ninja arrived, the Raikage and Hanzo pushed deeper and deeper into the camp, and the chaos grew. Everyone, spread out. Inoki ordered. Wind release squad, release. Lightning release, overclock thunder severing wave. Before he could finish, Dana attacked him again from some unknown corner. But Inoki was prepared this time. He blocked it with his stone fist, which was mostly sheared away, but he was unharmed. As he dodged, he immediately assumed the dust release stance and, without even looking, fired in the direction the attack had come from. The white cube enveloped a large area, but Dana had already moved on. The rocks and trees within the cube were reduced to nothingness. Inoki sneered and turned his attention back to his troops. Damn it, brat. Stone ninja, listen. Lightning release, overclock thunder severing wave. Again. Inoki dodged again. Explosion core, to me. Lightning release, overclock thunder severing wave. Every time he tried to command his army, Dana would interfere, hitting and running with his incredible mobility, driving him mad with rage. You hashtag. #hashtag at. Lightning release, overclock thunder severing wave. This was one of their earliest strategies, disrupt the chain of command. While flying, Inoki had the advantages of high mobility, safety, and a good vantage point, but his connection to his ground forces was weakened. He was the only one who could fly. Communication was mostly done by shouting. Even if he had hand signals, they were difficult to use with Dana constantly harassing him. And so, faced with the two superpowered monsters who were causing chaos and destruction in his camp, to effectively command his forces, he had no choice but to land. The flying artillery has become a ground-based cannon. His threat is greatly reduced. Plan successful. Dana thought, seeing him land. Wind release squad, disperse the poison. Inoki ordered the moment he touched down. Explosion core, deal with the Raikage. Everyone, spread out. Spread out. Several ninja immediately stepped forward. Wind release, great breakthrough. Hanzo's purple poison was clearly under some kind of control and was not easily dispersed. But it was still a fog. Under the continuous barrage of wind, it gradually began to thin. Just as Inoki was about to strike the moment Hanzo was revealed, a voice came from within the purple mist. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. It was as if the sea had suddenly appeared on a high plateau. A terrifying amount of water swept out, washing away a large number of the stone ninja, the force so great they didn't even have a chance to tread water. Nearly half of the stone camp was flooded. The chakra-infused water did not dissipate, but gathered into a surging tide. Dana was also caught in it, but he just leaped onto a wave and surfed forward. He clapped his hands together. Lightning release, overclocked. I haven't thought of a name yet. Impure water can conduct electricity to jutsu. His mastery of lightning allowed him to freely manipulate his jutsu. He rode the wave, constantly infusing the water beneath him with electricity. The stone ninja who were being tossed about by the waves were now being electrocuted as well. Hanzo emerged from the water. He looked at the young boy, who dared to participate in such a crazy battle, with a look of undisguised admiration. He threw him a pill. "This is the antidote to my poison," he said. "Don't get yourself poisoned." Dana caught the pill but didn't take it. "Lord Hanzo," he said with a smile, "what are the symptoms of your poison?" "The first thing is a pain in the lungs." "All right. I'll take it when I feel the pain." Hanzo just sighed. "It seems you didn't inherit your father's bold spirit. But a ninja can't be too careful." Dana just smiled, pretending not to understand his meaning. A commotion erupted on the northern side of the camp. It seemed Arashi was a bit late, having chosen to attack from a different direction. His assault was not as spectacular as theirs. "Well," Dana said, "it's impossible to kill them all. Now we just have to make our dear Tsuchikage understand that retreat is his only option." He leaped into the air, did a flip, and clapped his hands together. Lightning release, overclocked thunder dragon bullet technique. A massive dragon of blue lightning appeared and spat a ball of thunder at the enemy, which exploded into a shower of electricity, taking down a large number of the stone ninja. "Nice." Hanzo complimented. "I'm not done yet," Dana said with a smile. He then landed on the dragon's head and, controlling the lightning beast beneath him, charged into the battlefield like a whirlwind. Hanzo's mouth fell open. He had seen people ride earth and water dragons, but a lightning dragon, was that even possible? Even with all his experience, he was stunned. The massive lightning dragon, its scales rendered in perfect detail, seemed both real and intangible. Nothing could stand in its way. "I made a dragon, so of course it's not just going to spit a ball. But the horns aren't long enough. I'll make them longer next time." Lightning release, overclocked thunder severing wave. The dragon, as if it had a mind of its own, charged and coiled, destroying everything in its path. Dana, standing on its head, fired an unstoppable beam of lightning from his mouth, sweeping across the battlefield and suppressing the enemy in an instant. Hanzo, after a moment of hesitation, burst out laughing. "Interesting. Very interesting. Such a reckless youth." Water release, water clone. 8 Hanzo of the salamanders appeared on the surface of the water. They all slowly put on their respirators. "Now then," they all said in unison, "let the hunt begin." Water release, water instantaneous body technique. The 8 of them instantly disappeared into the water, like a school of frenzied sharks, and began to patrol the battlefield, dragging the stone ninja into the water and executing them, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Anoki was furious. Earth release, golem technique. A stone giant climbed out from the ground and brought its massive hand down on Dana. Thunder severing wave. Dana fired a beam of lightning from his mouth, shearing off half of the golem's hand, but the heavy hand still fell. He had to jump from the dragon. The lightning dragon was crushed, dissipating into a shower of sparks. Earth release, added weight boulder technique. Before he could even land, Anoki was on him, a stone-encased fist hurtling towards him. The massive fist grew larger and larger in his vision. He spun on his heel and, in an instant, was behind Anoki. Anoki's fist slammed into the ground, and the earth for dozens of meters around cracked and shattered. That punch was much more powerful than Tsunade's. If it had hit, he would have been turned to dust. He had intended to counterattack, but the violent tremor knocked him off balance, and he had to jump away. "Anoki. Your opponent is me," the Third Raikage shouted, having finally dealt with the explosion core. Earth release, stone fist technique. Earth release, super added weight boulder technique. Hell stab, 4-finger nukite. The clash between the Raikage and the Tsuchikage created a massive shockwave. Dana, who had been about to join the fight, was sent flying. He watched the earth-shattering scene, a bead of cold sweat on his forehead. Arashi, having dealt with his own opponents, arrived from the north. He was young and already panting, but he was unharmed. Seeing that he was about to go and help his father, Dana stopped him. "Leave Anoki to Dad," he said. "In a close-quarters fight, I don't think Anoki is a match for him. And dust release isn't invincible." This was Anoki's greatest weakness. The stone lacked top-tier fighters, which meant they had no one who could suppress the speed of opponents like the Third Raikage, Hanzo, or even Dana and Arashi. And with his own men in the way, he couldn't just fire his dust release indiscriminately without risking friendly fire. And it wasn't easy to hit them anyway. The stone's specialty, wide-range jutsu, was also a double-edged sword in this situation. It could inflict heavy casualties on their own forces. From the very beginning, the 4 of them had been intentionally weaving through the stone's ranks. If they had been fighting in an open field, Inoki could have used his flight and high margin for error to slowly accumulate an advantage. But now, his own army had become a shield for the enemy. The Third Raikage's seemingly reckless strategy was not so reckless after all. It was the optimal solution. If they had come with 300 men, the situation would have been completely different. Succeed by planning amidst 1,000 dangers, eh? You really taught me a lesson today, Dad, Dana thought. Then what do we do? Arashi asked. We keep fighting until the stone breaks, or until Bluebee gets here. Don't tell me you're out of chakra. Arashi immediately straightened his back. Are you kidding me? I'm just getting started. Good. Lightning release, overclock thunder dragon. A massive lightning dragon appeared again. But this time, its horns were longer, more menacing. Dana leaped onto its head. I'm off, he said to Arashi. Be safe. Arashi watched with envy as he rode the lightning dragon into the heart of the battle. He shook his head and then charged in himself. On the other side of the battlefield, Hanzo, seeing that Inoki was occupied, once again summoned his salamander, Ibius. He had been worried about it being taken out by the dust release before, but now he had no such concerns. Ibius had a few new wounds, but it was eager for a fight. It seemed to have had a good time with the stone's underground forces. Ibius, poison. The eyeless salamander responded with a silent nod, shook its head, and a waterfall of poison gas billowed out. The stone ninja were once again faced with their most terrifying enemy and began to fall. In the 40th year of Konoha, the hidden cloud, which had been biding its time, launched a simultaneous attack on the stone and Konoha in the Mount Tenmaku area. On the Konoha front, the force led by the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Bluebee, with only 300 elite troops, drove back the Konoha army, forcing them to retreat and inflicting heavy casualties. These 300 would go down in history as the 300 Spartans of the Cloud. The name would be passed down, becoming synonymous with the Cloud's most elite unit, formed only in times of war, an honor that all the village's finest ninja would aspire to. On the other front, the foreman team of the Third Raikage, Hanzo of the Salamander, Arashi Yotsuki, and Dana Yotsuki achieved a feat that would make the entire ninja world tremble. With just 4 men, they forced an army of 20,000 to retreat 300 li, all the way back to the border of the Land of Rain. They would be celebrated in story and song, considered the strongest squad in the history of the ninja world. They were known as the 4 heroes of Mount Tenmaku. Chapter 82, The war is over, even if it's temporary. Chapter 82, The war is over, even if it's temporary. Lord Kazekage, a scout reported, Konoha. Konoha has been defeated. They're retreating back to the Land of Fire. The third Kazekage was stunned. So soon, he asked. What's the situation with the stone? I don't know, my lord. Before he could say another word, another scout burst into the tent. My lord, they've been defeated. They've been defeated. Yes, I know. Ah. You already know, my lord. It's unbelievable. Yes, the Kazekage sighed. Who would have thought the invincible Konoha would fall so quickly? In just one day. Ah. What are you talking about, my lord? I'm talking about the stone. They've been defeated. The Kazekage froze. The stone. Defeated by whom? By the hidden cloud. What? Is this information reliable? The cloud is fighting on 2 fronts. How many troops did they send? He asked in a rapid-fire succession. 4. 4. He stared at his subordinate as if to say, are you sure you're not under a genjutsu? He even checked to see if he was some clumsy spy in disguise. But in the man's eyes, he saw only 3 parts earnestness, 3 parts shock, and 4 parts, my worldview has been shattered. Tell me what you saw, he said, his voice low. Every single word. Don't leave anything out. After listening to the detailed report, the third Kazekage was silent. My lord, what are your orders? He hesitated for a moment, then, gritting his teeth, said, retreat. Leave the Land of Rain. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. Danzo Shimura, left in charge of the village, was handling its affairs. He was carefully reviewing the mission records of the Uchiha clan, not missing a single line. The feat of the Cloud's Eight-Tails Jinchuriki single-handedly suppressing an entire village had shocked the ninja world. After Orochimaru had escaped, he had reported to the village that the Jinchuriki possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan. Konoha's leadership had concluded that the Jinchuriki's sudden ability to control the tailed beast was likely due to the Sharingan. After all, the Jinchuriki of all the villages had been the same before, powerful but unusable. And the village still had records of Madara Uchiha, and even older texts, that supported this theory. Others might have wondered where the Cloud had gotten those eyes. The captured Uchiha, Tetsu, had only had a 2-tomo Sharingan, but Danzo knew. It was the very same 3-tomo Sharingan that he had been forced to hand over for the sake of Konoha's negotiations. But the origin of the eyes was not the point. The point was the Jinchuriki's terrifying combat power. If the 8 tails was this powerful, then how much more powerful was the 9 tails, the so-called strongest of the tailed beasts? Hiruzen would never dare to transplant the Sharingan into a Jinchuriki. He would never openly do such a thing. But he, Danzo, would. If he could just get his hands on another 3-tomo Sharingan and secretly, or forcibly, implant it into the 9 tails Jinchuriki, he would not only gain a top-tier weapon, but the Jinchuriki would also become a creature of the shadows, to be managed by his foundation. A win-win. With Hiruzen on the battlefield, it was difficult to make a move. He would have to find an opportunity through a mission. But besides the battlefield, the Uchiha rarely left the village. They were usually working for the military police force. As he was contemplating how to get the Uchiha out of the village more often, an ANBU agent appeared at his side. Lord Danzo, he said, his voice filled with panic. A report from the front. The Third Hokage's forces were attacked by Cloud Ninja in the Land of Rain. They've been defeated and are retreating back to the Land of Fire. They need support. What? Danzo slammed his fist on the table and shot to his feet. Defeated? How is that possible? Didn't the Cloud just arrive in the Land of Rain? The information is confirmed. A detailed battle report has not yet been received, the ANBU said with difficulty. Danzo stood there, speechless, for a long time. Konoha had been defeated. Konoha had been surrounded, beaten, but never defeated. A full retreat back to the Land of Fire meant a complete and utter defeat. But after the initial shock, a slow realization dawned on him. Konoha's first defeat. And it was Hiruzen who had been leading the army. The heavens are on my side. Sensei, why are you so happy today? The tall ninja took a large gulp of sake and wiped his mouth. The war is almost over, Nagato. The ninja world is about to return to peace. But won't that mean we'll have fewer mercenary jobs? TSK. You don't like peace. Of course I do. But I want to earn some money to send to my parents. The tall ninja clapped him on his small shoulder, nearly knocking him over. You've just learned a few ninjutsu, and you're already thinking about earning money. You're too impatient. But didn't you say I was a genius? A genius that I taught. He then threw him a heavy coin purse. Consider this an advance, he said. I'll deduct it from your future mission shares. Find a chance to send it to your parents. But don't get scammed. Nagato's eyes lit up. Thank you, Sensei. The war is about to end. There won't be many jobs in this area. We're going to the Land of Hot Water. Its prosperity will amaze you. Yes, Sensei. The news spread like wildfire. The hidden cloud was filled with a sense of joy and pride. My dad is in the Special Attack Force. He's super strong. What's so great about that? I'm going to be one of the 300 Spartans of the cloud one day, a fatherless child retorted. Run. Sabiai's here. Sabiai's here. Don't call me Sabiai. My name is Killer. Killer B, the ninja killer. The Western and Southern armies, which were more like training corps, had just left the Land of Lightning when they received the news of the cloud's victory. The commanders were both overjoyed and confused. They had just set out, and the war was already won. Should they keep going? But they received the order to proceed as planned. The Western forces, in particular, which were supposed to cross 5 countries, set out on their journey again, though their mindset had changed. As the various powers learned the details of the 2 battles, a sense of disbelief spread. Not to mention the observers who were terrified by the cloud's power, even the participants, Konoha and the Stone, found it absurd. Konoha was defeated by just 300 men. Are they a bunch of pigs? What? 4 men defeated 20,000 stone ninja. 20,000 pigs would have put up a better fight. Anoki and Hiruzen, almost simultaneously, expressed their contempt for each other. But no matter how contemptuous they were, they had to swallow the bitter pill of defeat. They both realized that even if they were to ignore the war weariness and resentment in their own villages and force another battle, they still couldn't defeat the cloud. Konoha lacked a proper Jinchuriki to counter Blue Bee, and the Stone lacked the ability to suppress top-tier fighters and speed-type ninja. And if they were to split up their forces, Blue Bee could just start firing at their villages. And so, in the middle of Konoha's 40th year, with Konoha and the Stone defeated and the Sand quietly retreating, the Second Great Ninja War, which had been raging for so long, suddenly came to a halt. The various villages began to send envoys to sue for peace. But in secret, they were all analyzing the cloud's displayed strength and the intelligence gathered from the war. Some were looking for a way to counter the cloud, others for a way to replicate their power. The ambitions were only temporarily dormant. The undercurrents were still swirling. But no matter what, the Second Great Ninja War, which had lasted for nearly 4 years and had involved all 5 of the great villages, had come to an end. And the title of the strongest hidden village, in the mouths of the people of the ninja world, had gradually changed hands. Whether it was the largest was debatable, but after this war, the Hidden Cloud had established its name as the strongest. Chapter 83, The Six-Party Talks. Chapter 83, The Six-Party Talks. The various villages began to send envoys to the victorious Hidden Cloud to sue for peace. With all 5 of the great nations having been involved in the war to some extent, it was likely that a 5-Kage summit would be organized. But the cloud sent its own envoys, not to the lands of earth or fire, but to the small northern countries, hot water, sound, waterfalls, rice paddies, and iron. After driving the enemy from the land of rain, the cloud's forces had set up camp in the Mount Tenmaku area and had begun to clean up the battlefield. Though it had been a great victory, they had still suffered some casualties, especially on the Konoha front, and they needed to recover the bodies. And with Konoha and the Stone having retreated in a hurry, their camps were still filled with valuable items, such as various research materials. The Special Attack Force, in the Land of Rain was left under Blue Bee's command, while the Third Raikage, along with Arashi and Dana, went to the Land of Iron. Upon arriving, the Raikage held a late-night meeting with the Land of Iron's Daimyo and the samurai general, Mifune, age 37. What was said was unknown, only that the Daimyo was in high spirits afterward, while Mifune looked very resigned. After the meeting, the Raikage and his party returned to the Hidden Cloud village and began to formally receive and deal with the various envoys. After much negotiation, it was agreed that a 6-party talks would be held in the Land of Iron in half a month. Yes, you heard that right. 6-party talks. In addition to the 5-Kage, Hanzo of the Salamander would also be attending, as the leader of the Hidden Rain and the representative of the Land of Rain. This was a condition the Third Raikage had insisted upon. It was worth noting that while the 4 inland villages had been fighting, the Hidden Mist had quietly undergone a change in leadership. The 3rd Mizukage had stepped down, and the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, had taken his place. He was the first of the 4th generation of Kage. And though the Mist could have skipped this meeting, they had been bottled up in their own country and their involvement in the war had been a fiasco. The legendary baby-faced 4th Mizukage had insisted on coming, hoping to strengthen the Mist's ties with the mainland nations and break their long-standing isolation. After a flurry of meetings with the various envoys in the Hidden Cloud, the 3rd Raikage, along with Dana, Arashi, and a contingent of ANBU, once again left the village for the Land of Iron. As they passed through the many towns along the way, they could feel a renewed sense of vitality. The shadow of war was gradually fading. They even caught up with the still marching Western forces, who were currently in the Land of Sound. The young ninja in the unit were now treating the whole thing as a training exercise, with no sense of tension. If it weren't for their commanding officers, they would have been treating it like a spring picnic. Dana and Arashi had become idols to the young ninja of the cloud. Dana had seen his own portrait and photos made into strange, handmade posters and hung in some of their tents, especially those of the young female ninja. Every day, a large number of them would come to him for awkward chats or autographs. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and just stuck to his father's side, which was enough to deter them. Arashi, on the other hand, seemed to have the opposite effect. He attracted the aspiring musclemen of the village. His posters were plastered on various pieces of gym equipment, and many of the Cloud Ninja would stare intently at his picture as they grunted and sweated through their workouts. It was a rather dangerous atmosphere. After a few days with the training corps, the Western forces, they continued on their way and arrived in the Land of Iron a few days later. As was tradition, each Kage could only bring 1 or 2 bodyguards to the summit. The rest of their entourage had to be stationed outside the venue. After settling his men, the Raikage discovered that they were not the first to arrive. The Hidden Mist, the most distant of the villages, had already been there for some time. It was a surprising feat the new 4th Mizukage must have set out the moment he received the notice. But, in theory, the 2 villages were not supposed to meet privately before the official start of the summit. At Mifune's invitation, Dana and the others toured the capital of the Land of Iron. The country was famous for its swords, and Dana took a particular interest. He noticed that most of the blacksmiths were using the semi-finished products of the blacksmith shop project. The infiltration had been a success. The Land of Iron also had a branch of the blacksmith shop, and it was doing very well. They were likely his own businesses. But for now, it was best to keep a low profile. 3 days later, the other Kage had arrived. The 6-party talks, which would decide the fate of the Second Great Ninja War, officially began. When Hanzo of the Salamander arrived in the Land of Iron and was received by Mifune, he was overcome with emotion. He alone knew that it had taken him nearly 20 years of hard work to earn this right. He had built the Hidden Rain from nothing, endured countless humiliations and compromises, and had finally seized this opportunity. My big brother really came through for me. And when he finally stepped into the former 5 Kage Summit Hall, now the 6-party talks hall, and saw the 5 Kage hats arranged in a circle: wind, fire, earth, water, and thunder, his heart skipped a beat. But even if he had a bad case of diarrhea, he would not have shown it. He maintained a calm and composed demeanor and slowly walked to the newly added 6th seat. The first 6 party talks in the history of the ninja world had officially begun. In attendance: Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, with his bodyguard, Tsukumo Hatake. The 3rd Kazekage of the Hidden Sand, with his bodyguard, Raza. Anoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage of the Hidden Stone, with his bodyguard, Kitsuchi. Yagura Karatachi, the 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist, with his bodyguard, a random nobody. Hanzo of the Salamander, leader of the Hidden Rain, with his bodyguard, a random nobody. A, the 3rd Raikage of the Hidden Cloud, with his bodyguards, Arashi Yotsuki and Dana Yotsuki. A total of 13 people. Don't ask why the Cloud got to bring an extra bodyguard. The answer is, they won. When Hanzo entered the hall, Anoki sneered. The so-called 4 heroes of Mount Tenmaku were all here. The sight brought back the bitter memories of that day. After the battle, he had learned that Hanzo of the Salamander had inflicted the most casualties. Countless of his men had died from his poison, and his underground forces had been almost completely wiped out. The loss had cut him to the bone. First time here, he taunted. Try not to fall off your chair. Hanzo heard the mockery in his voice, but he didn't know the proper etiquette for a Kage-level summit. He wanted to retort, but he was afraid of losing his composure. He was like a man in sandals at a fancy restaurant, wanting to take a sip of water but waiting to see how everyone else did it first, afraid of making a mistake. He was stuck. Just then, the 3rd Raikage spoke up. If you're here because you lost a war, he said, it's probably better to come less often. You. Anoki was speechless. Hanzo gave the Raikage a "you're the man" look and then sat up straight, deciding to observe the others first. But the Raikage's next words nearly made him choke. Let's not waste any time, he said. The first item on the agenda is to recognize the Hidden Rain Village as a victorious power, with a status equal to that of the 5 great villages. From this day forward, Hanzo of the Salamander will be known as the Amicage. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? Hanzo almost spat out his tea. His heart began to pound. He looked at the other Kage, a mixture of hope and anxiety on his face. Dana, standing behind his father, just shook his head. Dad has him completely wrapped around his finger. Chapter 84, The Birth of a New Kage. Chapter 84, The Birth of a New Kage. Let's not waste any time, the 3rd Raikage said. The first item on the agenda is to recognize the Hidden Rain Village as a victorious power, with a status equal to that of the 5 great villages. From this day forward, Hanzo of the Salamander will be known as the Amicage. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? Hanzo's heart skipped 3/4 of a beat. He almost coughed up a cloud of poison gas. He looked at the other Kage, his face a mixture of hope and anxiety. Are you kidding me? Anoki was, once again, the first to object. The title of Kage is not something that can be given away so lightly. Of course it's not, the Raikage replied. It is a title earned by strength. As a victorious nation, Hanzo of the Salamander has the right to call himself Kage. I do not agree. And the other Kage will not agree either. We are discussing this out of respect for the hard-won peace. Did the first Kage of each of your villages need someone's permission to call themselves Kage? If you cannot accept this, then we can continue to fight. The 3rd Raikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage were at a standoff. The subject of their dispute, Hanzo, remained silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi cleared his throat. Lord Raikage, he said, while the title of Kage does not require another's approval, it does represent the recognition of the entire ninja world. It has great value and should not be bestowed lightly. The Raikage leaned back and looked at the other Kage with contempt. Have you all misunderstood something? He sneered. Do you really think I'm here to ask for your opinion? Of course I know the title has great value. Otherwise, how could it be a spoil of war for the Hidden Rain? You. Even Hiruzen was speechless. I am a reasonable man. We can talk. If we can't agree, I won't force it. We can just continue to fight. The other villages were exhausted. The Cloud, on the other hand, had suffered no losses. They were ready to fight at a moment's notice. What was lost on the battlefield would be reclaimed, with interest, at the negotiation table. For example, the right to speak. Supporting the Land of Rain had been a long-term strategy of the Special Strategy Division, 4 years. It was a nail driven into the heart of the lands of wind, fire, and earth. A land of 4 wars is often the most important strategic location. The Hidden Rain and Hanzo owed their current status to the unwavering support of the Cloud. And as a village on the other side of the ninja world, the Cloud had no conflicts of interest with the Rain, only shared benefits. As for the so-called dividing of the pie, it wasn't the cloud's pie that was being divided. What did he care? The ones who should be worried were the stone, the sand, and the leaf. In fact, the cloud would continue to support the hidden rain and Hanzo. And for how long? Until the stone, the sand, and the leaf were destroyed, or until the hidden rain, under the pressure of the three great villages, rose to a power that surpassed even the rapidly developing cloud. The cloud had driven a hard nail into the enemy's doorstep from 1,000 miles away. And as their benefactor and big brother, the hidden rain, whose strength, status, and economy all depended on the cloud, would be an ally as loyal as they come. In the end, under the Third Raikage's immense pressure, the motion was passed. It was noted that in the final vote, the first to be defeated, the sand, had abstained, while the fourth Mizukage of the mist, Yagura Karatachi, had voted in favor. In return, the hidden rain would have to cede some of its rights as a victorious nation. But Hanzo's lifelong ambition had finally been realized. He felt as if he had ascended to a higher plane of existence. His only regret was that he hadn't prepared an awakens hat in advance. If he could have just pulled out a hat with the character for rain written on it right then and there, it would have been perfect. The craftsmen in the land of rain are probably not good enough, he thought. I'll have to commission one from the land of fire, a really expensive one. And a matching robe. No, 2 sets. No, 3. As his mind was wandering, Dana, from behind the Raikage, took out a sealing scroll. With a simple unsealing, a magnificent, shoulder-draped cloak and an awakens hat appeared. Lord Hanzo, he said, try this on. The other 4 Kage were speechless. Hanzo took the iron blue hat, the same color as his mask, and saw the character for rain written on it. He couldn't put it down. This was both a gesture of goodwill to Hanzo and a message to the other villages, he's with me. But the Third Raikage couldn't have done it himself, it would have been too aggressive. The youngest of them, Dana, was the perfect person for the job. The rest of the agenda went smoothly. Though there were a few more heated moments, they were not as intense as the first. The Cloud's war reparations were, once again, the familiar point-based system. The sand was also familiar with it, as Hiruzen had used the same method on them when they had been defeated. They still hadn't finished paying. The cloud and the rain, as the victors, demanded reparations from the other 4. The stone and the leaf, as the directly defeated parties, had to pay the most. The sand, which had not fought the cloud at all and had only had one minor skirmish with the rain, and had been defeated by Konoha early on, had to pay the least, mostly just promises and declarations. As for whether their previous reparations to Konoha were still valid, that was for them to discuss. The mist, for their early attempt to attack the cloud, also had some responsibility. But the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, after a brief look at the point-based system, readily agreed. The items on the scroll, measured in points, were mostly money, resources, and the things ninja cared about most, ninjutsu and secret jutsu. But there were other, off-the-scroll items that, at the time, did not attract much attention but would have a profound impact in the years to come. The villages will not, in any form or for any reason, interfere with the normal activities of the Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Rain Village, or their related organizations, within their own countries, such as commercial activities or non-conflicting missions. The villages will not interfere with the cooperation of their own citizens or organizations with the Hidden Cloud, the Hidden Rain, or their related organizations, such as mission commissions or business partnerships. These 2 clauses were a minor part of the 5 Kage summit, and no one paid them much attention. No Kage thought they would be seriously enforced. But their impact would be far-reaching. At the end of Konoha's 40th year, with the conclusion of the 6-party talks, the Second Great Ninja War officially ended. The various nations, including the Cloud, withdrew their forces and returned to a state of normalcy. After the war, the ninja world had a 6th Kage, Hanzo of the Salamander, the Awakens. Though the Hidden Rain was still in a precarious position, and its strength did not yet match its new status, Hanzo had taken a crucial step. His ambition was now fired, and he was ready to continue to build his village into a true great hidden village. And in the Hidden Cloud, riding the wave of their great victory, a series of radical reforms began. Chapter 85, The Courage to Reform. Chapter 85, The Courage to Reform. The aftermath of the 6 Kage summit and the war reparations would be handled by specialists. Even the most important matters could be relayed back to the villages. There was no need for the Kage to remain in the land of iron. The newly minted Awakens, Hanzo of the Salamander, of course, had a long and thorough discussion with his big brother, the Third Raikage. Upon returning to the Hidden Cloud, the Third Raikage and his party, along with the special attack force that had withdrawn from the Land of Rain, were greeted with the grandest of welcomes. The Cloud was a martial village, and its war heroes were held in the highest esteem. The welcoming committee, organized by the village elders and clan heads, stretched from the main gate all the way to the Raikage Tower. To allow everyone to fully savor the joy of victory and to allow the heroes to bask in the village's adoration, the procession took nearly an hour. The return of the war heroes sent the village into a frenzy. The tales of the 300 Spartans of the Cloud and the 4 heroes of Mount Tenmaku had become legendary. Everyone in the streets could tell you a story or two, especially the imaginative students of the Ninja Academy, who spoke with such authority you would think they had been riding on the Third Raikage's shoulders during the battle. And after this war, not to mention the already famous Third Raikage in Hanzo, or the rising star Arashi Yotsuki, the youngest of the 4 heroes, the one with the powerful Kekkei Genkai, Yotsuki Dana, had officially stepped into the spotlight. He was now a world-renowned genius. All the major powers were desperately trying to gather information on him. He had become a person of interest for every village, the brightest new star of the ninja world. And in the Hidden Cloud, he had earned the embarrassing title of the Noble Prince of the Cloud. Yes, the little girls in the Ninja Academy who had first come up with the name had formed some kind of strange fan club and were spreading the ridiculous moniker everywhere. Many in the ninja world were either dismissive or shocked. But among the younger generation, many now looked up to Yotsuki Dana as their goal. Anoki, in particular, who had faced him in battle, was convinced that he would become a major problem in the future and had secretly placed a bounty on his head in the underground exchange. Whether it would be effective or not, the bounty was there, and the price was high. It was unknown if any foolhardy individuals would try to hunt the son of the Third Raikage, the #1 genius of the Hidden Cloud, for a bounty. And while the village was still in a state of revelry, the high-level leadership had already gotten back to work. The Cloud's leadership had already prepared a package of reforms, waiting for the end of the war, the time of least resistance. Dana, the Third Raikage, Dodai, and the Yotsuki clan elders had prepared everything. The war had shown that the combat effectiveness of an elite ninja far surpassed that of an ordinary one. In a high-level battle, Chunin and Genin didn't even have the right to be cannon fodder. Therefore, the village's method of training ninja would be changed. Graduating from the Ninja Academy at the age of 12 was too barbaric. Following the establishment of the Advanced Ninja School, a further specialized ninja school would be created, even if it was small in scale. This would correspond to the 3 stages of Genin, Chunin, and Jonin. The traditional master-apprentice system was too inefficient. Even a famous master might only ever train one successful student to carry on their legacy. The chances of the legacy being diluted with each generation were much higher. And those with average combat talent were not unimportant. At Dana's suggestion, the Cloud would gradually divide its ninja into 2 different categories, research type and combat type. Research type ninja would have their own independent evaluation standards, also with the 3 ranks of Jonin, Chunin, and Genin. They would be assigned to the Ninja Hospital, research departments, the Sealing Corps, and even the Ninja Academy, to meet the growing demand for research and education. Those with combat talent would become combat-type ninja. Not everyone could apply. At the very least, you had to have the potential to become an elite Chunin or a special Jonin. As for the ordinary ninja who were not good at either, especially the perennial Genin, it was a waste of both their time and the village's. In the final year of their training, the children of the Ninja Academy would be given the choice of which path to follow. If their talent in both areas was mediocre, they would, as before, graduate at the age of 12 and become Genin. Dana estimated that, for now, most would still choose to become combat ninja. It was more in line with the traditional concept of a ninja. But the foundation for the research-type ninja had to be laid now. The secrets of chakra, the development of ninjutsu, the treasures of the human body, the profound art of sealing, all of these required researchers. Of course, extending the training period, though it might result in a higher success rate, would also increase the village's education expenses. At the same time, dismantling the master-apprentice system would face some resistance from the ninja clans. The Cloud was much better off than Konoha in this regard, but there was still resistance. If the clans were to selfishly hoard their traditions and experience, it would greatly hinder the reforms and slow the village's development. And this was not something that could be forced. But the Third Raikage, with a courage that was truly astonishing, had come up with a plan that had surprised even Dana. Upon his return, he had personally met with the Yotsuki clan elders and the various factions within the clan, one by one, and had either persuaded or forced them to agree. The blacksmith shop project, which had been entirely controlled by the Yotsuki clan, a massive enterprise that spanned half the ninja world, monopolized the economies of several countries, and brought in a fortune, would be handed over to the village. Before the war, during that late-night meeting, the Third Raikage had told Dana and Nakazawa that the time was not yet right. When Dana had asked when the time would be right, he had said it would be won in battle. Now, the time had come. The Yotsuki clan would transfer the management and a portion of the ownership of the blacksmith shop project to the village for a price. The original personnel and structure would remain unchanged. The Yotsuki would retain a 40% stake. Of the village's 60%, 20% would be secretly sold to the other clans within the village, 10% would be centrally managed, with the dividends given to the village's outstanding non-clan ninja, and the rest would become a new source of revenue for the village. The clans would have to pay to get in, and they would only have dividend rights. The money they paid, plus a contribution from the village, would be used to compensate the Yotsuki. This was a fire sale. It was practically giving money and industries to the other clans. But to get in, they had to promise to fully support all of the village's reforms. And all clans and individual ninja had to acknowledge the village's right to collect taxes from now on. This tax would no longer be limited to a cut of mission fees, but would be a gradually perfected system, and would even include the income of the blacksmith shop project itself. From now on, the relationship between the village and its ninja, especially the clans, would be much closer, and the village's finances would have two new, important sources of revenue. The Third Raikage had used his own family's business as the foundation for a grand project that everyone in the village could participate in. Dana, he said, many years ago, you told me that the village was not deeply involved in the daily lives of its ninja. I have never forgotten those words. From this day forward, the hidden cloud will be completely different. The Third Raikage laughed heartily. Dana guessed that a lot of the clan elders would be grumbling about this. In a few months, you'll be 14, his father said. 15 by East Asian reckoning. Rounding up, you're about at that age. What age? Dana asked curiously. You haven't forgotten you have an engagement, have you? The Third Raikage said with a teasing smile.